and welcome to day 2 of the EWC Qualifiers. I am Zoe and I'm joined by Jake, by Johnny, and we're in for a treat as we continue our way through the upper brackets and the lower brackets. It's Elimination Day. I'm excited. Why are you laughing? What is? I do want blood, all right? I'm here for it. Are you not?
No, I'm truly excited. Yeah.
I'm truly excited.
And I think especially in Europe, the teams are going to be really invested in what happens today because there's a very real chance that top 5 is what qualifies you to the Esports World Cup with, Ents and Space Station, assuming they're going to be in that top 5 as well. For me, I think this is going to be exciting matches. A lot of these teams in Europe that maybe wouldn't have thought they're going to get a placement could be coming to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, if you lose the first round of losers bracket today, that has to be massively disappointing, considering the opportunity to just get 5th and you qualify for the Esports World Cup.
Homie, you already sound disappointed. They haven't even started the games yet.
I'm building suspense.
I will be disappointed.
I think I am.
Actually disappointed. Now, we already dropped the name several times, EWC. If you didn't join us yesterday, well, here's the thing. Let's explain to you what it's all about. It is, of course, the Esports World Cup. See the dates on your screen right now, taking place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We have now 21 games in the mix and 60 million, yeah, that's right, $1 million of prize pool. That's a lot of money.
Quite unfathomable. I can't wrap my head around that number.
Beyond the imagination.
it's too large.
I make it a little smaller for you. How about that? Change the graphic. There it is.
$1 million?
$1 million.
No, that is more my number.
I can understand.
Work with this.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can cope with 1 million.
6 zeros. I understand that.
Yeah. It's simple. Everything's simple. And the way to get there simple as well. We already have some teams which did, in fact, qualify. You can see the breakdown right here on your screen. Most of them, of course, coming through the Dallas Major.
Just win, Forehead.
Just win, Forehead. Play a little better than the opposition, and you're in. Or you just have other teams opening the door for you. Looking at you here, Bleed Esports.
Yeah, if you're a bit confused about some of those teams on the screen, of course, like in Korea, for example, From the Gamer, Yeti, they were picked up this week by franchises like Fnatic, of course, and
Oh, he's bringing it back. There you go. Break it all out for you. There's a lot of new names. So, lots of new names on the screen. I love that, though. There's a lot of new orgs or old orgs getting involved now in Overwatch as well in this open format. You love to see it. We're flipping back to the graphic we just had on your screen for 2 seconds. That is the breakdown of the slots that are, in fact, still available. We have 3 from NA, 3 from the EMEA region, and, of course, we also have the LATAM and the OCE slot available. And all of that will be determined over the next 2 weeks. I'm really good with numbers and dates. Everything's good. We're good. Everything's great. Now, day 1, speaking of great things, didn't feature too many, let's say, close matches. However, a couple. We ended on a high note.
NA is close.
NA was close.
Less close.
EMEA, not so much, but we ended on a high note because, quite frankly, there's something to be said about dominant performances.
We can't show enough of this funny Astro shield bash.
He really did bash that Roadhog.
He really did bash that Roadhog. And everyone can get behind that.
Look at him go. Look at him go.
No,
this is a pretty nasty back cap. Man, the back caps have been coming thick and fast in the Amalgam meta. I think it's just, this comp, you play so aggressive, you don't really want to sit back and hold the car.
Yeah.
But it goes punished sometimes.
I mean, the Tracers are really going for it too. They're just like, I'm backcapping. I'm in the back. I'm not helping in the fight, but I'm backcapping.
No, it's a great call in Overwatch. You're like, guys, just go die. I'm backcapping. Go die.
Go fight. Distract them.
Yeah, actually.
Well, and all the action led us to this particular bracket here, the EMEA region. We have 1 more upper bracket game to get through and to play. Ents and Quick Esports will go at it, and the winner will be facing off against Virtus Pro. So that's where we're at. However, this also means that we have 2 matches in the lower bracket, and those will be elimination matches. Sovereigns and Twisted Minds will be fighting it out, and then Nuage will be waiting for their opponent today as well.
Okay,
and fighting them.
I'm hyping up this Sovereigns Twisted Minds match.
Please do.
Because Twisted Minds did not
boomed.
look great yesterday.
They looked boomed.
And Sovereigns coming in as the lowest seed, if they knock out Twisted Minds, that would actually be a huge upset. So
I still have more faith in Twisted Minds than that, but I think it is fair to say their performance yesterday. Well,
if they play ball, if Kellen keeps actually we're getting ahead of ourselves. We will be breaking down the action of that game in just a little bit. But first things first, I want to set the tone a little bit because there's a lot of new faces that we haven't really seen before. A lot of new players. So I thought we get to know them a little bit with this little game. What's it called? I haven't been. Who's that player? Yay! I love that. Someone could have told me the title for this game before having me set it up. But on your screens, right there behind, we have a bunch of players.
Around.
I know, we switched positions here. So on your big screen, we now see a bunch of players. And heading into these 2 weeks, we did send out questionnaires to all the teams, which most players, in fact, did not answer. Shout out to all those players. You had one job and didn't do it. That's great. But some players did, in fact, give us some fun facts about them. So
these were the 5 people who responded.
These are all the 5 people that responded. So let me have a cue card. You guys can go up. I will read a statement, a fun fact, and you guys have to guess which player wrote this fun fact about themselves. I'll give you a warning here, though, they're not that fun.
I want a really boring fun fact.
Really boring. Do you want to work?
Give me just a fact.
I give you just something really vanilla.
Oh, no.
Likes Lucio.
What is this? I think I have a funny feeling.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
That funny Astro might like Lucio.
Wow. Is that the right answer?
Yes.
What a segment, ladies and gentlemen.
Funny Astro likes Lucio. Can we get that on the Chiron?
I'm working with what I got, okay?
I can't wait to hear what's next.
This is not, okay.
What do you got?
These are so bad.
You hate goats? What's up?
I mean, honestly, best Brig EU. It's not funny, but harder to guess.
Landon is North American, Jake. He's from America.
So, not Landon.
Process of elimination.
Stelios and China are damaged players.
So, by process of elimination, we got to go Chef.
That's
the best
correct.
Big EU.
Wow.
He's got it back. That's a bold claim. It's facts, guys.
It's facts.
They might be fun, but they're supposed to be facts. So you gotta win now.
Maybe the fun part is that it's not true. Maybe he's awful.
Me when I spread misinformation.
Yeah, we'll find out for all of you because this is clearly really interesting. Next super fun fact.
No.
Recently became Twitch partner. Congratulations.
I love that.
Our players, man.
So
much character.
That's hilarious. That's so fun.
Funny Astro actually gets decent viewership.
Surely he's
in the hundreds. Yeah, he's probably already does, right?
Ooh, I don't know. I feel like Landon probably has been streaming for a bit. I don't know.
Landon might be a good shout.
Yeah, maybe it would be Landon. Would it? But has he not been partner before?
Yeah, you're gonna lock in 5,
all right,
4.
I'm going Landon.
You wanna go Landon?
I'm going Landon.
Yeah, you're wrong. How could you possibly get wrong that Stelios?
I missed it.
Should have gone with your heart, Johnny.
Yeah, my heart really told me.
My heart was calling out to Stelios, but I didn't listen.
The last 2 ones are actually fun, but now we only have 2 players left, so I'm just going to read both statements and you have to allocate.
Go watch Stelios stream, by the way.
Make that partnership worth its while.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm going to read both statements, and then you just assign. Obviously, we have Landon and China left in the mix. So one of the 2 is top 30 in local Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, this is actually fun.
That's
our
one player on the second assignment.
Let's go.
And another one is blind in the left eye, which is crazy because they're playing Overwatch.
That's impressive.
That is.
Like, I'm not blind in either eye.
I have no idea. I have literally no idea.
Yeah.
Who would?
I mean, so it's the 2 players we haven't heard from.
Who looks more like a Yu-Gi-Oh enjoyer?
China and Landon.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like card games is more of a thing in America, right?
That's what I mean. I was leaning towards Landon just for that in NA.
Okay, so we'll go Landon with Yu-Gi-Oh.
Actually, I'm going to take the opposite.
Oh, contrary.
I'm going to mix it up on you.
Well, I'm looking in Landon.
I'm taking China as the Yu-Gi-Oh master and Landon blind as left eye.
Well, you are extremely wrong. Landon, in fact, is our Yu-Gi-Oh enjoyer.
He's a Yu-Gi-Oh enjoyer.
Popping off in the top 30. And China is blind in the left eye.
Which makes it incredibly impressive, the level.
What's your excuse?
Yeah, that's exactly
What's
it.
your excuse?
What's your excuse, Chad? Well, winner is Johnny. Congratulations.
Wow. There's no winner here. There's no winner.
The real winner is the fans.
The fans.
These amazing fun facts.
Wow.
Wow.
This is a PSA. Please submit more fun facts to us.
You guys are not fun.
Yeah, players, step it up a little bit. I don't know. This was rough.
We got two good fun facts. You know what?
2 out of 5 is not the worst ratio.
Out of how many?
Out of 5.
This is our best selection.
There were a lot of players. Let's talk about the first match. Maybe that brings the fun back to where it's at. Or maybe not, because ENCE is most likely going to roll them.
Someone's going to have some fun.
Someone's going to have fun. And it may or may not be ENCE. ENCE, of course, a lot to be said about them. They had a really, really good performance in Dallas at the Major. They came 4th. And they were the one team that took down both NA teams. So, as a European, that does make me gloat a little bit.
They drew one map against Falcons. That was better than
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
So they technically
Kev's their back cap. So what's interesting, if this is actually the starting roster,
they're chasing.
I mean, Chase is in.
Yeah.
I don't. Is Sky Reaper instead of Ghost? That's also curious. So, well, I don't know if this is starting roster. Maybe I shouldn't speak. But Chase wasn't in Dallas, in fact. And that obviously impacted a lot of what ENCE could play, right? Because, Vestola is the Sigma player for that team. So they were pretty much locked into Sigma, Jake.
Yeah. I mean, I think with Chase in, they got a little bit more flexibility, probably leaning on a main tank direction, but could easily just be playing a lot of Mauga as well. Maybe the flexibility on Koth to go between Winston and Mauga makes a lot of sense. Kevster and Kai, I think, was Sky Reaper on this team? Is this a pickup or what's? I'm a little confused by that, but. But hey, it's on the screen. I trust it.
Listen, we're just rolling with the punches.
They got Sky Reaper on the team.
Speaking
now.
of punches,
from Twisted Minds in Dallas,
might be
playing Tank and Torb in Dallas, 2 and starting lineup.
They worked with what they had. Okay, Johnny, there's no reason to hate on them.
Good
Esports,
cowboy impression.
Exactly, that solid was actually solid and funny. There we have it. Our players are funny.
Yeah.
In fact.
Well, it is a pretty good.
I really want to talk about quick esports.
Okay, yes. But I will say, if that is the case, good pickup as well.
Yeah,
because Ghost primarily just plays Baptiste, right?
Yeah.
Or that is Ghost's primary
comfort zone.
Comfort hero, right? So being able to have a bit more of a flexible flex support hero pool, that's going to help ENCE as well, alongside Chase being on the team too.
Yeah. Now on the other side though. It's going to be an uphill battle. Quick esports. There are familiar faces, though. If you watched, I think, Stage 1 or Stage 2, a lot of those players have been playing for Team Pero. They actually had a top 8 finish in that stage. So, not to sleep at, but they will be punching above their weight.
Yeah, and this is also another one of these teams that I feel like really was, set up to play in kind of like a Winston, hit scan, tracer meta. China had a pretty good tracer early on this year, of course, and you look at a player like Keo, locked into the Cassidy Sojourn a lot of the time, right? But now you're going into this Mauga meta that yesterday we saw a lot of these hit scan players are actually forced to swap and play some different stuff, right? I still think they're going to play around Keo's Cassidy, and actually an adaptation we've seen is that China, just like, Rocket, for example, flexed over to the Pharah, and so they play this kind of like poke style Mauga composition where you play Mauga, Pharah, Cassidy. So I'm hoping we'll see more of that today because Pharah is really fun to watch, but it does suit this team style a little bit because Keo is such a good hit scan player and you can slow things down, play a bit more poke heavy and count on China's flexibility to play the projectile hero rather than the tracer.
I think this is going to be an interesting match now that Chase is available for ENCE. In the past in Dallas, they were 100% locked in. Like, we're going to play Sigma, we're going to counter this Mauga meta and just play to that strength. And other teams have done that as well, but it's always better to have the option to tap into the Winston, the Mauga if you want to. And I think Chase gives them that.
I mean, ENCE is just playing for money here. They already qualified for EWC, so they might also just have some fun with it, trying out some stuff.
No fun.
Money.
No fun allowed here, obviously. Although, we do have Necro and Chuck on the mic, so that might be some fun.
There's always fun. Why can't we have a little bit of fun? What did we see yesterday? We saw some Torb, some Alari on Iconvaldo. Why can't we see some more of that, Johnny?
It's true.
Yeah, we
Johnny
can.
doesn't want you to have any Torb, Jack.
No, I actually love that. Jake is the one who wants everyone to win and play their best all the time.
True, he's gaslighting.
I've never heard Jake say that. Jake's always like, we're going to go in there, guys. We're going to have so much fun.
He's the most loosey-goosey
pumping up this.
guy.
Let's go. Have
Mute
fun.
the text chat.
That was you. You said that in the green room.
Jake said, what? Jake said that.
That is not true.
You said yesterday that Toronto should mute text chat to not be thrown
kids,
off.
Please. Kids, please.
There's some
let the
lies
two
being
work.
spread on the desk right now. We'll have some words in the green room. Yes, Rose, we're ENCE versus
So much
Quick
slander.
Esports. Yeah, this is going to be a rough one for Quick Esports. I mean, hey, it's ENCE, second best in the region. Although, maybe not so much right now, considering how they made it to the playoffs. It was a lot of other teams that were kind of beating them to the punch. Space Station obviously up in that rank 1 position, but it was teams like Virtus Pro that were beating out ENCE, but ENCE still considered a juggernaut of the region. Here is the map pool as well, Rose.
Yeah, I think you can't count out ENCE, and you still have to consider them one of the top teams, especially after what the desk said. They were the NA Assassinators. They took out every North America team that was there at the Dallas Major, and they put up such a great fight, even versus Space Station. So I feel like we're in for at least a very good series from them, but I still think that the Quick Esports, they have a lot of players on there that we can't count out. They even have the funnest of facts,
True.
So that's something,
Very
right?
factual. I like that. I like the fact segments, learning interesting facts about different players and us and everything else. It's always a good time. Let's get into the game though. It's first to 3, regular format. Napo, ENCE versus Quick Esports, and we're starting off on Sanctum.
I'm excited to see Chase in this roster. Chase is a player that had such a great performance on Ex Oblivione or Sheer Cold Ex Oblivione, a lot of different teams during his time in EMEA Contenders, but it was this pickup onto ENCE that made me really excited about where this team could go, especially knowing that Chase is an incredibly aggressive player. Makes a lot of sense to slot him into the roster to try to pick up this Mauga. We've seen this composition find the most success when you've been able to just get in there and already get down and dirty, so you'll see Chase probably get pretty aggressive here.
Oh, another Ash, okay. Oh, that's a good start. Okay, Sky taking out Gogo. Yeah, we saw a little bit of the Ash yesterday, Rose. We were kind of picking up on it. But the Ash is normally on the back foot of things when it comes to the Cassidy and the Sojourn kind of matchups, but I mean, looking good against the Pharah at the very least, and even better now that Pharah is dead. A little bit of revenge there as KO takes down Sky, and a little speed boost on to the Mega Health Pack. Easy kill on the Mauga, and that's a very quick turnaround. And ENCE in that time, Rose, didn't even manage to cap the point.
No, they didn't. And that's going to be pretty devastating there as Quick Esports are able to beat them to the punch. And they're going to start to have ultimates online as well. I think China putting in a lot of work there is going to start outpacing Kevster with that Pharah barrage. But I'm looking at Keo right now that almost has the Bob is sort of the big swing difference in this next fight. Just knowing you've got that extra presence. And as I say that, ENCE knew it was up. ENCE knew it was up.
The aerial assassin there in the hit scan Ash, instantly taken out by Kev. And then Crocs, who tried to get on that point. I think this is a very quick flip. A lot of the times on Sanctum, the fights are pretty damn fast. The ability to, obviously, environmental is really nice. And how quickly people could die in these comps. A lot of burst damage, you're hitting a shot, a headshot, and then a rocket. I mean, your health bar is just...
So much spam.
Boom, it's gone.
Yeah, but that's why it's so good into the Mauga.
Well, here comes the rush. That's also very good with the Mauga. Taking a lot of damage to the front line is Chase, however. No Suzu available, and in fact, he ends up going down, and that Bob is going to provide some decent covering fire for the rest of Quick Esports, so they try and take position on the point now. Everybody from ENCE is just kind of huddling, holding hands on the outside, and it looks like Sky is going to be able to get out alive using that swift step towards Kevster. But a good start for Quick Esports. China, sneaky peeky like, maybe hiding with the barrage.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're going to expect around the corner there as ENCE pops their heads back
they're going
out.
fast too. Barrage coming in. It's actually Kevster's Rise that comes in first. China's going to match it though, taking Kevster clean out of the skies. 25 HP as China thrusts his way back towards that point, trying to get out of LOS Akai. But a perfectly timed sound barrier there from the veteran in Masa does save the day.
Quick Esports, though, they're going to get 60%, but wow, like what a fantastic barrage. Even though China was able to hit it second, you saw the Masa sound barrier save everybody, and Masa's been so good at timing these sound barriers to make sure that everybody can stay alive. Even better, though, that ENCE is going to be able to play from this defensive position, having this high noon available from Kai.
Double cage, here comes the B. ENCE now trying to stop Quick Esports, capitalizing on all that overhealth by popping the high noon. See Kai moving back now. Basically stopping any kills coming through at all. Although Kai takes a rocket to the face. You see all the assist in the kill feed. KO2 taking Kev's head clean off. Master getting damage in. Helping with a kill onto Kaio there. But the problem is now, hence, where's the damage? I mean, Kai potentially coming back and dishing out a little bit, but it's really just Master there. It felt like I was dishing out the majority. Quick Esports still with a Kitsune Rush in hand. Need to focus down Chase, but unrelenting is the Mauga, popping that cardiac overdrive and keeping himself sustained.
Such scrappy fights, but it's... Oh my gosh, wow, they just used a Kitsune Rush.
Yeah,
Did you hear that?
on this high ground too, and Kev's not quite expecting that. Crocs gets out alive, barely, sub 100 HP, manages to dash out of there. And Kaio too on the Ash has got the bob, so Ents can't fight back into this.
They can't, because they're going to get probably stuffed at this door with the Bob, and it's going to make it so much more difficult to spam past that, as well as these rockets. Like, look at the beautiful angle that Keo has in China as well.
Bob, barrage for Quick Esports. Here comes the Bob. Chase just hammering the damage in. Kevster with a counter barrage there onto China, who tried to capitalize on the fact that all events was, or a lot of events at least, were stuck on that mega health pack. Almost overtime for Quick Esports, but it is Ents finding the flippers. Quick only gets that 93%. And now it's Ents' time to go. Go button has been pressed. Sound barrier from Master 2. Does manage to tag everybody except for Kai there. And Chase logging down the cage and focusing down the supports is the aim of the game here. Chasing around EGS around the column. Focused out. And Ents coming out on top in this first round.
Oh, wow. It was so close, but you can see the level of aggression that Ents has. Chase at the helm means that there's no waffling. They're just going in and they have a clear game plan on how they want to execute on their ultimates. And you could feel that with just how back and forth, how fast these fights were being taken. So major credit to Crocs too, because I think this is another tank player that we got a chance to see find some great success in main event 2 of the OWCS. And I'm excited to see how much further they can go here.
Let's have a little look. Hopping down to Village now. Little TP out. Kev's rocking the Porsche skin too. Quite nice, quite slick, quite clean. Love to see that. Yeah, I'm curious if we're going to see the Ash again from Quick, but Ash is so easy to kind of run down here. Although you can play the long sidelines, especially if you play the high ground above the point.
Yeah, but I think the Cassidy makes a little bit more sense because you can at least roll around with the rest of the team and you're playing together a little bit more tightly.
Second time in a row there, the Lucio ends up falling for Quick. Nicely timed Suzu, I must say, by EGS. Does hit the Suzu before Chase lands the slam down on the back line. All right, the objective unlocked. Are Ents going to get disrupted this time? Potentially here. It looks like Crocs is making his way towards the point, but nope. There's the cap. All right, Master's got it.
Oh, look at the corner, though, that the Ents gets to play. Just looking at Kevster, being able to spam it down from up in the ball.
Really nicely timed Suzu again.
Have a hard time taking this duel.
Oh, my word. That's a very defensive rush. Cassidy just fell to some Cheerios around the corner. A little rough. One direct, though, from China. Kevster one shot away from killing the enemy Farah. It's actually Kai that finishes him off.
Oh, look at that, though. You're kind of chasing EGS off of the side there. Just a little bit of a quick reset, but I think, like, you take a look at how Ents are just dominating on this point. It looks night and day to what happened on Sanctum, especially knowing that there's a lot more open territory that Quick Esports have to cover. This spam damage from Kevster from this defensive position of having control of the point is going to be even more impactful. Plus, he's got the barrage, so you can just kind of hit him as soon as they walk in.
Rush, Kai caught off guard there. Both rocket barrage use. It looks so ridiculous, I'm sorry. Two Farahs using the barrage right in front of each other like that, and then like...
It's not even July yet.
Just so many explosions. And they just end up looking at each other. And really, it comes down to, can you get your Suzu off on your Farah? Because if you can, the enemy Farah is dead if they don't get a Suzu as well.
Yeah, major credit to Sky. Sky coming into this roster, slotting in so beautifully. I know things didn't look so great when he was playing at the Dallas Major, but this is why Sky has been picked up for this roster. All of those Suzus clutch.
That was so close, Kai. Almost had his head ripped off by that high noon. High ground control for Quick Esports. They can descend on them when they like, or they're going to be rocking up into a cage. And speaking of which, there it is. Master's still got the sound barrier too. Almost tried to boop him into that one. Gogo's already dead, and well, Quick, unfortunately, you're going to have to touch the point. Straight into a high noon. A little bit queener from Ents this time around. 99% to 0. As Kyle, the Casty, can find something good here, but no, Kai. There it is. 99, 100% for Ents as Quick Esports wiped off the map.
Much different on that second round than what we saw on the first one, but that's what we expected from Ents. Just the close corridors of Sanctum, maybe allowing for a little bit more of that scrappy back and forth when you've got all of those pillars to play around, but when they got control of the point, they were dominant. So we like to see that from Ents, a team that we are wanting to see perform
Yeah,
this
I mean,
way.
you called out perfectly at the very beginning as well, like how aggressive Chase likes to play. And they were always kind of playing up, especially in the Mega Health Pack room area. I mean, always kind of forcing fights really early on. It forces the enemy team to have to regain all that space that normally a lot of teams would kind of give them. It's like, okay, you can fight us in the mid. So they're very happy to kind of push them to their limits and make them have 1.5 to 2 fights to actually get close to the point or even on top of the point.
Yeah, and playing these compositions makes it much harder for any team to have to play reactively because you're giving up so much space if you're waiting for the team to aggress onto you. It gives you way less room for error when it comes down to using your cooldowns. So I think like when you're able to play from this aggressive position, you're always going to find more success as the map.
Yeah, it's kind of expected as well. Ents taking this first map, and Quick Esports, of course, they will have another chance if they do get knocked down to the lowest. Of course, double elimination format allows that exactly, but Ents going through here, not too much of a big surprise. Obviously, jumping into the next map in just a moment. It will be picked by Ents this time around. I believe it was Midtown is the map we were going to go to.
They've been pretty good at Midtown. I think that would make a lot of sense for them to want to go there, especially knowing their win-loss record on the Dallas Major. I think that a lot of teams, especially in EMEA, have had a lot of practice with Midtown. But I'm curious to see if they will keep chasing the roster to try to keep pressuring out the Mauga, or if they want to bring Vestola back in to try to play the Sigma, which plays so well on a map like that.
Yeah, it sounds like we're getting no substitutions at all, Rose. So we are actually going to see Chase stay in the roster. Worth keeping in mind too, you can see in the little lower third here. Oh, I almost did the. They have locked their place in already at EWC, so they are looking for just some sweet revenge, I guess, against Space Station Gaming. Maybe a little bit later on. We'll have to wait and see as they do work their way through the bracket. But they are fighting for just kind of knocking people out just because at this point, which is it must feel pretty good jumping into a server knowing that your space is already locked in.
That must feel really good, especially knowing that, like, today, we're sending 2 of the 3 teams home that will not have a chance at being able to make it to the Esports World Cup. So there's a lot of stakes on the line. And then we get to tomorrow where we send the 3rd team home if we're only looking at the top 5. That gets even scarier because you don't want to be in that 6th place spot. All right,
Midtown's up next. It was picked by Ents. And I did like the fact that you picked up the fact that Ents were kind of the NA slayers at DreamHack. It was always nice. It was always going to be good to see NA and EU. That rivalry's been going on since the dawn of time. Not even just in Overwatch, in a ton of esports, of course. It's always been nice to see. And then Korea just dominates everybody. So all good. All is right in the world. NA and EU. It's like the Simpsons meme.
The world is in equilibrium and balance.
Exactly. It does remind me of the Simpsons meme, the one when they're on the boat and they got the 2 monkeys and they're fighting each other with knives and stuff and everybody's around them like, yeah, and that's NA and EU fighting each other.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get a quick Ents listening, though, as we go into Midtown.
You want to go top?
Yeah,
or
maybe.
Not? Are you going fire or are you going to under?
Probably Genji.
Okay, Genji then. Yeah, let's go top. Masa here? Yeah. Let's go, dude.
I'm so excited.
Incredible.
Margo top. Fire.
Flash.
Flash again.
Okay. Ready? Let's hard out on like last time.
Okay,
Ready?
Three, two, one, go.
No, maga.
Keep going. They have luck ones. I'm in.
Oh my god.
3, 2, 1.
Show me, all one.
I'm pushing.
Lucian fireball.
I'm pushing, okay.
Oh, Ash didn't die. Fowler.
Per one.
Do you want to push this?
Yeah.
If you chase it.
Go.
Nice, dude.
Thanks, dude.
I thought their Ash died.
I think that was Chase just mimicking all of these sound effects. New sound pack just dropped. Chase as Malga.
I remember listening to an interview with Chase like a couple of weeks ago, and Chase called himself a terminal yapper.
That makes sense.
And
All right,
really quick to talk. Yeah, and definitely likes to be vocal. Oh, that all adds up.
Kai getting taken down. I do really like the Ashe look, especially on these kind of maps. The Bob 2 versus the High Noon Rose. The Bob has got obviously a lot more utility there, and it's very easy to kind of win fights off of the Bob and the pressure that it provides, especially when the fight kind of breaks down. You throw out the Bob, maybe you see somebody gets knocked up, and you can just pop them. Versus the High Noon, which is more of like a space-taking ult, right? And just kind of pushing everybody back.
And Bob does way more damage now. So it's nice to know that even that extra little bit of damage can help you to just get a random pick onto somebody.
Maybe Bob should headshot.
Oh, no.
Just randomly?
No. Another free bad idea for the two of us.
They're free. Hey, you take them. They're free, you take them. Don't have to use them, but... All right, Kev, what you got with this blade, huh? Enter 5 ults rocking up to this next fight. This guy's pretty low, though. That Dynamite's doing a lot of damage. In fact, that Bob's earned pretty quickly. Ooh, you've got to be careful. Barrage from China is going to get locked in that cage. Here comes the blade. Both sound barriers being utilized as well. Easy cleanup now. You've got to imagine that rush in the blade just so good.
I don't even think they needed everything else that they threw on top of that, quite honestly, but overkill, I think, is what should have popped up on that screen instead of a team kill. They're able to get the job done, but this does leave them a bit vulnerable, knowing that Quick Esports can come back into this with their own Kitsune rush to get the recontest.
0.5 meters away. All right, use the rush instantly and disengage. No way you're going to be able to lock down the Kiriko. No, there we go. Just teleports away.
Yeah, but now Crocs really wants this cage. You are so close, and Quick Esports should be able to use that to help give them another team fight win. Knowing that Ents just used everything else a couple of fights ago, they've not got anything to respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, responding here is, I guess, just sending in your Malga alone. They're just hoping you can kill everybody else. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, they're all on the point right now. Cardiac overdrive pop by Crocs. As the Ashe has already gone down to a bullet from Kai. And there is the cage. Pretty much everybody locked in. It's just and now it's just the Lucio dancing around the payload. You didn't lock us in here with you. Wait, what's the saying? You didn't lock me in here with you. You locked me in here with me. Wait, what is it?
I don't know.
You didn't lock yourself in
about to drive with
me.
that one, cause
I locked myself in here with you. Well.
I think something like that, because it's like, oh, well, I did this to myself, you know? Like, I wanted to be here, something like that. And apparently Ents wanted to be there. That cage did nothing. And I think that speaks volumes to how well Ents have been able to play together as a unit, because otherwise, the cage should have been a good team fight win here for Quick Esports. And instead, it's going to be potentially a quick map end for them.
Yeah, especially after that rush. You can see China, Rose, was in a position there to try and get that barrage off. Soundbarrier from Gogo. I think it only hit him and Crocs in the front line. The DPS were left out to dry completely. Both DPS ults still available. I mean, Ents are just going to run away with this one. They got Blade Cage coming up.
Exactly. I mean, Gogo was just stuck in that small room, but not having a sound barrier here for a Cage Blade feels so bad when the cart is this close.
I mean, China popped the ult and instantly died. Oh, even Kevster paying Bob a little bit of a visit. I think it's about all over. Rose, High Noon 2. Try and catch me now. Crocs. Oh, got Suzu. Wow. Unbelievable timing there from EGS to Suzu the Mag before he gets his the High Noon. in his face. But there we go. 3 minutes almost. We'll call it 3 minutes. 2 minutes and 58 seconds for ENCE.
We round up.
There you go. 3 points.
It's okay. We'll be generous with the 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So just
Quick,
give me
like, no,
3.
please. Give us the 2 seconds back.
Yeah, wow, what a quick 0.3 push. Usually one of the toughest points on Midtown as well, but ENCE just had so much snowball potential when they had all of their alts come back online again. I guess suppose that's how that goes, but still.
Well,
Woo!
of course. They knew.
The pigeons.
The teams were like, we're going to choose. We're going to choose.
Of course they know.
Just to troll them. That's definitely not why they're choosing.
Just for you.
You know what the pigeons should? Next Pride, they should have the pigeons, but they're like birds of paradise. You know how they're all like super colorful.
Oh wait, that's so
there you
sick.
go. That's a free idea, but that's a good one. That's a good free idea.
Yes, that's a very good free idea.
And then we don't have to look at the pigeons. We can
Did you
look at
know that there's
beautiful birds
actually
instead.
like there's like actually really colorful pigeons?
Really?
But that like naturally exist. I guess you think about it as like the pigeon family.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, there's some really pretty ones that have like these big frilled feathers on their
They
head.
ain't the one in cities, that's
The
for
Victoria
sure.
crowned pigeons.
Victoria crowned pigeon. I don't know. I'll look it up after this. 'Cause
Yeah, look it up.
those aren't the common pigeons, that is for sure. Those ones just look like they're going to eat your soul at 3 a.m. Jeez. All right, let's see what ENCE have got on the defense here. We'll see on the flip side of things. We'll see what Quick have got on the offense. Look at the aggression coming through from Chase. Straight into the laundromat. No quarters remaining, unfortunately for EGS. Time's up.
Oh, ouch. Being in a small room with ENCE doesn't sound like a fun time. And I think Quick Esports just found that out the hard way. So back to the drawing board. It is going to be Keo switching to the Cassidy. So at least like you do have like the Cassidy versus Cassidy. China's going to have the Pharah as well. So a way to actually shoot into the small room if you still want to go through laundry.
Chase gets stunned there a little bit from that slam, but Coco's already dead. Look at Crox's HP pool too. He's on the low ground alone right now, and well, ENCE just pounced on that. Another very quick team fight.
Yeah, you hit him from the top ropes, you hit him from the sewers, I guess.
You take out the chair, you take out the table, you smack them over the head with it. You take out your wash and you throw it at them so they're blind.
Yeah.
I mean, look, a little rough.
Oy. Ultimate's coming online too, though, for ENCE. It's going to be the rush first if they get it online, or just Kevster going with the blade since that's
good
first.
Suzu. Keeping Kevster alive. Oh, that's easy for Kevster. Another one. There we go. Wouldn't expect anything less. Another quick team kill. And you can see the sound barrier differential too here. Gogo going down fairly early in some of these fights. Marsa, 40% in the lead, has got his ult already. Oh, and look at
I mean, that's
Come
quite
on, Chase.
quite big.
Come on,
Yeah,
add insult to injury. Okay, they knew someone was up. You saw the cast looking around. All right, they're going to rush on in. Actually, Chase is going to march on forward and go down. A return rush from Quick Esports. They've overstayed their welcome.
Yeah. I don't know about that one, Chase.
Hey, it was worth the attempt. It would have looked cool if he did it. If he survived.
It would have looked very cool if he did it, but the cage didn't come online fast enough, and Masa was so far away with the sound barrier to actually save him. And even though Sky, I think, hit the Suzu on top of him too, Quick Esports aren't going to let you get away with that. That's not how one-sided this matchup is going.
Oh, China. Oh, Kevster. You don't see that one every day. Reflected barrage. Oh, and the high noon as well. Oh, just give it to him. They end up using the sound barrier, on the other hand, actually to survive the high noon. Gogo luckily getting that one off, but unfortunately, it's not going to help them win that fight.
No, Gogo still is pretty good with the sound barriers, but I feel like I would have still rather seen the sound barrier to deal with something like the Kevster Blade, even if it's not going to be quite enough overhealth to let you survive after 3 slashes, still enough to maybe get you to keep in this fight. But as it stands right now, ENCE, they've got the high ground control, and Kevster's got another
Just
blade.
unparalleled aggression. 600 horsepower, twin turbo V6 engine. God, this is something that Quick Esports did not want to wake up to.
No, not at all. I mean, at least they have another match later today. But this is looking like an absolute shutout here from ENCE. They've got another Kitsune Rush 2 to throw at it as they go in.
Oh, High Noon, can they get it off? Nah, look at that. Kevster too, instantly. If someone's using an ultimate, Rose, he's in their face and just hitting the deflect. Trying to get some more clips, please. Thank you very much.
Oh my gosh. Kevster's going to be known for two things now. Backcapping and deflecting enemy ultimates. Just call it a Kevster no matter when it happens.
All right, can they get out of this choke point here? Well, they've got the barrage. Just be careful. Kevster's going to have deflect. Chase looking for it. They can use that rush to get past that doorway. Kevster's super low too. There we go. Burnt alive with the Mauga guns there. Chase is going to jump straight into the backline, pop that cardiac overdrive, but they burst him out before the health can be regained. And there it is. All right, quick. 2 minutes to go now. Moving on to that car wash.
And they got a chance to hold on to the barrage as well. So not a bad ultimate to have, knowing that ENCE probably want to try to recontest this high ground through this room, or they might want to stay behind the point. Either way, there is a lot of cover for trying to play around to make sure that this barrage can actually find multiple targets.
Sound barrier from Master 2. Here comes Crocs. Cage available. He's going to try and boot him out of that doorway. There's the beat. Oh, Master's trapped in there. Oh, goodbye, Master. He needed to get in, but unfortunately, he could not get out. Little barrage and perfectly placed Cage from Crocs.
Very good effort there by ENCE, but unfortunately that overhealth from the sound barrier just not quite enough, and you're gonna have to see ENCE go back to the spawn, but they've got a cage of their own now.
They've got a cage, and Kev's just got the blade. Everybody's grouped up. Sound barrier is gonna be good for a little bit more survivability, but the amount of slashes you can get off now with the Genji, not enough health in the world to survive against that.
Oh. Another one for Kevster. I've got to give him the 5K at some point, ENCE. Come on now, I think the man has earned it. But this rush could seal the deal here. Jaws, we've got 35 seconds left on the clock, and Sky holding so close with this Kitsune rush might be enough.
Oh man, Gogo is already dead. Yep. I think this might just be it, Rose. No anticlimactic finish, it feels like. They're just chasing him all the way to spawn. China trying to play a little bit sneaky, but unfortunately, with 15 seconds to go, it's going to prompt the emergency swaps to the ball. They know it as well, so ENCE are going to back up because the ball can just roll all the way past them. 1000 HP in a dream for Crocs. Does hit the payloads, but it's too far away for him to get the back cap. And it is just the ball exploding. Even with the rush, looks almost inevitable now.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of time, especially when Kai is still going to be kept alive with that Suzu.
Oh, almost got the reflect kill again. Kevs is going up, just finishing the job. Only the Tracer onto the point, and that'll be it. ENCE, they're going to take this Midtown. It's going to be a 1-0. Okay, there. I was hoping the ball wouldn't touch again. We're all good. ENCE with a 2-0 there on Midtown. Put themselves on match point against Quick Esports. Not super competitive right now. Although Quick, like I said before, they do have a big chance, big opportunity to fight through that lower bracket. But this is kind of shaping up how we expected it.
Yep, absolutely. I think if I were Quick Esports, I would still try to figure out as much as you can for warm-up. They're still going up against a tough opponent, and sometimes that's where you can learn the hardest lessons. So maybe something that they could take into their match that's going to be happening later.
Honestly, ENCE is going to kind of continue the way they're playing right now and how aggressive they've been, because they are playing up to the spawn door. They are holding Quick Esports at every possible opportunity, not really giving them any ground. And it's something that this Malcolm can do extremely well. The tempo can be swung very quickly with this cardiac overdrive, and like you were mentioning, how Chase likes to play is very aggressive. And it's kind of opposite of Vestola and one of his best heroes in the Sigma, who wants to play a little bit more passive in a way, just holding corners, holding angles, and just very like Circuit Royale-esque. We're going to hold here, 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 and here. And these are where the fights are going to hold. But with the Mauga comp, it's like, we're taking you at every single pixel on the map. Like, that's exactly how Chase has been playing. So it's really nice to see the two complete differences in each of the tank players for ENCE.
For sure. And I think something else that Chase was kind of talking about in that interview a couple of weeks ago that Commander X did was, you know, a little bit of a big difference in play style and communication between how Chase and Vestola both slot into the roster. Chase, as he said, maybe a bit of a terminal yapper. His words, but because the rest of the team is so vocal, like Kai and Kevster are constantly talking, it can be a little bit difficult for everybody to be on the same page. So Chase recognized that might be one of my downfalls, being on a roster like this, but it wouldn't work. This Mauga comp, this aggression wouldn't work if they weren't all on the same page now. So something must have clicked for them, and they must have all been able to work out those communication things so that they could have a composition and a team as strong as this.
Okay, I just had a little smile on my face because my producer just whispered into my ear, sensually mind you, Cloudy in for Ents. So we're probably going to be seeing the ride.
Really?
Now, a little bit of fact on Cloudy if you didn't know.
Oh my God,
Cloudy recently
please.
dropped from champion to master. And then, oh, he's back. He's so back. I saw him in the holiday pictures as well, reading The Art of War by Sun Tzu. You know, he's a bit of a grind lord when it comes to ranked in general, and I'm excited to see it. We're going to Colosseo. Cloudy's going to be in, and that means there's going to be a whole bunch of Reinhardt. I cannot wait. One of my favorite players to cast back in the day as well in Contenders was Cloudy, and I'm excited I can do it again.
I guess throw everything I said out the window then, huh? Because we've got Cloudy in the roster instead.
I mean, Rose, yesterday we were yapping a lot about like, oh, we never see Colosseo as well. And
I know.
So there you go.
I'm so excited. I mean, Crocs is also one of those players that I think you have to look at as being a fantastic Reinhardt. It's one of his top heroes. It's one of the most played for him. And so I cannot believe my eyes in 2024. Jazz, we're seeing Reinhardt versus Reinhardt, and Space Station isn't playing.
I'm here for it. The EU special. That's what you call it. Ghost in as well for Ents.
Yes. Baptiste specialist.
Oh, yes. And, well, they're doing exactly what a Rhine team would do. Go on an Omega flank, the Giga flank. They flip the map completely.
Wait, they both flanked.
Trying to catch quick esports off guard. And yes, they have swapped sides. Almost here.
Oh, so funny. All right, well, it's Poke War right now. Which Sojourn or Cassidy is going to pop off first?
Oh, Cloudy really low. Nice lamp, Lampington. Oh, taken out. However, both Ryans are dead, but Sharpshooter Kai is going to clean up China. A little bit easier now to clean up a lot of these kills. Magnate thrown in, and now the bot is walking away from you. You've got to reset here if you're Quick Esports. Oh, my word. Kai. It's looking like Idris Elba in the Dark Tower there. Pure gunslinger mode.
It's like he's doing warm-up for something.
Games.
Maybe this match with like Aim Hero or something. It's all paying off.
All right. I'm waiting for these shadows. I'm waiting for Cloudy and Crocs to go head-to-head.
Same.
All right, what you got for us? Cloudy playing up, taking the manly duel versus the Rhine. Ooh. Marcy, you've got to be a little bit more careful than that. China's still got wicked aim. Though Crocs does lose the Rhine duel to a fire strike.
Well, it's just quick cleanup there for Ents after that one. They've got the Ant Matrix too, which is going to feel good around this corner, knowing that they are not going to have too much resistance coming in from Quick Esports. They are going to have an Ant Matrix of their own, but look how far forward they're
going to try and push him out as well. Master setting Kai up with a two-piece. Beautiful stuff from Ents. Oh, it looks too easy for him.
Well, Cloudy can do it too. If Chase can play aggressive, so can Cloudy. This Reinhardt knows no fear right now, and it helped out so much to make sure that Ents were going to be able to get this checkpoint.
Oh, don't let him get the free fire strike kill. Almost lands the pin on the Sojourn. Oh, the counter pin! Cloudy in a little bit of trouble. There it is. There's the Crocs kill. On to Cloudy. They do, unfortunately, lose the checkpoint, however. So Quick Esports very much on the back foot now, as they finally control the bot.
Yeah, I mean, Cloudy was playing so far forward that Quick Esports couldn't come in and touch. So especially knowing that the amplification matrix got popped down, Quick Esports would have been in a really bad position if they had stepped up to the plate. So they got to let it go. But now is their time to start making some progress with Keo on the overclock.
Shatter hit straight in the shield. Cloudy looking to go on the back line. There it is. Hits one. Sound barrier comes through, though, just to save EGS. Kai doesn't end up going down. Cloudy, no fear, though. Pins through the window. Receives a lamp as well. It's just 360ing with the Rhine. I mean, sure, why not? Does need desperate heals, though. Marsa and Ghost there to heal him all the way back up to full HP. Quick Esports unable to take down the Rhine Goats. As Keo now looking for some more kills, but the bot has been stolen by Marsa of all things. I mean, right now, Quick Esports are in between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, and a couple Lucio boops maybe along the way. But this is going to be so tough. Quick Esports already have to get set back up to neutral here, but they're walking right into this overclock.
A little rough there from Ghost, just taking a high noon to the face. Oh, all good though. Doesn't matter. There's a railgun through the window, and that'll be Crocs going down.
I said overclock, but I meant like basically the charged railgun through the amp matrix, and I just decided overclock sounds much simpler to explain the damage that's about to come through. But now they've got high noon as well, so Ents can start to just play keep away at this mid section. They don't have to move. They have the lead. They just want to make sure that Quick Esports don't get a chance to actually move forward themselves.
Well, there is the window. High noon through it, though, from Kai. Does stop Quick Esports from using it, at least for a moment. Nice pin kill from Crocs. Cloudy down. An honourable duel between these Reinhardts. Pretty about even at this point, I'd say. Shatter's coming up for both Rhines, too. Cloudy a little bit closer.
I cannot wait. Another Shatter duel between these two. Quick Esports, though, finally get themselves off the ground. They're going to be halfway towards the first objective for themselves, but not before Ents are going to be able to come back with the overclock. Kevster on the high ground, as well as maybe even this Earth Shatter from Cloudy just coming in from the top ropes.
Both Sojins using their railguns, just facing off as well. Both looking at each other. Unfortunately, though, for Kevster doesn't really have a shield to play around. Can't fire through it. Eventually, they're going to run out, and it's going to be all up to Cloudy now. A couple of percentage points away from that Shatter. Same with Crocs. He's going to get it. Cloudy needs some heal, some love, care, and support, please. Crocs speeding around. Oh, Kai, you're in a little bit out of position, my friend. Getting booped, and see you later. Okay, Quick. They might be able to get this checkpoint, too.
I think so. It's starting to look up for Quick Esports right now. Cloudy still hasn't had a chance to use this Earth Shatter, but Quick Esports, they've got the ult advantage right now. Gogo's gonna have the sound barrier up, maybe even after Masa uses his. And Crocs, look how he's waiting to make sure that he could shield for this high noon.
He's looking for it though. Around that corner. Doesn't want to test it. High noon.
That's checkpoint.
Down. Checkpoint secured. Lead not, though, as Kylie's got the shadow around the corner. Big slam, too. Straight over the edge of Gogo. Goodbye. And that is why you know and love Cloudy. Big slams. Even in the year of 2024, this guy is still putting up highlights.
Just the whole like shift to knock a couple people off. This is what you expected of Reinhardt that's also rocking the Emerald Hammer.
Legend.
Like, what a flex, by the way.
Yeah, he's got a ridiculous like profile level, like Reinhardt hero level as well.
Probably one of the highest.
It actually might be the highest Ryan on any of the servers. Windows coming in. Kai's in trouble. Kai has to get out of there. Does receive beat. Look at that sliver of health remaining. Eventually, Cloudy pays for his sins there, dashing into the backline, or charging, I should say. Oh, good pin by Crocs. It's good to see some honest Overwatch here.
This is professional Overwatch at its finest. Very good professional Overwatch. I think Johnny will. I think he would agree. He would definitely agree with that.
Very professional Overwatch happening right now. All right, Crocs, what you got for us? You already saw Cloudy's. Now it's your turn to get the Twitter clip.
Come on.
He's looking for it.
Get the big swing, the bigger Shatter.
Cloudy knows though. Oh, okay. Okay. Being a little cheeky with it. Showing his back to the enemy Ryan. Oh, well, I mean, Cloudy's already charged in. Oh, and he found a kill too. Don't worry. You can't use your Shatter anymore because your team's dead. Unfortunate that.
Oh, man. Yeah, Kev's on this high ground. The only way that you can actually remove him is if you shoot him. Like, at Kyo, China, that's a lot of investment to have to deal with just one single player. And so another good teamfight win for ENCE. 2 minutes remaining on the clock, but Quick Esports are the ones that have the meter lead. So ENCE actually kind of on the back foot here in terms of having to make up some of that progress. Starts with this Amp Matrix, though, or even just a pick. Wow.
And Quick Esports still have the shadow to their names too, but they don't have a chance to use it, even with that lamp coming down. Good kills from Kai. What's that, 1, 2, 3, 4? Okay, okay, Kai. Little team kill from the Cassidy. Quick Esports now swiftly losing this lead. I mean, like 71 meters to 90. And look at the ultimates for ENCE. I mean, they can play on this bridge. Krogs has to hit a big shatter here. He's almost been lapped.
He does.
In shatters. Minute and 30 seconds to go. Window used. Kai doesn't want to mess with it, though, especially without overclock. That is a one-shot if he hits the body shot. Just dashing over to this high ground. There's the shadow we wanted to see, but Krogs needs to get rid of that lamp first. He's getting taken extremely low. ENCE eventually going down. Shadow hits from Cloudy. He does find one in the backline, but unfortunately, the rest of his team already sent back to the spawn room.
But that's big. That's super big for Quick Esports because they're the ones that still have the meter lead. And with 1 minute left, ENCE are running out of time to try to grab the rest of that meterage to end up winning this map and end the series. So Quick Esports, Jaws, they're not out of it yet. They don't have much to work with. Maybe the sound barrier from GoGo is going to come up soon. But the fact that Masa has it first might be enough to help push ENCE over the edge. But they're still going to have to win one more team fight after that.
Must-win fight here for ENCE. And they've already managed to kill Krogs, who was isolated in that like a middle portion where the bot normally stands. You can't lose anybody here if you're ENCE. Unfortunately, they lost Cloudy. The rest of the fight should be pretty clean. And there it is. Okay, Cloudy's going to come back in just a moment. I'd imagine Masa is either going to taxi or just let Cloudy come back with the charge. Of course, Masa's got that sound barrier, so probably no taxi here for Cloudy. He's going to be pretty quick back here. However, Perma stall on the bridge. Luckily, though, Krogs' shield does end up getting broken, so the bot will now start moving this payload. But here comes Krogs. Already, though, Kevster taking this game into his own hands here. Not sure there's much more that can stand in the way. There's 3 kills for the Sojourn. And in OT, it's ENCE claiming the map and the series 3-0.
It was so close, though, and honestly, as we saw in the chat, GG, well played. Quick Esports kept themselves in this series. Jaws was very impressive how they were able to work together as a team in the final moments of Colosseo to even bring it as close as they did. They were down so much in that halfway point and were able to bring it back. So, you know what? I think they're warm now, and ENCE were a tough opponent, so maybe they can carry a little bit of that momentum into their next match later
It's a beautiful thing seeing Cloudy back in the server, picking up the Rhine. I do want to see him versus Hardy just once. Maybe we'll get that in the near future, but a 3-0 from ENCE. Didn't really expect anything less. However, Quick put up a big fight there on Colosseo. Desk, more Reinhardt action. Johnny, was that professional Overwatch?
That was great. That was great.
He was having,
filled my heart.
It was like a birthday party for him. He was just like, yeah. We are all Reinhardt enjoyers, though. And Cloudy is one of the OGs. Well, you can't. You like you're dishonest with Overwatch. That's okay.
I feel like we could have a proper debate about this sometime. Like, what? There's no reason
Did you see
to dislike that game.
The glimmer in his eye when you said debate?
He's like, why don't you play Mauga? Play Mauga instead. Cardiac Overdrive. Whoa!
Dude, ENCE almost threw that map. They should never, ever lose a map. That's such a non-competitive series.
You got to see Cloudy on Reinhardt, though.
Right
like, you got to take a dub when it's offered to you. They did get the dub in the end, and it was a quick one, regardless. I love Necros spinning here. Quick Esports now warmed up for their lower bracket.
That was actually...
let's be honest. We all knew they were going to the lower bracket game. Let's be honest. If anyone saw those first 2 maps,
they were punching above their weight, and that is absolutely okay.
Yeah, it was a bit of a team diff. You know, let's be real.
There's an enormous team diff in this match.
Yeah. So, tough. But anyway, I mean, good look from ENCE here. Getting Chase in the starting lineup as well as Sky Reaper, of course. Adding some more flexibility to the roster after they were kind of like locked into this Sigma composition at Dallas. And that is obviously going to help them moving forward, especially in this region, because ENCE hasn't been the best team in the region. It's been Space Station and, Twisted Minds. They won stage 1 as well. So ENCE yet to ever really so far this year win a tournament and be by far the best team in EMEA, right? So hopefully with a couple more options in their roster for the rest of the year, that will allow them to play their game a little bit more.
Yeah.
Rather than just be locked into a Sigma comp.
Yeah, I think they definitely look stronger with the option to have Chase in. When we check out our player of the match, it is going to be Kevster.
Surprise!
Wins it a lot, but I mean, for good reason. Massive performance. I think the Genji is just a particularly exciting hero to see Kevster on. I mean, we know how good he is on Tracer, but I think Genji is really that next level explosive snowballing hero. The Pharah as well, incredibly consistent. And I mean, I think Kevster's flexibility really is coming into play more now than any meta I can remember in recent memory, where Kevster is always very, very good, but now we're actually able to see him play many different heroes back to back to back.
I mean, that's a general thing, though. I feel like so many DPS players really have to step it up right now when it comes to flexibility. Like, you can't one-trick anything anymore.
No.
We used to say that a lot about the tanks, especially when we shifted to 5v5. But now DPS, so much is riding on them and their flexibility.
Yeah, and I mean, that is one of the great reasons why this is a fantastic meta, right? It's like you see all these different damage heroes, right? I personally made my opinion felt about the tank matchups, but it is really fun to see a lot of these damage players at least flex it up.
I think Malga is a little bit too strong right now. I think it's fair to say, but certainly
At least there's variations.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Not just
Like,
one
different teams
combo fits all, and
have
also
totally different styles.
On different maps.
On different maps and different points in different maps. So you know, it's some 5D chess we're playing. Also,
Appreciate the moment.
I'm excited right now.
What you have.
You want to look behind you guys. I got just the right person
Whoa!
for you.
So right there.
It's been forever and a few days since we got to talk to Cloudy. How are you doing, Cloudy? What have you been up to?
I've been doing great. You know, I've been playing some Korean ranked lately, so this match was a little bit demanding for me because I think I was on 500 ping the whole match, but honestly, it went pretty great considering that fact.
That starts to explain things.
I mean that explains. Like, I think I had one fight like 5.5 minutes in. Like, I think Ghost was getting run on, and I'm like teleporting across the entire map. I don't know what's happening, but
I just want to say I appreciate you for not calling for a pause. That's so real of you. The fans appreciate you.
I mean, honestly, like, no, I don't need a pause. Like, I'm playing Ryan. Like, ping doesn't really matter. It's only a number anyway.
I love that. Put it on a t-shirt.
Yeah. Look, how's rank going these days? What's your rank like?
The Ryan.
I mean, it started pretty strong this season, right? Now I was like champion, you know, then I was like rank 3, but right now I'm like Masters 4, I think. So
Okay, yeah.
I think I've dropped like 9 skill divisions, so, you know, it could be going better, but...
Is it easier to play Reinhardt in a pro game, or is it, you know, easier to play in ranked against non-professionals?
Honestly, I feel like in pro play it's so easy, but in ranked it's like impossible.
Ranked is tough, man.
Ranked is harder than pro play, I'm not even kidding. Like this match I was on 500 ping, not doing nothing, teleporting around, and I still won, so I think that's proof.
Skill difference, man. Skill difference. What can you do?
What was that shatter, by the way? How confident were you in that shatter? Were you just like jumped across the wall and just jump shatter around the corner? What was that like?
Oh, the one after they capped, right? That one, right? I think. Yeah, I think that one anyway. So I don't, like I said, I was just gonna throw that every time. Like every time I play ranked, I do that and it works like 90% of the time. So I was pretty confident it's gonna work out because every time they cap, they like all like huddle up in the small corner there. So it's like one of the best spots.
Love to
Prediction.
There we go.
Yeah, I love that. Cloudy, obviously you're and your team, you're moving on in the upper bracket now. Is there a particular team you really want to play against and take down?
I mean, it would be nice to play SSG, right? Maybe I'll play Ryan again on 500 ping and see how hard it does that since we take down one Ryan guy. So SSG pretty much on Twisted Minds is always fun to play. We'll see if they make it up from the lowers, but yeah, those guys pretty much, yeah.
Right on. Well, we're excited to see you back on the server. I hope we get to chat to you again. Cloudy, thank you so much for joining us and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Great to see you. Great to see some Reinhardt.
I know.
Don't go. Don't go.
We have to say goodbye, Johnny. Sorry.
I stand corrected. The man did not call for a pause on 500 ping. A man of the people. I was wrong. I appreciate you, Cloudy.
That's
I
right.
appreciate you. That's big up. That's big ups.
Big ups. And with that attitude and with that performance, they're moving on in the upper bracket. Let's take a look at where we're currently at here in our EMEA upper bracket. Yeah, The matchups are set now for our next round. Space Station Gaming and GG Peps will be going at it, and Virtus Pro will face off against Ents.
This upper bracket is stacked with Virtus Pro really peaking and being in top form right now.
I think VP, they want to throw a wrench into this top 2 narrative with SSG and Ents.
I mean, usually I say the scores don't, you know, really represent the match. Here they did. I don't think any of those teams which moved on were truly tested.
That's like in Dallas.
Yeah, but therefore I now hope that in our lower bracket, it's going to be a little bit more contested.
Hope is good.
I mean, this is you're fighting.
I'm living for it.
If you're in the lower bracket, it's basically win this game, and you're gonna have a chance at that 5th, 6th tiebreaker.
Yeah.
This is the game that if you lose, you are not coming to the Esports World Cup. If you win, you've still got a shot. So really, these lowers are counting for a lot.
Quick maths, obviously, with Ents and Space Station having already qualified. As long as you're not bottom 3, you are going to EWC. Is that correct?
Bottom 2 don't go, and then
bottom 3
then
don't.
there'll be a tiebreaker.
And then there's a tiebreaker.
That's true. That's
so
true.
technically, bottom 3.
You're right. You're
is
right.
out.
You're right.
I am correct. That's right. Now we do have more matches coming our way. Of course, we will now be heading into that lower bracket and fight it out. We're gonna fight for their life. Can't wait to see it happen. All of it and more after this break. So don't go anywhere.
Fighting for lives.
It's dramatic.
Soon.
Soon.
Heroes, this is your game, your team, and now this is your league. This is your community's future, and this is your prize pool. Win your matches, battle for your progression. Go far, go further, even as far as the Esports World Cup. It is your time to shine. Build your team, register your team, go the distance with your team. FACEIT League, powered by you.
Hey Heroes, Season 2 signups, they're open right now, so you should totally get in on all the action. How was it for you, Season 1?
It was fun, actually. It was fun playing with the team and, having some fun, showing up the matches, playing comps, and working together. I think it's a lot of fun for anyone who wants to get into competitive Overwatch. The expectations don't have to be that high. If you're like me, just play for fun, show up with the friends.
Because that's what you're known for. Play for fun. That's Jake in a nutshell. He's just here for the vibes, and so are we. We have good vibes coming our way, in fact, because we've got a very important match heading our way.
Yeah. Elimination match.
Elimination matches, we love to see those. This one, hopefully a little more closely matched than their first bouts in the upper bracket. It's going to be Twisted Minds taking on Sovereign. Let's talk about Sovereign here first, because quite frankly, even though they were on the receiving end of quite a beatdown yesterday, they did show us that they have an idea of different variations of the Maga composition. I'm hopium, copium, I'm combining it all.
I'm hearing you out. I'm hearing you out.
I am
hearing.
I feel like this could be a better matchup for them.
Definitely.
They've played the meta and they've not looked atrocious.
Yeah, I mean, look, they played Mauga, Genji, Venture on Volcano here on Samoa. So that's a good sign.
They had a very tough opponent.
But let's just avoid the Wrecking Ball, perhaps, a little bit. Both teams, actually. Please, both teams, don't pick Wrecking Ball.
I was just about to say, can we just transition from there straight into Twisted?
But also, this might be a match where, both teams are, gentlemen's agreeing, let's just play Winston. Honestly, let's go to a map like Paris, for example, and let's just do that instead. Because neither team really inspires me with confidence when it comes to the Mauga. It doesn't seem like either team really wants to play the Mauga meta, right? So maybe you'll get some kind of agreement there, just hey,
Twisted Minds. I don't think that is gonna happen, but Twisted Minds certainly bent over backwards yesterday in order to not play the Mauga. In fact, they're hard committed to the ball. They made a quick effort here, the first map, and then it was.
Some maps you just have to do it, Zoe.
Yeah, but then he just.
They played ball it felt like most of the series.
Yeah, it was 90% at least was ball. For no reason.
An Eichenwald attack into this, you play ball. That's savage.
Yeah, but he played ball, but the team didn't even play like they have a ball in there. You know what I mean?
They got a nice back cap here, I will say.
Wow.
Wow.
But it's a very odd map to play that style.
It was a choice.
It doesn't look possible.
But even, we didn't see any highlights from Esperanza, but even on Esperanza, they did actually play Winston, Tracer. And I feel like that was a bit of a clue as well. It's you're trying to make Winston work on Esperanza. That tells me a little bit about your comfort and what you do want to play, right? So that is why I'm saying both teams might shy away from the Mauga compositions, but it is undeniable that Mauga is the favorite tank right now. And so we'll see how the teams approach it in this one after learning something, perhaps, from yesterday's matches.
Yeah, losing is learning. We're back
from Sovereigns, they played Space Station. What do you do?
That's what I'm saying.
They played Space Station.
We don't know enough from that last performance. Space Station would have demolished almost anybody.
Yeah.
So Sovereign.
I feel like Twisted Minds, just on paper, based on the players on the server, I think they had a better chance of winning their first match than the opposition here. There was no way that we're going to see them winning against Space Station.
Yeah.
That was just, they were not the favorite heading into that. So Sovereigns, that was an impossible task. And that's why I feel like, if we're looking at the predictions for this one, this is doable. I don't know. Something in the tea leaves this morning. I'm giving this to Sovereigns. I generally think at least they had more team play on this play. I'm not saying they played great on Mauga, but they also played against SSG, so there's only so much you can take away when there is such a skill gap. Twisted Minds, they looked very disconnected. I didn't see a plan in anything they shown us, so I can't confidently pick them, even though it's the roster that was promised, the roster that we were looking for in Dallas.
You're pretty convincing, so I did go with Twisted Minds just because I think, raw name value on this team is really high. I think they have incredible individual skill, and hopefully the prospect of elimination and the prospect that they might not make it to the Esports World Cup can kind of kick them into gear and get everyone focused. I think if they do come with team play, with coordination, and just playing a solid comp where they work together. I think they are a much stronger team with a much higher ceiling, but I agree with you. I think there's a possibility of an upset here for Sovereigns.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds is the favorite to win, but I went with the underdog pick, not thinking that Zoe would also go for the underdog pick. So now on your screen, it looks like Sovereigns is actually favored, which is not the case.
It's really
both me and Zoe were just trying to present a spicy take.
Well, I mean, I think you guys make a compelling case. Twisted Minds looked really flat yesterday. If they show up like that again today, I think they will lose. I think it's like, for me, that was like they looked just way underperforming yesterday. And if they continue to underperform, I think they almost certainly will lose.
Yeah, I will say, though, another point in Twisted Minds' favor, these two teams did actually play each other, and Twisted Minds won 2-0. So that gives you an idea. Recently in this matchup, Twisted Minds has been the better team. And should be expected to be the better team.
They are definitely the favorite, regardless of our predictions here. But they have to string something together. It was not the case yesterday. But just like Jake said, they want to play in front of that home crowd. They need to keep themselves alive in this tournament. Necra, Jack, who you got for this one?
That's really tough. Yeah, I'm not sure. I do feel like Jake's got a good point. Like, being in the situation where you get eliminated here, you're just flat out not going to the Esports World Cup, that should kick him into gear. Like, hopefully, because yesterday, Rose, they were looking a little bit lackluster, despite all the talent on the squad.
I know. I think that's so tough because you also just hope as a Twisted Minds fan that they can get it together to have that opportunity, as Zoe said, to be able to play in front of their home crowd. But I hope that the pressure isn't getting to them. I think that's something that a lot of these teams are feeling, knowing that there is such little room for error to make it to the Esports World Cup. We've got 3 more spots on the lines for these teams, so you know that it's a tough one.
It's really tough. It's going to be really close. Here's your roster for Sovereigns. No, I won't do the... I saw the message. Shax, Fi, Dan, Dollar, and Buddy coming in for Sovereigns for this series. And then Twisted Minds, of course, probably going to be running the same old 5 there. Of course, Vigilante and Kellen coming in as the import players for the team. And then you have the Superstars, Quartz, and Newbie. Like, that's a very powerful team. Like, at its core, too. Of course, they had some roster shuffles during Stage 1, Stage 2. Didn't have a big shot at Dallas, but this is where they're really going to cement themselves and hopefully go to Esports World Cup, right? Sovereigns, though, they could be the thorn in their side. Going to Nepal again as our first map hit.
Okay, going to Nepal, I'm interested to see then what we do end up seeing out of Kellen, because like, yesterday wasn't super happy seeing the wrecking ball from this team. Right. I do not think you can run it on Nepal, but I could be stand to be corrected.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I wasn't a massive fan of the Wrecking Ball either, but I mean, it could work. Maybe they've tried it a ton and found a lot of success with it in scrims. I have to wait and see. Going over to Shrine as our first stage for the Nepal.
I think what makes this matchup really tough between these two teams is that we have seen Sovereigns be so comfortable leaning into this meta composition of the Malga, the Genji, maybe even sometimes the Venture, but I think Fi really finds his firepower from being able to play a hit scan hero like the Cassidy or the Ashe. And Twisted Minds, they don't want to run it. Maybe Kellen is just uncomfortable with the idea of running the Malga, but seems to want to lean into playing more in his wheelhouse. The Winston, the Wrecking Ball. I really hope this is not what we see, but I suppose if there was one, it would be Shrine.
Okay.
It would be Shrine.
Oralari too, we're seeing from Twisted Minds. It is weirdly just kind of a small off-topic thing. I've seen a lot more Oralari in comp recently. A very fun pick. Teams may be finding, and players in general may be finding a little bit more success with it.
Are you a trendsetter?
No, I don't think I'm the trendsetter, Rose. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I don't think I'm a trendsetter at all.
I was gonna give you credit for that.
Well, they do manage to run down Yubi. I mean, again, this is kind of the composition, what it's set out to do. So just run one person down, and Twisted Minds, they want to hold these massive off angles. Yubi and Kellen are the only people they can theoretically lock down, Rose, because everybody else is on high ground.
But that means that, like, Twisted Minds, they've got to come to them. And so how exactly are you going to do that when Fi is on the Pharah? He's going to be able to get some good damage down into these lower corridors. As Shax follows it up, too.
Yeah, my guy Kellen be balling right now. Here. Guy's got 50% towards ult. Rest of his team has died, but he hasn't. Rolls back to spawn to get Mega. And all good. We're chilling, guys. Crispy switching over to the Lucio. So that will be a Kiriko swap for Vigilante. Okay, this makes a little bit more sense now.
And Quartz to Cassidy too.
Yeah, you can't, and like you mentioned, Rose, like, you're waiting for them to come to you, but not capping the point there. It's like, okay, we need the ball of the Lucio to cap, or the Tracer, sorry. We got to get in there, and it's tough holding these off angles, even on this stage where you have this high ground. It's like, it's hard to get an actual angle onto the actual point.
Oh, and look at this too. I mean, Fi ready to go with the Far Barrage. Buddy can just kind of open things up with the rush too. So I would be very cautious if I were Twisted Minds. You can't make too much time here to try to get the dive together.
Oh, you being Crispy have managed to find Shax and isolate him. There's the barrage, high in the sky too, almost in the skybox. Of course, it really stand a chance there, and Kellen 1 HP. Oh, doesn't quite get knocked out by a rocket there. Manages to get mega health back, but still, Sovereign's in control, Rose.
With this cage too, they could just finish out the map here and now. You got 80% last by territory, and the cage is so powerful when you have the Genji and the Pharah on top of it.
Okay, Mines on the point. A slam on the back line. Just a dollar pretty low, but Yubi can't quite secure the kill. There's Kiriko. Buddy just dashing away with that swift step. Pulse bomb onto Dan, instantly Suzu'd. Now the ultimate down for Twisted Minds. Got High Noon coming up, maybe a couple of support ultimates, but they're going to need to extend this overtime clock. Looking quite unlikely now as Yubi is dead, and Quartz is stuck in the cage. There's 5 with 2, and make that 3. And that will be just Kellen balling again.
Oh, ballin' and maybe not hitting the 3-pointers he needs.
I mean, he's not even hitting hardcore shots right now. I'm going to be real, Rose. That is a little rough for the ball.
Can't even get the layups. I mean,
it's tough because you want that ball to engage on the back line, and we saw a good attempt of that when Kellen went in with the mines. He hit the slam, Dollar went up, same with Buddy, and then the Tracer kind of zips in, tries to finish off people. Lucio managed to get out, and then Kiriko swift steps, and then after that, it kind of just all falls apart as Dan just kind of chills out as Malga, and then just protects the Kiriko.
Yeah, it's just too slow. This was a problem that we saw from Twisted Minds yesterday, where the Wrecking Ball, the concept is there, but the execution just isn't against these faster rush comps. Knowing that Sovereigns were so comfortable leaning into the Malga, we're actually going to even see the Reinhardt here. Throw another Reinhardt into the mix. We see you, Dawn, and we appreciate you. But Twisted Minds are going to try this again. So where is the follow-up after we see Kellen go in? This is the struggle point, and they've got to be faster on the punch here with the Wrecking Ball.
I mean, Sovereign's also playing the old school, like, Korean way of playing Village, playing the Mei and the Sim, just locking down the point.
So excited.
Well, Buddy's dead. Vigilante finds the kill with the kunai. Kellen baits out the wall, and there we go. Okay. Slowly but surely, the walls of the castle that Sovereigns have set up are crumbling. The trebuchet fire from Twisted Minds a little bit too great for them, it seems.
Well, there you go. Twisted Minds finally get a team fight win on this map, and hopefully they're able to keep it. But the problem with this type of composition is you don't really have a whole lot of point presence. So if Sovereigns are able to get there once again, they're going to stick to this composition also. With the Moira from Buddy, it allows you to have a lot of that AoE healing as you start to move in. But the teleporter too, it gets you to this point so much faster.
All right, well, Rose, they are on the point right now. All 5 of them. Crispy trying to keep it contested, but unable to do so. Hard against this composition, especially Lucio getting walled off is quite the problem. For most players, to be fair. Maybe not the ball. Well, here comes the sound barrier, going to counteract Quartz's overclock. They're going to teleport towards him. They're going to go super aggressive now, trying to use that overhealth. Quartz manages to find an important kill onto Fi. Shax unable to land that right-click shot, and now dealt with by Kellen. And this is what the ball comp does best. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds kind of straying out of their own kingdom, right? I mean, you want to be flat on that point. I saw the idea, using the sound barrier, overhealth, run at Quartz, try and take him out. But Twisted Minds, they're very good out in the open, and they proved it right there.
And they have so much mobility in order to be able to grab that territory. So yeah, absolutely. Great kiting here from Twisted Minds. Get away from all of those skills. And now Quartz gets to pop off the way that we know he can. With all of those charged railgun shots, Quartz has been so good on the Sojourn for so many stages so far. has just needed the right setup in order to do that. But now that he is able to play aggressively, you know he's gonna land those shots.
Mind slam, Dollar in trouble. Same with the rest of the team. That lockout period from the ball buff recently, so annoying as a support. You should get Schlam Mind.
It's sizable.
It's very annoying. Nice dagger too on 5. Boop. There he goes. Honestly, I don't mind seeing the Mei getting run over with the Wrecking Ball. I will be honest.
It's very funny. Yeah, you have some problems with Mei in your rank games, Jaws?
Oh, I don't know. I just don't like getting walled off as a support, I'll say that. Wow, Kellen almost caught them out there. Oh, well, Shax is dead. And here you go. This is what you were illustrating a moment ago, Rose. Like, if Twisted Minds can take these fights really early, stop Sovereigns from setting up on the point, I mean, it looked sick. It looked really cool. But unfortunately, the Shadow's not going to mean much. Buys 1 HP as well. All right, okay, very different round from Twisted Minds.
Oh, they finally figured it out. I want them to play more of this. Oh, I really want them to play more of this. Quartz is so good on the Sojourn. Yubi is so good on the Tracer. And finally, they figured it out. Jaws, very different story here on the second point of Nepal. But I feel like all bets are off now when you think about Sanctum as that third and final point. And we should expect Sovereigns to go back to the Malga, which has been so troublesome, especially with all of these long sight lines for Fi to be able to shoot these rockets, and Shax has so many corners to play around. This is where we got to see Twisted Minds make some changes. The Wrecking Ball's not going to work here, so you hope for their sake that this Malga sure will.
Just keep this in mind. Elimination game, of course, here. Loser will not have a chance to go to EWC. And here it is. Wow, the rare Kellen Malga. It feels like a rarity at this point with the amount of ball he's been playing. Double flex DPS as well. Fi and Shax on the Venture and the Genji. I really like this comp. How aggressive it can play too.
Yeah.
Fi kind of splitting people up. Just the presence of Venture Rose when you're in the burrow, you can't get caught out by that. So normally the team has to split up. Well, hopefully not split up. You want to go together, but most of the time you are going 2 separate ways. I'm going down first, though. It's not a good start for Sovereigns. Now they have to be a little bit more passive. However, Quartz on the point for that aim. One of the best aimers in EU by far. Good nade too, and that will be Twisted Minds capping the point first with a swift team kill.
Okay, well, the Malga is holding up so far, but we gotta keep it up if we want to see Twisted Minds be able to get this map win. We haven't seen a whole lot of Malga from Kellen, so I'm still a little skeptical, but this Venture has an opportunity to really open things up here for Sovereigns to at least get back in. These fights are gonna be fast.
The winner's been opened up, but Shax is on the other side of things. Got quickly checked there by Quartz. So I think that was a pulse bomb onto Dan. Didn't take any damage by the looks of it, but it takes a lot now as he does dive into the back line. Quartz still with a high noon, but a latest sound barrier here from Sovereigns might just see them through the fight. A tectonic shock too, but you've got to be careful. Quartz is looking at you around the corner. Fi can't quite stand up to the mighty Quartz as he does just lay waste to Fi. And Sovereign's still unable to find a fight here.
And after using so many ultimates as well, the tectonic shock not finding the value you would have wanted, but Fi on the Widowmaker.
I like that.
That's a great headshot. Immediately back over to the Pharah though. This was a pick that he hovered over before they ended up coming out of spawn on the Venture, but I think this plays and makes so much more sense when you know that there's a bit more of a static backline there with Vigilante on the Baptiste. You're just gonna have better targets to hit.
Vigilante taking a lot of spam damage right now from these rockets. Same with Quartz, to be fair. Point's been capped by Sovereigns. Twisted Minds trying to find the reflip pretty quickly. Who from Sovereigns is going to touch? Looks like it's going to be Shax. Burns the deflect to get onto the point in time. Now Dan maybe trying to cycle here. Shax 1 HP. There's the cycle. Dan goes on. Cardiac overdrive in session in a moment, but Kellen's going to match him. And there's the flip from Twisted Minds. Now the kills have to come through from Sovereigns. Started the fight pretty well, killing Quartz, but Kellen could kind of change it up here. Wow. Well, that's a little rough. Kellen recognizing his own mistake and just using the ult as a giant shield. I mean, you might as well at this point. Fi taking 2 in this fight pretty rapidly, though. And here comes the rush from Sovereigns to try and regain the point. Twisted Minds, 89% at the end of that fight.
Oh, that feels so bad to have used the cage there and not got anything with it. But that opens the door here for Sovereigns to maybe find a bit of an advantage heading into the final parts of this map. It's been so back and forth so far, but Sovereigns finally get a chance to have the ultimate advantage. They have this Farrar Barrage that they could just kind of use at the door. And then they got Shax's Blade, too, to kind of keep things up.
Oh, well, a flip's coming through. Sovereigns have to answer this somehow. There's the flip. Twisted Minds now gaining progress. UB has been killed, so no threat of someone trying to back up on the point again. Does pull them back, however, as they don't want this to go into OT. There it is, 97%, but with Fi going down, Sovereigns have lost all their damage. Shax to follow too, as Quartz pops the high noon. A boot bomb is landing down in the drink there, but it is all Quartz. 3 kills for the Cassidy, now chasing down the last 2 members. However, Twisted Minds still need to cap the point. Eventually they do so. Quartz stunned in the front line, but it's too easy for UB to clean him up. And that is Twisted Minds finding map 1.
Even up the back of Kellen maybe hitting a fat finger on the ultimate, they still got the point and they still got the map. All coming up pretty good here for Twisted Minds, especially on the Malka comp, which we haven't seen a whole lot of from them.
It does feel like a rarity, right, with Kellen. It's like, Kellen's not on ball. What's going on? That was ridiculous at the very end. I mean, to be fair, Kellen did the thing on, like, any hero, to be fair. When you use an ult, it gets absolutely nothing, and then you go the... Okay, my bad, guys. Right. Whoop.
Oops.
Well, he did.
Yeah. Was that me? Did I do that?
Ooh, my bad. Like, you know, someone was right in front of me. I would have got him if they actually stood there for more than half a second. I mean, look, he did use it as a shield at the very end. He was just like, I mean, I might as well use it. What's the point of, like, you know, whatever. It ended up working out at the end, Rose. They switched over to the Malga comp, and they made it work. On Control, elimination match here. Sovereign's going to need to come back, but pretty close so far.
It's been very close, and I think it's just always going to be a game of inches when it comes down to these Malga comps. Dawn also just been so impressive, and I think the rest of this roster from Sovereigns really can't be underestimated. This is one of the teams I feel like would be able to make a deep run through the lower bracket, as long as they don't run into it like maybe some of the other powerhouse teams. Those quarters are going to be really tough as we take a look at maybe some of those later on in the upper bracket. But still, great pop-off moments from Shax and Fi. I think Dala also hitting some really great sound barriers, but at the end of the day, somehow Kellen got this Wrecking Ball to work when they were finally able to play really aggressive and very far forward with it.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're looking real good. We're going to Eichenwald as well as our next map, Rose. I mean, again, this is a map we saw Kellen play the ball on, but after having a lot of success here with the Malga, maybe they just end up switching up here. Curious how their kind of scrim record is going to with this ball comp, because obviously it's definitely something they practice. They're not just, Kellen's not just picking it on a whim, you know, so I'm interested to see where they want to go for with Eichenwalder. Yeah, I mean, look, Sovereigns, they're a map down right now, but it is looking incredibly competitive, and I want to see Sovereigns make it all the way to map number 5. I don't want this to be another 3-0 shutout, which has been kind of the name of the game over the last day or so.
Well, the last time Twisted Minds and Sovereigns played each other, as Johnny called out, it was a 2-0 in favor of Twisted Minds, and they did play on Eichenwald, which we did see Kellen play the Wrecking Ball. Ended up switching to Malga, I believe, on the attack, but on the defense, they did play Wrecking Ball. So I don't know how I feel about that one, but I would really hope that they would continue to play the Malga and just get practice with it.
All right. Well, Kellen's hovering it right now. Gonna do the Petal, Grapple, Mercy damage boost, hopefully find a one-shot with the Widow. You might as well. I mean, I know Jake hates it, and I'm like, it takes like...
But if it works...
Yeah, it's like, I think it's the percentage probability of it actually working is pretty slim, but I don't know. I like it. If you get the pick, it's really sick. You end up rolling over. Let's get Twisted Minds listening, though, for our first attack here.
Yeah, Farah. Oh, Lucy. Wait, what the best they have?
Fuck, everyone hiding.
Maybe Genji mentor.
Genji Farah,
yeah, play our composition. Okay, go for Farah, okay?
Can I to go left side? I'm ready.
Yeah, ready when I'm out.
Ready, 3, 2, 1, walking left. Okay,
just go back.
الكومبو واسخ ذا مرة. تعرف لي كورت شوفه يختلف على طول.
ما يطلع صاد واحد. Just keep shooting. He might end. The Farah might end. Be ready to shoot.
Yeah, I'm back. Let's go.
I can go. Walking. 3, 2, 1.
Can we go right side, Farah top left? Oh, okay.
Come on,
Walk slowly. Back lamp play basic.
Too much damage, Colin. You can't go. They're gonna push. Can we go right side? Go right side. Nice, just shoot now. They have to push. They have to push. Nice.
I go left now. I go left. Throw one.
Get you the dash. Going left.
One to the right.
Unbelievable amount of headies there from Quartz. Already up to that high noon as well. Finds another kill onto Shax. I mean, this is a messy fight, but Quartz is just cleaning up right now. Dan trying to look to get back onto this point, but there's no support. Oh, is he expecting this high noon? I very much doubt it.
No, not at all. This is just cleanup. Everybody has to donate their bodies over for more ultimate percentage for Quartz. That's like 20% towards another one, and that's insane after already having charged it up in that first fight. Unbelievable. And Twisted Minds now, having unlocked this card, they can roll through with the Amp Matrix, the Pulse Bomb from Yubi. Yubi's been pretty good at being able to land those. Maybe a little bit difficult if you see Sovereigns playing on this high ground, but still. Oh, Quartz just doesn't miss.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff so far. 50% towards another.
Insane.
No, window here for Vigilante too. Probably just want a wide swing with this one. Just clear Darn out. Fi's just playing pest control duty right now, trying to get the Tracer out of the mix. Quartz directly below him. Or Quartz might be able to get this kill too. Yeah, Shaq's not quick enough with the cleanup. They actually end up trading, but with Yubi dead, no DPS, Twisted Minds forced him back. Vigilante, you see, uses the window a little bit more defensively. They're unable to, like, hard swing on the left-hand side there.
They can't, but they can still come back with this force of the sound barrier as well as the cage. Quartz having another high nude too is honestly just insane. Now that everybody's coming to them, they can just play far back.
Oh, Vigilante's in trouble though. Use that lamp. Here comes the beats, and Shax, just like a magnet, sticking to Vigilante with that blade. And with that cage, not much more Twisted Minds could do.
Not bad though, because Twisted Minds had the patience to not use the cage of their own. And despite using the sound barrier there's not really a whole lot else you would want to try to use that sound barrier for either. Like, you're not gonna overheal the fire barrage.
Yeah, it's just absolutely no way. Love the aggression here from Dan. Of course, on the defense, just holding in that spawn. Payload's not going to move too far back. And Quartz just using that giant barrier to the best visibility. And staggering dollar too, not bad, okay. A little stagger, nothing crazy on the Lucio, but a spawn push nonetheless from Sovereigns. Netted to it, netted an ultimate there out of Twisted Minds, that cage.
But they still have so much more to work with too. We gotta pause, but after we come back, I think it's really great that Quartz still has the high noon, especially along this straightaway. It's gonna be so difficult for Sovereigns to actually have the defense right at that second point. So a lot to work with here. Twisted Mind's still on a good roll.
Yeah, still on a decent pace. Of course, like you said, Rose, a lot of ults kind of coming up right now. Yeah, Crispy calling the pause there. Hopefully we can get that sorted in just a moment. Maybe sorting out a couple of things with on the Twisted Minds side of things. Right. I mean, with Iconvola especially, I'm glad we're not seeing Kellen on the Wrecking Ball again, and the Mago's working out really well for them.
We still might
on the defense. He did play the ball, but I mean, playing the Mago right now, working out very well. I mean, Quartz just needs to go kind of electric. Has been their superstar player since the inception, really, and it does look like we're going in as well. So thank God, it wasn't a long pause. Jump straight back in. As we see Sovereigns now taking the high ground away from Twisted Minds. They move the payload over the bridge.
This mitigate a little bit of the high noon pressure, but also the kind of angles that Yubi can come from with this pulse bomb. We'll rush 2 for them. That's big.
High noon, including the window. So many skulls on Quartz's screen. Nowhere to run or hide. Just found out almost instantly. Wow, what a quick team kill too. That rush used on the point. Twisted Mind said, nuh-uh. End up walking over them.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't good in theory until it wasn't, and you ran right at the high noon. I'm not gonna lie, that one was maybe not the smartest of moves. But Twisted Minds, they get the second point. They're able to keep rolling into third, and still with this pulse bomb. They also might even have a sound barrier in this next engagement too, which would be nice to at very least be able to match Dallas.
A pulse bomb there from Yubi, being flung out. Didn't net anything there. Kellen just waiting for his health bar to around this corner to get filled all the way up again. Bit of an awkward angle for the rest of Twisted Minds to kind of run in, but it is Darn going down first. Real rough defense there. You're expecting to kind of swing out and hopefully earn that cage if you're Darn, but Sovereign's back-to-back team fights getting completely wiped.
Now they have the sound barrier, but it's going to be tough to have a full contest as a team of 5. Farah doesn't necessarily have point presence either, so someone's going to have to come in and
Darn does manage to get the charge in there. No worry, I think they probably have the Lucio app too. Although it was a little bit hairy, 2.46 meters to go. As Twisted Minds try and lock things up. Darn, though, on the other hand, well, there's the double cage. High noon for Quartz, still finds 2, and he finds both supports, and oh, what's that? Sorry, UB got the back cap. 2 days in a row.
You see
2
what I
days
mean?
in a row,
You see
we've seen
what I
back caps
mean?
like that. On Icon Mother.
That's why I got scared. This is why I got scared, because it didn't look like it were to go touch the cart, and then the back cap happened anyway, because nobody was paying attention.
Everybody's like, we're kind of near the payload, so we're definitely like touching.
Somebody's
exactly,
there.
Right? And then it's like,
oh, surely.
double cage, and then Yubi's like, the payload's open, guys. Just triple blinks to the point and caps. The Kevster, the Yubi, I don't know what you want to call it, but that's a back cap.
I think it's just the, it's the Kevster.
Not even
it's
a back cap, that is
right
C9.
now.
I mean, that's straight up. Like, that's not even a back cap, because everybody was flying around the point. Like.
As Uber said yesterday, a certified grade A walk UC9.
Oh, yeah. A little rough. That's got to play on the mental a little bit of Sovereigns, I've got to imagine. 2 minutes and 36 seconds there, Rose, in the time bank.
It still felt inevitable. Sure. Like, with that amount of time, you expect that Twisted Minds will be able to push over at some point with just like a sheer force of ultimates, anything, Quartz just popping off. Yubi could get a pulse bomb.
I mean,
stick.
Quartz killed 2 in that fight. He killed both the supports with the high noon. So, would it, like you said, probably would have been inevitable there.
But still. Yeah, still. But anyway, here's Wrecking Ball again from Kellen. I told you not to count our blessings before we saw this defense.
All right, let's see how it ends up working out this time around. Kellen do be balling. Locking someone up is, again, very difficult against this comp. I mean, look at Sovereign's comp right now. Like, who do you realistically lock up?
No one?
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
No one.
Well, Buddy down's a good start. For Twisted Minds. Will be Sovereigns getting 1-2 ticks before Kellen can get back on the ball. A lot less healing now for Sovereigns, of course. And Kellen is just rolling around the point. Probably one of those funny characters to watch over all time in Overwatch. All right, 5 dead. That's a team fight win there for Twisted Minds. Do lose 2 ticks, though, which is a little bit unfortunate. It was 69% on the board. Nice.
Very nice. At least they were able to come back in. To Kellen's credit on the Wrecking Ball, this Wrecking Ball is very tanky. It has one of the highest HP pools out of any of the tanks in Overwatch. And you're rotating so fast. Who is actually going to be able to hit you? There's no stun lock on Sovereigns outside of maybe hitting an overrun at the right time. And it's going to be tough to even land that.
Nice, Suzu. Just in time from Buddy there to save his Lucio. However, Fi unable to get many heals in. Buddy desperately trying to keep everybody up. See, not even really doing a ton of damage right now. Just everybody getting kind of rolled in the front line. That was almost a deflected pulse one there for Shanks. That would have been an exceptionally rare deflect. Backing off. Still got the blade.
Yeah, that would have been sick, knowing just how they changed the projectile size of the pulse bomb to be smaller. Would have been so funny, but not to be this time around. Still got a lot of firepower behind Sovereigns, even in this last 2 minutes. They've got the blade, they're gonna have the barrage as well, but they could open things up with the Kitsune Rush to get in here.
Oh, they saw the Soja dash. Nice Suzu. A lot of slashes required there to kill Quartz. It doesn't matter in the end. He's got all the time in the world there, especially on top of that rush. And there's that 33% that they needed. And Sovereigns, they unlocked the points.
They did need 4 ultimates to do that, though. At least Dawn could hold onto this cage, which will be great to try to fight around the point. But who's going to be doing that? Twisted Minds are playing the kind of semi-dive comp now, or a little bit closer to dive, as we see Kellen actually switch over to the Winston instead of the Wrecking Ball. Love this. Love this. The Wrecking Ball did work, at least to play around this first point. To their credit, they did get like 3.5 minutes off the clock. But I think this Winston's just going to play a little bit better. And Yeah, especially with the bubbles. You're just blocking off all of this choke on the set.
Yeah, all the heals are blocking off, yeah, the Suzu, etc. One of the more powerful abilities in Overwatch, that bubble. Fused correctly, using the right hands of a Master Winston player can be the best ability. Or at least top 5. Excluding ultimates, of course. That'll be insane. What about a hero that deploys a giant bubble for an ultimate? Don't take that idea either. Well, there's a cage coming through from Darn. They ended up killing Shax. That's Crispy in the kill feed with that one. So Darn has to get out of there. Lucio traded as Darn lobs down the cage, and Kellen just trying to survive for as long as he possibly can, but an inevitability, as looks like Sovereigns are going to be able to push through this archway eventually. It's cost them dearly though, Rose. A lot of time, a lot of ultimate rotations too.
Yeah, at least it was the cage though that bought enough time for maybe like a couple of extra ultimates to come up. Because you do have the rush now, but Twisted Minds are playing in the high ground, so it's not like it's the easiest thing to be able to land here unless you want to make this rotation up the high ground yourself. But you could.
Both rushes used, and wow, almost instantly their Buddy and Shax end up falling over on their own rush. Rough stuff. Kellen with the triple. You take that. Now you can play super aggro. Oh, Twisted Minds, very, very good, like, calling there, it feels like. Just, they're getting so many, like, instant team wipes on Sovereigns. Looks really clean stuff, and I really like these forward holds from these teams. And a D.Va switch from Darn. What if it, kind of a vintage Darn pick in the D.Va.
It's been a long time since we've seen Dawn on this hero, but it really, like, to try to soak up these charge railgun shots, but not able to do so because Quartz is playing on that off angle. So maybe Dawn still thinking about how to approach this. But yeah, it doesn't feel good that Sovereigns are in this position to have to play really reactively. Again, like Twisted Minds, they finally seem to have found their footing to just trust their gut when it comes to using these ultimates and setting the pace of these fights. Working out for them, and now only a minute and a half on the clock here for Sovereigns.
Suzu, Crispy dead, and Crispy had that sound barrier too, so Twisted Minds don't have an ability to utilize that now. Quartz pushed away. It's exactly what you want to do, is to even just get up in someone's face, get up in one of the DPS's face, and just run them down. Even not the strongest hero of all time, especially against this Winston, although with Winston getting out like this, you're imagining they're going to get another fight. Oh, Kellen's just got to survive. There you go, all right. Healed up eventually by Vigilante, so a very quick re-engagement here from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, around this first quarter, too. With less than a minute, yikes, like, Sovereigns are starting to run out of time and run out of chances.
Oh, nice little boot there from Crispy. Not sure they're going to be able to get D-Mech, but, I mean, there is a potential. Oh, okay, he does. In fact, self-destruct used. I'm getting another chance at life. Fire using the High Noon as well, spotting Twisted Minds coming very deep into their backline. And Twisted Minds are able to get out of there. The High Moon meaning absolutely nothing by the end of it. There's the sound barrier, just a constant aggression from Twisted Minds. A little bit too much for Sovereign to handle by the sounds of it. Stick from UB, insta-kill onto Dollar. They're just running over them. This is the Twisted Minds we expected to see yesterday. And they're showing up in a big way now. 15 seconds to go from Sovereigns, and they are barely through this gate. This payload just permanently rolling back, Rose.
I don't think they can make it through either, because Buddy hasn't come out of spawn yet, and take a look at how far forward Twisted Minds are playing. You need the rush to just get out the door.
Darn.
Someone's pushing though, actually.
Shax on the points. Triggers overtime, and Pulse Bomb at 15% as well. Hits the recall at 25 HP and looking for a target to maybe land it on, even if he can actually get it. The Widowmaker is going to be good for one, but now you have to actually deal with Quartz. He gets punched out of the small room by the Doomfist, actually taken out by 5. 2 headshots, 2 kills by the Widowmaker, and Sovereigns might have just seen themselves back in this fight. Darn has gone down, so a lot less point presence available now as Fi gets taken out by Kellen. The savior of the hour here by Twisted Minds. Quartz is jumping over to a Widowmaker of his own to try and be the big difference maker. As OT ticks down, Kellen pops the Primal Rage to get everybody away. A swift step target has been found by Buddy. Gets back to the points. We're still in OT, but they cannot afford to get off now for not a single fraction of a frame.
Yeah, I mean, Kellen's just gonna back up here because the threat is huge here from Sovereigns, and Twisted Minds know as long as they get this team fight win on this bridge, they are able to seal the deal on this map. But Don, he goes so far in.
The differential. Fi coming alive on this. Widowmaker pick got taken out, but is now a free reign almost. Crispy in the sights of Darn, but can't quite go for the chase kill. However, the sound barrier will allow him to get to the back line. There's still 3 people touching the point as well for Sovereigns, and Fi is very free to do what he pleases. Can sit all the way in the back line as Quartz now switched over to the Sojourn to help the frontline duel. Darn going super low, receives the Suzu just in time to keep himself up, as with 1 minute and 28 seconds to go, they managed to actually cap the point. Somehow, some way, Sovereigns managed to get back into this. All on the back of Fi's Widowmaker, realistically.
The clutch was so big. I mean, Dawn also playing so far up to the doors gave so much space for Fi to operate. So all of those headshots paying off in spades here for this team and buying them an extra life. But they still have their work cut out for them. Jaws, they only have a minute, and they've got to complete this map if they want to hope of even getting a chance to draw.
Meteor strike kills Kellen. Okay, here we go. Dawn is in there. Oh, nice headshot too from Fi. Had the sights to aid in that kill. Are they going to stick on the Widow? I mean, you got 45 seconds to go. Be a bit of a...
Surely.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a bit of a throw, go all the way back to spawn, change over to maybe a Sojourn, but if you can land another pick...
This is your last fight.
This could be the point.
Gotta get a couple of quick picks here. Midwaker can definitely help you to ensure that this team fight is fast.
Well, the rush comes out from both teams, and Dollar's the target. Kellen pops the Primal Rage, and Fi has no room to move on the Midwaker anymore. 20 seconds to go, and that's a full team wipe almost. Shaq's the only one left alive from Sovereigns. Hits the recall, hits the pulse too. A quick, swift step, however, from Vigilante. Saves himself from the pulse bomb, and now Sovereigns, they need a monumental pop-off right now from Fi to see themselves back into this. Darn the Doofus can't even get back to the point, and that is Twisted Minds securing the second map.
That was still such a good second point push from Sovereigns. It was so exciting. They really lit up that kill feed, and they were so close to being able to buy themselves that chance at being able to tie up that map. But hey, Twisted Minds, they knew what they needed to do, which was focus down Fi on that Widowmaker, because he was such a pain for them to deal with. And when they got him out of the picture, that was it. They knew that was going to be the win condition.
I do love Quartz jumping over to the Widowmaker as well. Like, okay, Fi just hit a heading on me, and that's the instant DPS player like, I'm going to go Widow. I'm going to kill you right now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's scary when a Widowmaker has that much space, Rose, like you were saying, and going into third, you're thinking it's a little rough, and it proved to be just that. I mean, you're fighting into so many very narrow angles. It's so tough to get anything done, but like you mentioned, you just kind of have to play with it now, because getting back to the spawn and just kind of the amount of time they had left in their time bank, I mean, despite that ridiculous push, it was looking inevitable there for Twisted Mind to take it, because you're either finishing an OT or maybe you've got like a second left or something ridiculous.
It's tough.
It's a real tough one.
But you also want to ensure, like, the Widowmaker still made sense regardless, because you want to win those team fights quickly. On the attack, if you get 2 picks, you can ensure that those spawns might actually start to roll in your favor, where, like, you know, it's tough to finish out that third part of the map. You're coming out of spawn very quick on the defensive side. So Widowmaker, just go 1, 2, 3, and you might be able to actually win it out.
You're hoping the Widow can hit. Sometimes the Widow's hits, sometimes it doesn't. It looks pretty lackluster in the kill feed. So
yeah, see, he got locked into a corner with Kellen's Primal Rage.
You cannot. Yeah, it's really rough. You can't really play Widow there, realistically, but you had so little time left. I mean, that was an unbelievable push from them on second, to be fair. It looked done from Sovereigns. A very close series thus far, despite the scoreline. A 2-0 for Twisted Minds. This is an elimination game too. The team that loses here will not get a chance at Esports World Cup, and maybe Jake was right too. That fire lit under Twisted Minds right now. They're ready to rock and roll. They're ready to push it into 7th, 8th, 9th gear. They want to face some of the stronger teams a little bit later on to get some revenge and get to the Esports World Cup, play in front of their home crowd. Let's go on to the third map though. Esperanza up now. Match point for Twisted Minds.
Esperanza, what are we going to see here, Jaws? We see a lot of teams try to opt in for the Winston, which we could totally see Kellen play, but we also know that a lot of teams can still run the Mauga. There's really good access to that high ground, and you may as well try to just walk on top of it instead.
The Rooster. I like it.
It's like a bird. There's some really fancy roosters too, actually. Did you see the fancy pigeons we shared?
I did see the fancy. I also saw the ridiculous like pigeons with the giant necks.
Yeah, those are not so cute. But...
Not a fan of them. Birds of Paradise or the fancier pigeons? Okay, I can get behind that. All right, again, Rose. All right, Kellen just refusing to play Malga, but the Winston was working out well. Definitely one of his best heroes.
It was.
Hands down. Kellen kind of known as a Winston player previous. So having this different look to the meta, a different take on it, a different read. Worked out very well for them on Eichenwalde. Very diveable map, though. Esperanza, a little bit less so. You're fighting around this central objective most of the time.
But you have better access to the Pharah and the Genji, which I think is the important difference between the Winston as well as something like the Wrecking Ball. Just follow them around in the air with the Tesla cannon, and you should be able to get the job done. Plus, Genji can't deflect you, which is also a great feeling. You just burn them through that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Genji player from Sovereigns end up switching over from the Genji as soon as they saw Kellen run the Winston. I can imagine Shax goes Tracer here after a death. Because Kellen is going to perma-run Winston. You can almost guarantee it at this point.
Tussle around, though. Waiting for Fi or somebody to get a pick here if you're on Sovereigns.
Shax's farming up a Storm in the front line right now. Of course, they're getting a lot of damage up high ground, too. It'll be a good idea to get up there. Oh, okay. Just a random right click kills Crispy, who just poked his head out a little bit too far. However, with Darn going down, a little bit of worse for wear now as Sovereigns having to back up, play a little bit more passive. All right, and there's the kill onto Fire, like you were saying, just kind of following him around. Don't let Shax get some resets here on the Genji, surely not. Very scrappy. So okay.
He saw a ghost.
Wow.
He saw
those in the tea leaves or something. He did the cloud. He just jumped around the corner, hit the ultimate, and hope it gets somebody. But that did not. Glad we caught that in 4K.
It's fine.
All right.
They all get one.
Exactly. There's the rush from Buddy. Vigilante's going to match. A little bit later one here from Twisted Minds. They're going to be able to play on it for a little bit longer. Actually just going to run past theirs, and now Quartz trying to set up something big. Sound barrier coming in from Sovereigns, trying to waylay this push. And now the overclock come through, and a later sound barrier from Crispy. It's looking all too clean from Twisted Minds right now. They just need to guarantee themselves the kills. Dollar trying to hide away from Quartz, but you can't hide away from Long. I mean, look, at the end of the day, Quartz is going to chase you. There's no chance for you to dodge out in the open there as the Lucio. You're just sailing to your death. And there's Twisted Minds. Later sound barrier, later Kitsune Rush, later ults. And they come up with the win.
It's going to be tough, though, now to deal with this barrage from Fi. Shax, though, as we called out, now taking a death. He's going to switch off the Genji and go over to the Tracer. They're going to call Jaws. It's going to be a little bit better to try to deal with maybe some of this backline. Quartz, Yubi, both a little bit more susceptible to something like the Tracer instead. And you can just blink away from the Winston with that mobility at your side.
Awesome from Yubi. Forces out Shax. Oh, goes to the Ego Pulse on the other Tracer. Mad respect, especially after the Pulse Bomb he threw around the corner a minute ago. Finds the kill in the 1v1. Fortunately goes down to 5, but all good. I got my one. Barrage from Fire on the high ground. Quartz handily dealing with it with that railgun shot to the face. Checkpoint so close for Twisted Minds. It's going to be tough for them to stay in this fight, especially as Darn's alive for Sovereigns.
But they can stay here and wait for Kellen to come back. Kellen sacrificing himself sort of for the greater good there with that Winston bubble to allow Quartz to get that pick. And they're not giving up too much space outside of that as they're able to kite away from this Malga damage. Watch out for the cage,
Focus
though.
fire from Darn there, just directing all of his bullets towards Quartz. But look at that rush and the healing. Too much to Darn to stand up to. I mean, Twisted Minds, when the cage does end up going down, the whole team really just has to kind of leap in there and help Kellen out. Kellen can help himself out in a way, I guess, with the Primal Rage, but there you go. There is the fight win. They're going to push this bot, guarantee themselves the checkpoint here as well. 6 minutes to go. Not a bad time for a checkpoint.
Yeah, it's really not. And that's so much time for Twisted Minds to work with to potentially even finish out this map. Something that you don't have to worry about as well is, like, with Sovereigns playing this Malga, you kind of know that they're always going to try to come in from the high ground, or there's like some really telegraphed ways that they might want to try to take these rotates, but it's all a fight over the point right now.
Oh, Quartz Using that overclock again. Fi just booped into Quartz' LOS with that primal rage. And now Quartz has taken names, numbers, addresses, social security numbers, everything they could possibly squeeze out of them. Darn dead, 3 kills for Quartz in this fight. Just Dollar, just the lowly Lucio now, just trying to make it back all the way to spawn. And that is a very sad looking Mauga, my goodness.
Oh no, getting pushed around by the push bot. But yeah, you can see how that worked out, where like Mauga wants to try to play for the low ground and Quartz knows exactly where they're gonna be coming from.
Oh my god. Stop staggering, please.
It's a steamroll.
You gotta stop staggering, man. Oh, Fi's gonna go down. And Kellen survives the pulse too. Oh, this is so rough for Sovereigns. They lose another one.
It's
okay,
so
resets 5. All to spawn. Do you not like Quartz get another kill? Dollar, don't do it. Don't challenge him.
Ooh. Fi's over to the Venture, wants to get at a spawn faster here. They'll have a little bit more point presence as well to stall it out, knowing that that push bot is almost near its destination. And this is tough. Jaws, Sovereigns could go home here.
Taking negative damage from that pulse spot, shrugging it off as you would with the Mauga. But this rush, I mean, look at his placement. I think they completely split off Sovereigns right now. They at least managed to kill Yubi, but for how long are they going to be able to keep this fight going is the question without Darn. And Kellen being alive nearing this primal rage, they eventually slay the beast in the front line, but 4 minutes to go. That checkpoint around that final corner too. Twisted Minds are in such a good spot to just take the series.
And send Sovereigns home. They have to make up 100 meters on this map in order to keep themselves alive in this series as well as this bracket. And it's not looking easy. Twisted Minds, they've got 2 more ultimates at this next fight. And Quartz, if they have high ground control again, can just hit it with the overclock like they did last time.
Flipping the map here. Sovereigns on the high ground. They're going to have to go down to low. Vigilante taking a lot of damage from the Venture, but here comes the Railgun. Buddy with the Suzu. Quartz patiently there, waiting out the Suzu's immortality duration. UB falls okay. Turnaround for Sovereigns here. Killing UB is a big one. Stops Kellen from going super aggressive, and the stick from Shax. Oh, he's going to net 2. He stuck Kellen, but killed Crispy and Quartz. You take those. 3 minutes to go for Sovereigns. BM.
Hey, look, what? I don't know. Was it like an ego pulse there? I'm not really sure what happened. But Sovereigns, they got 1 team fight down, but they still have to win probably 3 more in order to make up this differential. Kind of hope that Fi had held on to that tectonic shock for this next fight, but you do have the cage now from Dawn with very little here from Twisted Minds to deal with it.
Right, pops it down. Well, I mean, Kellen's just going to get dominated there in the cage. Yeah, Vigilante can't escape either. I think this fight is pretty much over at this point. I mean, Quartz has managed to kill Dollar. Sound barrier, hits 3. Whoa, Twisted Minds want to stay in this fight. Knowing Dollar's down, I mean, there's a lot less speed they can play around with, and that's Crispy just jumping on Buddy and securing the kill. An extremely messy fight here, but it's all for the better. Twisted Minds right now rose closer to the bot in terms of spawns, and they're not going to allow Sovereigns to push the bot any further. Kellen is back, contesting the point, and with the CDs, health bars, everything from Sovereigns kind of running out, they're not able to continue this fight and get no closer to the checkpoint.
No, that was so risky from Crispy, but it paid off, and Twisted Minds now have whittled away so much time off of this bank. It's sub 2 minutes, and Sovereigns still have 80 meters that they've got to make up over the course of these next couple of minutes. It's going to be really tough for them, because we have like the, oh man, like you've got Quartz the sharpshooter, but on top of that, you have the rush here from Vigilante to just play aggressive.
That's 2 dead for Sovereigns.
Come on, they give it the 5K with the overclock.
I mean, look, Quartz was just completely isolated from the rest of the team. Sovereigns like had it looked like a half an idea there to try and kind of take Quartz out. I mean, Shax was trying to get there, ended up getting sniped. Quartz at 3 in the fight. I mean, there's a minute to go. Look where the bodies rose. They're on the final corner. Sovereign need to find a grass hold of summon. They need to find answers, but they got nothing for this test. Sovereigns with double support ultimate might be the thing that sees him through, but this overclock is going to be punishing. Fi without a burrow, and even now Darn just trying to get on the back line. Quartz taken super low. Suzu used to keep Quartz alive. Both rush available, and the sound barrier for Sovereigns. They basically use everything in this fight to keep themselves in, but the bot is still way in their territory.
It's gonna be so tough, and even still with ultimates, like Fi can't even use the tectonic shock because Kellen locked him down. There's 30 seconds left. A pause comes through, but oh my goodness, 30 seconds left with a Primal Rage and a Pulse Bomb. Twisted Minds should get the job done here.
Looks like Crispy's internet is being a bit wonky by the looks of it. UK internet moment. Unlucky, I guess. That's a little rough. Like, they're on the fights at the very end there. Like, ideally you don't want to use both support ultimates trying to get things done, but it's so to and fro that it's like, okay, we use Sound Barrier, okay, we kill Quartz, we kill like maybe someone else, and we can kind of win this fight. We've got to stay alive as 5, because not only do Twisted Minds have the forward spawns there, because the fight is a little bit messy, it just turns into everybody just kind of bundling back on the point and them just wasting time. I mean, speaking of time, there's 30 seconds to go, Rose. Twisted Minds are close to finishing. They're 130 meters.
They could just hold cap here, especially if we're going to see Kellen body block them at the door.
Well, there's a Primal Rage. Oh, he's gone. Where'd he go? Oh, he's back. Tectonic shock for Fi. Only ultimate in the bank for Sovereigns. Here it is in the back line. Oh, Yubi! Oh my god, buried 6 feet under and then some. Turned into a fossil. Nice pulse bomb onto Kellen. Okay, Sovereigns, they've got the spawn advantage here. They got control of the bots. Overtime is going to trigger, and now they need to be perfect. They cannot get off the bot. My word, that was close. All good though. But they got 100 meters just under to get back into this fight and secure themselves another map. They're fighting for their lives here in the lower bracket.
4-team fight wins. 4-team fight wins. Stand between Sovereigns and keeping their dreams alive. Oh man, it's gonna be hard, and I don't know if Sovereigns can clutch it up just like they did at Eichenwald, but I sure can hope that they can come up with something big.
Kill would be a good start. Dan taking a lot of damage. He's got to have something. No, the Magnade from Quartz stops him from moving, stops using any abilities for the Doomfist pretty much. They end up trading with Quartz, and a Pulse Bomb go off. Oh, it's on the payload. Ended up missing for Yubi, but it's all good. I mean, easy cleanup now for the Tracer. Fight isolated. There's a rush, and it's all falling apart for Sovereigns now. Twisted Minds with a 3-0 are going to eliminate Sovereigns. Their chance at EWC completely gone now as Twisted Minds make their way through the lower bracket.
That was a tough opponent for Twisted Minds to have to take down. Sovereigns put up such a great fight in the series, but Twisted Minds, I don't know if they ate something different for breakfast this morning or if they were able to have a team huddle at the end of yesterday, but they look so much better than what we ended up seeing from them, and it shows in such a big way to keep them alive in this lower bracket. Jaws, they just need to win one more match win, and they get a chance to play in front of their home crowd. And I'm sure that is a huge thing for them to play for.
Exactly. I mean, I think Jake was right. Like, it really did light a fire under them. They were ready and raring to go. This was a closer match than maybe people kind of expected it to be. I mean, Eichenwald especially looked really close. Looked like anybody could take it at the very end there. That ridiculous push from Sovereigns looked so good. But Twisted Minds the ones to advance in a 3-0 fashion. Yeah, the underdog pick, I don't think worked out, unfortunately, for Zoe and Johnny.
You win some, you lose some.
Exactly.
That's right. That's
you gotta gamble. Sometimes you gotta gamble.
We were committed.
Exactly, we're committed to the bid. Didn't work out for us. GG, go again next. For now, though, Twisted Mind keep themselves alive. I do want to talk about the compositions we saw there, though, because heading into this, you guys talked about, like, they're probably not going to lean into the Maga. Sovereigns did commit to the Maga, even though it looked, you know, they looked the way it looked. But Twisted Minds, though, they're now trying to shoehorn this dive into the mix. And while you did agree that that might be the best look for them, you also, yesterday already, mentioned several times that you're not entirely sure if working in that Tracer or even Winston comp against those Maga comps is going to look all that great in the long run here, Jake.
Yeah, you know, I think there are a few maps where it could be strong, it can be super effective. For me, not convinced at all on Ike on a map where, you know, like you have to have these clean fights that last a long time, but they managed to get it done. But I think they look fine on the Maga comp. It's strange to me that they're so resistant to playing it. I do feel, though, that especially keeping the Tracer in the Malcolm Mirror could be a real liability. I've seen like a lot of top teams rarely use Tracer in the Malcolm Mirror, preferring things like Genji, Venture, Cassidy, Pharah, just like much higher damage output heroes. I mean, Tracer in those cage fight or you know, big shout trades Tracer just really doesn't contribute that much damage. She's very elusive, but that's not necessarily what you need if the Mauga is going to keep you alive anyway. So I do think UB will have to show a bit more flexibility if they want to keep playing the Mauga, and against stronger teams, they may potentially need to.
Yeah, I think they really utilize the fact that UB is a really good Tracer player, and the backline from Sovereign clearly struggled to actually deal with the Tracer and peel the Tracer effectively. We noticed, for example, on Nepal's Sanctum, right, the retake from UB contesting the point and forcing the backline's attention while you got the front line in brawling with the Mauga, and stuff like that, right? You'd see, for example, on Eichenwalde, when they try to engage, Sovereigns will try to engage with the Mauga composition, and UB comes in from the back and harasses the Lucio and Kiriko repeatedly, right? They weren't able to deal with UB on the Tracer, so UB naturally extracted a lot of value. I think as the competition gets harder, the longer this bracket continues, I think the Twisted Minds will run into some backlines that are really aware of UB's Tracer and can effectively deal with UB's Tracer. So, not taking anything away from UB in this series, did a really good job, showcase why he's so good on Tracer, but as the competition gets harder, it's going to be even harder to get value from that Tracer.
It is indeed. But, you know, teamwork made the dream work. UB got the job done on the Tracer, and Quartz really showed up in this match as well, and that's why Quartz got themselves the honor of Player of the Match.
I feel like Quartz, going into the year, we talked about Quartz as one of the best hit scan players in the world. Been relatively quiet so far compared to the names we've talked about. Yeah. So good to see Quartz back in action, racking up the highlights here on Cassidy, of course. But you kind of want Quartz to be in that mix of like top hit scan players, especially in the EMEA, right? You got players like Sparker, Kai, for example. Like Quartz should solidly be in that mix, and we talked about it's one of the best hit scan players in the region.
I mean, during the Overwatch World Cup, like, Quartz played out of his mind.
Unbelievable, right? So that's what we want to see from Quartz all the time, especially here contributing to his team's win.
I mean, I think he is passing the eye test. He looks really good, like really, really strong performance today on the just like the raw hit scan, finding the picks he needs to find. And on a lot of these comps, I'm questioning the comp, but Quartz individual picks on the hit scan are what's like keeping them alive, like making these fights competitive. So if you have a lot of faith in your Sojourn, sometimes these high mobility dive comps with Ball and Winston do present chances for Sojourn. Just a little bit scary because, you know, you only get so many of those chances, and eventually you might get outvalued by different picks. And so definitely a lot of pressure on Quartz here to really, if they're going to make the dive work, there is a lot of pressure on him in particular to find those, you know, burst shots with Rail. It's not so easy to do, especially after the Season 9 patch. You don't solo one hit on Sojourn. You need a little bit of poke damage first.
Indeed. Well, you know what? We actually get an opportunity to pick Quartz's brain as he's joining us with an audio interview. Quartz, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
What's good, Quartz? Thank you so much for taking the time and joining us. Congratulations on the dub. Let's talk about what we just got to see over, well, the last 2 days. It looks like you and the team are straying away a little bit from those Mauga composition. Is that just not within your wheelhouse, or are you just not convinced that that is the meta that needs to be played?
First of all, thank you for the congratulations. And second of all, I think the Mauga comp is good, but for us, I prefer the Monkey comp or Dive comp because I can play Sojourn, and Sojourn is my best hero, and I can do stuff, you know, click hits.
Click hits, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, can't argue with that. So, Quartz, I want to ask you, you know, what you're playing for here in this tournament, the chance to play at the Esports World Cup, and for you guys, obviously, not having the full strength of roster we would have hoped for at Dallas. The Esports World Cup could be the first chance for your team to really play on that global stage. What does that mean for you to play in this tournament and to be competing for that chance?
It means a lot to me. I really want to get a good place at this tournament because first of all, it's at my country and I want to represent my country and get a good place. And second of all, I just like winning. I don't like losing, so I'm going to give it my best.
That is a primary motivation for a lot of competitors.
That's a good motivator, honestly.
You hate losing. You hate losing. So I like those words. How do you feel about your own play? Obviously, as I mentioned here before the interview, going into the year, you were talked about as one of the best hit scan players in the world. Do you feel like you can take it to the very best in the world as you're playing right now?
Hopefully I can. Yeah, I'm very confident in myself. Maybe the last couple of days I wasn't playing my best, but it's some inside issues. Hopefully we can fix it and I'll be back at the top again.
Yeah, it's good to see you pop off, so I'm hoping to see more great performances, more player of the match performances from you, Quartz.
That's right.
Thank you, I hope so too.
Well, Quartz, thank you so much for joining us. You're just one victory away from playing in front of the home crowd. We're all cheering for you and the team to get that done. Thanks again, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you so much.
And that was Quartz from Twisted Minds. They're keeping themselves alive in the lower bracket. Now, of course, awaiting their next opponent. And we'll find out very soon who that is going to be. But first, a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you again at the other side of this. What's good, friends? Welcome back to the EWC Qualifiers here live from beautiful Burbank. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny. We're here to break it all down for you. We're almost wrapping up our EMEA region for today with one more match to play. This is going to be an elimination match, and it will be fought out between Quick Esports and Nuage, two teams which obviously ended up in the lower bracket. That means they received a beating in their first match. Quick Esports, in fact, had a rough start to their day, but let's take a look at Nuage here first. They were punching above their weight class yesterday. They did go up against Virtus Pro. Didn't look great. Were there any signs of life, any hope?
I think Sharp is the first name I think of on this team as sort of their hope, and the downside for them though in that situation is I think Sharp's best hero is Tracer, and for me the Malgamir, not a hero I'm super excited to see, but I think maybe for Nuage, if they can keep Sharp on Tracer, maybe play some dive comps, bring us to maps like Princely, like a Paraiso, where the Winston dive could be pretty strong. Maybe that can be a strength for them. Because if it does come down to the Malgamir, it's going to be all about the team play, all about those cardiac overdrive usages. And so for me, I think it's less about, unless it's that one individual Sharp on Tracer, most likely this is going to be a game decided by team play, who's got a better read on the meta and a better coordination within themselves. There's not, for me, in this match, any one superstar player who's expected to kind of go above the rest.
Yeah.
Well, on the other side, reinforce Quick Esports.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
It was tough.
It was rough. It was rough. They played against ENCE earlier today, just a few hours ago. They lost their match.
They did.
But last map, gotta be fair here.
They played the Reinhardt mirror.
They played the Reinhardt mirror. Let me cook, my man. Let me cook.
Yeah.
They played the Reinhardt mirror, and they made them sweat. Granted, it was cloudy coming in hot, or rather cold, and he was on like a 5 bajillion ping. So, you know, that may or may not have given them a bit of an in.
So, I'm going to be honest. I think this is completely highly irrelevant to the upcoming series. Because this was a one-off, and we're not going to see
These
Reinhardt.
are the highlights
I love these highlights.
So we have to work with it.
I am the Reinhardt main on the desk, and even I can admit that that was just not what we're going to see this series. I will say, though, even on maps like Midtown, for example, even if it was a brutal, beatdown, I do think that Quick Esports, though, they are clearly committed to playing some kind of variation of Mauga with the Pharah and the Cassidy, of course. And I actually think this could be something they could utilize against Newash in this series. So I actually do agree with you that Newash, they could, for example, want to go to Paraiso. That would be a pretty decent map for them. You know, if you are Quick Esports in that regard, maybe you're saying like, hey, we don't want to play these dive maps. We don't want to allow Newash to just play their comfort game, to play these Winston kind of compositions. So instead, we're going to try to be the Mauga team in this very series, and that's how we're going to get away with it. Now, I do think that Quick, they could match it, of course, because we've seen them in the past. They like to play Winston, Tracer, Cassidy with this trio that I mentioned earlier in the day. So I could see Quick maybe catering to that style, but this is where I'd go like, hey, this is a Mauga meta. Let's just commit to the Mauga composition that we're playing with the Cassidy and the Pharah, and this is what we're going to run the rest of the series, and that's how we'll get the win against Newash, who has clearly shown that they're a little bit inflexible in that regard.
Well, I'm very interested to see where we're going with predictions, because quite frankly, I may or may not have flipped the coin for this one. I don't think there was too much to take away.
At least you're honest about it.
At least I'm honest.
We didn't really get much data about these teams.
That's the problem. You can't really get data from what we've seen in their first round play here. I do think it's hopefully more evenly matched, but I could be absolutely wrong in that. So I flipped the coin, made it spicy with a 3-2. Let's go Nuage, I guess.
Yes?
I guess. I don't know. I'm not
committed.
invested.
Let's go.
I'm not committed.
This is the
I'm
one.
not invested. My heart is not in this one. I gotta be honest.
I went with Quick Esports. I just think I went with the meta on this one. I think the Mauga is really, really strong. I think there's a lot of maps. Although we might sneak in a dive map or maybe two, in the end, I think the series is going to be decided by the Mauga mirror, and I favor Quick on it.
He sounds as committed as I am, or not.
Which is to say not.
Which, yeah.
Yes.
I'm committing to Quick Esports. This is your time to seize your moment in the lower bracket. You are 2 series away from qualifying for Esports World Cup in Riyadh. So you might as well. This is the series of your lives. Come on, China, it's time to pop off on the Pharah. Let's see it. I am committed.
That was way too much commitment. Like, I'm not.
Let's see what the community thinks.
Like, yes. Bravo. Yeah, community. Let us know.
Oh.
There we
How
go.
do you feel?
Let's go,
Oh,
chat. Voters.
You are chat voters. So bad. You are chat. That's right. Johnny and chat, you're like this right now. We're not, but that's okay.
Not
because
sure
one team will win, the other one will take an L, that's for sure. And we're about to find out who that's going to be. One thing I know for sure, though, it's going to be entertaining because we have Necra and Jack on the mics.
What is Johnny? Why is he shouting?
He's feeling.
What are you waffling about?
What am I waffling?
Somebody's
what are you
gotta bring
waffling around
the
the
heat.
desk?
I am spitting, and you are waffling.
Spitting?
We need a rap battle in the studio.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't think we need that.
You have to
I
rap
don't know
in
if I want
Swedish,
that.
Johnny. If
I
that's
can do
going to
that.
happen.
Yeah.
Actually, Swedish rap goes hard. Okay.
Does it?
Yeah, it does.
Actually,
it does.
goes hard.
Really?
Swedish rap hops off.
True,
Actually
actually
Don't sleep.
true.
We don't get Johnny started on this.
It just never stops. I can't. It's just.
It's really good.
We've got to
It's
listen
really
to this.
good.
We've got to listen to this. Next road trip with Johnny. It's just all Swedish rap music. I mean, I personally, I never heard it. So maybe I need to be educated.
Jack, we've got to get you cultured. Or
Well, we are going to
something.
Sweden later this year, so maybe we need to do that.
Yeah.
There you go. We'll hit some clubs. We'll hit some
Perfect.
clubs,
Go to a
Johnny.
concert.
Hit some clubs. No, he's shaking his head. He's like, nah, there's no way. Dude, Zoe's down.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%.
It'll be fun.
Ah, so he's a real
exactly.
one.
It'll be fun. We'll hit up the clubs. Johnny can stay home. That's fine. He can stay home with Matt. We'll watch NBA in the hotel.
And drink wine.
Yeah. Matt won't be doing that. All right, let's get into the series, though. Quick Esports versus Nuage Rose. Elimination time yet again for both these teams. You wanna find a win here? It's going to be a tough competition, tough road ahead for you. Loser is guaranteed to go home. No chance at Esports World Cup. Nepal, once again, is our first map of this series.
Who do you have winning this series, Jaws? Who's your money on?
Historically, Quick Esports have won against Nuage. 2-0 is the last time they met. So it's got to be with Quick here. I've got to go with my boy Jake on the desk. Not sure. I think just the Mauga from Quick didn't look half bad the other day. I mean, what are you thinking coming into the series?
I'm thinking the same thing. I just think that Quick Esports, they have the right meta read, as Jake said, and I also think that they have a lot of underrated players on this roster. Not necessarily at the same weight class as what we see from ENCE and from Space Station, Virtus Pro also falling into that category, but I just think that Quick Esports, they have a lot of players that have been so hungry for this opportunity. Chef has been such a great support player. You also have Keo that has been so powerful alongside China, and Crocs too, as we were calling out in their earlier series. I think like does have the right read to go in and get aggressive, just not quite able to stand toe-to-toe against those tougher opponents just yet.
Even against the Ryan 1v1. It was an honorable tool, I think, at the end of it.
It was.
No typing.
Typing.
No typing. Nobody type. Good luck.
It's all business and all focus.
Some friendly rivalry there between both teams. Quick Esports, of course, the map score there on the top of your screens next to each team's name, 18 and 14 versus 15 and 17. Pretty evenly matched, although like I mentioned before, Rose, Quick Esports last time they did meet Nuage, it was a 2-0 in the FACEIT League. Oh, wow, that was one of the quickest kills I think we've seen today.
That was fast. And now it's the go signal too for Quick Esports to just keep moving on it. They should be able to get the first point capture here, but at least Nuage, like they backed up from that damage. They're gonna have that 5th player back in the mix pretty soon. So it's not like they're out of it just yet. They still have an opportunity to come back in and contest this point if they really want to.
Oh, well, really Suzu used a mana though. Wow. All right. Well, there's the fight. At least give me something to commentate over there, but all good. That's a very quick kill initially. Once again.
So much spam damage coming through, though, from China. I think that just the Pharah makes such a big difference in these matchups. If you have somebody that's confident in that hero, then you get a lot of spam damage in these chokes. Going through that small room is also kind of like a room of death. How do you get out of here? You don't have a shield to block this damage. You just have to tank it if you're the Mauga.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. And the barrage is pretty damn fast too, because everybody's kind of grouped up, just trying to benefit from the Mauga, especially the Sharp needs some HP. Okay, all good. I almost panicked. Especially when you are receiving the cardiac overdrive. Speaking of which, yeah, Krog's going to push with his. Sharp taking a lot of damage to the high ground, and unfortunately didn't match the rest of his team there and didn't drop to low. Well, he does get flipped by Nuage, however. And now, he's in a whole heap of hurt. That dash away, the roll, is not used towards his team, sadly, but the rush from Quick Esports will almost net them a point. Tom has to just dash out. This is a very slow fight. Well, the opposite of what we've had so far in this map. The EGS taking out Natsuki, popping the cage down, and Crocs, oh, you so tried to get out of there with a dash, the override. Didn't quite get out of there in time. Good cage coming through from Tama.
Wow, a lot of investment though, because Sharp is able to pick up 2. So despite the fact that the cage didn't necessarily look like it was going to be like enough by itself, I think just being able to get those extra couple of kills from Sharp seals the deal. And as you said, Jack, was a very elongated fight. A lot of that due to just being able to throw ultimates into the mix and not even having a clean fight win. But we do see Nuage take back control at this point, and with this high noon too to keep everybody away.
Oh, what a poop. Beautiful stuff there from Tama, just like basically dashing in, CCing everybody in Sharp, just set up for success there. Getting a double kill with the high noon. Okay, Nuage, keep it up. Getting more and more aggressive here, like you were mentioning, Rose, where you have to be, and even Tama like kind of stepping up to these doors. Gotta be careful.
Oh, you Yeah, you can too. I mean, especially when you've got the cardiac overdrive alongside this Genji blade, that's just so much damage coming your way, and a very unkillable Genji at that.
Cage available from Crocs, and there he goes. And everybody from Nuage just jumping into the cage. I mean, I don't think you're going to be able to survive too long in the Cassidy. That cage fades away, and Nuage looking like they're going to take the round. 90% of building. Crocs switching over to the emergency wrecking ball to try and get there in time. Gogo should be able to get touch. Dealing with the Kiriko. Oh, just get a little bit booped. Oh, booped again. Booped twice. Ball comes in. Does get the touch. No Lucio. No hope really now for Quick Esports as Crocs. I was watching the health bar just evaporate pretty much. And that should be round 2. Nuage with a very slow start. End up coming up big.
Just had to play around the Pharah, dislodge it from the skies, give yourself an opportunity to work around it instead of just allowing it to get that spam damage into you. And then Sharp. The desk called Sharp out as maybe one of the players that could make a difference in this matchup, and we felt it. Like, just all of those Cassidy headshots, consistent damage into Quick Esports, and Nuage was able to clean up these fights very quickly.
Okay. We can see Pharah again? I would imagine so. It is... By the way, just as like an overarching point, by the way, it is crazy that we're seeing a lot of Pharah now. I really like it. Obviously, Pharah did get changed, not quite so recently, quite a while ago at this point. But I'm like, wow, we're actually seeing Pharah played. It's been a hot minute since it's been meta. It's been cool. It's been cool to see a lot of barrage kills. Most of the time barraging at each other, which looks very funny, which I'm a big fan of.
Threw all the big guns at it.
Great.
But yeah, okay, it is going to be the Pharah again for China. It's a little bit more difficult, I think, to play around Shrine just because you have so many more open sight lines, and Sharp has been so quick with it that I feel like you're still going to struggle a little bit if you're China. But maybe play a little bit more ground Pharah. Stay out of the LOS of that Cassidy.
Oh, Croc's going so low. All right, both Maugas have been slain, and now for some true, honest Overwatch. It's all about the hit scans. You gotta just tag China too. Make sure China isn't getting free rocket spamming. Good headshot initially there by Sharp. Onto the Pharah. China playing a little bit more safe. That Magnate landing onto the Cassidy. Kyo does end up falling, and a little cleanup there from Dip. No dash, reflect in 3 seconds. No, but it's EGS that takes him out. Nuage lost a player, but they got the point.
Yeah, I feel like Dip overextended there a little bit, but it wasn't too bad given that Nuage was able to get the point and will be able to come back pretty quickly, but not before. China might get this Pharah barrage up in this next fight. Zirian, though, should have this Kitsune rush first, so I expect that to come out first from Nuage and see what is able to come up after that point.
Crocs just waylaying that charge, hits it on the ground eventually. Tama so low. That's CC really hindering the Mauga's ability to stay in this fight, and there's the barrage. Shine taking a lot of damage, but getting spammed with healing. See EGS that entire time just flinging the Offiter towards the Pharah. I saw the Cassidy cleaning up. Good flip from Quick.
Yeah, the barrage was just exactly what the doctor ordered to get that flip back. And even though we saw the rush, there was nothing else that could realistically follow that up for Nuage to keep control of the point. They still have 33%. It's not bad. They need just a couple of team fight wins after that. But Quick, they've got the defensive position, having control of this point. China now gets to have all of this rocket spam before Nuage make it in. And after the sound barrier could be really important.
Well, here's the High Noon. Sharp on his lonesome in the front line, realizes it too. Has to just run out of there. 24 HP, manages to get out. Sound barrier used from Gogo. They weren't in danger at all. They're actually just chasing Nuage. Now they've got nothing for this blade. The beat comes through from Nuage to make sure the blade can actually stick around. Couple of slashes onto Crocs, sends him reeling off of the point, actually taken down by the enemy Mauga. Tama picks up that big kill, and now Nuage just trying to find his flip.
Yeah, I mean, another example of the later beat being the better beat, as Natsuki is able to just get Nuage back into the fight with this unkillable Genji blade. And they're also rewarded here with the cage, as well as a Kitsune rush on top of that. So if you were worried about the Venn diagram of cages from Crocs and Tama, I give a bit of a better upper hand here to Zirian being able to lay that Kitsune rush on top.
Well, there's the... Oh, okay, both cages. Everybody crowding all up. Everybody is in the cage right now. And here come the kills. The High Noon cage, the Blade cage, just... You could pair any ultimate with it. I'm going to be really real with you. Dip coming up big, though, with a couple of kills. Wow, the Genji coming alive at the very end, even without the Blade. They were able to get the kills. It's just the lonely Kiriko. EGS not being able to swift step away. The double kill to start off that fight too from the Cassidy. Keo getting 2 clean kills. You're expecting to win that, but Dib surviving that entire time.
Really big to make sure that the Genji was able to follow up with the rest of that damage, but all eyes are on Natsuki right now to see if the Sound Bearer is enough to get Nuage this second point and take the first map of our series. It's gonna be the Kitsune though to start from EGS.
Big rush, clears everybody off the point. See Nuage, don't want any of that smoke. Got the Sound Barrier to re-engage with. Gogo is 30% off as well, so they're in a good position to win the round here and win the map. Blade from Dip. Barrage comes in, does it the backline, but there it is. Couple of kunais, a quick speed away from Nuage, and now the Blade to clean everything up. EGS with no CDs left, and Nuage should have wiped Quick Esports. Nice dash on the high ground, giving the bag, son. And there it is, a team kill for Nuage, and there's no hope for Quick Esports to come back. That should just be map. Maybe, but there's just too many boops. And Nuage take the first one.
Pretty good map. We said Quick Esports maybe having a bit of an upper hand in this matchup, but Nuage heard us. And they want to show us different.
Yeah. I mean, look, Nuage coming up big. I mean, Dip, especially on the Genji, surviving that double cage fight. Like, the entire server was confined to, like, a few meters in diameter worth of circles. Like, ridiculous. Like, at that point, it's like, how much AoE do we have and how much AoE can we throw in? Dip, even without a blade, survived the high noon and then just got reset after reset after reset on the Genji. Perfect for a Genji player that can kind of play around the pillar and get out of the way of the Cassidy. Looks good for Nuage right now.
But Sharp too. Look at that. I mean, there are so many instances where Sharp was able to get multiple picks with the high noon, and that opened these fights up so much for Nuage to continue being dominant. Like, major credit to the whole team, though, because these comps can be really difficult to run if you aren't playing together and you aren't all on the same page of when you're using ultimates, what you're going to use, and how you're going to be able to follow up this damage. I feel like every single time we were watching the kill feed, Sharp and Dip were both there to help each other out. Like, these clean kills were coming through so swiftly.
Yeah, I mean, the very ending clip there from Dib just cleaning everybody up. You mentioned it at the very end of that fight, like, or the very start of that fight. Like, you got the barrage, you have to bait them in, and Nuage knew exactly that. They knew their game plan, tried to step up, and then bait the barrage. They did so successfully, sped back, and then beat everything. Blade thrown in, no C's left for the other side. And here we go. Eichenwalder is our next map. Picked by Nuage. Slower bracket game, elimination game. One team will go home here.
So far, it's going to be Nuage that takes the lead, but Eichenwald, maybe a little bit of a different pace here for both of these teams. But Tom has been able to play so aggressively with this Smalga. I feel like if you can keep that type of pressure up, then Nuage might just be able to keep up this win streak so far. I think for Quick, I really want to see if they can just kind of match that. Like, they've had to play so reactively with a lot of these ultimates, and that never feels good in a matchup like this. Like, oh, well, you're running at us. I guess we'll try to use the Kitsune here. Not kind of working out.
All right, let's jump in then. Eichenwalder. Seen a lot of different looks from this map today. A lot of silly things have happened as well, to be fair. A couple of back caps. UB, Kevster, I'm looking at you. Well, UB's one was a C9, really. But we'll see if anything more can happen.
Please,
it's a very historic map, Rose, to be fair, of like ridiculous moments. Like, the bridge has come up with so many, like the Boop God, like the Bastion's chandelier moments. Like, this map, it just breeds like highlight plays and just crazy things. And yeah, it's always a fun one to jump onto.
The map designers knew what they were doing with this map,
like
that's for sure.
Yeah, you could have made those chandeliers like non-collision, right? But they were like, no, maybe something silly can happen.
Just pop something up there. Oh, so fun.
All right, defense-wise for Nuage, just, yeah, sharp on the cast, Dip on the Genji. So thus far, why change it?
I would love to see China try this Genji out a little bit more. I think the Pharah, Nuage figured out a way to play around it really well. It's also a little bit harder to run on Eichenwald just because of all the high ground access. There's not a whole lot of places that the Pharah can hide, but still the point remains that I think Nuage got the better of the Pharah. They really had Sharp be able to lock it down, so I like that China is coming out with the Genji to try something a bit different.
Potential so far. A lot of damage, Dip. Having to deflect and go for a small cuddle with his supports. And both cardiac overdrives now being used, even a Suzu to save Crocs. You can't get taken out. The Lucio can be so vulnerable as well, especially to these Cassidys. Not only the Magne, but just being anywhere near that's not behind your Malga, you are sentenced to death pretty much. The Cassidy's aim at this level is just so good. China down first though, as Dip finds the kill. Okay.
Well, Quick Esports, they gotta try again. Zirian also already has this rush. So that's actually kind of crazy. Quick Esports could kind of go bait to the left, watch this rush come out, and then try to go to the right-hand side. But they gotta get the rush out of pocket first.
Jeez, EGS 1 HP pretty much. Uh-oh, goodbye. Someone get booped? Yes.
Oh, someone's gone.
There you go. Natsuki with a little differential there on the boop on the enemy Lucio. Ah, these fights are so quick.
Can't go that way.
Looking so good. You just won this one rush fight. You got Cage coming up, you got Blade, you got High Noon, beat everything. This is a completely different team, it feels like.
Carried that though. It does, but I also gotta give credit to the fact that you got environmentals. Quick Esports going to the left to open them up to that. Oh my god, the Blade.
Yeah, later beat here from Nuage too. Look at Crocs, completely isolated from the rest of his team. You saw where EGS was, basically backed by the tank near the spawn. Crocs got no healing there in that fight, it felt like.
No, I mean, how could you? How could you? Like, the overhealth is just not going to be enough there to be able to deal with something like the cardiac overdrive on top of that Blade. And especially if you're going to have the extra overhealth on top of that, I think Nuage was just always in a very unkillable position. But now you've got these cages. Bama actually going to beat Crocs to the punch with this one.
High Noon. There's the cage. There's High Noon's goals are building up. Uh-oh, you're going to have to get out of the way. Oh, draw, Sharp says, as China bites the dust. I mean, I don't really think you want to mess with the Cassidy here, Gogo, but he's still dodging and weaving, trying to get out of the line of sight from Sharp. Oh, that Magne, no way that hits. Okay, he got Suzu'd, meaning it drops to the floor. Zirian's got to be careful, dashes up to the high ground there, using that wall clamber. A minute to go, Rose. No checkpoints here. No checks on the payload, even. No ticks. This is rough. Quick Esports. I
mean, there wasn't...
what is happening? It's all falling apart.
I don't know. I don't know what's happening right now, but I think it's just been a lot of just not being able to actually fight as a full team of 5 before somebody gets picked off. So you have yet to use this cage. This rush might be able to help, but...
Well, there's the Blade cage, and straight to the back, yeah, no running for the Lucio. Natsuki quickly taken care of by China, and the amount of damage from the rush Blade cage. Yeah, that's an ultimate combo if I ever did see one. And Quick Esports, they get it done.
30 seconds remaining.
Just in the nick of time, right? Just in the nick of time. You got 30 seconds left, but Quick Esports finally able to unlock that payload. But this is where things start to get a little bit tricky. Nuage are able to have this close hold near the castle doors. Gogo does have the sound barrier, which is going to be a nice way to be able to keep them in this fight. But another Blade, another cardiac overdrive alongside one of these sound barriers. We've seen how this has gone before for Nuage, and it was a very successful team fight for them.
Keep just farming away in the front line. Both deflects. How much deflection was that? Both Genji's just looking at each other, basically deflecting everything back at each other. All right, Blade, it's been used. Dip, no ultimate any longer. Quick Esports, quick off the mark there, just disengaging with the speed boost. Gogo with the sound barrier, same with Natsuki, and with Sharp's High Noon here, looking for something, someone to click on. Unfortunately, though, Quick once again just being able to navigate around that ultimate. And here comes the rush. Zerion quite far away from his, considering this fight is going one way, and that's one way only, and it's actually Nuage's. Somehow the Magne managed to connect with EGS, and they get taken down.
It's another pick when they've used an ultimate that they cannot convert over to a team fight win. Quick Esports feels like it's going to be another repeat of that if they can't get anything done with something like this high noon.
Well, Zerion eventually taken to the cleaners. Sound barrier not laid out quite in time for China to get the reset dash onto the Kiriko. And here come the kills for Quick Esports. Really making this one close, though. These close holds from Nuage, they're looking real good. With only a minute to go, Quick Esports are fighting up this hill. And it'll be Nuage re-engaging with a cage.
There is a cage response, though, from Quick Esports alongside both of the DPS ultimates. So with that in mind, it should be Quick Esports winning this next fight. But we've seen Nuage just take even those advantages and turn them against them with just an opening pick. So, I don't know. It's tough to say.
Oh, okay.
Good start.
Yeah, Dib just dies. 3, 4 people. Gil just jumps in. He's got the Deadeye. Oh, where are you going to run to? Absolutely nowhere. That payload's going to get complete as well. There you go. Cassie finds 3 kills in that fight for Quick Esports. Q coming up large.
Holy. Oh. That's exactly what you wanted to see, though, with the cage on top of the high noon, just the extra damage coming out from the Cassidy. That is definitely going to be a team fight win, but you've got this blade alongside this rush that Quick Esports can use to start to snowball through this third point. No sound barrier for Nuage, so you're hoping the damage is going to stick. Not before Dip and Sharp are let loose too.
Oh, Dip's in trouble. Oh, well, China's just going to completely ignore him. Doesn't matter. That blade was pulled and Dip had no deflect. But Quick Esports now getting it going. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Could finish with more than a minute here. Looked almost impossible.
Ooh.
Considering their first attempt on the attack.
Sharp is over to the Venture.
Venture, yeah. No ultimate, though. And that's all 13 HP. China finishes him off. And pulls the play, too. Sound barrier coming in from Quick Esports. Is going to survive, at least for the moment. But Div still doing a lot of damage to the front line. Krog dashing forward as a large stomp on the ground, too. Is going to isolate the back line. And that's a minute and a second to go for Quick Esports. They finish just in time.
That's huge, especially after how much trouble they had getting through that first and second point. The fact that they finished third with any time at all feels like a miracle based on how those first 2 points went. So even over a minute, you take those, and Quick Esports should be very, very happy with that push. They lit up on that third point. They came alive and got the job done.
Yeah, I cannot believe that. That was like an OT kind of really scary push. They had no ticks on the first point. It was really just Nuage just running rings around them, and then second as well, held to the doors in a minute and 20 seconds before they got to the second point. Jeez, that is a ridiculous push, considering, like you were mentioning. See what Quick can do now on the defense, the same kind of thing. I can imagine we're going to see these comps throughout the whole. I can't imagine we're going to see Venture maybe a little bit sprinkled here and there, but
I feel like the Venture for this point, or at least at that last point, was just stall potential, right? Because you know that that cart is so close. Venture is going to be one of the best heroes to actually get that payload stall because of how long they can burrow underground and still contest the cart and roll through those cooldowns. But yeah, I don't think we see either of these teams really feel comfortable on something like the Venture. So it wouldn't surprise me if they don't. But here's your Lifeweaver Widow strat.
Yep, no peaks. Might as well.
Could you imagine?
I mean, it has happened in the past. That's why people keep doing it, but...
Well, I mean, you heard the comms when we got the listen-in on that second match, and they were like, oh, no, they're all hiding. They're all hiding. It's like, well, yeah, of course.
You don't want to lose the first point just randomly to a Widowmaker peeking out spawn, basically.
You'd look so
exactly.
silly.
Like I said, it's happened a million times in the past, but the million and first time it won't get me, promise. All right, very aggressive now for Quick Esports as Crocs just overruns into the back line. Fair amount of damage coming out from Gio here on the Cassidy, but they do lose their tank. They're going to have to go quick, try and execute on the backline as quick as possible, get kills, get anything, or get out. Unfortunately for the Cassidy, a little less slippery than the rest of his counterparts on the team. And that's Nuage. Well, that's just a cap, actually.
Yep. That is, and that is so much time in the bank now. 5.5 minutes to roll through this second point. They're going to be the first ones up to ultimates too. They've got Zirion's Kitsune Rush almost ready to go. So close hold here for Quick Esports might not be super easy unless EGS is able to grab the Kitsune Rush too before they get run over.
Well, close hold again. It's always worth it. Sharp needs some serious help, though. And here comes the rush. Secondary rush here from Quick Esports a little bit later. And now you can see them over-peaking around this corner. Got to save Crocs. 1 HP. Has to get healed up. EGS on the case, though.
He ran so far away. Just try to get a health pack and then also get a little bit more healing. But wow, Gogo, Natsuki both have this sound barrier up as well. So we're just about to see a lot of health on the field with that plus the cardiac overdrive.
Well, I guess that was like a headshot from the cast or something. All right, okay, lose Sharp. Just back up again, all good. They're gonna try and chase the loose here. Oh yeah. Call that Natsuki was one.
Nice.
Little quick dash in, dash out. And there you go. Jobs are good in. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, so over a minute taken off this time bank so far. So this close-up from Quick Esports has been great. Being able to layer the Kitsune Rush gave them a fighting chance. Those random picks have also helped to stall out some of this time bank. But now we've got 4 ultimates on the board for both sides. So I would expect a pretty explosive fight from these
There's
two
the sound barrier. As soon as that blade was pulled, China thinks better of going directly into the back lines. Already used that dash, though, and now he has to cower in this outhouse. Oh, and Dib just playing on the outside of things. A little bit too easy for the Genji. Same with Sharp. Both DPS is just throwing their whole selves and their ults into the fights.
Well, that is one way to get the job done. Nuage now really opening things up. So many ults. That was wild. Even EGS actually going to be able to use the rush there. Means that Nuage, the Syrian, they are going to be the only one that has an ultimate up ready for this fight. But Quick Esports have the high ground. So you see a split actually between kind of Thomas staying by the cart and then everyone else going to castle.
Oh, Grog's taking so much damage. Wow. They descended on him so quickly. That was a bit disgusting. I think Quick Esports, or at least Crocs, a little bit caught unawares there, it felt like. The speed and power of Nuage. This might just be the cap 2, 5xing it on the point. China might be able to get up. Dash down. Okay, 1 minute, 1 meter, sorry, to go. With the Crocs there, that's a lot less staying power for Quick Esports. Dibs coming up with large kills and, well, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. A few extra cleanups. I think Quick Esports, every chance Dib gets. I mean, you know what? I respect it. I think Quick Esports throws are pretty happy that they got a minute and a second here. But of course, looking at the time back at Nuage, 3 minutes plus. Quick Esports respond in turn with changing over to the Reinhardt of all things. All right, Crocs wants to run it back. I'm not sure Tama's going to do the same thing.
Let's go. I want to believe. Joss, I want to believe, I want the people to believe that the Reinhardt is the call, because it means we might see more Reinhardt as we progress through this bracket.
I mean, you can like play on these corners really well, and like everybody's grouped up from Nuage, right?
Yeah.
So you are cleaving people. Pretty easy for your casty to swing a little bit wider as well, but here's the problem. When you get engaged on, your Ryan's pretty useless and can't protect the back line. Zip having to hit the deflect there as the beat comes through to save his life. That high noon could have been devastating. To end up using that Suzu as well from afar. I hear the Reinhardt. Oh, slammed. Reinhardt not used to being on his back there unless he's against another Ryan. He goes for the pin, but there's too many bullets in that Gatling gun from Tama. Just shreds the shield, and they shred the rest of Quick Esports. A team kill as a Tracer pick now for Quick Esports to get back to the points. A Tracer should be able to touch.
Should be a completion.
But how much time will they actually have? I mean, that was just cruel. Sound barrier comes in, Shadow hits the ground, but no one falls over. The blade is pulled, but unfortunately for China, he's just decimated by Sharp, and there's the completion. 2 minutes and 28 in the time bank versus a minute and a solitary second.
Oh man, I just poor Quick Esports. They have to come out of spawn walking into a cage and a Kitsune rush. Everybody was about to drop like flies as soon as they left spawn.
Cage in the Tracer like that is got to be one of the biggest like bits of BM you could do.
That's
triple blink down to the point. I've touched the point. Oh, insta caged, and then Tracer can't do anything. Rest in peace.
It's like unintentional BM because you have to do that just to be able to ensure the fight win, but it's into a Tracer. It just feels so bad.
Let's get a quick Esports listening though, as they plan their attack.
And also go back to far.
And but I thought Mauga is hard.
Can play Tracer or so. Anything?
No. Not do anything with Tracer.
Yeah, let's go. Reset, we go.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Tell me if you want
Genji.
Chance.
I got. Oh, okay, I back Mauk. Care, they might push.
Yeah, they're pushing.
I'm flanking.
Mog on me.
Catch one, dead.
Got that.
You should stay down.
Genji one, no.
Inside, push off.
Move on, don't be scared.
Now we can.
Shoot Mauga.
Look, Lucio.
10 HP.
Moga,
Yeah,
put
kill
down.
one.
You're dead. Look, Moga. See.
Moga.
Shoot Mauga, kill him.
Genji.
I need that Genji.
When it all breaks down, just go to Hog. Classic rank player maneuver, but honestly, at this point, it's meta. If Jumping can do it, I can do it. The Hog working out for Crocs. You know, he lands the hook, it gets broken, just walks around the building and just looks at him and kills him. Yeah, even Zerion's like, Hog, lol.
It works. I mean, it's gonna get them to open these castle doors. It's gotten them a full point already, and you could just keep the ball rolling with this Kitsune rush.
Absolutely love it.
Hook and chain.
All right, what do you got for us? Need more kills than that. Cardiac Overdrive use. This Kitsune rush is going to be very beneficial for the Hog, I can tell you that. Quick Esports with overtime now for them are going to push it under the bridge. Nuash need ultimates here. They need something to deal with everything except the Hog. Kill the Hog last. Gotta just try and kill everything else first. Play coming up for Dip. Just unlocked it. Nice little deflate there. Hunting for targets now. Hunting for the fire in the skies. Goes for the anime blade. Oh, but gets barraged. China just unlocks it. China and Kyo just coming out with big kills in this fight. The high noon and a couple of headshots. But this rush is going to be very annoying for Kyo to really deal with. The Tracer just playing around it almost perfectly. Magne goes a little bit wide too. It's going to be a little clutch here from Sharp, but no, Kyo shuts it down. Tracer dead. The lonesome cowboy now on the points as Quick Esports just try to get back to him in time.
Oh no, could you imagine though, this fight's gonna take place on the bridge and Crocs is a whole Hog?
They got Pete. They got the hook, they got the whole Hog. Tama in a whole heap of hurt now. Sound Barrier couldn't come in quick enough for the Mauga. Natsuki pushed into the wall. How are Quick Esports making this work?
Oh no, Natsuki couldn't land the sound barrier because he got pushed up against the wall. So nobody got that sound barrier healing, and Quick Esports, I think they're gonna get this second point.
Sharp doesn't get the touch either. I mean, they're still fighting in overtime, of course, so fighting here, not too bad. But they just actually got to land kills. There it is. Pulse Bomb flung out, hits the Hog, but it's all good. They've managed to move it through these doors, and they'll end there. But Quick Esports with the... I was going to say unconventional, but it's pretty normal at this point. Just went Hog, ran it down. They managed to make it all the way to second in OT.
Wow. Yeah, like, it feels like they got away with murder there. Just with so little time in the bank. They took a minute, they turned it into 2 captured points on their attack push. And yeah, off the back of a Roadhog. The whole Hog was good. Natsuki couldn't use the sound barrier there, and that's insane. That might have been able to keep Nuash in that fight and stop the cart even a little bit sooner.
Pushed Tama away as well. Just isolated Tama in the back, the whole Hog just ripping and tearing through him. Pushed him up against the wall, then pushed him even further back, you know?
Yeah.
Me when Mauga's meta. So true.
Did you see what he said before that? He's like, play a tank hero that you like to play, not just like the meta.
So true,
something along those lines.
Okay. Is Tama gonna, you know, is Tama?
No way.
Come on. Come on. I mean, Nuash, you could honestly go Ana here too. I wouldn't think it's a bad thing at all. I mean, Overwatch 1 Season 2. Yeah, the Hog meta. Long time ago.
Me when hook. Me when no pig pen.
Okay.
Could you imagine? Could you?
A little silly with it. Okay, so no counters here realistically for the Hog. No Ana here or anything like that. See what they can do against the Hog. I mean, he's hunting. Look at that. Natsuki's like, nope. Not going anywhere near that choke point. Looking for the hook. Well, they spotted the Hog, but he's going to get pushed into this small corridor, but trying to barges his way through.
It's all good. Still 2 minutes left for Nuage to get past this choke point.
And as long as there's someone else there as well, Rose, like the Hog change of him not landing a hook and getting an insta-kill, like it didn't, oh my god, another one, yeah. You see what I mean? Like it didn't really change anything, like they wanted to kind of get rid of it, right? Where it's like, okay, so Zerion not happy with that one. They wanted to kind of get rid of that like frustration of like hook and one-shotting people, but you can't just, especially with the pellet change as well, you kind of walk into them, headshot them, melee, like it is a guaranteed one-shot, and then if someone else is shooting the target when you get hooked, it's almost guaranteed. What when I Hog? Tell me now.
Tell me now.
I'm here for it, Crocs, I really am. Land another hook, you won't. He's in a little bit of trouble, but all good. He's got Lucio's speed, and he's going on the flank again. Barrage available from China, and there's another hook, and there's another kill. Quick Esports, they don't care about the meta, they don't care about Mauga. All they care about is Crocs playing the Hog.
It's working out. Barrage 2. It's just for show. It's just for pop.
They're trying to play on the rush.
Here.
Okay, eventually Crocs' Hog is felled. But Nuage still scared to touch the point, still scared to step up.
There's a high noon. Keo could just keep everybody from touching the point, buy some time here for Crocs to come back, who has the whole Hog. So that would be wild.
All right. Nuage eventually kind of grappling with Crocs' Hog here, trying to subdue it. High noon. Not going to be too successful. Big barrier in front of him, but if they break it, they might be able to do it. No, okay, actually just kills the cage. Crocs is pretty low, needs some desperate attention. However, not quite so lucky there. No Suzu, I don't think, was available. And the point has been capped. Can Nuage find the same success? We're in OT. They need to get it all the way to that second point and then some.
Quick Esports here, they could just take an eco push, try to get out as many of these DPS ultimates from Nuage as they can with that blade and that high noon. Even better if they can get the sound barrier out and then go ahead and use go-go's. That's really what they're playing for right now to even up the score of this series.
Sharp, high noon, almost didn't know where he was coming from there. Oh, from Crocs. Natsuki's dead. Oh, it's all breaking down now. All plans going out the window when Crocs brings the Hog out. There's the hook. That's going to be a kill, and that's going to be a stop of the payload too. Quick Esports are going to win this map right there and then. Crocs don't care about Mauga. They tie the series up. What a piece. Nuage with no answers to that pick.
Roadhog is meta. I love it. Junput is a trendsetter, and I'm so excited that we get a chance to see more Roadhog. Maybe not Quick Esports so happy about it, but you know, maybe.
Probably
maybe, I don't
not.
know.
We are going to Colosseo next, by the way, as our push map. So I'm thinking less Hog, you'd imagine. I don't know, though. I mean...
Why not more Hog?
If it's working at this point, like, maybe you just don't change it. I'm looking at the lobby screen as well. Crocs is rocking the Hog icon as well. It's really getting in their heads at this point. It's the mental games.
I love it.
I mean, this stage of the game, Rose, like, this is an elimination match, too. Like, loser here goes home. We're guaranteed a fourth map at this point, too. I mean, if you're in their heads already about what you're going to pick and even just picking the Roadhog anyway and then just finding these weird flanks and killing the Cassidy when they know you don't have hook, like, I don't know, anything can happen at this point, and I'm here for it.
I'm good with that. I'm really good with that. Nuage, though, I mean, they started off this series so strong with that win on Control, but now that Quick Esports have found some momentum with this Roadhog, I kind of wonder if there's any amount of mental damage that's been sustained on Nuage. Like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we lost to a Roadhog. They also got 2 points on their attack push when Quick Esports went out of the gates first on those extra rounds, and that's a lot to have to deal with, to know that you have to match that. when that's a lot of progress to be made in
Yeah,
one
if you
go.
think about how they ended up getting there too, with that 1 minute and 1 second, it was a miracle that they made it to the very end as well. Like, it was a struggle getting first and second point, but they still managed to finish with time, and a minute and a second as well. Like, ridiculous stuff. Colosseo up next, Rose. Are we going to see the same thing, or is it going to be back to Mauga? Yet to be seen. But you know what? At this point, I mean, just bring it out. Like, it works. Or we could go to Ryan again. Crocs should just bring out Ryan. What?
Could. I think that. Oh, I mean.
Oh, we're New Queen Street. No, I got baited by the. My bad.
That's
I got baited by the
exciting,
lobby
actually.
thing. That was.
Yeah. Throw out.
Not Colosseo. Not Colosseo.
What you said there.
We're going in. Map number 3.
Well, that does change things, doesn't it? I think Mauga has to be the call here. Nope. Wait. It is Colosseo.
This is Colosseo,
What?
isn't it? Yeah, this is Colosseo.
Huh.
This is Colosseo. Well, I was right. I was wrong. Whatever. We're going to Colosseo.
You were right the whole time.
That's
Don't
crazy.
worry.
That's crazy. Not normally the case.
So funny.
I'll tell you that right now. I'll be the first to admit it.
It's okay. The point remains, though, that Mauga should be played on this map. I'm so sorry. I don't think we're going to see the Reinhardt. If we do, we can all cheer and get excited for it. But I think Mauga versus Mauga makes a lot of sense. China, though, rocking the Pharah. Nuage was able to deal with this Pharah pretty handedly when they were playing on Control. Push kind of a similar style of map type when you take a look at it that way. And so Sharp is going to have to be very quick to the punch to try to deal with China.
Yeah, Croc's pretty unhappy with things, it seems.
Oh, so funny.
I mean, you are the one playing the meta. You can't complain here if you're the one that picks the Mauga.
You know, you can still be upset about it,
yeah.
I think.
You can complain. Just like every good Overwatch player, we know how to complain.
At least, like, people aren't really stuck in Brig Jail anymore. I think people are quite pleased about that one.
True. That is very true. Every role gets their chance to kind of moan about the meta or moan about this, that, and the other, right? I mean, DPS players are perma-moaning, but...
Yep.
I mean, the tanks get their chance to moan about Mauga, supports get to moan about Brig. He's literally taunting them in the chat. Like, oh, you want him to come to us?
Please come fight.
What is he doing? Pure mental warfare.
This is why Ziria said no typing in the chat. No typing, no match chat.
My guy is teabagging in front of the enemy team.
Oh my god. You come here
also,
now. Come
I
to
just
us.
realized, Rose,
Play
this
the game.
actually, we are approaching the record for no kills.
Yeah, it's almost 2 minutes.
2 minutes, and we've not seen a single kill. Okay, here we go.
Hit
Now the
no
kills
one.
come through, potentially. There you go.
Please?
8:15, I believe that was, when EGS went down. 8:15, almost a new record.
1 minute 45 minutes of lap.
Oh, that might be a record. I'll have to double check, but that is a pretty long amount of time before a kill, that is for sure.
That is so funny. Oh, I'm so glad that both of these teams can still show that they're having a fun time.
Also, Crocs is like
what this is all
significantly
about.
less ult charge because he was just teabagging in front of the enemy team the entire time.
That he
A little bit of
earned
hindrance.
that.
All right, a lot of skulls,
Oh, it's
but
okay.
nice deflect there, making sure it's not a team wipe. And we're back to the mid again. Oh, sharp with the high noon. It's going to get sped up here by the Lucio. Suzu's coming out. Oh, it's dipped. Actually goes down first. Sharp has to be careful. Rolls back. Here comes the rush. Straight into the front line for Crocs, just focusing down the Cassidy. No mobility, even with the Lucio by his side. Cassidy is easy pickings.
All right, so a little bit more revenge coming through from Quick Esports. Double sound barrier, though, for both teams, but I'm really looking at this barrage from China. If Dip is just going to go for the blade, I feel like China has free reign to hit the barrage.
Let's see if the duel can happen. EGS swift stepping away, all good. I always get worried about that, the Kiriko randomly like exploding before they get the swift step off. And now we're back to mid-fight.
Oh, Nuage is working up to the cage.
All right.
Croc's still
Here's
behind.
the rush. Now they can move on. Uh-oh. Do they know Kyo's there? Surely they know. Yeah, all right, they're pinging him out. There's no way the Casti survives that, unfortunately. All right, Nuage, not messing around here. Want to get this lead, and they're going to be able to secure it, and there it is.
Yup. Still a bit of a fight, though, to try to get that checkpoint, because Quick Esports can keep this high ground control. With the barrage still in tow as well, I think it's tough for Nuage to actually find a way to deal with this Pharah without sending Dip up there on the Genji, get a deflect or something like that. But there's a lot of ultimates coming online for both teams. Quick Esports, Crocs is finally going to have that cage up and running. So 5 on the board here for Quick Esports to Nuage's 3.
I love mid-fights in Colosseo. Rush, cage, high noon, barrage, sound barrier. Oh, and the dead eye. Oh, it finds 3. 3 juicy kills for Kyo. Oh, get him, Crocs. And there you go. That's a team kill, and that is the lead.
Yes, I mean, it used everything. Quick Esports, yeah, needed 4 ultimates to get that done. Nuage just kind of used the cage, sat there, allowed themselves to get run over, hoping to stop this push to this first point.
Samurai comes in, and every single Nuage member now just jumping into the cage to help the rest of their team.
No one's contesting.
Oh, they are now. Luckily, no checkpoint garnered by Quick Esports. Quick and clean kills there from Dip and his blade.
That was so close. It's just another one of those scenes playing out where you see that they are like all fighting in one corner away from the checkpoint, so someone's gonna push it regardless. Crocs is back on the Roadhog. I repeat, there is a Roadhog in the server. Now that Quick Esports have the meterage lead, Crocs is doing
hold it
it.
down. Oh, that was a switch step I just saw. Crocs knows it too. Pigpen on the point is going to get destroyed. They're just running at it. Full sail. Look at this. Full sending into the Roadhog. All good though. You got the backup. Both supports just coming in the nick of time just to save. Crocs, however, the perma bridge stall might be the name of the game here. Looks like it. Crocs trying to find a hook. Once again, they're just trying to get on top of it. Healing isn't going to last all too long, but China to the rescue. That barrage. Just, well, you know, Crocs is a distraction tool, right? And then you just hit the barrage straight on top of them. Team kill.
Yeah.
All thanks to Crocs.
Exactly. Crocs is just there to be a distraction, soak up some damage, and BM the enemy team.
It's perfect.
Let the DPS do the hard work.
Good skin too, using the Mako skin. It's got like a shark head on it.
True.
It's pretty cool.
I feel like that would be your favorite
Hog skin? There's like a bio warfare one or something where he's got like a gas mask and his hook's all funny. That's pretty cool. But this one's got an anchor, which is pretty sick. Let's get a quick listening with Nuage though, see how they're going to counter this up.
I'm gonna die. I'm stuck, I think.
Yes, I'm willing to fight. I think.
Fight on Mega. Give me.
Wait. I won.
Cast one. That's a lot. I'm on low. Low.
One. Oh, they get him.
One Kiwi inside. Kiwi low. Actually.
They're gonna get checked. It's fine. We get good spawns. They use Fox. Anything else?
No.
Nope. Okay, Noon beat close for close barrage again.
Look for Cage Noon again.
All right, Tip jumping over to the Echo.
Do you see the dance?
Yeah.
Crocs just left the fight, decided to go emote dance, and let everybody else finish up the fight. Oh my god.
Whole new layer of BM. And Crocs has had some fun already with the Ryan versus Ryan a little bit earlier on. And they have the lead and checkpoint now, Rose. I mean, they're in good standing for Colosseo.
Yeah. I mean, with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left as well, like, you still have to put up a good fight here in order to secure the job, but you got 4 ultimates to do it. 2 Nuages, 3 actually. But yeah, the Amp Matrix here, which is going to be nice. Yes, Dip on the Echo to help do a little bit better with those aerial duels, but Sharp first here with the high noon.
Beat comes in as Crocs just dunk walks forward. They have to play around this window. A lot of damage coming out from this Echo, but I mean, Dip is just running around the place, just trying to find an angle, but Quick Esports are not giving him and the dupe onto the Hog. I'm the only Hog in this server, says Crocs. Has got the whole Hog too, just blowing everybody away. Hits the breather real quick, but hasn't got much of it left. It's gonna need some heals, doesn't quite get there. And Nuage finally kill the hog and get that bot going. Can they get checkpoint is the question here. Maybe. They got a late kill on EGS.
It's going to be close because Gogo is alive to help taxi some of the others back. But I don't know. I don't think so, actually.
I think they might be able to get it.
Tough to say.
2 meters, 1 meter to go. They get it.
Nope.
They get their checkpoint.
Yeah, just a little too far away. So.
Oh, dip. Yeah, dip, no duplication. That lamp couldn't have come quick enough. Same with that sound barrier. No, I've already lost 1 DPS. And look at that. Tama is just farming Crocs. Crocs completely ignoring the other tank, but maybe should pay a little bit more attention to him because it's a very quick cage once again. And even a window being utilized too. There's a lot of damage coming out from the Cassie right now from Sharp, but Kyo that entire time was not giving him an angle to use that window at all. Was dancing around the frame of it. I mean, this bot's coming back. And China is going to be out to touch, so stalling out for a little bit more time. 20 seconds to go. Quick Esports in a good shape right now. They could just take this map. I mean, Crocs' hog, it's looking sublime right now.
Yeah, we can't complain about the Roadhog right now, especially when Kyo and China are also playing around it so well. You've got the follow-up damage every time you've seen Crocs land a hook, and they still have the lead. They got the high ground control as well as Nuage have no choice except to step out into the open to contest this spot and try to push
Crocs has found a kill already on Sharp. Post bomb connects to the Mauga, a lot of damage. A Deadeye. Oh, you can't get through the hog, not that easy. Oh, good shot too. I mean, that's all over. It's done. It's in the books. Crocs has had too much fun on the Roadhog. Sound barrier, and that's all she wrote. Quick Esports with the win. And Crocs laughing his way to the bank there is quicker now on match point in the lower bracket. And it couldn't look anything more like a show match right now, honestly.
No, it really couldn't. This Roadhog has been so incredibly fun to watch. Crocs is having the time of his life on this hero. Hello? We are still live, Jaws. Jaws, I think we're still live. But I'm in Black Abyss. I don't think Jaws can hear me, and I can't hear Jaws. Well, we're gonna go ahead and toss to break. And when we come back, we might have the conclusion of Quick Esports and Nuage. See you guys soon.
everyone, welcome back. Long time no see. We did it. Wasps attacked. What can you do? We're back though and ready to discuss all things Overwatch.
They're coming for the power infrastructure this time.
Angered them yesterday, and that's what you get. Well,
and I mean, we did leave the Wasp unharmed yesterday, so I don't know what they're upset about.
That's right. We should have gone scorched earth.
Yeah.
don't let them hear it. We would never ever hurt.
We're considering
anyone.
an alliance with the Wasps.
There's an offer on the table.
An offer's on the table. We talk about that a little later today. For now, though, I do want to discuss the highlights of the match we are currently watching, although it was a bit of a longer break. I mean, honestly, ignore everything you're seeing right now because the only thing I want to talk about is the bans.
There's some drama. There's some heat going on in this match.
Roadhog, apparently not the hero pick of choice for some people. Definitely the hero pick of choice for some others, and it's cost some. Well,
Xerion voiced his disapproval of the Roadhog pick. It clearly worked.
Just win
both
if you're
me
mad.
and Jake on the desk, both me and Jake were like, whatever it takes to win, and if you don't like the Roadhog, just beat the Roadhog. You know, play better.
Just play.
So
yeah,
it's been a very enjoyable match because of that.
Yeah.
It was all in the chat. You know, they're bringing their A game in all chat, and that's what you want to see. Now, Xerion gave him some flack for picking Roadhog, claiming that's just a dishonest hero, and it was answered with a hook immediately. And then the chat's continued.
The chat's going.
Honestly,
Roadhog is not big on talking. He's big on hooking. So
that's right.
I mean, Crocs as well at the end of Colosseo getting the win, doing
caps lock. Ha
ha ha.
That is just Crocs is dominating this.
Look at this. Look at this.
Matchup.
Oh.
Yeah. So this is spicy. I'm loving this.
Yeah.
I'm
so
loving this interaction between Xerion and Crocs. This is really enjoyable.
I mean, we were screaming when he finally hooked him on Colosseo.
Oh, he's getting the emo.
That's so good. This is the spice we need, though. Like, this match has become so much more interesting just thanks to the beef. I'm here.
This is why we love all chats.
What's even better about this is now also because we had such an extended break, they had to sit on it.
Yeah.
They've had to dwell on their failure.
Dwell on it and on that chat, living for this moment. However, heading into the next map, what do we want to see? I mean, clearly dealing with the Roadhog supposed to be a struggle, and even though they made the switches needed on Colosseo, it was rough for them. Is there anything else you feel like they can switch up composition-wise, or maybe just generally how they approach it?
I mean, I like the BAP. I think it's actually a good choice. Put more pressure on Roadhog's health pool. In the end, right now with Hog, I think you just want to like grind out his resources, especially with Mauga. You already have a great tool to just chip him down, and eventually he runs out of gas, and he is a hero you can actually kill. But you've got to not get hooked in the meantime. You've got to deal with the damage players in the meantime and not let anything go wrong. And that's really the challenge dealing with Roadhog, is like getting through that initial phase until he runs out of resources. And so the challenge now for Nuage is just to like play clean, play consistent. And that's sort of the most difficult thing to do when you're under pressure and they're sweating. I think they're kind of giving the worst possible response. To be like all chatting about Hog, you look mentally so weak doing that.
It's
the other
the
team is like
it's the French
feeling
way.
it.
As a neighbor of the good old people from France, it's the French way.
To complain?
No, to be verbal. You gotta be vocal about stuff, you know? You gotta verbalize it.
No, you gotta win. You gotta win.
And you ideally also should be winning.
And Quick is being smart about it. They're not just playing Hog 24/7 and like leaving themselves open to counter picks. They're using it tastefully in little tricky ways. It's well done.
The tasteful Hog usage is what we're witnessing. Let's see if they can continue this on New Junk City. And for all the action, we're gonna head it over to Jack.
John Travolta.
John Travolta,
GIF.
actually a meme.
Yeah.
For everyone who missed it, please send over to social media. It was way too funny.
We're so back. Yeah, just to clear things up, I could
so
not hear
back.
Rose during that whole incident.
Not at all.
Rose was like, yeah, we're still live. I'm like, really? I'm like, what's going on? I couldn't even see her. So.
I could tell that you couldn't hear me because you were taking a picture, of, like a selfie of yourself.
Oh, no, I was like doing the camera on the thing. I'm like, guys, we're
exactly. So I was like, he can't hear me. No worries. We go again. So
Speaking of which,
we're so back.
We're so back. No Hog to start off with, sadly. It'll be Quick Esports rolling out with the Mauga. Yeah, I'm sure if things turn sideways, Crocs will be whipping out the hog again. We'll have to wait and see, though. Just standard compositions on either side at this point for both teams.
Yeah, not a whole lot of difference outside of China wanting to play the Pharah once again versus Dip's Genji. So Pharah is going to be a little bit harder to hit unless you're going to try to keep sharp on that lockdown. But it's going to be Nuage that are able to get to the point first. And I'm paying attention to Zirian and how fast this Kitsune Rush is getting charged. Whether or not Quick Esports actually want to try to take a recontest around the point.
Jeez. Almost triple-headed there. That was a little bit crazy. Just get saved by the heals, though. Suzu coming in. Ring around the rosy right now. Quick Esports need to find something, need to do something. They are going to use the high noon to try and find a little kill onto Natsuki. However, it's going to get responded in kind with a rush. However, Kyo quick on the mark there with the Cassidy. Takes care of 2. 45 and building now for New Age. They've lost their Kiriko. And there's pressure on the point from Quick Esports. And what's that I'm seeing? Oh, yeah. Crocs has gone hog. No surprise. I told you, if things went south...
True. I really thought, though, if it was going to be Croc switching to the Roadhog, it would be after Quick Esports captured 2 flashpoints. And then I'm like, throw in a Roadhog just for fun. But no, it is going to be when they're playing from behind. Nuage has already captured 70% of this first flashpoint, so one more team fight win. They should be able to get this first one. But Quick Esports with the Roadhog now, it's thrown Nuage off their game so much. They're gonna have to play really, really tight as long as so nobody is able to get kind of like hooked off to the side.
Yeah, well, they've used the hook now. Crocs maybe in a little bit of trouble. Sharp's making sure the rest of Quick Esports can't see themselves in this fight. EGS actually goes down, so pretty easy push now, you'd imagine, from New Age, putting themselves on point. Double DPS ult 2. Still going to be careful, though, with the hog, but the hog, realistically, in this comp is going to be, anchoring the point. Nice hook out of the Deadeye. Barrage comes in, but China instantly killed off by the bat. And there we go, another hook lands, but before it can even drag the opponent in, Crocs bites the dust. That will be the cap, and it should be just a full completion here. An 80% about there, and I mean, Quick Esports, Crocs jumping over to Doom. EGS is going to get to the point and trigger OT. And can teleport away.
Should be able to.
Spotted out, hits the swift step. Wait, that might not trigger OT. I don't think he was on there. Yeah, okay, so they're going to have to go in yet again.
Crocs does.
I mean, there's a blade from Dip. China ends up going down to a rocket of their own, sadly. Kyoshi takes 2 with him. Overtime here. Can the Cassie actually clutch up? The high noon hit the reload. There's no more Lucio to deal with. And Kyo is just, it might just end up with a 5k if they're not careful. But no, finally Dip bringing him down. The Titan of Quick Esports in Kyo, unfortunately not able to successfully flip the point over as New Age. They're going to cap.
And Crocs is back over to the Roadhog. Doomfist to come back to the point really quick and go back to the tried and true, that Roadhog. First flashpoint going over to Nuage, though, probably feeling really good about that one. They also were playing much better reactively to this Roadhog, waiting for those hooks to come off cooldown, because Iziri is not super happy about seeing the Roadhog again with the triple dots and the all chat.
Yeah, I think it's one for 3 on hooks right now. I think he's counting. Oh, geez, that's a lot of damage through that window. But the opposite way. Zerion not able to kill anybody off. Actually just suffers the fate that he wished to deal to somebody. And that should be the cap for Quick Esports. Sharp, though, at least taking one with him, but yeah, there's just no way at this point.
Now where do you attack from, though, if you're Nuage? Because you have to worry that Crocs is around any given corner on this point, just waiting to hook somebody. You've got so many great targets. Sharp, Zirian, Natsuki, all pretty squishy. But then you look at somebody like Dip on the Tracer now, and a better way to be able to at least deal with China, but still even squishier than the rest. I'd be very careful to be that Tracer.
Well, Dip's going to pressure the point. Hits the recall, doesn't want to go too low. Kyo's looking directly at him. And now they're going to rotate onto the high ground. High noon as well. Going to push Crocs at least onto the point. A lot of skulls building, but no kills, no damage even. But there's the kill onto the hog. And now it's up to Quick Esports to try and find some kills. And it's going to be tough to do so, especially with Mauga's cage being in full effect. Or can be used if he wants to, but with the China dead and Go down, that should just be it. Boom, just stomped into the earth, and there it is. All right, New Age. They do manage to find the flip, but Quick Esports with 5 ults. Oh, pretty much. I mean, Croc's 30% away, maybe 4 into this fight, but they got 90% on board.
Depending on how long the fight takes, then it's definitely going to be 5.
Oh, it's going to be a long time.
So Cage, as long as they're able to get through the cage, if the sound barrier to at least do that, maybe the Kitsune rush as well to keep some people at bay. But as long as they can do that, Quick Esports, they definitely have the ultimate advantage heading into this one. And just jump into the cage, join them right in the middle.
Well, Whole Hog available in 15% now. Looks like they're going to take the lower passage onto the point. How's this cage going to get used? Ideally, you just jump onto the cast, even the Tracer. It's the window. Good response. Going to force the sound barrier out of Quick Esports. And here comes the Whole Hog directly in the center of the cage. Nice pulse bomb from Div. Doesn't land connection, but still finds the kill. But Croc's just taking over the game on this Hog. Oh, and he's going to shuffle on him too.
This is so silly.
Silly watch.
It's actually working.
New game mode just dropped. Silly watch.
Oh my goodness. It reminds me of the game modes that we have where like you could just play all as Roadhog and you have to hook as many people into the well as possible.
Oh yeah, fishing. Hog
like
fishing,
one of my favorite custom games. So fun.
Well, I mean, look, you pop down the cage, what's the Hog going to do? Instantly kill the whole Hog and just blow everybody up pretty much, and that's exactly what happened. Everybody displays.
5 ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you got the point. You take those, you take those. All right, Sharon, how are you going to navigate this one? Don't really care about that lamp, especially if she's using the backline, if you can just land a hook. Obviously the EGS though, Nuage moving as a 5-man unit. Getting into the backline. Cap goes over to Quick Esports, but I'm not sure for how much longer. They are losing players quite rapidly.
Quick take though from Nuage, so they don't have to give up too much of the point progress here. But as I say that, China was able to get another touch, use the recall to get away. His a pulse bomb as well for this next fight. But Nuage, when you have this point control already, just hit the high noon and build up to a pulse bomb of your own. Dip is one of those Tracer players I feel like has always been very impressive taking a look at this level of competition. And has been able to do a pretty good job of just keeping the supports on Quick Esports busy. So keep it up. Get that pulse bomb.
Where's the hooks, Crocs? I'm waiting for him. So the rest of your team. You have to set someone up here. Oh, okay. China at least finds a kill onto the enemy Tracer. Dip. Now the hook is available through that window as well. Does Crocs want to test it? I don't think he does. You can see, I think he's behind Sharp right now. Oh, to be honest with you, I'm not even sure Crocs knows where he is on the Hog. Oh, still lands the hook though. You're all good. You don't need to know where you are. As long as you're finding enemies and landing hooks, it's all good. 80% for Nuage on their first cap of that point. It's up to Quick Esports now to defend.
Well, I mean, defending into a cage again, but they've been able to deal with it once before.
Don't worry.
Exactly. Don't worry. Like, the Quick Esports, they've got this. Crocs is on the case. Oh, my goodness. Like, that could just be another flashpoint win here for Quick Esports if they can deal with the cage like they did before with the whole Hog.
Oh,
or just kill Sharp. You know, if that works.
I'm assuming that was a hook. There's 10% away from the arm now. They know someone's lurking. Definitely the Tracer. Yeah, Tracer can hear that. All right, backing off. Now final fight of this point. Managed to stall this one out for quite some time. Who's
put the pig pen down as well, just to make sure that that flank isn't going to be a super surprise. But now they surely are going to have the whole Hog for this one.
EGS, where's the Swift Step?
How?
What? Oh, point gets capped anyway. It doesn't matter. Does not matter. Quick Esports don't even let New Age touch. Well, Hog's dead. All good. They made New Age use the cage too. Quick Esports, one map away from 1 point away from winning this series. As Nuage's host of dreams are going to Esports World Cup, but vanishing before their eyes. Vanishing against a Hog, like, of all things. That's an insult to industry right there. Like, salt in the wound, whatever you want to call it.
10 seconds.
Maybe just a little, but you know what? Crocs has certainly earned the Roadhog player of the match, I think. It's not over just yet, though, and Nuage still have some flashpoints to work with. In fact, going to be Quick Esports to the punch on Junkyard. Still have the sound barrier and the pulse bomb to work with too, so still a lot of fight left to give.
High noon here. Oh no! Straight off the edge with you. Goodbye, Sharp. Goodbye, Zeron. I mean, this is just dirty from the Hog. Zerion Sharp did not stand a chance. And Tama is just going to join him.
Oh, I don't know what's happening.
I cannot speak French.
I can't speak French, so I'm just gonna chalk it up to some friendly banter. Very funny. Quick Esports, though, with this flashpoint control, they need to win one more fight, Jaws, and they get a chance to move on to the lower bracket, and it's looking good with 3 ultimates.
Yeah, we do it 5. Sound barrier comes out. Quick Esports, though. Zerion just trying to keep the front line alive, but Crocs is paying him a little visit. Luckily, though, they got enough damage to keep him at bay, but EGS with a beautiful duel against the BAP. Big trades here, but Crocs is dead, so carry down for Quick Esports. Nuage should be able to get onto the point now and cap. They can stall out for a little bit longer here. Gogo gets booped away, jumps on the point for a little bit more time, and that will be 80-something%. I mean, you've got China back in. Triple blink onto the point again. Yeah, you might as well. Just that 92% for Quick Esports. One more fight away from taking the series, Rose, and moving on to that lower bracket.
Could be off the back of this Kitsune Rush and this Pulse Bomb. At the very least, this Rush is going to help you get into the fight, or is a good response to this amplification matrix from Zerion. But, you know, anything can happen when you've got a whole hog on your team. Crocs, just one hook, line, and sinker could be all it takes for Quick Esports to move forward.
I mean, that is the scary thing, right? It's just one hook. That's all it takes. And there's the hook we're asking for. Zerion is down. There's no main healer now. A cancellation of the High Noon as well. As Crocs lands yet another hook. Natsuki is gone. Quick Esports on the back of Crocs' hog. They've gone and done it. How is this possible? I do not know. Only Crocs knows. 3 points, 3 maps, and that is Quick Esports eliminating Nuage.
Oh man, the hog, the road hog.
We had to bust out the sign for this one.
Oh my
Absolute
God.
cinema from the
Chef's
hog god.
kiss.
There you go. Who taught who? Did Crocs teach Jumbin, or did Jumbin teach Crocs? There you go. That's the question for the chat.
That is a good question to ask. It's like the chicken and the egg. We're not really sure at this point, but who cares? Because we saw Roadhog, and Crocs played it so well.
I mean, Jay was pointing out on the desk too, like, they're not just throwing this in. They're not just, oh, we're going to play Hog for the sake of it. They're playing Hog, maybe because they practiced it a little bit, but they're playing Hog in the right situations. They didn't roll out with it. They rolled out on the Mauga. They ended up losing the fight and was like, okay, we kind of made Hog work before. Why not do it again? And man, it works. It slaps, honestly. The Hog slaps.
Yeah. Maybe that's going to be the new secret tech for teams as they take a look at Mauga mirrors. Who's going to be the team that switches off the Mauga and goes to Roadhog?
I have no idea. At this point, I don't know. I need the desk to help me, please. Toss of the century, there you go. Guys, breakdown EU. And yeah, what do you think of the Hog, huh?
Hell, bring the adults in. Honestly, I'm a Hog stan. I'm an enjoyer, a believer, an enthusiast, if you will. And honestly, as I was picking Jake's brain right after this, like, is Hog maybe an answer to moments, situations on certain maps where you just really don't want to play that Mauga mirror? It's not super outlandish to think it is.
Yeah, I don't see it as like a counter to Mauga. I think if a Mauga team plays really well, understands the matchup super well, they can absolutely answer the Hog and don't really need to counterpick, maybe more than a DPS or support swap here and there. But in the end, compared to a lot of metas, it's not that outlandish, right? Mauga has no way to save his allies from a hook. Can't even block hooks himself, so like very vulnerable in a lot of situations. Whole Hog is great against Cage, so there's a lot of places where Hog skills do stack up decently well and offer good value to his team. And a lot of teams, I think, playing the Mauga comp, they're playing it because it's the flavor of the month, and they honestly just don't have a great understanding of what makes it strong and how to respond to different matchups, what counterpicks they need to go. And instead, they're just kind of rolling out on it. And that lack of experience, lack of understanding really bites when you have to play against something you haven't seen before. That's where you really need to understand the game deeply and be able to adapt. And honestly, the Hog, they did not adapt well. Like, there were a couple things I liked. I liked the BAP and the Echo on Colosseo, but you're not going to play that every map. And then, honestly, New Junk City, it felt like they were really frustrated. They're like the Mauga was running it down to the back line. They were all split up. And definitely when you start splitting up and getting chaotic, Roadhog is going to destroy you, right? That's where this hero lives, is in those chaotic team fights.
I mean, Crocs got insane hook value.
Yeah.
Like that entire series, the flanks, hitting the hooks, you know, there in the end, he got like a 2-3K and then interrupted a
What do you think his hook accuracy is, if you had to guess?
If I had to guess?
Guess the accuracy.
I mean...
55.
65, yeah, I would say something like that, probably. Yeah.
Because
you're throwing out hooks. I mean,
you
got to throw some hooks at like the Tracer and the Lucio and... You know, you're not gonna hit them all, but you're hitting. He's hitting impact.
It felt like 70 or 80.
It was a lot of value. Like typically, I wouldn't expect a Roadhog to get that much value. So it was very impressive, yeah.
And they won the mental game with it. Which
they definitely won the mental game.
The mental warfare was brutal.
They were living rent-free in their heads.
Yeah.
Absolutely beauty to behold. I love that. I love to see more of that. I love this look. I love that they're bringing their own style, their own flavor, and it is a spicy one. Not just because of the Hawk, but also because of the all chat. And Crocs is actually joining us now for a quick word. He's right there. There he is.
Legend.
The man, the
Absolute
legend.
legend.
An absolute legend.
Oh.
That's right.
He's got the jersey.
Love to see it. Crocs, walk us through this. Obviously a bit of heat in the chat there, thanks to your Hawk pick. Not everyone agreed with it. You answered in kind, not just in chat, but also with the hooks. Were you just winning the mental game at this point?
Hell yeah, of course mental game. I was Ogre TP since Overwatch 1. I come back. Hop, easy win.
Easy
Go
win.
next.
Sup, Perly Popette. It was beautiful. It was beautiful.
I'm curious about you playing the Hog and the Mauga meta. I think we've seen some other teams actually bring it out, and it's not, for me, it's not so outlandish. It's definitely off the meta. It's definitely unique, but it's not completely crazy, and you were making it work really well. Is that something you guys had practiced at all, or was it more of like a match day, just feeling it situation?
Definitely in zero practice actually. Just first time we play Hog, and we started the week with me being sick for 3 days and not able to scream, like in my bed. And after, like, we just played Moga like everybody, and I'm crying a lot in voice chat, like, please don't let me play Moga, it's so boring. And I was like, okay guys, we don't play like we should. I go Hog, and now we're gonna have fun. And here we go, the fun, woo!
Fun. Crocs, I love you. This is so good.
Yeah, I mean, this is so much fun. Like, this is super entertaining. At the same time, though, it's like a pretty super serious qualifier as well, because obviously you got a chance now to qualify for the Esports World Cup. You just have to win one more series. So how do you kind of balance the fun with also like, hey, we got to lock in. We got to take this seriously. We want to win this, of course.
I think being detached is the key a bit. Like, if you put too much pressure, it's over. You're gonna like contain yourself and like, oh no, if I flank, I will die. I cannot do this. Fuck it. Like, just play your game. If Kyo is good at Cassidy and want to flank, go flank, but just peel him and call it. Like me, I'm good at Hog, I go Hog. We never practice it. Everybody was like, maybe not so sure. After first map, they were all like, start Hog, next map, we go again. Like, we just go for it.
All right, Crocs, you think
I love it.
The vibe check is definitely, it's on point. You're passing the vibe check. Your next potential opponents is either Virtus Pro or ENCE. How do you see your chances against either of those teams?
Peps or Virtus Pro? I think it's fine, both of them.
Oh, it might
Virtus Pro play the Hog, so we just fight. Hog meta against Hog meta can be really fun. Let's see. I don't know.
We'll find
Whatever
out.
I pick and I win.
That's
yeah.
That's the spirit, Crocs.
Want to go to Riyadh? Yeah.
Well, we can't wait to see more of you and the team. You certainly made this an entertainment one. So thank you so much for joining us. Once again, congratulations and best of luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you. Shout out to White. Best FACEIT admin. I have to say it. Big love to him. He make us win today. Love you, team, and love you, everybody. Thank you for the interview, too.
Of course.
Thank you, Crocs.
Shout out.
That was amazing.
Yeah, that
was made my weekend. That was just the best.
Beer, even.
We just go Hog, you know?
But you know what? Hog players, they're a special breed. There's something about Hog players. You gotta come in with the confidence. You need to be on the fun side of the spectrum to make it work. And Crocs made it work.
I mean, that mentality of like swapping.
You're like, F it, let's go. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where this puts them, because as we said, they're now moving on and they will be waiting for. You actually corrected me. Is that not correct? Because I have been misled. Yeah. I'm just Ron Burgundying in it.
Hey, maybe I'm wrong, but usually it does flip.
Well, I'm reading what
Space Station or Pets would drop down to the other side of the bracket. Where Quick Esports, they find themselves in the lower part of the bracket.
You're so smart. I would hire you.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been in esports for a long time.
Yeah, me not.
I feel like we figured it out at this point.
I'm new to this.
I just play games. I don't know, guys.
So. Yeah, I mean, regardless, it's going to be brutal because the top 4 is really competitive. I do feel like Quick Esports, if they play like that, and if we just make a presumption that Space Station would beat the Gaming Gladiators Peps, I do feel like that could be a pretty even matchup with stakes to go to the Esports World Cup.
We'll see if anyone can respond to Croc's Hog. Was it a slip up? Was it a mental battle, or is there legitimate power there? I think there's a little bit of column A, a little column B. For me, it's not so outlandish, this meta. You know, a lot of metas I would heavily criticize a Hog pick, but this one I think
there's a lot to be said about just, you know, going for a comfort pick and making that work. And I think a lot of teams, especially in these open formats where meta is still, you know, to be determined and whatnot, I think that can give you the edge in more than just one situation. And speaking of edge, we have plenty of great plays today in the EMEA region. So let's take a look at our $1 million plays to see our favorite ones.
What a graphic. That is some
cash money.
That's a great.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, a little Genji deflect onto the barrage. Oh, you'd love to see it.
Honestly, Kevstar and Genji is just that's a mood.
That is a mood. Yeah. It's kind of like one of these players that we see so often, you know, playing Tracer or whatever, that like when you finally see the Genji come out, it's like a treat. It's like a little treat. You only get to see it once in a blue moon.
Yeah, it's like his Sunday best. It's beautiful.
Genji's just a beautiful hero to watch.
He's just a beautiful hero. Kevster's also just a beautiful player. So,
yeah.
You know,
Genji and Reinhardt.
Oh no, the special delivery pulse bomb. Oh no, he kills both of his teammates, and
that's actually what we call an XQC.
That is an XQC special.
Yeah, 2017.
Man, that is pain.
Yeah.
That is actually so painful.
Dorado, second point, I believe first happened. So, you know.
This one's for the homies out there. It's a Hog Boy Summer.
Oh, the all chat is just.
The all chat is absolutely merciless.
Why is there always so much hog? When there's a hog on the server, there's always the all chat is popping off.
It's controversy.
Yeah.
Hog is like a single player game, you know. It's just you're just doing your own thing, and like you hope for the best. Sometimes it happens.
This was so good. So BM.
On the player who was talking first too. Yeah. He was chirping. Yeah. He got real quiet.
Yeah. I didn't like at the end when it turned into French, because I don't understand French. So I was like, what are they saying, Zoe? What are they saying?
They were actually complimenting the Hog play.
Oh, they were?
So it was not.
When he whole hogged him off the map on Midtown
City. Talking about himself?
I don't know. I didn't catch which player it was. It went too quick when you started panically like yelling for me to try.
Translate. Translate the BM. We want to know what they're saying.
It was good.
Good times. But it also means that we are done with EMEA for the day, actually. We have one more day of play, of course, tomorrow, and then 3 more next week. So we're actually far from being done. But we're done for the day, and we will now shift gears to our NA region, where we also have 2 elimination matches and 1 upper bracket match to go. But first, we're heading into a very quick break, and we're going to see you on the other side. So stick around. So like, I know who Hanzo is, obviously, but who is Luke? I didn't get the tweets. Just a random dude in a jersey.
He's in the NBA Finals.
Top 500 Overwatch player, also NBA All-Star. Going Hanzo mode.
Oh, wait, he actually plays
So wait, there's a B. So wait, watch out. There's a B. Careful.
It is a B. This is so stupid.
It's another one right here, Jake.
I think it was a wasp.
B. Actually, I think it was a wasp, too. Welcome to the EWC Qualifiers NA edition. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnning. We're here to break it all down for you. We're heading into the NA region. A lot more competitive yesterday than what we've seen from EMEA yesterday. So I have high hopes that we continue in that fashion with one more upper bracket match to go and then 2 elimination matches right after that. So blood is in the water. I can smell it. I can taste it. I'm happy. How are you doing, guys?
Good, excited for some more Overwatch.
I want some competitive games. North America's been delivering, and I want them to keep delivering.
Y'all are looking like you're leading a prayer group. We're just like...
What? Sorry, we don't like the smell of blood and taste of blood.
I'm all right with blood. You know, I like a little violence.
A little violence?
In game.
In game. I like pop culture, so let's look at the tweet.
Tweets.
I'm killing it.
Oh my.
I called him in the cold open. I actually called him Luke. That goes to show.
You are so out of touch.
Huge basketball fan.
I'm furious. I am
Huge basketball fan.
Luke is literally in the NBA Finals, peaking right now. One of the best basketball players in the world.
I mean, he went Hanzo mode, so.
He went Hanzo mode in the finals, dropping 33 on the Celtics.
I love the Overwatch reference, but come on now, you can't be saying go in Hanzo mode. Like that's that's in the common parlance.
What is Hanzo mode?
No, that's not a thing, bro. They just made that up.
Like I told you earlier, like if you're going in Nemesis form with Ramatra, I'm like, okay, that's a thing. Like, what is Hanzo mode? There's no mode.
See, that would be a good meme, right? They have Luca with like the extra Ramatra arms coming out of his back.
You think,
well, he's a tank player.
Exactly. That would fit.
Yeah.
You think Luca saw that tweet and was like, that's cringe?
Probably.
Yeah, he probably was like, he plays all right. He's top 100. He knows.
I don't know. At the same time, he was very elegantly put into like a Hanzo.
They did well.
So that was
the Photoshop is on point.
Photoshop. You know, if someone wants to make me into Hanzo, I'm not gonna.
I don't think you have the Hanzo Zeke. Like,
what?
The Zeke?
No!
She's dropping the Zeke.
What part of my physique is apparently not up to par with Hanzo?
All right, guys.
Let's take a look at the NA highlights from yesterday. Because we had some bangers right there.
I'm about to go Hanzo mode on this.
Oh my, don't go Hanzo mode, Johnny. RuPaul went Hanzo mode in this clip. 5-man anti-nade.
Actually, on a mode.
I feel like this is going to be a hot new spicy meme in Overwatch now. Going Hanzo mode. Watch out, guys.
It means nothing.
I'm going Hanzo mode.
I think we've seen like 5 seconds of Hanzo so far.
But those 5 seconds, though.
Yeah, those 5 seconds. I mean, we actually did.
Tree we saw yesterday. This reminds me we get to see some more Tree. Super fun to watch on M80. Insane young star of the game. Very, very, very good.
Also,
player.
just so confident in and out of game.
Yeah.
The attitude we had in the post-game interview yesterday with Tree. It was. I actually really love how much we get to chat to the players right now, pick their brains, hear their thoughts.
He's got a good head on his shoulders. Not like what you would maybe be worried about in like a rookie player who's super talented. No, he's humble, he's focused on the game, wants to do the best he can.
Yeah.
Wants to go to the Esports World Cup and win it all. And I think he's got a shot. I mean, individually, I think he's got a shot. There's, of course, incredibly stiff competition. But
That's right. But he's humble, he's moisturized, he's focused, he's in his lane, and he's in this bracket as well. Let's take a look at where they're currently at, as they did win, of course, their match yesterday. As I said earlier, like 5 minutes ago, Energy Shock and Time Timeless still have to play their game, the winner of which will be facing off against M80 in the semifinals in our NA upper bracket. I'm excited for this particular match, to be honest. I'm excited to see Energy Shock back in action. So let's actually dive into all the things we want to share with all of you watching about those two teams. Energy Shock, let's start with them, because quite frankly, like heading into DreamHack Dallas, it was their opportunity for a big reveal. It was really, really cool to see that Jock jersey back in action. Right after they made a quick exit of the tournament, so that was a little unlucky, but we could still do it for Rack Attack and Rack Attack's mom because she's dope. So I want to see them really, really step it up in this tournament, and they have a lot of potential. Obviously, it's a very star-studded roster.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fan-favorite team, a lot of great personalities on this team, and even though they didn't get that win in Dallas, you know, it's a team that a lot of people didn't have high expectations of in Dallas. They weren't supposed to compete with some of the Korean teams, and they weren't supposed to go there to win the entire event. So in a lot of ways, it was a good learning experience for those guys. You know, never having played on stage before, it's something to get used to for sure. Now they're back at home at their PCs, in their lane, in many ways. But it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of now adapt to this meta. Are we going to see Infected more on the Mauga like we're seeing here with Sisters on the Genji, for example? PG, obviously a fantastic hit scan player that has really broken out this year and given us a lot of great highlights, great cerebral play here on the hit scan heroes. How are they going to adjust to the Mauga meta, rather? And how are they going to change up the way they play the game? I think it's going to be a very tough region because unlike EMEA, you actually have to make it to the lower bracket finals in North America. You have to compete with teams like M80 and Timeless, like we're seeing now, of course, but also some of the other like great teams around the region, right? So yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle. It's not like a shoe-in that Energy Shock are going to make it ultimately. So yeah, it's definitely a lot more stacked than what we've seen in the EMEA region. Now they will be going up against Timeless, previously FMCL. A very competitive team, and getting picked up by Timeless, I'm sure that gave them some more wind underneath their wings.
Yeah, I think Seeker and Zera on the DPS line are really, really solid. Zera with great flexibility. I know he's confident on the Genji. Could be a good look for them if they want to go in the Mauga direction this meta, as I think most teams will. And then Seeker, I think, can go toe-to-toe on hit scan with just about anybody. They've had a bit of shuffles in the back line, bringing in new support. So I guess the big question mark for this Timeless squad being picked up by Timeless is, can they have that consistency against a team like Energy Shock, who may have not done so well in Dallas, but honestly, they upset teams just to be in Dallas. And you can't say the same for formerly FMCL, now Timeless. They weren't able to make it. So I think this is, in the end, you got to favor Energy Shock on this one.
Either way, both teams have a lot of young and eager players on their teams. Now, I'm very, very excited to see how far they can take it here in this qualifier, maybe all the way over to EWC. Let's find out which of the two teams will make it through the upper bracket first. And for all the action, we have the ever so handsome Matt and Mitch.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is I would call this matchup murkier than a Texas sunrise. Yeah, we're out in Dallas. You never knew the sun would come up until about 2 p.m. Pretty hard to know what either of these teams are bringing. But we do know, at least, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm shading folks out there in Dallas. I had no idea what time it was at all. I have heard.
Because it was rainy and cloudy the entire time we were there.
And that has paid off the mannerism perfectly. I love it when you do that, Matt. 6 years, the synergy going strong. This Timeless squad, right, picking up FMCL, this was a team that actually looked really good on the Mauga comps. They picked it up very fast. They adapted very quickly. Obviously, you know, a lot of these players have really shown what they're capable of in the past, and FMCL was a force to be reckoned with. Now Timeless, of course, going up against this NRG Shock roster, who bucked the trend in Dallas. Now, I'll admit, to their detriment at times, we saw Wrecking Ball from them, a number of different picks from Infected, a very flexible team, but one who lost to Shikigami in the run to this very top 8. So that should be a little concerning.
Yeah, I would say for like NRG Shock, you kind of get that like first land pass, so to speak, right? Like, all right, you know, they're here. It's a great story. They're here. They get some experience. Now it's time to kind of see them progress further, right? Where I know Timeless is, like you mentioned, a very talented team right across the board. But if NRG Shock wants to be a team that consistently goes to these events, you know, time and time again, this is the team they're going to have to beat consistently in their way. So we'll see what they decide to do here today.
I love it.
Taking things off.
I love
potentially with some Roadhog, but we got a little pause here. Still have to wait to see what we actually get.
So good opportunity to talk about this, Matt, because it was a topic of discussion at the tail end of our EMEA broadcast, right? The Roadhog up against these Mauga compositions, right? Seems like those two heroes maybe don't interact a whole lot in this kind of setup, but a lot of the discussion on the desk was this Roadhog is very manageable, so you can play around it really easily. It shouldn't be a problem for a team that's really coordinated. Do you think that is true, or is there actually like a legitimate reason to bring that in here against these Mauga comps?
No, I would actually agree with the desk. I think like if you're coordinated, you should be able to kind of like play around the Roadhog. I think the Roadhog is just a hero that just frustrates you as a player, or like whether you just get like randomly hooked, or like you'll end up winning the fight, you kill the Roadhog, but the Roadhog like kills like 1 or 2 players just kind of by just virtue of just being around. I think it's just kind of more of like an annoyance, and I think sometimes if you're not as coordinated, a little bit of a bait, right? You start, going all in on the Roadhog, and then all of a sudden you can't, kill him because you're not as coordinated. But for coordinated teams, the Roadhog really probably shouldn't be that difficult to deal with.
There's definitely a question about, whether this, NRG Shock roster have a Mauga comp they want to roll out, maybe at a later date. I can tell you why we have a pause right now. Infected is not in the server. He looked like he was lined up at the spawn door, ready to walk out, on that Roadhog pick, but he's going to go away from it here. Now, it
seems like he would be essential for the game to be unpaused.
I'd suggest that having 10 players in the server is going to be pretty crucial. So Rack Attack is saying he's not sure if within 30, because we have a pause timer, right? He has 30 seconds to get back in the server. From that point on, who knows what could sort of happen. But we saw the comp out of the gate, right? We're seeing a lot more of that Venture Genji look here. Seeker, more commonly known, I think, is like a hit scam player. Generally, incredible hit scam player. Like someone from NA that we were like, this is like a rising star. Like people talked about him the same way they kind of talk about Tree now. Over on the Venture, this team is really well drilled when it comes to that Genji Venture look, and they've had to repause the game because the timer ran out, and in fact it didn't get back in. So now we have a 15-minute timer. But you bet your bottom dollar I won't be yapping for 15, folks. We'll keep you updated.
What do you mean? When you talk about what's your opinion on Hanzo mode?
No, you know what's so far?
I think it's the perfect. It's the perfect mixture of like a me. You know what I mean? Like it's like a something that is like topical going on. There's like a video game reference that doesn't really make sense, and then like a pretty good looking Photoshop that's like it's just like kind of like a perfect story. Like somebody was brewing like and it's like, oh, this is gonna make people go crazy because it's gonna make limited amounts of sense. If we ran with
crunch time like we did in 2019, 2020, we can run with anything on this show.
Well, now Hanzo mode could be anything. Like anyone could go Hanzo
Jack
mode.
Literally,
like, you're going Hanzo mode right now.
I'm throwing my boy under the truck right here. Jack literally came to the green room and he was like mad. I was like, oh, Jack, what's going on? He's like, I forgot to fit Hanzo mode in my commentary somewhere. He's like, oh, Mitch. He's like, that's he was so upset. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. He's like, oh, Mitch, you can use it. You can use the line.
Ripping up a Jaws poster in his bedroom.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack, for giving me your permission to shoehorn the Hanzo mode line into my commentary somewhere. And then it was talking about the desk. It's like, I'm sure as heck ain't gonna be saying that. No way. Anyway. Story time's over.
He would have been the first one ever to do it.
Can you imagine, mate?
All time.
That is like, that fruit is hanging so low, it's basically subterranean. My God. We're going to go to a break. We're going to come back. And when we do, we'll be back into game, or at least we'll start the game here between Timeless and NRG Shock. Couple lobby issues we're getting ironed out. So we'll see you in a moment. It's quarterfinal number 4 on the docket for you folks here at the Esports World Cup qualifier. That's right, Timeless and NRG Shock are moments away from going head-to-head, and Samoa will be the map selection. Of course, this map set already defined, determined by the players pre-game. So we'll be seeing Hollywood, Esperanza, and if we need them, New Junk City, and then a Junkertown. A lot of Aussie exposure. Great to see. But first of all, to the islands we go.
Yeah, I mean, for our 2 Australian casters, I think good map selection there.
Yeah, really making you feel at home, right?
Yup, making me feel right back at home.
Tell you what, who's going to feel at home here, mate?
Thinking of a few places.
Yeah. Throw me a few places.
I could be in Broken Hill. I could be in Brisbane. Yeah.
That's a good one. Any
could be in either.
Okay, yeah, cool. All right, I have to quiz you on some of the more esoteric ones. If you're feeling at home right now, you might
Darwin.
be
I could be in Darwin. That's a place, right?
Darwin is a place.
That's up north.
It's yeah. I mean, I guess by a strict definition,
it's a
settlement.
I knew it was north or south. It was one of the two. So I had a 50-50 shot.
If you're a Malga lover, you're feeling at home here because Timeless are going to be just pushing this constantly. Unsurprisingly, NRG Shock bucked the trend once more. It's going to be infected on the Sigma.
Yeah, we'll see if they can kind of keep him alive on the Sigma, right? So a lot of aggression's going to come through, with that Genji. They're running the Echo here, right, instead of a Pharah, which is a little bit interesting. Typically, we see kind of the Pharah, but may not exactly be kind of like in Seeker's, wheelhouse in terms of what he would like to play. But the Echo still to the kind of same effect, right? You're going to put a lot of pressure potentially on PGE, but it'll be Scissors who gets a kill early on.
A little bit low is Ariel at the moment here without that Kiriko to keep him standing. This is basically chalked for Timeless. Scissors, such a problem early on in the round. And again, we know what Timeless wants to do with this comp. Everything about their setup screams, get in, get your hands dirty, and get out quick with a fight win.
Well, what do you think about the Echo versus the Pharah kind of, with this type of comp? Like, I feel like the Pharah is just kind of, consistent damage on the group that is, a little bit more stationary. It just helps the Genji out so much more in terms of finishing kills, right? They don't exactly need, an Echo is kind of like a kill finisher as well at times, right? Where I feel like they kind of need some of that damage of the Pharah to really, allow the Genji to kind of, take.
I mean, NRG Shock won a longer fight, Matt. Basically, every element of their composition really wants to drag things out if possible, but Timeless don't seem to want to let them do that. The sticky bombs account for Scissors here. Rack Attack's also fallen. NRG Shock generating a little bit of extra capture progress with a Deadeye to make some space on the point. And Ariel charges up right against the wall. Remember, that charge animation actually makes Malga's head duck into the wall, so it can make it hard to hit his head if you're playing from the other side of it. This is beautiful. NRG break back in and never lost control of the point.
Yeah, I mean, even losing Scissors there at the start, right? They kind of back up a little bit. Cal drops a nice Immortality Field, keeping Infected alive, then uses an Ant Matrix. And they're just really, Timeless in a really difficult spot. They need to kind of like push into the Ant Matrix to try and get the point. It's just contested for so long with Shock in control, and they're never actually able to kind of move them off. Scissors gets back in the fight, but it doesn't really matter. PG was kind of going ham.
Ziki here might have found a spot trying to lead the shot on a PG with those sticky bombs. Bit of damage, but nothing to write home about as Zera steps up with the deflect. Kitsune Rush gives Timeless the point. And the bonus for them is that they don't have to invest any further in a clean flip. NRG Shock, though, looking to push back in awful quick with a barrage in hand. Remember, we've seen that combined with the Immortality Field at times recently. And it's all about stopping the Malga. Nicely done by Infected. He actually gets a freebie there. I don't think he expects Admiral to jump into the flux. Still, the barrier is enough to protect Timeless from dropping down. The impact of gravity comes for us all. Scissors, though, falls to the focusing beam. Once more, Seeker eliminates the Pharah. That's the second time in consecutive engagements we've seen him go for Scissors. And now Seeker pushes up. The extra durability, the defensive cooldowns from a Dupe Sigma. That's nasty stuff.
Yeah, maybe they were actually trying to use the barrage there from Scissors as Timeless is kind of pushing in, see if they can get a kill and then come back aggressive off of spawn, and they just deal with him rather quickly. So see if there's going to be any changes here for Shock. Looks like for now going to stay exactly on this comp. They do have that kind of combination, right? The Deadeye bought some time before, bought them some space to get onto that point, and then an Ant Matrix yet again. Maybe can't exactly kind of combo them, But maybe you could kind of use the Deadeye to buy some space, force him into a spot, then use an amp.
Worthwhile pointing out that Seeker is really dangerous for Scissors to deal with. Echo can just run up on Farah, has better vertical mobility, and can burst other DPS down instantly, whereas Farah needs consecutive shots to pressure in that same way. This time, though, Scissors is able to win the fight out. Cage fight thrown down, but Ariel's too low to show himself, has to fold around the corner. And NRG Shock back just as we almost got to equal here. And they'll have Rack Attack speed coming up soon. This next fight, obviously important, will be a big one for supports.
Well, it's also a little bit harder for Scissors, even more so in that, like, the Baptiste and Lucio don't exactly kind of help the Farah.
You have to play ground Farah,
right? Where the Kurigo kind of can, help with some of the healing. This will be a Kitsune rush here for Timeless. Is just going to try and back up NRG Shock. You're going to get close to a sound barrier here. And a flux here for Shock as they'll probably push on.
But they get a Kitsune rush out of Timeless essentially for free. They were already at 99%. NRG Shock only care about finishing the round, being the last standing on the point, but that might be a bit of an issue now as PGE gets burnt down by the focusing beam. So furious, in fact, that he calls instantly for a pause. Now, this is awkward because we are in the middle of the final fight of the round.
Well, I think they've, right there towards the end, it looks like potentially lost and again.
Yeah.
Which we'll see if we can get him back in, but I believe he actually had a gravitic flux, so we'll see how that kind of impacts things. Not exactly sure kind of how that works, kind of connecting back to the game.
Well, yeah, it's unfortunate because we don't really roll back the server state, Matt. That's not a thing in this era of competitive Overwatch. So, yeah, you would reconnect to the game and appear in your spawn, which is kind of not where NRG Shock want their tank to be now.
Wouldn't be ideal, right now.
I think you might want to be the fight.
They decided to kind of like back out in that fight, right? And then maybe, you did lose PG, which is pretty brutal.
Yes.
You were going to come back in with, I believe they have sound barrier, if my mind is correct. And then they also had the gravitic flux, which is kind of like what you would have went back in with. At the start of the previous fight, Cal was like a 20%, I think, to Amp Matrix, so he's probably near, the 40 to 50% now, so maybe you would have gotten that as well.
Infected had gravitic flux,
see what
so there's that as well. Sigma Ultimate, pretty good, especially when your opponents have already sound barriered at the start of the fight. You definitely want to flux them now. You won't be doing that at this stage, so just to be practical.
This is why you play Maga, because you don't even need cage fight. You just have cardiac overdrive. As long as you come off spawn, you have that ability. I mean, who cares about the
exactly.
ult, right?
You basically have an ultimate like Baptiste on like an 18 to 20 second cooldown. Just pop that and you're good as gold. So we're going to be in a holding pattern for just a moment here as the Infected is trying to get back into the game. And I just want to make it clear, this is important.
Is there a countdown timer? You did such a good job of giving us the time.
7, 6, 5, keep going, 3,
This
2,
is how the world ends.
1, and the pause timer is up, so they have to repause it instantly. They probably won't do that, so that, well, they did, okay, but the round is essentially done if we're being pragmatic about it. So not a great start for NRG Shock, but let's look back over the map that was, because there's a lot to talk about in terms of how this Sigma comp interacts with the Malga setup.
We've kind of seen it now over long stretches. I think so. We saw yesterday, M80, they actually made the kind of Sigma comp work, but I think I would argue that like it's just the kind of individual skill difference between players like allows them to kind of make it work in a series like that. I think in a series like this, where the kind of the difference in terms of skill between the two teams is not as large of a gap, where I think this is where you would see the Maga comps win pretty consistently, right? Like Timeless, we know those players are very talented. We know they're going to have coordination, right, to be able to just kind of push past that shield. You would think they're just going to kind of win out playing that.
Yeah, and again, every element of this composition is kind of tailored in order to win those fights pretty quickly. You have a Genji, you have an Echo, right? You want to part with your cooldowns and make sure you leave more than just a bruise on your opponents after the fact. Whereas, a lot of the elements on the other side, it's like Farah wants a longer fight. She wants to unload a clip or more. The Cassidy also needs a little bit of time. The Sigma wants to buy time. That's basically his entire MO. The Baptiste will outscale Kiriko in effectiveness in terms of healing throughput over a longer fight, especially with that AoE healing that can be provided if you're grouped up around the Sigma. So you don't want to get run up on, you don't want to get burst down. You really need to try and last through that first 10 to 15 seconds of the fight. Now, I don't have the data, but I'd suggest that your odds of success drastically increase after that point.
Give us a percentage. Give us a rough
We're
percentage.
going to give you a Clint Maven Evans stat here. I'd say if you survive the first 15 seconds of a fight with this Sigma composition, you have a 74% win rate.
74. That's
without getting a player.
Real high.
I mean, to be fair, 15 seconds.
That's pretty hot. 15 seconds.
I probably need to add some more caveats here because if you lose a player, 15 seconds. I mean that's a long time. 15 seconds without losing a player. Yeah,
70%.
I would say in 100% of cases in a team fight, if 15 seconds elapse and you still have all your players and you're in a team fight, you're going to win. Does that work for you?
Okay. I mean, yeah. That's
the point. The point is, one of these
sure
teams
that's
wants
accurate.
a more protracted engagement. The other would like to keep it short, sharp, and shiny. Matthew.
I also, to talk about some stuff that actually makes sense. I actually didn't really hate the Echo there because they were putting a lot of pressure on the Scissors with the Echo, where there's not really any type of like healing for Scissors. You know, with a BAP Lucio, you have to play the Baptiste because you're playing Sigma. I mean, if you're gonna play Sigma without the BAP, like just I mean, you may as well use the Roshan strat of just chuck the tank into the wood mill.
Sorry.
Let him just get deleted.
Yeah,
I mean the Sigma without the BAP. The Sigma without the BAP is just like he's dead. I mean, there's no way you're keeping him alive. You need that. I mean, that's a little bit of a throwback.
That's right. I mean, Roshan had free feel. Infected has to rely on rack attack for that healing, and if he's playing Kiriko, there could be a lot to ask for, right? Not everyone could be free feel.
Well, no, I mean, you need the immortality field. I mean, that's really it. It's not even about the heal. You just need the immortality field. Just keep the Sigma alive. So at that point, you don't really have great healing options, for the Pharah. Like, you're not going to play, Bap Kiriko, because, like, then you're now just, like, kind of sitting there with no speed with the Cassidy and Sigma, so you're in a lot of trouble. So they can kind of, like, duel the Pharah a little bit more. I still think I like, the Pharah, like, whether it's, like, Pharah, Genji, or I think, like, even the Genji with the Venture, I think I like those more, but maybe for this specific circumstance, given maybe it's, makes a little bit more sense for Seeker's hero pool. I don't hate it.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's not often we see like the quote-unquote, Lucioless compositions outside of when we were seeing like the Baptiste and the Iliari being, played together, and that's for a completely different reason. Now, if you're here joining us, thanks. If you're wondering how the Esports World Cup works, along with our complex way of qualifying here through our FACEIT Master League, we've got you covered. This is an explainer that shows you how these teams reach for glory at the Esports World Cup.
$60 million! You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in. The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Jumping back in here instantly, folks. Yeah, but that was a jolt for you. Infected back in the game. We won't be pausing for any more disconnects, but NRG Shock at least with enough presence on the point here. And Infected has returned to the fray now. No flux, no problem. Gotta be here on the ball.
No, gets back on the Wrecking Ball quite fast. They actually push Timeless off the point. The Timeless now, they're going to have the duplicate here onto the Pharah, but then also this Blade that's going to come in.
Dupe there of the Pharah for Seeker. Eventually, they're going to be brought down by the real article. Zera here into deflect, forced to back away now after the Blade, but at least was able to account for Cal. Mostly aerial, being overlooked here. The Cardiac Overdrive, though, eventually is going to be a problem. He shoulder charges away, but that pulse will end him. Nicely done by PGE, and now it's a bit of cleanup for NRG Shock. I can tell you, Seeker chomping at the bit to get back into the game, wanted to end the pause early as possible. Now, here on the Tracer, wanted to return to the fray with no delay as well. Recall for PGE, time short, but there's actually Timeless numbers here on the point. Sushi used for PGE to try and keep him alive. It's going to be 2 for PGE. The Doom's back. There's going to be a Lucio cheer to join him. Admiral is back on the point, and there's going to be enough time for Timeless to start trickling on in. Admiral might have gotten away with it there. Now needs to stay off the point, but he has to stall it. He's lost aerial now. There will be reinforcements, but they're coming in too slowly, and ZSS can't touch. NRG Shock wrap up a ridiculous round. Rule back and forth final fight.
Yeah, just a little bit longer. They would have had that rush coming on in. You probably would have got both your DPS back. We would have had both teams at full strength yet again there towards the end. But Shock, even with a little bit of a disadvantage, obviously with Infected, I know dealing with some internet issues at the moment, still able to come out on top there towards the end. So we'll see Timeless. This is the comp that kind of makes a little bit more sense. You lied to us. You said no more of the pauses, no more pausers. But we're back.
Listen, I mean,
would this be non-Hanzo mode? What would this be?
What is the opposite of Hanzo mode?
Hanzo
I would
mode?
call this Sombra mode. You know?
Yeah, this is DreamHack, which is Winter Sombra mode.
Who remembers that? I reckon that was like a Fnatic versus Ninjas in Pajamas final? No, Misfits, actually, versus Fnatic.
No, I think you were right the first
time. Basically...
Little cool Matt, Soldier 76 Volsky action.
And the problem with the game at the time was that, so if Sound Barrier, EMP, and Blizzard got used at the same time, it would crash the server. Like, unrecoverably crash the server. So we're at LAN, in a LAN final, and it's 6v6, so this is happening a lot. There are a lot of these ultimates, and the server's just, you can't like rejoin back in at any point. It's just done, and you gotta remake the whole game. So yeah, that was an experience. The early days, man.
Yeah, so we'll see what goes on with Infected's internet. We'll get a kind of a clarification here from Compots probably shortly in terms of what this means for Shock for this series, potentially the remainder of the series, right? I know clearly
how do you feel,
having some issues.
How do you feel about a 4v5 map? Does that interest you at all? The science?
I mean, I've seen this in COD. Okay. I know it's a bit easier to make it work in COD. Yeah. Little 3v4 action.
Well, that's what we're going to get.
Well, look.
Because if Infected doesn't rejoin in the next, 30 seconds, they are going to play the map out.
Okay.
They're going to play the rest of the round out here. And
so, ideally, strategically, if you were going to lose one of your players, it probably wouldn't be the tank. You would probably drop... would you drop a support? Hey, listen, would you drop a DPS?
You know what? People couldn't believe it when we dropped the tank, went to 5v5. What if we dropped 2 tanks? Now with 4 players. What if we just dropped tanks entirely, chat? Thoughts? Feelings? And here's the issue, right? So, presume... Oh, I love this. Okay, Rack Attack.
So here we
considering
go.
Stepping up.
Here we don't go.
You know, tanks are strong. You should definitely pick one. NRG Shock have to play with 4.
No.
I am being paid to talk about a 4 versus 5.
This should be a scenario where, if Timeless loses a fight, the game just ends. You know, in those pick-up basketball when somebody just dunks on somebody, embarrasses them, they just end it. The game just ends. It should be kind of like that. Now, with the fact that the Timeless is very good. I imagine this is not going to go very well for NRG Shock.
They want us to listen into NRG. I'm so ready for this. Let's cross over and hear what the comms are like.
Yeah, just shoot Mauga. Just get your ults as fast as you can. Infect you can Infect is on. Yeah, no, just wait a little bit. I'm chilling, chill. Don't die. Go get it. I'm chilling. Do Muggle. Our Infect is back.
I'm back.
Alright, lock it in. You're gonna be like soon Curie.
Okay. Locking up main. Oh my god. Alright, I'm locking main. 3, 2, 1. Green Maga.
Let me go. Okay.
Oh, chill. Kite.
Leaving, get a killer.
I'm shouting.
They have no shot either.
Come on, Maga. Maga 1, keep kiting. Alright. We can farm for Curie and then push the Curie main. Did they use anything? I don't know.
They have everything. Yeah, everything.
Farm for Curie. Let's just try to play normal and bait one of them, okay? Let's try to bait one of them. I'm shooting main. We can push the Curie TC. Get ready.
Yeah.
I have no deflag.
Wait for Curie before we go.
I'm gonna mirror.
They're walking.
Walking.
Better shout. 3, 2, 1. Better shout.
Keep venture. I'll tell you. I'm venture. I have B for blade.
Maga 1.
We have better B. Shoot Maga. We have better B. Yeah. B.
Come on.
Mark.
Lucio 1.
Absolutely. Genji.
Alright.
Okay, they have blade, Cage, and that's it.
Okay, start.
I think they beat it too. I swear they. No. They have.
They say, we'll spot them 80% there, Mitch. Just build ultimates until Infected.
I love these guys.
And then they're good
They
to go.
are so earnest, man. It's actually fantastic. Also, great call, though. They realize that Admiral beats prematurely, so they wait. They, stagger just a second, and then Rack throws the beat. Just as Scissors is about to, I think, pop up and can benefit from it. Here's the Cage here. They've actually tracked these ults correctly. They know Blade Cage is coming in this fight. Here's the latter. Zero dives in. Cal Infected both very low here, and NRG Shock really needed to find a way to win this fight. Giving away that 70% just hurts them too much. So now they do have one more opportunity, but they've only got the Cage to work with.
Well, you're probably going to end up with a Venture Ultimate here as well, with Timeless having really kind of nothing to really deal with that, and then also probably a Kitsune Rush. So you actually have an opportunity here if you're NRG Shock to make a play for the point.
So what do you do? Do I try and force a Cage Jacks here? Oh, Seeker. Oh my god.
Yeah, they'll back up. Oh, Seeker got really low.
Forget that extra shielding, right? When Adventure pops up, that is very powerful. Here it is. Cage thrown down, Infected a little bit low here. Kitsune Rush on the Timeless squad there. They're low. Admiral not able to get the beat in time. Now 5 versus 4. It's even. Infected falls now. No Mauga up for NRG Shock. And the beat came out from Rack Attack. Wasn't bad. It may not be enough here. Blade from PGE. Admiral very, very low, but he cannot stick to a target, and now is forced to back away from the threat in the Mauga. Seeker finds the ultimate. Cal, first casualty there, but it's traded back. Both Kiriko's off the map here. Yeah, no way Rack Attack's getting away with that one. Seeker cleans it up, and we are even here. Unreal.
No, it feels like in that last fight, once you lose your Mauga early, even though there's a player traded there, you're going to end up on the losing end of that, right? The hero is so impactful, so difficult to just take down that, if you kind of trade, player for player, but the other team has their Mauga and both supports up, you just trade a DPS for the opposing team's tank. I mean, you'll take that trade every single time if you're Timeless. You're going to end up winning those fights out as long as your supports and the Mauga are alive. So we'll see another round here on Samoa. It looks like NRG Shock going back to this Sigma kind of composition. We'll see if they can make it work.
Yeah, it looked really good on that first round here, Matt. But again, we've often seen it employed here as well on Beach. Same setup for Timeless. Of course, the Echo back in the mix as opposed to the Venture that we saw on Volcano. And yeah, you take that high ground position, the bridge if you can, and cycle that shield as often as possible. In fact, it may be where there's a bit of a flank in the works, though. Might be Zera and Admiral creeping up on them. Here they come. Here's the Stomp. Infected knocked to the low ground, a little bit low. Immortality Field thrown down, and it is a timely one indeed. Kinetic Grasp from Infected is going to allow him to back away. And the Sigma strategy is successful. They buy enough time, they give ground, and then they retake it instantly behind huge amounts of damage from Scissors.
Yeah, you're able to keep Infected alive. A huge kinetic grasp gives them some extra health. Immortality field, that's kind of what you need to do, right? I think also Scissors just putting down a lot of damage, you know, making it very costly in terms of just overall HP pool to get in there. They try and actually use a Suzu to protect Ariel for just a brief period of time, but not able to keep the Maga alive. So it'll be Shock ends up taking that first fight.
I vibe with that spray. Not so easy to come by either. Seeker here. We'll be waiting. Just throw some of those try shots in, maybe try and pepper down that high ground position. It's Ariel coming again until the Infected backing up. Immortality field again, instantly removed. This focusing beam would be deadly if not for the shield that impeded it. That is the one thing that Echo does not want to see when she's unleashing those cooldowns, and Infected had the antidote.
But I think this is where, like, for Timeless, like, if you had a Pharah here instead of the Echo, like that, you kind of see, like, sure, they're getting Infected play low, but everybody else in the team is pretty healthy. Like, there's nobody else really kind of in danger, where I know the Pharah can kind of put down a little bit of splash damage, you know, kind of get the healing resources extended a little bit further, which then leads to some of the kills there for the Genji and the Maga. But the Echo doesn't exactly lead to that. The duplicate here, and we'll see how Seeker decides to use it. Potentially, you know, could be another Sigma, could be a Pharah swap here.
Seeker again going forward. A dupe of the Sigma once more. Kinetic grasp. Not timely enough to stop the Deadeye. ZSS fell either way. Seeker not able to stop that with the Sigma dupe timing. Not on his side. Now drops low. Very low RPG in Scissors briefly, but Cal's able to throw the regenerative burst in and get them back to fighting form. And Seeker's being staggered. Make no mistake. Scissors will wait. Seeker makes an exit of his own accord. Hey, let it be on your own terms, man.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to go there, instead of going all the way to the edge.
Hey, you know what? If I didn't want to be at a dinner function, I might poop on my shoe too. I get it. 94% and counting. Zera brought down there. Remember, the splash damage, of course, for the rocket still hits if a Genji's deflecting, so Scissors makes the space for that. Once more, Ariel is on the scene, and he leaves very quickly. Seeker back on the Tracer, probably more just for the reset than anything else, but does get into the fight. Needs to be wary, though, of course, of that mag grenade. With Scissors out of the picture here, Seeker can start to do a little bit more, and there is a sound barrier active here. Zera's going to be returning to the fight with a Dragon Blade as well. May as well make use of it here. Can't be saving it for the next map. Admiral, though, got caught out. Had to stall the point. Had to play there. Zera now, Blade interrupted. Infected for 3 in that last fight. And that is good enough to get the job done. NRG shocked. Take away an extremely chaotic first map.
That's the longest map 1 we've had in ages.
It's up there. Or, no. The map 1 of the Falcons game in Dallas was extremely long as well. That was
that's true.
Very long.
True. That was 2 days long.
It might not even make top 10, actually, Matt, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, maybe. But Shock come out on top at the end, right? You know, Zera used that blade there towards the very end, just kind of like maybe going for like a little bit of a... I mean, this is really the only chance they had. And no, sound barriers are actually used on both sides prior, so had an opportunity, but Infected goes for 3 in that no final fight. I think they probably need to kind of change up some of the... You know, even playing like the Venture with the Genji is probably a better look than just trying to force the Echo.
Yeah, okay, we've saw on the first round, and then on that last round. First round was quite close. There were multiple occasions which Seeker is able to jump on Scissors, blow the Pharah up really early in the fight. But this Sigma comp is safe, right? And this is actually, you know, something that attracted teams and players to compositions many times over the years. That's why Goats was so popular, because it was safe. It was so hard to die. Here, that Sigma setup has so many layers of defensive architecture. Sigma's cooldowns, Baptiste cooldowns, the ability to make space, to back up, and then, of course, with high damage over long periods of time from the Pharah and the Cassidy, and you have a winning formula. It wasn't close that last round at all, Matt. That Sigma composition with Infected at the helm looks incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty strong when you can obviously make it work, like we saw, you know, M80 do the other day, and we've seen some teams you know, work. It just seems like that when you kind of like run this, you know, aggressive Maga style with, you know, some of the heroes we've seen, you know, whether it be, you know, Falcons or Crazy Raccoon dudes, can be pretty strong. Is that right here? This actually it's a barrier there from Seeker on the duped Sigma that just tries to get in front of that Amp Matrix with the Deadeye, just doesn't make it in time.
Again, like it could have, barrier, maybe try and grasp it, but you have to really fill up the Cassidy's field of view if you're going to stop that with a kinetic grasp. So, yeah, timing wasn't quite there, but the idea was decent. We've seen Seeker try and dupe that Sigma on a couple of occasions over the course of Samoa.
I mean, we kind of have to talk about it because there's a reoccurring thing there in the first map. probably good the Shock could get a map in case, you know, Infected doesn't make it long in one of the other ones, right? You kind of have a little bit of a buffer. Maybe you can go to a friend's place, maybe you go to the internet cafe, right? You know, you get a little bit of a buffer of a map there. It's not like, you know, you miss a map and then now you're having to do a reverse sweep, right? You give yourself a little bit of a buffer, and no, kudos to them, even winning that, you know, map 1 with a lot of the other things.
Yeah, I mean, and they looked really good. We actually heard them on comms as Infected rejoined the team. And even before that, like they were planning for Infected to rejoin. They said, just shoot the Malga and build ultimates. We're going to wait for our tank to come back, and then we're going to try and win the round. It wasn't close. It's fine. These are conditions that sort of in this day and age that you have to contend with, right? Especially, you have to play on. There's no other option here. So credit to NRG Shock for making it happen. And again, we've talked about their flexibility. You know, we know that their hero pools are really quite broad. PG Scissors, a great DPS combo. Rack Attack just very, very good, especially when it comes to a lot of those high throughput healers that he is being put on in general. So great showing up against the team that has some seriously known names, and obviously previously this FMCL roster were a factor. They were absolutely a force to be reckoned with through the group stages of the OWCS, now picked up by Timeless. They still look ready to rumble here. When we're heading into our next map in just a moment, they'll be roaring to get back in here as Hollywood's on the docket.
And I bet you NRG Shock is like desperate to make EWC to play at another live event again, right? You kind of get a little bit of a taste of what it's like to compete, you know, on LAN against the best, you know, from all over the world. To have the opportunity to do it again, right? You know, now knowing a little bit more of like what is going to be, you know, required to be successful, you know, in that environment. I bet you they're kind of like itching to get back, you know, even though it hasn't been that long since Dallas.
Going to be NRG Shock defending here. And again, Timeless been talked up a little bit. There is, you know, we've sort of seen some of their games in the lead up to this tournament. If you know where to look and find them. I think your boy Commander X has been casting some of those games. So, yeah, we sort of seen them with, you know, a real tendency to go over towards those Malga compositions where possible. NRG Shock, we kind of know just weren't about that. They weren't even about that up against some of the best teams. NRG Shock got pitted against, I think, both EMEA squads, one after another. So that was their experience over at Dallas. We're probably hoping to get a taste of what, you know, the APAC region could offer. But hey, Esports World Cup presents another opportunity to take those kinds of teams on. But a win here is important to keep alive in that upper bracket and head towards those semis. It's going to be the echo out of the gates here for Seeker. Standard setup for NRG Shock, as we mentioned.
You would think this is actually even a better map to potentially play some of the Sigma as well, right? I know some pretty long sight lines on Hollywood, you know, good areas to kind of control the high ground. So potentially even a better setup here, you know, for NRG Shock as PG will take Seeker out as they try and cross there.
I think that Seeker's going to be pretty mindful of how those flight cooldowns are used here, because getting caught out in the open against PG.
They just chase. Yes. I mean, these teams are still like running laps around each other, yeah.
It's a pretty significant amount of stacking here. Admiral very, very low. I think Sarah's just come off respawn, so a lot of free ult charge being handed over to NRG Shock. You can see those numbers starting to skyrocket. Timeless now looking to regroup.
Yeah, I mean, Scissors just between the you know, the Sigma and the Far, right, just spamming the choke. Like they try and make it across and then get everybody healed up. Not everybody does make it across, and then even when they do, right, NRG Shock, instead of, you know, just allowing them to get healed up, they actually kind of chase up on a lot of that damage. It'll be Timeless here. Sune rush here early on. We'll see how they try and use this, as the Mog has kind of made it across, but it's going to be pretty costly to make it towards the point.
PGE tries to roll, but ends up getting stopped. Now under the Immortality field is going to look for a Deadeye. I love that. Seeker uses the Immortality frame of the dupe animation to avoid getting Deadeyed in midair there. And now can come back and add that durability to the fight. It's an early Gravitic Flux, and PGE is not getting out of there alive. That's stunning. Timeless now with the last vestiges of the sound barrier have already got themselves a two-player advantage in this fight, and NRG Shock are bundled off the point. Scissors at least is able to find Admiral here, and it's a slow cap, to be honest. Scissors will have to back away from this Echo and hope Rack can heal him up, but Zera puts that hope to bed awful quick, and the Lucio soon will follow.
Yeah, really nice play there from Seeker, like you mentioned, you know, when The Deadeye comes down through that Ant Matrix, uses just that, invulnerability frame, from the duplicate to dodge that, then gets a Gravitic Flux that takes out PGE, and really kind of behind that Kitsune Rush, and then, Ariel coming down with a big stomp early on, kind of forces them back to the corner, the Immortality field out really early, allows Timeless to get an advantage in that fight and take the first
They're
point.
going to be contending with a Flux in this engagement. They don't have a sound barrier to protect them against it. Infected's going to have his pick of the litter in terms of targeting from that high ground vantage, so that's something that the attackers have to be keenly aware of. Sisters, again, will be peppering them down from long to extreme range as they approach. Timeless may at some point want to try and take a fire on the high ground here, Matt, if they can manage it.
Yeah, it's like, how do they kind of get up to the high ground? It looks like they just kind of want to, move this payload, kind of force a different position here from the Shock. It's not exactly like they can kind of access that high ground rather fast. Looks like potentially building up towards a cage fight and then also working your way towards a rush and then maybe deciding what to do.
Someone for NRG Shock has to contest the cart, and without Tracer, that's a little bit more risky to do. So the cart's moved up a little bit more than it otherwise would under these circumstances. We've seen Zero there just dash upward, maybe feigning a blade, but nobody was on that first platform. Beautiful concussive blast. Now NRG Shock can move back into position, but this Flux may not have a lot of valid targets. Okay, Zera is caught inside of it. Aerial able to shrug it off here, but going to be hit by that accretion dupe here. Again for Seeker, another Sigma in play, and then Ultimate again. Pretty easy to build up when you do that AoE damage. It'll be interrupted though as Seeker's knocked out of duplicate form. Cage fight used here, and Infected unbothered, completely chilling up there.
Yeah, maybe they thought that they were going to be able to catch a few more in the cage fight and then follow that up with a blade. But
fell apart.
right there, the cage fight kind of comes down. Yeah, it just falls apart. So maybe they thought that they could force out a different type of ultimate there, using the cage fight. Maybe you think that they have beat, you could end up getting them to use that, but Rack did not have that built up at the time. So this is what I was talking about. This map actually has some pretty good, opportunities to play the Sigma. This is obviously one of them, right? Accessing this high ground, just kind of having naturally as the defenders. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to rush here up on the high ground? It looks like that's exactly what they're going to go into the end.
Doesn't work out. Ariel's the only one there. The rest of Timeless weren't joining him on that last charge. Looking more like Tom Cruise in The Last Samurai. One Malga getting blown to smithereens, and now NRG Shock are really starting to turn this into a bit of a massacre, Matthew. We are south of 2 minutes. Timeless have used a lot of their key ultimates. They're considering switching to the Widow, which is base, but I don't know if it's going to be the answer here. And they have to now lean on this sound barrier as their answer. A lot of shuffling here at DPS to come up with the right answer.
Yeah, and I think obviously seeing this kind of concession is great if you're the Shock, right? You want to get them off of that Maga comp, and you feel like this is your bread and butter if you can kind of force these Sigma-based kind of compositions. So now it'll be Zero playing the far, like we were talking about before. When they were having Zero play the Genji, it was Seeger playing the Echo. This is going to be a sound barrier here just to kind of
so low.
Get some space.
Not in position to heal them.
Players quite low.
Okay, Deadeye from PGE to try and relieve some of the pressure. Getting the Pharah is decent, but they lost Cal. No Immortality field that was used actually to allow NRG Shock to disengage. And now they're a little split, so this is going to take some time. They'll have an opportunity at least to contest as this cart gets close to checkpoint 2.
Oh, they have lots of time. No, it feels like the cart's moving very close towards the end, but a lot of time for them to contest, and they get on. And that's a nice shot there. Seeker just with 2 headshots there takes out Scissors. That's huge. He had Barrage.
PGE, though, able to make short work of Seeker in response. So now it's a Cassidy-less battlefield, a lawless arena, if you will. Cal finds CSS inside that Gravitic Flux. No way they were able to avoid that damage coming in, and now Infected can start to bully a little more. Zera cleaned up. Cal with a second in the fight. They've had huge impact over the last map or so. And they've got that Ant Matrix to spare come into this next engagement. I mean, Matt, crazy. Seeker, incredible hitscan player. Generally one of the best in North America. We've mostly seen him on Venture and Echo so far.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I know the switch to Cassidy probably very welcome for Seeker. Ooh, Accretion just barely misses Deadeye here. Not going to connect with anything. It just looks like Admiral had to run on, get a touch. Ant Matrix is up on the high ground for both teams here.
Oh my God, Cal.
He just jumps right into it. I mean, zero fear there from Cal. That'll stop the push from Timeless.
Well, we've seen it under multiple top franchises in the past. Cal is incredible on that flex support role. Nicely done here for NRG Shock. I mean, the fact that Timeless concedes to such a degree as to switch to a mirror composition that features the Sigma, Cassidy, and Farah should tell you a lot about how they were feeling about Mauga's inefficiency to actually engage on that second part of the map.
Is that your car right there?
Rich.
That's your license plate, for sure.
I'm an esports caster, bro. I'm driving a Civic. Let's just be reasonable for a second. It's 2024, I'm an esports caster. What do you want from me, dog? That's not my car. Jesus Christ. I have kids and I work in esports. What is wrong with you?
What?
It's not
What
my
did I
car.
do?
It's not my car. Mine's a Bugatti, bro. Come on. That ain't a Bugatti.
Yeah.
Jack's
you would never drive
so
something
upset
as
at you that you've failed to.
Old looking as that one.
No, catch me in the new model, bro. My daily. Yeah, jeez.
If it's got more than 5,000 miles, Mitch won't get in it.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's tough to get an Uber like that, actually. There's not really a stipulation in the app for that, but such is life. NRG Shock, look, again, here's the narrative. The Mauga comp's not working against the Sigma setup, Matt. Timers here want to run the Sigma themselves now.
So I think this will be a little bit harder, obviously, to make this work on offense, right? You know, the Sigma moves very slow. It's like kind of like more of a, you know, a better, you know, defensive-sided, you know, comp. And we'll see how they go about, you know, taking through a lot of this damage. You know, moving on through. So looks like Infected here. You know, just kind of moving up, taking a lot of this space.
Infected is playing on a hotspot, is what I'm being told. So, talk about dedication. Oh my goodness, and it's working out.
Well, what, we had Cloudy play earlier on like 500 ping, so it's doable.
I mean, the Cloudy style works on any kind of ping map. You could be underwater. It's something to behold for sure.
I mean, the hotspot is definitely better than 500 ping. So
in this day and
right
age,
there, Shock just walk in and just there's no real kind of like defense, so to speak, from Timeless in terms of like making them work for that space. They just kind of like work their way through the choke relatively fast and just take it. So now they have a ton of time here. I mean, above 5 minutes. Don't even need the second checkpoint where they put themselves in a great spot to go.
Yeah, so now we can see how the Sigma comp looks to try and take that high ground space here. Again, neither comp has like the Tracer or something that has great verticality to touch, contest the card, but eventually for the attackers, it's just too risky to expose yourself to damage from that high ground. So we'll see Timeless drop down to some degree. Well, and harass.
They have to eventually, right? I mean, because the where the cart needs to go to. I mean, you're going to have to fight this eventually. And there's actually, I believe it's Aerial gets knocked down to the low ground there. That's like a conk there that comes in from Scissors.
How does he get back up? How does he get back up, Matt? He can't.
I don't know if he's going to.
Well, he had to walk the long way around. That is ridiculous. Someone give him a bus ticket at the very least. That concussive blast completely decimated Timeless. Aerial had to walk back around to the lift, which in this day and age, at least, like they go up and down straight away. Not like the old days, we had to wait for it. But, I mean, that was just perfect for NRG Shock to start a fight at a huge advantage. Seeker, that's a big kill. Can you do more with it, though? Scissors eventually gets brought down by the old Sigma Shield trick, a classic here. Infected almost got taken to the School of Rock there, but he's more of a jazz guy.
He wants both.
Flux. Okay, most of the focus here on Aerial, who's low. Has a gravitic flux of his own, but a little risky to use it now. He's too low to risk sitting up in the air like that. Zera barrage. Another rock goes whizzing over his right shoulder. He's able to avoid it. Cal brought down, though. That's a big one. No Baptiste, the Immortality field already broken through here. And Scissors finds a kill. This is all well and good, but it's going to take more than that. Beautiful direct. Seeker was eliminated, but PGE can't get close enough here. He wants to fight. He wants this 1v1. Zera needs to hit one shot. The back grenade. It's going to get him, but there's no way to push the card up, and Aerial gets there in time, just in time.
But still, just off of that one fight, basically getting all of this payload progress, right? You know, they kind of knock Aerial to the low ground, they finish off the tank, you know, as they kind of try and wrap around towards that high ground. Winning that fight basically gets them, you know, almost the victory here, and now they can fight much easier for this high ground.
Concussive blast being thrown by both sides here, obviously far more deadly to the defenders as the attackers can just reset and go again. Flux is going to be a big one. Oh my goodness, it is big. 4 players in that, and the Immortality field hastily deployed to keep NRG Shock standing. It works, but PGE and most of the Shock have to give up that high ground. Aerial again has to go back upstairs. Might be a bit awkward positioning-wise here, and Aerial actually has to give this up. He's going to go to the low ground. Now NRG Shock have such a powerful spot to play from. They've managed to cross the bridge. They've made Timeless walk the plank. And now they need to finish the job. 2:42 to play. Big Cock, Seeker very low. Deadeye now to zone and allow the card to move up.
It'll be a Deadeye from both teams here.
Admiral! Admiral is beat! He uses it, but he only gets 2 people with it, including himself. The zoning of the Lucio man inside the jail. Massive for NRG Shock. But Zera back in the fight. Found 2 with Scissors trying to end it here with a barrage. Somehow Zera survives and again has to be in a 1 versus 2 situation. 2v1 at the very least. Timeless survived yet again, but they are hanging on. Just.
I mean, they are fortunate, right? They end up getting both supports there for Shock, who had 2 of the support ultimates even after PGE gets 2 kills right off the rip, right? 1 with the Deadeye, and then another right after, I believe the second one on the Seeker. So taking out the Cassidy of the other team. So that's a huge bounce back win for Timeless. And in a situation that was like 5:26, 5:30 almost, you know, you're now down below 2 minutes. That's a huge flux though.
Admiral caught out there, at least didn't die with a beat. Immortality Field has to be moved away from for Timeless now. They cannot benefit from it any longer. PGE might be down. Is there another big barrage? And all of them have been good so far. But the sound barrier means that NRG Shock are now free to group up. DSS brings Scissors down. Aerial a little bit low. That Ant Matrix though is threatening, and that shield of Infecteds is broken. So he cycles now into the kinetic grasp and wants to push up onto the Lucio, but the boot makes it hard for him to close the gap. Immortality Field instantly removed though. The focus was very good for NRG Shock, but here come the reinforcements, man. They're back. ZSS is low, but still able to keep fighting and still able to keep healing. Crucially, Zera's a problem. Mag Grenade misses the Farah, so Zera can take off whenever he wants to, but Rack Attack descends upon him with a boop and ends it right there. NRG Shock. A scrappy fight to be sure, but I come out on top here on Hollywood after like a first half that made it look like this would be a sweep for them.
Yeah, I mean, an extremely good defense there from Timeless, right? I know on their second point. Their first point defense just didn't even happen, right? I know it was basically just Shock walking in, taking the point. You know, 5 minutes, 27 seconds on the clock there to take that second checkpoint. Not even have to take the full checkpoint, right? Just get it very close. And Timeless gets it down to like below a minute. So pretty good defense overall. It was really just kind of their offense that let it down.
And the fact that they defend from that position, Matt, just outside of the studios where they have to fight from it is really hard, especially when you give up that high ground. Well, the Sigma Mirrors,
they do have a 6 spawn advantage.
That's true.
There. I mean, the spawn advantage is
and
next,
again,
though.
that came into play on multiple occasions, right? The fact that there's reinforcements that can get to that fight nice and quickly. But again, the Sigma Mirror with the Fire Concussive Blasts on those buildings, Matt, is so positional. I mean, knocking Sigma to the low ground for 3, 4, 5 seconds is as good as a kill.
Yeah, I mean, a few times we kind of saw that, right? This is the first fight. This is where we saw, you know, a really nice flux there from Seeker, the really awesome duplicate usage early on to just kind of get that, you know, invincibility. And then this is kind of, you know, towards the end, this is where Kala jumps up, you know, Ant Matrix v Ant Matrix, Immortality Field. I mean, does a tremendous job.
This is really nice stuff here. Yeah, look, both Baptiste with a big job. That's after Aerial gets knocked to the low ground. That's what happens to your team when your Sigma is sort of away from the rest of your lineup. Here, though, the flux was good, and this did force a disengagement, but no ability to capitalize. I do love... I mean, look, Cal, they are just pretty hard to rattle. You know, they've kind of seen it all here. The Baptiste play was excellent, answering those fluxes very, very well. The Sigma Mirror is interesting. It's a nice little variation to see after so much Malga play in general, but the story is NRG Shock up 2-0 here in this series. That was a Timeless map pick, and it didn't pan out for them whatsoever. They were forced off the Malga composition pretty early on in the map. They went to the Sigma, which I felt like allowed for a little bit more skill expression from our DPS players and our Baptiste players, especially with Shock still a couple steps ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Cal, they're awesome on the BAP, right? You kind of saw there from that clip when the flux comes down. It's like a regenerative burst with the Immortality Field. Kind of gets everybody, you know, topped up. You know, probably a healing amp heal there from Rack. Keeps everybody topped up straight away. And then they just kind of like push straight along that high ground. So the Shock clearly want to make these Sigma comps work, you know, in this meta that is really kind of in flux. If you're almost like the Shock, it's like, hey, you know what? We don't need to... Well,
no, I just see what you did there. It was nice. It's very, very me-esque, honestly. Good job.
You're the only person who would say that's very me-esque. I mean, you know, there's other people who have done that besides you.
No,
right?
It just is the kind of... It's the
Jack Jaws Wright invented that. and you've just copied it.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, I was here before him. What are you talking? All right, buddy. Bro was hanging out in Kiev, casting tier 3 when your boy was out here. You know what I'm saying? Man, I don't get you sometimes. That's crazy.
When your boy was out
we were out here, though. Esperanza, our 3rd map of the series here. NRG Shock, again, Sigma very viable on this map. Seen it played, quite frequently. No reason for NRG Shock to change their game plan here.
So I also was going to say, if you're, NRG Shock, right, it's really just about making it to next weekend. And I mean, look, don't know what happens with the patch, right? And, sometimes you think something's going to get nerfed. It ends up getting, better by, a different kind of path, right? They nerf Maga, buff, Lucio or something weird to kind of go along with it and kind of even it out. If you're shocked, maybe you feel like, hey, we don't even need to really learn or play this Maga comp because we don't need it. Because we're not going to.
Do you mean they don't need it
be
yet?
Using it a weekend from now?
Yeah, okay, fair. Because of the impending patch. Yeah.
Right, because of the impending patch. Why put all this time into run it where you have to win, one game this weekend, make it work, right? This is a little bit of an interesting look. Cassidy plus Sojourn here for Shock. So typically we see at least one of the flex DPS being played in this Sigma based kind of composition, but they'll actually go with two kind of more hit scan, a little bit more long range.
Well, it makes high ground control really impressive for one. And also pretty dangerous for Zero to pick out for any more than 0.25 seconds, as evidenced in that moment there. Infected's able to back away, and NRG Shock really good at actually just disengaging as a unit. Nobody goes the wrong way. No one gets caught out as a result. Here's the shoulder charge, but Aerial does not want to use it offensively. Timeless wanting to play around the Malga and that Cardiac Overdrive, which is available now. Popped instantly. Aerial wants nothing more than to brawl.
And I like this decision from Timeless. You have a much better chance, in my opinion, to win this with the Maga-based compositions than to kind of match Sigma. I mean, that's just kind of giving in to exactly how NRG Shock would like to play. I like the switch here from Scissors, though, on the side of the Shock. I think you just need the Forest Blast damage to just make it all that much more costly. The burst from the Sojourn, with the railgun shots on the squishies is great. But it's really about punishing that Maga. If you don't get the Maga, eventually you're going to lose the fight in the end, right? So it's about putting down that big chunk down.
Oh, PGE knew what's coming there. The shoulder charge came in for the Malga. He's able to avoid it here. Admiral cleverly realizes the Deadeye was trained on him. Seeker, PG was hoping for a little more as he rolls out into the open. Another stop here, Accretion to answer the advance of the Malga, and the mag grenade to make it half Aerial to get away. Nice flux. Sound Barrier, though, the prescribed response to that. And Seeker's hoping that NRG Shock peek out into the open. So a kinetic grasp that eats it up, and a checkpoint here, I think, yes. Timeless able to force the Shock away with that Deadeye. Get a checkpoint.
And this is also a little bit of a different Maga look here from Timeless. If you remember a little bit earlier in the series, they were running Genji Echo. And we were talking about potentially needing that Pharah damage, right? And now running this kind of makes a little bit more sense in terms of the hero pools for some of these, the damage dealers, right? I think, Seeker wasn't bad on the Echo, but you like him way more on a hit scan, potentially. And then Zero, instead of playing the Genji, trying to finish off some of these kills, just playing on that Pharah, just putting in that big damage, which is going to force Shock to react.
Aerial here, part of a trade of kills going down first to Scissors, and Seeker wins the Cassidy duel. Now reminding everybody that he was here first, and as one of the top hit scan DPS players in North America. This is good progress here for Timeless on a map, I believe, of NRG Shock's choosing. This is going to give them a good chance to stay alive in the series.
And just pay attention to the health bars of the Shock, right? And kind of think back to, some of the times that you saw Timeless run the Maga Genji, with the Echo a little bit earlier. The amount of damage that Zero is able to put down on the entire team is just so much more than just playing that Genji and the Echo. I feel like it's such a better look here.
High ground control being maintained, and Cage Fight catches Infected. Grasp used. Rock to knock Aerial away. Infected hanging on, but not long enough. Zero going to be able to bring him down there with a concussive blast and damage. And Aerial brings Cal with him. This is a tough one for NRG Shock. It is proactive play from Timeless that's making it hard for Infected to get set up and to give time to Scissors and PGE to go to work.
And there's really nothing you can do there if you're the Shock, right? don't have a sound barrier to kind of keep Infected alive, even then, like, are you going to kind of run into the cage fight, use that sound barrier, you just kind of throw out the Immortality Field, Kinetic Grass to soak up some of that damage and see if you can kind of withstand that big Maga ultimate. It'll be Secret with a Deadeye there from the high ground. They use a Maga Sum to try and get that Sigma out of the way. The Deadeye comes up with nothing, but they do trade.
Dude struggles there. Yep, Stomp going to clean him up, but he still found Admiral at the very least here. There's some play to be had for the Shock, but Scissors knew he'd be vulnerable in that barrage and gets punished as a result of it. Timeless march on. They are tireless.
And you know, with that cardiac overdrive, you're able, you know, especially with the Pharah right there, you're able to live on through that. So this is going to be a very difficult comeback here for the Shock. They're the composition and team that doesn't exactly want to be kind of like, you know, moving forward. They want to kind of play a little bit more, you know, bunker, you know, force Timeless to kind of like overextend, live on throughout that, and then end up kind of winning those fights where now, I mean, this is totally in Timeless's hands to win this
Flux here, but I don't know if Infected has any information about who was where up on that high ground, so he goes for it. Admiral doesn't use the beat. The call from Timeless is that this Flux is not particularly threatening. Zeric trying to track Scissors there, but maintaining the high ground pressure. Yeah, might be enough. Cal makes use of the Amp Matrix, but unclear if it's in a great spot to capitalize upon, and Zera now able to peek out with it having expired. We'll get these rockets back on in the direction of NRG Shock. Rack beats. Oh, he was held aloft for quite some time and too long to keep PGE standing. Was it a concussive blast that knocked him up? It's unclear either way. The ult was way too late. Barrage damage from long range. Sarah's able to secure 2 kills there, and a mag grenade on Scissors means there will be no swift escape for the Pharah of NRG Shock. They can say the same for Rack.
But look at how deep they have to go and like how much focus they have to put on the Maga to get rid of him there in that type of situation. So, Timeless gets close to completing the map. Let's go to a listen in.
And we go with Q in our cage, okay?
Okay, I can do in the cage. I'm playing top right.
Just make Q. Wait, I can cage him on Sig. I can cage him on Sig.
Ready.
I'm gonna cage.
So do one. Can we go? Come on,
Yeah, I need it. I'm leaving. Sold one.
Nice. Stick inside.
Sig inside.
Lower. Just take it.
Helping area a lot.
One second. Okay, third and die.
No.
She's right side, I think, with Raj.
Make our beat. We need to make our beat.
Okay.
We really need to make our beat.
And then you have a Timeless with another successful team fight. Now knocking on the door of NRG Shock's spawn. They've really managed to put it together over the last couple of moments, and they've been able to play it their way. The Malga comp into the Sigma this time has yielded vastly superior results as the rest of the series might have given the impression. Here's Kitsune Rush now, and Ariel wants to come forward, but takes a face full of damage and has to think twice.
Well, I mean, you can kind of you know, play a little bit more aggressive here, knowing that you're going to have this Admiral sound barrier in just a minute. You just want to get around this corner, give yourself an opportunity. Is this going to be a Flux here from Infected, just trying to track down one of the players? It's just going to be the Maga.
Sound barrier used here to keep Ariel standing, but there's far too much from NRG Shock leveled at the Malga to be able to keep him standing. Timeless, though, unperturbed. They've been able to force so much out of NRG Shock here. A couple kills for the team on the back foot here is not going to bother them. 2 minutes 30 on the clock, and a whopping 129 to a fat goose egg in terms of overall progress. Means that the Shock had better get to work, and quick.
And think about that. That is you use a Flux to catch a Maga who ends up getting this sound barrier, and you have to use the Matrix there to just kind of deal with that. I mean, it's a lot to have to invest. I mean, this is a very, very difficult, you know, mountain for the Shock to climb. Sound barrier for this next fight. You have to pretty much win every fight from here on out in order to kind of take this.
Dangerous game Seeker's playing there. PG able to get good damage with the railgun, but here's Zera. Good for 2, even getting through that Immortality Field.
Oh, the beat only gets 2.
Infected trying to stand up here. Yet another beat for Rack that doesn't really hit. Previously, I think it was because he was held in midair, knocked up by something, and PGE fell while he was waiting to get that beat. Nothing going right for NRG Shock here, and this is an utter flattening.
No, and I think if you're Timeless, you're like, man, why didn't we run this type of comp, you know, earlier on in the series, right? They are looking lights out playing this type of variation of the Maga-based composition. So, Shock, you know, 1 minute and 20, you get a kill here. I mean, you're going to need to string together 4 or 5 fights, right, to even get this one close.
An absurd number. A very unlikely number at this point. I won't try my hand at stats again, but it's going to take a lot from NRG to bring this one back. They'd love to have closed the series out here, but Timeless have found another gear. and they are really putting the pressure down on the Shock. So, under a minute, we are headed back to neutral here, and NRG Shock might actually get some meterage. They're working with a Flux and a Barrage coming to this next fight, but it's the support ultimates from Timeless, Matt, that I have my eye on.
I mean, Timeless is in such a position, right, where Shock is going to be forced to use basically all these ultimates to win these fights because they're all must-win fights, where Timeless can kind of just bank up for that, one massive fight where, both support ults here, Jedi opening things up. Oh, massive.
I mean, Cal, that was scrabbling to try and get themselves out of the Immortality field, but not quick enough to save Rack Attack. It's been the story for the NRG Shock over the entirety of this map so far. Close but no cigar. Once more, Scissors attempts a barrage, is brought down, only finding one elimination, and that, friends, is just not going to do it. 12 seconds left in the round. TS1 unattended here, as there's no reason for Timeless to move it back towards NRG Shock and give them overtime. Rack Attack has no choice, burning to a crisp here, who needs to go and touch, but there's just not enough time, and there's too many players standing in his way. Timeless stay alive in the series here. A lifeline extended to them after victory on Esperanza.
Yeah, we had a very competitive, although odd map number 1, even kind of map number 2 and Timeless with a dominant performance in that third map. Like, can they kind of just string that on moving forward, right? Can you kind of bring that Cassidy, Pharah, Mauga base composition moving forward? Because clearly they were able to find something there that definitely gave Shock some
we saw them, I think, favor the mobility of like the Echo, the Venture, Genji looks in the past here, but you can't argue with the staying power of like Seeker's Cassidy, for example. That's very impactful, especially shutting down Scissors, who's been a consistent problem for this Timeless squad over the whole series. So maybe looking to answer some of the individuals here with a couple of these hero picks has worked out quite well.
Yeah, I mean, it's much more comfortable, right, for Timeless to have Seeker on a hit scan than try and have him play, whether it be a Venture or an Echo. So this type of variation, I think, makes a lot more sense.
All right, we're going to head over to the desk here to break down the game we've seen so far. Timeless finally fighting back, getting a map here. No sweeps in NA yet, fam.
That's right. Timeless, they live to see the sunrise for another day. And we have series on our hand. I'm very excited about this. I'm also very excited about the compositions we saw there. Shock clearly trying so hard to make that Sigma comp work, but on Esperanza, that's where those toes get stopped, man.
Yeah, I think it's just a very tough map for the Sigma, especially if you fall behind. I think if you get an early lead, the Sigma could actually look really good, as you can just play nice passive defensive, make the enemy come to you. And honestly, NRG Shock looked really well practiced on the comp. I don't think this is an execution issue. I think once you're behind on Esperanza, though, being forced to come back in, retake into these oppressive high grounds, the Mauga is just getting a free initiation on you every single time. But on most maps, I think the Sigma has been looking great for NRG Shock. I think they have a great execution, great understanding of how to play that tempo.
Yeah, it looked really clean here on the second point defense. The story of the game for me really has been Timeless kind of like trying to figure out what is our composition, what are we going to do, how do we deal with this composition. Early on, like you saw, I was, for example, playing the Genji and the Echo. Didn't really get that much value out of that on Samoa, but I thought that listening was really insightful because you heard Seeker, especially on the hit scan. It was just so vocal about what he wanted to achieve. It was on a flank, it was on high ground. He was high noon calling targets like who is low. And I think that is really useful for this team, and probably something that Seeker is way more comfortable doing on hit scan, which is his go-to role, for example. So now you kind of find yourself playing this Mauga composition with the Pharah, with the Cassidy, and I think that could be the move forward. We're going to Flashpoint next, inevitably going to be a pretty good Mauga map, right? So it is something that I think that maybe Timeless, they have a tiny chance of a reverse sweep here. I'm going to give it, a tiny little chance. So I'm staying tuned.
This is the first hopeful thing you have said on this test thus far. All weekend long, you've not. I haven't felt it.
I'm pretty hopeful.
No, not the last 2 days, honest.
I'm not hopeful.
Not the last.
You can be hopeful. You can be hopeful. I think hope rests in the Mauga for Timeless, right? I think if they can make the Mauga work, be aggressive, I think it could work. The Sigma Mirror, though, I don't know if that's really going to go their way, honestly. I saw a couple things I want to look at on Hollywood there. We saw a massive flux come out from Aerial, picking up absolutely everybody across the bridge. But for me, this is actually kind of a mistake. Like, the flux, and it's so attractive. How can you not take this as a Sigma player? I guarantee everyone at home is taking this flux, but there's no flank pressure. There's no follow-up from an alternate angle. And so Infected's up in the air with his team. He can kind of block a lot of the incoming poke. Then the lamp comes down from Cal, of course, perfectly timed as you'd expect. And then he heals everybody right back up. And then, you know, yes, Energy Shock back off just a little bit, but then they're able to re-push and retake the high ground. So I think the Sigma mirror is going to really favor Energy Shock, and the execution just looks a little bit better. Not as much mechanically. I think both teams look good in that front, but sort of the team play, understanding how to approach the maps. The Sigma looks well practiced for Energy Shock. I can see where they're relying on it, but I do think, you know, you can't force it everywhere. I think Esperanza trying to retake into a defensive high ground, that's not really Sigma's forte.
Also, I just want to mention that throughout the series, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Infected actually currently on a mobile hotspot. Usually when people just phone it in like Matt, that shows. But Infected actually just plays on such a high level right now. It's incredible what you can get done on a mobile hotspot.
Oh, I live for it. I actually, and imagine if we had.
I'm always roasted on this show for no reason.
Just, sorry, you know, I'm astral projecting, or I'm trying to undo the astral projection and put my soul back in my body. Listen, I heard it on Uncoachable, so it must be true. Map number 4 here, New Junk City.
Has to be.
New Junk City on the docket for us. It's all falling apart. Energy Shock up 2-1 here, but again looked a little lackluster on Esperanza in general, right? And much of the discussion on this desk is, yes, don't match the Sigmas, you know what I mean? Go for what works for you, go for this Malga setup, and it worked beautifully. I mean, really didn't look close at all.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the desk just stole exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah,
you know,
that's true. That's crazy, man.
You know, Johnny said it, so it must be true.
I like Johnny. You know what I mean? He's getting flat. He's getting told that he's not hopeful.
I was like, you know, I thought his shirt was a cat with a chainsaw, but evidently
is it a cat with a chainsaw? Turn around, Johnny. Hold on.
I don't know. He said it's a cat smoking something.
He's smoking a pipe. So. It's a tiger. It's like an old Chinese proverb. Long time ago, when a tiger smoked a pipe. That's what it says. There you go.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So this will actually be quite interesting, right? So we've been talking about how the Shock don't really want to play some of these maybe Malga comps to, you know, match, right? They wanted to play the Sigma. We've been talking about that a lot. We'll actually get kind of a mirror here, you know, as we go into New Junk City. Is you know, look at, I mean, the Shock take a really aggressive position early on.
All right, it seems as if, Energy Shock really just don't feel like the Sigma comp has game. We've seen it on this map work though. We saw that yesterday. They don't seem to agree. That's fine. We'll see how this works out. Neither team really wants to take the engagement yet. It might be a matter of getting more of that fire damage. Timeless losing out in the long-range trades, not fancying to get their hands dirty just yet, has allowed Infected to drop to the point map and cap it.
Yeah, and I think it's like the Timeless is just kind of like more, you see them kind of just circling here. They're just trying to actually kind of find PGE or get a kill. They're not really exactly, you know, worried about the point at the moment, but I know a lot like on some of the other maps we see, right? It's just kind of a, you know, speed boost out, disengage, nice boot back in there. Almost got, you know, Shock in some trouble, but Timeless have to keep, I was going to say, Seeker alive. They end up losing.
Timeless, I mean, from the start of this round, have really struggled in terms of overall poke damage. Their heal pressure has been so immense. Energy Shock putting him under the microscope. Scissors able to deal with 0 at the very least, but ZSS with a beautiful kunai, basically skyward, will claim the Farah. The cleanup, though, favors NRG Shock, which means that this flashpoint is almost theirs.
Yeah, and I actually don't think Admiral's sound barrier actually connected with Aerial there. So I don't think you actually kind of got these shields onto the Malga. It ended up just kind of like falling over right away. So, you know, all the support ults used in that fight. Really, this is going to be like a one-fight point pretty much. It looks like the Timeless trying to work their way to this low ground. They're going to take a lot of damage from this far, trying to move on in.
The barrage.
Nah, yeah, they don't even get a touch.
And as soon as they're thrown at Scissors just for that insurance policy. Makes sense. Timeless not able to get out and touch here. They were really struggling to even make it to the point in the first place, and NRG Shock had just the answer.
Well, it looked like they wanted to make a play for PGE, you know, when the point actually just goes to the Shock, right? It's Infected going down, taking it. They want to make a play for PGE, but it's just kind of like, okay, we're going to try and speed to catch PGE, and they're going to speed to kind of get him out of the way, right? And we went around and around and around for a little bit, and that's how the point, I mean, you know, they end up, the first fight kind of ends like 88%, you know, in favor of the Shock. That's kind of how you end up with just only one fight there in our first point.
Not often we see that. Normally it's at least 2 if you're sort of losing that first one. It's a little bit tough for Timeless, but they're going to have to swallow the pill and get back to work. Deadeye, Geronimo, says Seeker as he heads into the cages. Hard to see whose cage is whose, but Seeker is in the midst of it and is able to find 2 off the Deadeye. Make it 2 more. Got to give it to him, Ariel. Come on. Beautiful work from Seeker on the Cassidy. will give Timeless the flashpoint to start.
Yeah, everybody locked in there, right? No, with a double cage fight, Seeker with the Deadeye just ends up picking up 2, and pretty fast point take for Timeless. What did Jack say earlier? You're in here with you, and I'm me, or something like that. He totally butchered it.
Oh, no. That's a risky one to go for, honestly. Like the dodgeball reference.
Yeah, that's why you just don't try.
Yeah.
That's why you just
that
don't
is
try.
your mantra, really, Matt, isn't it?
Yeah.
Timeless here.
Don't try it.
39% and counting.
I know, you know loosely what the saying is, but you know you can't land it.
But if you can land it though, the dopamine here is unreal. PG finds Admiral here, and Energy Shock wasting no time in getting back in. And look at the sport ults. They haven't had to use any of them yet. That is so big, especially when they're starting this flashpoint at a deficit. Timeless as well don't have the ability and don't feel inclined to dig into the war chest of ultimates, and they will have a lot to work with in this next fight to reclaim.
I mean, you lose 2 players straight away. There's no reason to, you know, invest and try and make it happen, right? You know, 73%, you'll take that. You give yourself an even footing, especially a double support ult going into the next fight. No reason to kind of like, you know, throw some stuff in there if you're Timeless. So we'll see how they go about just trying to attack this here. Is gonna have a little bit of an off angle here from Zero.
PG knocked down.
Some nice damage on the side, just trying to knock them down. Yeah, that's
so they all have to follow because PG can't get onto the high ground in time, and also risks getting isolated. Trying to make his way out.
What a weird position for Infected to play from as well. You see he's kind of like split from the rest of his team on the opposite low ground.
He wants to open them up to the Cassidy of PGE here after he dropped down, but it's not really played out that way. They play out of line of sight of PGE, and Seeker once again springs forth inside a Kitsune Rush. And you know what? When you have the haste buff, the move speed bust, it can be harder as Cassidy to hit those shots because your model is moving faster than you otherwise expect. Seeker, unbothered. That dirty aim.
Yeah, some absolutely sick stuff. It really kind of starts, though, with Zero taking that off angle, you know, knocking a few players, I know, to the low ground, separating NRG Shock. And Infected's just going to have to barrel on in here to get a touch.
Oh, it doesn't look great, and yeah, Zero's going to claim 2 with that barrage. Again, it's the same strategy as NRG Shock used. They build a barrage and know that the enemy has to just recklessly run at the point. So they're guaranteed 1, maybe 2 free kills. As NRG Shock don't have the bandwidth to turn, look at the Pharah, and answer the threat of that ultimate.
Yeah, so we get a tie up here. By Timeless. I mean, the barrage is just, I mean, it's just so free, right? You know, Infected just kind of having to barrel on in. It's kind of like last-ditch effort there. So get a nice barrage here as we go to the next point. You have kind of like a free sound barrier, right, for Energy Shock. We just saw sound barrier come in for Timeless. You have the ability to maybe get aggressive behind that ultimate.
Energy Shock, though, need to make sure they get value out of it. Otherwise, there's no point having held on to it. And you don't get to benefit from having lost that flashpoint. Rack getting a little bit crispy there. No fries with that just yet, though. It was Scissors instead being taken down, Matt. You can't beat in this fight.
Seeker, you
surely
can. No, I mean, you don't think you would. Oh, they actually decide to. It's the cage fight, and they decide to beat, and they lose Infected anyway.
Oh, man! I'm sorry, Matt, but that fight for Timeless going up against the beat was freer than this God-fearing country. They get 4 players in a cage fight, and the Lucio beat, I get it. I mean, you get under 4 players, that's decent. It's not remotely enough to keep them alive. Not even close.
Oh, you have to be so happy if you're Timeless, right? Like, you probably don't expect, like, you end up using your cage fight, you probably don't expect the beat to potentially come. No, you end up having Seeker yet again, you know, with another early pickoff, that time on the Scissors. You know, that happens, and you feel like you're in a good spot as this is a nice cage fight, though, coming right back in for Infected as Admiral in aerial falls, and that's a Kitsune Rush, so just kind of thrown in there, but Seeker ends up with 2.
Seeker, a little bit low, has to back away, picks up the mini. The Rack Attack is going to stay out of his way. Pretty efficient fight win for NRG Shock, and ZSS opts to throw the Kitsune Rush down and run into the cage, but the timing isn't there. You can see these teams trying to adjust, but look at Seeker. He just went 1v3 and held NRG Shock off. He's bought enough time now for the rest of Timers to get to the point. They've grouped up. Infected, he's turned tail, running back towards spawn. He's so low, and it's going to take a while for Cal to get him topped up. Timers at the point because Seeker doesn't care.
And they end up using the Kitsune Rush there, but Infected gets so low, they don't want to actually fight in it, and they lose PGE here at the start.
He's so good.
Things just kind of falling apart for the Shock.
Seeker is so good, bro. That is disgusting. Unbelievable turn there from Timeless. NRG Shock, not expecting that at all. They don't expect the Cassidy to stand his ground, turn and fight, and the rest of Timers to wash over them. And that's a second flashpoint for Timeless. Not only staying alive in this series, but now starting to manifest the idea of that map number 5.
as soon as we've kind of seen them go over to this kind of variation of the Malga, right? I mean, last map was a blowout. This map, they look like they were in potentially the driver's seat. They end up winning it, force that fifth match as ZSS has that Kitsune rush here up in a second. And look at this choke you can kind of fight from here. Potential for a rocket barrage as they come on through as well.
Trying to blow up Infected instantly. Suzu almost kept him alive. I like the idea there from Cal, but it wasn't quite enough. And this means that time to start with yet another flashpoint to begin with. Real pressure starting to mount on NRG Shock. They're at risk of losing their grip on the series.
Yeah, and you don't even have to use your rush, right? Like in the choke, like I was potentially talking about. They just see kind of Infected go and cross, and they end up using the barrage. Just getting the kill on the Malga, that's good enough there. Is that they'll back up, kind of concede some space here to Shock at the choke. Now you're getting close to that cage fight here. Building up very quickly. I think you're going to have to see if that cage fight comes down. If Rack can land a big sound barrier, is be a kill exchange from both sides here. You end up losing though. ZSS who ends up having the Kitsune rush. It's going to be a cage fight though that looks like it goes for nothing on the side of the shot.
Yeah, no value to gain from that one. Infected just menacingly stands inside his own cage as Timeless were probably already looking to disengage without the Kiriko in action. I like the idea. You saw that, NRG Shock were trying to set PGE up with a concussive blast of scissors to knock people into the Deadeye, but didn't get anything from that. Instead, it was Seeker have found one. But here come Timeless. They're back again.
Yeah, I mean, this beat needs to be good from Shock, right? You imagine it's going to be a cage fight here, that comes through from Aerial. So that's going to be the cage fight that comes down. It's going to be a good beat.
Sound barrier from both sides. Timeless had the later beat here, and Scissors got caught. The splash damage for the Rockets took him low, and Seeker had the extra damage. Cal hit with that mag grenade, could not escape. But nice little kills on the backside of this fight for NRG Shock. Give them a fighting chance, but they're too low, way too low. And Ariel was very healthy. Hardy Hale ready to finish the fight for Timeless now as they're back in control. 1.5 question mark fights here for NRG Shock to stay alive on the map.
It's like you mentioned though, it's a later sound barrier that comes in from Timeless, right? You kind of engage with that cage fight, that's going to get that sound barrier out from NRG Shock straight away. You can just wait a little bit longer, then drop a beat of your own, and that kind of gives them that sustain later on.
Speculative mag grenade there from PGE. Ooh, okay, Zero. The mole in the whack-a-mole game that PGE is looking to try and orchestrate. Great pressure on Seeker here. He's trying to get that high ground, and PGE's been given a lot of space by the rest of his team. Not having to worry about the Cassidy for now. That's a tight angle for the barrage, and Zera's still able to find Cal, but the trade of kills favors NRG Shock here. They're able to flip the point back and stay in the map.
So, I mean, and now it's just like, what do you come back with though, right? I mean, you're gonna probably get another fight here for Timeless. You're still gonna get, you should get Seeker back in the fight though, right? I mean,
I don't know, Matt.
Actually, you might not. I mean, I think if you're Timeless, you just give up on this. There's no reason. Yeah, I think you just go set up next. Yeah. So they're actually gonna just rotate. So, like you mentioned, yeah. I mean, that kill on a Seeker at the end. I mean, that was quite huge. You probably would have maybe seen them gonna go towards this next one anyway, but. Having that Cassidy up and an opportunity, as we've seen, Seeker has been able to kind of like hold them off at times. Rather single-handedly. Without him in the fight, he definitely would have just kind of ended up rotating. But this also gives them a really good opportunity, right, to get high ground here, and this is a great spot for a rush.
Flashpoint spawn favored Timeless though, closer to their spawn at the time. So to set up here, it'll be NRG Shock who have to fight their way through the choke somehow. Again, sound barrier here should be up for both sides. He's Infected now wants to take a little bit of space. Cardiac overdrive going to be popped instantly, but the Kitsune rushes are overlapped here. Healthy is Ariel looking right now, and the sound barriers come out at approximately the same time. Cage fight thrown down, but Infected seen better days from above. Those Scissors is able to find two. Beautiful barrage, essentially undetected by Timeless, as they were busy dealing with the upfront and personal threat of the Malga and the cage he put around them.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a later beat there for the Shock, but really it's the cage fight with that rocket barrage that kind of seals the deal. So even though Timeless does get a little bit of percentage early on, just by nature of just kind of forcing Shock a little bit off of the point, it is Shock who gets control. But now Timeless can kind of do the same thing though, Mitch, right? You can come back with a cage fight of your own, no support ult on the other side. Not exactly going to have that barrage, but you got the Deadeye.
Yeah, still have to work your way through the choke here, and good early damage on Ariel. A couple of headshots there from Cassidy, most likely. Took him low. Oh, that's massive! I love the boot! Beautiful stuff!
Oh, that is sick.
Oh, Admiral! Oh, dear. Dirty stuff and a beautiful setup for the Cassidy here. Timeless, though, suffering a little bit of damage in this fight. PGE essentially being undetected, but now all heads will turn towards him. He'll be cleaned off the point, presumably, as Admiral finishes the job on an incredible team fight individually and, of course, for Timeless in general.
That is a sick play there from Admiral. Comes around that opposite side, ends up getting a boost, blinding those players up right into Seeker's Deadeye, connects with 2. So PGE now will go over to the Genji here. So really maybe like 1 or 2 fights potentially here for the Shock, to end up flipping the point, taking the map as we're down to our final flashpoint. But the Genji switch gonna have to be very careful of Seeker, who's already had a pretty good
I see the mag grenade threatening. PGE throws up the deflect instantly. Wants to try and come from another angle and also cross a wider expanse instead of having to walk through a choke with the rest of his team. Time's running out though.
A lot of time here for Shock to get on the point.
94% and counting. Infected. About half HP with this poke damage. Look at the off angle. Zera has an off angle on the right now with a barrage. He can come with a flank and shut them down. Oh my, the Genji! Blown to smithereens in midair, and Zera now is free to do the dirty work on the rest of NRG Shock. 4v5, in with a barrage. One would have been enough for Zera, and he gets it. Eventually turned on by Rack Attack, but it won't be enough for Timeless. Oh, you'd better believe they fancy themselves a map 5. Rack Attack with the saddest beat I ever did see. At least it went off, I guess. And Timeless clean things up on New Junk City to force a decider.
Oh, I mean, a sick play from Admiral, a fight or two before there, knocking the players into Seeker's Deadeye. And time and time again on that, Matt, we would see Zero taking these off angles on the far, whether it be, conks or just putting down some big damage from the opposite side, forcing the Shock into, some pretty difficult decisions right there. Towards the end, it took the Shock a really long time to make their way towards the point. Potentially could have gotten maybe, you go really early, maybe there's another fight in there, but it takes them a very long time to cross that gap like you were talking about, and it's just really Zero just putting down some big damage there at range.
It's really hard to recap this map without talking about Seeker. Those first couple of flashpoints there, the things that he's able to do with this Cassidy, really having an outsized impact over multiple team fights back to back. Now it's a competitive match, so even with that incredible showing individually from Seeker, it's still close. I've got to say the massive boot from Admiral to set up a Deadeye 2K was very important. Being able to have an above rate impact using that Deadeye is so important. 2 kills off that guarantees a 1 fight.
I mean, you see Admiral there for a second. Yeah, I mean, that is sick.
Look at the targets that you got from that. You can't ask for much more. Farah here obviously wants to stay in the fight longer in the Lucio. It's absolutely perfect. Really stunning stuff. This is that off angle that Zera's operating from. Gets the Genji, I think, as they sort of dive in. This shot here is, yeah. That's pretty stunning. And then gets a kill off the barrage here. So again, individuals having outsized impacts on these team fights, just playing a little bit above what you'd expect from these DPS heroes, secure the map and force a map number 5 for Timeless. They're on the way back.
I'm fascinated in the sense of, if you're the Shock, what do you do here in this, 5th and final map? Do you concede and say, okay, we're going to play this Maga head-to-head? Do you go back to some of the Sigma stuff that you were making a little bit work early on? I think the Sigma stuff was working, obviously, because they're very good at it, but also I think like the Maga comp that Timeless was running was just not very great early on, right? It was like Genji Echo. Like, I think it looks much better with like the Cassidy Farah. I think it would give them some trouble. I'm really curious what the Shock.
There was no answer. There was no answer to
This
Scissors Farah. I think over the first couple of maps with the Sigma comp, which is pretty important, but now that we've seen Seeker make this adaptation, switch to Cassidy, we're all wondering why we sort of didn't see that earlier on, because of the reputation that Seeker's rightfully garnered for himself on any hit scan hero, especially Cassidy. Made us expect that. Now, in the Sigma composition, the Pharaoh, previously a boon for you, who was mostly undetected or, not looked at as like an Echo Genji or Venture who doesn't interact with her under nominal circumstances. Now you're dealing with a direct threat. An Apex Predator on the battlefield as Seeker finally picks up the Peacekeeper and starts to go to work. I don't know necessarily if that Sigma comp has the same impact anymore if we're going to see the Cassidy Farah look with the Malga setup on the side of Timeless.
Yeah, I think you would, I think if Timeless comes out and runs like a Cassidy Farah with the Maga and you kind of run like Sigma, I think you probably end up on the losing end of that if you're the Shock. I think you probably have to try and either, make this kind of Maga kind of composition work. We could end up in a world in which do you try going like Venture Genji against like the Cassidy Farah, like with the Maga, like, kind of the map dependent.
We have Escort next up.
I mean that's another kind of like variation you can go with. So take a look here, head to head between Zero and Scissors. I mean, Zero, I mean, just the off angles and the, just taking with some really nice plays. Although Scissors ends up, with a little bit higher damage.
This is a head-to-head, but obviously, I would suggest that a lot of these deaths from Scissors can be attributed to Seeker on the Cassidy, right? So,
I mean,
not that PGE. Not that they're not an incredible player, they genuinely are, but they were outperformed on Cassidy over the entirety of New Junk City. And you see there, like it's 11, was it 11 deaths per 10? Oh, that's that's tough, right? And that's sort of telling us.
Well, I don't know if it was per 10.
Okay, all right.
I don't know if it was per 10.
Over the course of the map. But I mean, the map was the map 10 minutes. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm not doing maths on air. I'm done with it. That's a past life. I'm reformed.
Yeah,
I've changed.
So I think it's really going to be like map dependent in terms of like what we get here, in this fifth and final map. This would be a huge win for Timeless, right? Because like we talk about how NA is pretty much, AU obviously with some of the teams already qualified for EWC, and it kind of goes down. You feel like you're going to have a pretty good chance to at least have a realistic shot to qualify. I know with how good Toronto is, and then we think like M80, obviously, their performance yesterday really kind of only running Sigma. We'll see how it kind of progress throughout it. But this feels pretty open for another team to kind of make it to EWC, where this would be a huge win for Timeless.
3 spots obviously up for grabs here. I want to point out as well that a lot of our Escort maps, Matt, do lend themselves to the Sigma style, right? Whether it's Circuit, Havana, Route 66. We've seen some occasions where teams have, foregone the Malga comp on, some of these maps in favor of something that is a little bit more poke-oriented. Most of our Escort maps, definitely lend itself to that. So that might suit.
If I remember from the map graphic earlier, so Junkertown. So you can definitely play Sigma obviously on Junkertown. We talk about like long sight lines on poke, like these are the longest sight lines with the longest ability to poke, or really just about any map. So I fully expect NRG Shock to kind of come out Sigma based comps, right? Try and just kind of chip that Maga away at a distance before he kind of charges on in. Also, like, I mean, this like rarely, but like obviously a good Widow map, Junkertown, like could be a little bit dangerous, for Farah, right? For instance, if you're going to try and play that here. So curious what NRG Shock, and Timeless really both have cooked up here. Like if you're Timeless, you probably still believe so the Sigma comp for Timeless actually didn't look that bad on Hollywood, quite frankly. That was actually a pretty competitive map. It was pretty competitive.
I would say,
it wasn't like
towards the end of the map, right? On that last sort of checkpoint defense,
their checkpoint A defense didn't even happen. I mean, they just got rolled, right? But like after that, they were able to put together a good 4 minutes of defense there. So like it wasn't all terrible. It just wouldn't be the ideal situation here with what you would go to with how things have gone.
So we jump into the map in just a moment, folks. This is our first match of the NA component of our broadcast. We still have one of our round of 8 matches to go. The winner here will advance, of course, to our semis in the upper bracket. So it's all on the line here. Map number 5, Junkertown, chosen by NRG Shock. And you better hope, if you're a fan, they've got something special cooked up for us.
And then the winner of this match would actually go up against M80, which if you're Timeless, if either of these teams, right, you have to feel pretty decent about it in the sense that M80, we only saw Sigma-based composition, so Shock feels like, okay, fine, we can just kind of mirror the Sigma. And then if you're Timeless, you've showed pretty good proficiency running Maga comps that can kind of beat that, right? So both of these teams have to look at this as like a huge opportunity of like, okay, win this map, right? You go up against a team that is pretty new in terms of its formation, right? You find yourself in the winter final.
Brigitte here for Rack Attack. Hero, we've seen from him a heck of a lot. We do have the Widow. So, yeah, again, Brig Tracer, we know, pretty powerful combination. This means that Shock are not expecting to see Malga, because Tracer in a Malga comps is just, don't even bother. Seeker knows where PGE is set up right now. And this I would not say is the prescribed rollout for Widowmaker players in general. But PG has the added bonus of the shield to play from behind. will eventually give up that position. Grapple up. This is going to be fun. Headshot there, but the damage fall off and not enough charge means Seeker can't finish the job.
Yeah, and Scissors, you know, obviously has to be extremely careful, you know, moving around the brig in the Hanzo. We actually do get a Hanzo time here in our first match.
Wow, is he going to go? No, never mind. Nice to see double sniper here. Good shield pressure, right? Obviously, the Trace is going to be busy. Scissors really has to be able to put some pressure on Seeker and Zera, respectively. And we'll have our Sigmas butt heads for a moment here in this choke.
And we'll see, like, you know, Seeker kind of try and get an off angle here, you know, very far. Those, like, the kind of new buildings in the back had a lot of protection, you know, if you want to play the Widow from that distance. Is PGE, I mean, just can't even really find anything, right? Grapple shot goes up, connects on the aerial there for just a little bit of damage, but things now have kind of gone to a standstill.
Tougher brig to play against double sniper. It's a little awkward. She obviously just gets her shield worn down, and then, you know, the moment she drops it is at risk of getting headshots. So Rakitak really needs to play this using terrain to cover line of sight as much as humanly possible. Timeless, Matt, need to manufacture a way to get through this choke. So far, it's just bullying Infected, and Ariel refusing to move, but that shield's about to go, and it's about to get hot and heavy here on the card. Accretion somehow dodged by Ariel. Matrix level dodges. And this would be big. Seeker needs to deal with the Tracer pressure. Eventually, Scissors will prevail. And Timeless bundled up in the direction of their spawn.
Yes, I mean, the bad side of running like the double sniper, right, is you're just kind of like waiting for picks to develop. And then if they don't develop, you're just kind of like, you know, standing there, you know, in that choke waiting to happen. So they'll move off of the double sniper, right? I know a little bit more, I know, offensive capability. I know bringing the Genji in the mix, right? Not just solely reliant on picks at range is Seeker. PGE just kind of hunting each other in the back here as both Sigmas kind of duel on that high ground. So, you know, now with the Genji, like, maybe you can make a little bit of a better attempt on the Sigmas in the back line.
Waiting for PG to peek with Seeker, but he does not oblige. There's going to be Zera falling to a shield bash from Rakitak. And there's a rally available here for both Brigittes. We had an air matrix there from ZSS, but barely made its way onto the kill feed. Well, none of the Timeless players did either. Back once more, Ariel gets pushed, and this is starting to resemble Hollywood, Matthew. NRG Shock easing in with only 90 seconds left in the round, and ZSS dead yet again off the rip.
And then now, moving away from the Widow, right? Just kind of conceding the Widow battle here is PG will have Infrasight as it can be so feast or famine, right? You haven't had to, for the shock, like, you haven't had to use your Amp Matrix, you haven't even had to think about using your rally, right? No, now gonna burn even more clock, right? Probably about like 20 seconds or so here, where we're gonna have nothing, you know, so to speak, happen because of the Infrasight. And now you're in a situation for Timeless where you have one more fight.
Scissors creeping up. Pulse got to be in the mortality field. Instantly ZSS deploys it, but the damage is still done. Has to be a regenerative burst popped. Now Timeless are pretty useless in the brawl until those cooldowns are once again available. They don't have the time, though, to dilly-dally about. They need to get this cart moving up. So they group up, wrap around on the left-hand side. Ariel under pressure here. PG, though, I don't know how Seeker turned his head that quickly. But the Sojourn here, still risky for the Widow to take on with the railgun available. Zera closing the gap with a deflect here, able to get a health pack, and PG has to worry about this now. Infected in the flux.
Yeah, feels like that was the shot, though. Yeah, you missed that shot onto Zero. He is allowed to get the health pack and then takes the Widow out. Is now Timeless is starting to get things going, right? I know you're able to like land that shot. Then you can kind of, you know, maybe get back towards looking towards that payload. But Shock, Mitch, you don't have that speed boost, right? So it's going to be very difficult to get back here and contest this. But if they do make it, you're going to have a, you know, an Amp Matrix you can end up using here on the high ground. You have a rally, so you do have some good ultimates to use.
No Tracer for stall either. If they move down to touch, they all must. Unless they use their Sigma as a pivot. No, they're going in. Rakitak pushes up, rally here available, so there will be a stun on a shield bash up for Admiral. It's going to be actually him getting caught by Rakitak's bash. ZSS down, no Baptiste to work with the railgun for Seeker. Those going to claim PGE now. Zera, Immortality Field have to be cut through for NRG Shock. And Timeless fall flat just outside of this first checkpoint. An ill omen for the rest of this map, or a sick Reaper in Overwatch terms. Side Timeless here really have to buckle down on defense.
Yeah, I mean, this was the offense just took so long to develop, right? Double sniper, then we kind of played, Widow for a little bit, alone with like a Genji, and we take a look here. I believe this is like, is it a flux that kind of comes up above? Yeah, so it's the flux goes up and then it just knocks both players off the point, so they're not able to kind of continue the touch. Both those players would probably end up dying rather quickly. Anyway, I mean, Ariel was at like 50% HP. They had no more rally going anyway. So not exactly a C9. So for Timeless though, Mitch, there is a little bit of like a path here, right? No double sniper, at least it looks like here for the Shock. But you start to get the better of this Widow battle. You just kind of like have that scenario where that bridge right there, the cart just kind of stalls out. There is a path to kind of keep
absolutely
keep it alive.
We saw time to start with the double sniper comp, right? It didn't work. It was only after Zera switched to a Genji, something more aggressive, and began to put that pressure on PGE, that we saw the Shock start to buckle. NRG Shock are going to come out of the gates with that Genji straight away, so Seeker will be on notice as soon as these spawn doors open. There'll be the Widow battle to deal with, and then there'll be both flanking DPS, the Tracer and Genji respectively, also getting involved, trying to shut down that long-range capacity that either side will bring to bear here. Still, a full 4 minutes for the Shock to try and get that first checkpoint. Decent odds to try and end the series here.
Well, and with how PG, was playing on the Widowmaker, right? It's not exactly like it's going to be a free battle for Seeker as well, as PG was playing quite well. Just misses the shot on the Seeker there. Takes a little bit of damage as we kind of get to this part of the map, right? Then it really kind of starts to kick off.
Seeker being forced back here. Spots PGE. An opportunity to take a shot, and perhaps didn't want to reveal himself there. So waits patiently here. But perhaps two, or rather not active enough. Great shot, Scissors there in mid-somersault. Headshot by Seeker, and then Immortality Field will keep the Shock standing, but the damage is well and truly already done. It's only PGE to find purchase for NRG. And he lacks the coinage to get the rest of them across the line.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely not free for the Shock in terms of like guaranteed being able to get this, right? You kind of see how that Widowmaker, especially with some of the map changes, has so much, extra help in terms of, hiding spots in the back. It's going to be Seeker getting another kill. Now we're going to get an infra site, so this is going to buy some more time. You're going to slowly be, I mean, not slowly, you're going to be fast here, under 2 minutes. I mean, it's going to be very scary here for the Shock.
What a shot! That is brilliant!
I mean, that is...
Oh, man. Infraside, of course, prior, giving Seeker some information about the setup there, but we love a grapple headshot in this house. Still, NRG Shock, no, they can still play in the choke with only 4, as Widow's really interacting outside of that localized engagement. Scissors would love to get close. Has to use a deflect to do so now. Will probably stay safe and just poke. This gives Seeker a window. He knows about 3 more seconds, and then he's going to be under pressure once more. Flux, Infected caught inside of it. Here, Immortality Field already has to be burned. The rally now from Rack Attack also being committed. These defense ultimates are about to become awfully relevant now, as that Immortality Field from Timeless is gone. Good Flux, forced to rally here from Admiral, but they're low. Rack Attack now be able to play around this air matrix, and the rest of NRG Shock look to capitalize on it. That should be enough eventually. NRG Shock hit that critical mass, and Timeless can't do much more than try and send Zera on a desperate Hail Mary mission to keep the map going. It'll be a Tracer to step up. Blink used, and it's not going to be enough. Let's head over to the winning comms here for an RG Shock.
It's Jake. I'm hearing your comms. Can you hear me?
Bro, I just went on a hotspot.
Who's talking? What's good?
This is Jake, guys. I'm hearing you with the comms. I'm curious, you guys, winning on the hotspot.
Wait, hold up.
How do you guys feel right now?
Play the game. Wait, why silence?
Yo,
show me how to go.
Show me how to go. Hey.
You don't have
How are you feeling right now, you guys?
Jake, hear me. Okay, you can hear how we feel.
Okay. Guys, okay.
Can you follow me back on Twitter, Jake?
I will. How do I not already follow him on Twitter? That's an oversight. That's an oversight. I gotta own that one. That's on me. You deserve it after winning on the hotspot. What more can we ask of you guys?
Okay, that is crazy.
That is crazy. What is it? I mean, that's huge, you guys. Did you guys think? What were you guys thinking about on map 1? Going in, down infected, trying to like build your ults. What was going on in your guys' heads?
Okay, I was furious. I was raging. I was about to go now. I almost had a no explosion.
I actually don't think I've ever been more chill. I'm not gonna lie.
I was locked in. He's like, I was so angry.
Dude, I just did not
expose you.
What about map 5? I mean, you almost let them reverse sweep you. That was crazy.
Nah, we knew like those 2 maps, like we're probably gonna lose. I'm not gonna lie. We kind of just knew.
Okay. So it was a game plan all along. Okay.
The people in the chat needed their drops.
That's right. You did it for you're a real one. You're a real one.
That's why you're right.
I'm down for that one. That's a good narrative. We're riding with this one. What was the prep like for this particular matchup against them? Because it did look closely matched.
They play one comp, just shoot them.
Yeah, we knew that they just play a lot of Mauga, so we just played some of the Sega and Mauga, and we just kind of countered them, just like the way that they played. Like even on like Holly, like you saw, like they had to like mirror our comp. So
what a lame answer. We just sat around each other, we hugged each other, and we won. Like that's what Terry does.
Okay.
Oh, awesome, you guys. Well, it was super great to hear from you guys. Big win. Excited. You guys setting your sights forward now, going to the Esports World Cup, potentially with a few more wins. How does that feel?
We being M80. We being M80. We being M80.
All right.
I'm trying to go international.
All right.
I'm not trying to go on that flight, bro. I'm trying to win. Yeah, I don't really want to be on that flight, but.
Infected, were you on the hotspot? Was that like stressful for you, or is that, or is this you're good? Like it doesn't even matter.
No, I mean it was fine. Like the first map, I saw like the Lucio bullets like fly through there slowly, and like the Genji shurikens, but like it was like 90 like ping stuff or whatever, so it was fine.
There's
just
one
like
part on the first map where Infected came back on the hotspot. And like his voice lagged for 1 second, we all just went like, no.
Oh, no.
But then he went back to normal.
Through the series, he was lagging, and every single time my heart skipped a beat.
I gotta see more of the PG Genji as well. I saw you try to swap to Genji on the very last fight on New York City.
What do you mean you don't? It's low-key good. It's low-key good.
Actually high-key good. So good that we did in fact give PG the player of the match. Is the team in agreement with that decision?
All right.
I just played the series of my life. You know who it is. No, it's actually biased. It's actually biased. You know who it is. You already know who it is.
No, Cal was putting in work. We saw.
Yeah. Keep whining. I'm not drinking two maps in a row. I kill 4 final fight, but it's okay because PG's biased.
No, all right. Low-key, Cal was going to get it after the first 2 maps. You guys shouldn't have let the series get so close. You gave PGE a chance to come back in the running, Cal. You should have ended it in 3.
You heard that one, though, right? You heard that one, right, Cal?
I can't do this.
This guy comes back on Genji and tries to solo kill a 4 alone.
The hotspot Sigma is not talking to me. The hotspot Sigma is not talking to me right now.
Sigma was crazy.
All right, you guys. Well, awesome to hear from you guys.
Yeah, guys, we let you celebrate. Thank you guys so much for chatting with us. Best of luck in your next match. And again, it's been a pleasure watching you guys play this series.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
It was energy shock. That was energy shock right after the winning moments. We caught them by surprise. They were a little confused.
Yeah, that was fun. That was fun.
This is the first time.
We're
trying something new, and I'm not gonna lie, I had some fun with that.
Shout out to production.
That was a good vibe.
Shout out production making this possible. We slid into the shock DMs there. Like it was smooth.
Shout out to Jake for just being like, hey guys.
He committed to emotional questions. Yeah. I dig it. Here are some general highlights. This series, man, it took us places. It looked very, very closely matched. Initially, you know, Energy Shock, they rolled up strong, and then even when they're on the hotspots, one of their players, they seem to have the upper hand, but somehow, some way, Timeless brought this one back.
Yeah, I mean, they were dominant in the very early stages as well. It was pretty unfortunate, of course, that Infected, he lost his connection and then had to reconnect on the during the game. It was funny listening in because they were like, let's build ultimates. And then Infected rejoins and Timeless tries to go for an engage, basically. Like, oh, he rejoined, let's go push her. But they were actually pretty dominant on Samoa. So, yeah, the first 2 maps, it really looked like Energy Shock was the better team. But it was a respectable comeback from Timeless overall. Seeker had some stand-up performances. So, you know, this Junkertown push, a little bit unfortunate, but overall, I think pretty good signs from even a team like Timeless, of course, in this series against an opponent that, at the end of the day, did qualify for Dallas, right? So, you know, it's NA. These are dogfights, back and forth, deathmatch brawls. This is why we love watching the region.
And I think, honestly, for Timeless going forward, yes, Malgo was their best look. They didn't seem so comfortable on the Sigma mirror, but will that really matter for them in this tournament? Like, for me, I think the Malgo comp might be all you need, as long as you're you're really rock solid on that, you could go really far just playing this Mauga comp. So Timeless maybe going to the lower bracket, but I don't think this is the last we'll see of them in terms of competitive showings. I think there's a lot of scary teams even in the lower bracket right now.
Indeed. Now here's our biased PG pick, of course. You know, if a DPS steps it up, we're simple people.
Cal was putting in work, I gotta say.
Cal low-key robbed, but also PG is so much fun.
This is a major team effort, though. This is a major team effort. Yeah. You could feel it every time we hear the comms and everything. This team really has that synergy. There's no question about that. And I think it plays to their strengths. You know, I think that enables them to maybe succeed in some of these high-pressure scenarios. Having a teammate DC, I mean, it'd be so easy to tilt or lose the mental game or be distracted by that.
It sounded like they were about to. If you hear someone coming back,
they were when we did the listen in 4v5, I actually love that because that was exactly as if I was coaching this team, that's exactly what I want to hear is like, just farm our ults. We got to hope he comes back. We can't win 4v5. You have to accept that. But you can prepare for the future when, you know, they made that round, even without Infected, they lost, but it was a competitive round, right? Yep. They were able to recap the point. There was a chance for them to win the round, and that's because they were cool, calm, and collected in the clutch in a spot where it's so easy to lose your mental.
You know what the vibe is I'm getting from them? It's like the power of friendship all over again.
Literally.
They're vibing, man. They're in a good spot. They're in a good spot. And even better now, after getting that dub, let's take a look at the bracket to see where they're at. Because M80 is in their way. This is so stacked. This is going to be so very close. I'm very excited for literally every single match we have.
Also, interesting from a compositional standpoint because M80 also preferred playing these Sigma compositions, right? So now, like, what are we going to see in this M80?
Toes everywhere.
I think
do we like that or not, Zoe?
Oh no, the bug is back.
Oh, the bug is back. This is crazy.
This is crazy.
This is
yeah, do we like it? Well, I actually don't hate it.
The bug or the toes?
Both.
Okay.
Okay, and that's that. NA lower bracket, of course, this is where we are now shifting our gears towards because we have 2 elimination matches happening right here, right now. And I'm in for this. Hopefully it's going to be a treat. Hopefully no blowouts. Yesterday we had very close matches in NA, and I think we have a lot to break down given from what we've seen yesterday from those teams. For now, we're heading into a very quick break, and when we're coming back, we're going to break it all down for you. So stick around. Yes. good, everyone? We're back again, and we're getting ready for our first elimination match of the NA region. Zoe here, joined by Jake and by Johnny. We're going to break it all down for you. We have Citrus Nation going up against Luminosity Gaming is our first elimination match. One of these teams will be moving on, and the other one will be out. That's it. That's all I got.
It's crazy that we're saying goodbye to a strong team right now, because I think both of these teams are solid.
Yeah.
I think both of them could potentially go far and vie for that one of those EWC spots, but only one can survive.
Indeed, indeed. Let's break down the action, or rather the rosters. Looking at Citrus Nation first here. In their match yesterday, what stood out, or rather who stood out?
Reinhardt. Saw a couple of Reinhardt maps there. The Renaissance did not happen. Not sure how much Ryan we can actually expect in this meta. It does make me a little bit worried, because I'm like, did you play Ryan because you played Toronto Defiant, or did you play Ryan because you're not comfortable in the Mauga meta as much? I did hype them up going into that match against Toronto Defiant, just like, oh, recently, you know, in the qualifiers, they were playing Mauga meta, they're comfortable in this meta, and then we just saw the Reinhardt come out, so I got mixed emotions about Citrus Nation going into this one. I hope they put their best foot forward, which is not the Reinhardt.
They do have Zomba in, who I think Zomba is an incredibly impressive flanker player. I think rank 1 right now, or like consistent, you know, top 10, potentially top 1 ranked player.
Did we see him yesterday at all?
Really elite.
No, we had Lethal in, right?
I don't think Zomba was playing, yeah, no.
Yeah,
so this, I think it's pretty likely they just think they can't beat Toronto Defiant, which, you know, maybe understandable.
Yeah.
But I'm curious to see what Zomba can bring. It's an exciting player to see on the big stage.
Yeah.
Indeed. And of course, on the other side, we have Luminosity Gaming. Also some great name value on the screen right now. There's a lot of very well
I'm tired of talking about name value, Zoe.
Name value,
I'm retiring name value, okay?
You
it's like one of those, name value is something Matt would say, and I'm so over it. It's just one of those phrases like losing is learning, name value. Oh, cool, there's some streamers or something like that. I'm over it. I'm over the name value. They have not lived up to expectations so far in 2024, and I need this team to pop off, okay? These individuals are way too skilled to not be making it deep in these brackets, not to be contesting for Dallas spots or whatever.
You sound disappointed.
I need King to pop off. This should be King's meta. Playing
King is a Pharah player. Yeah, Genji Pharah, those are comfort for him.
King should pop off in this series. So I want to see it from Luminosity. I want to see them bring it into this one. They can't be disappointing anymore. And they certainly, I don't care. I was almost cursed. I don't care at all about the name value.
You feel strongly about this one. You know what? I'm with you. Why not? Do we feel like there is a clear favorite into this matchup, though? Because I generally feel like it could be either team's victory.
I feel Citrus is like a totally unknown quantity because they did just play the grind. It's like semi-trolling the last series against Toronto Defiant. So I think they can bring They could bring a very different look and be a more competitive team, but I would still probably say it's fair to say Luminosity is a solid favorite in this match. I mean, I think they're just a stronger team overall. They played TSM incredibly close yesterday. So unless Citrus can prove me wrong, they're still a bit of an unknown quantity. But I think we know that Luminosity.
Okay, well, there is no shot they're just going to pull the same thing like they did yesterday.
No, surely not.
I mean,
surely.
It's not time for the Renaissance man. Anyway.
Maybe it would work better against Luminosity. I don't know.
Oh no, he's speaking it into existence. He's manifesting. Stop him. Someone, please. Let's take a look at our predictions. Where are we going with this?
LG?
Do you remember what you predicted? Is there like several moments a day where you're like, what did I predict?
So he doesn't preds at like 4:30 in the morning.
That is true.
I do have to pred very early. No, but Luminosity Gaming, they are the favorite in this. I do not think we're going to see the same style from Citrus Nation, though. I think yesterday they threw the kitchen sink. They threw the entire kitchen at a wall. That's why.
Well, if it was a Road Dog, I'd be down with that.
Honestly, though, that would be a vibe. I'm with it. What about you, Jake?
I got to go with Luminosity. I mean, I think Citrus could put up an interesting fight here. I think it's exciting to see Zomba in the lineup, but I think it could be a tough meta for Zomba being such a Tracer specialist. I'm curious if they will actually pick Tracer in the Mauga meta. Not a fan of that. Could bring out something else. But in the end, I just Luminosity is a known quantity. We know they're a solid team, and Citrus is like, well, a bit of a question mark. So I got to pred Luminosity.
Yeah, I went Luminosity because Citrus Nation played Reinhardt yesterday.
Coming from you, that's
the #1 Reinhardt hater.
I know.
Right here.
Crazy.
I love to hate it.
It's a relationship.
Yeah.
All Reinhardt mains are actually the ones who hate Reinhardt the most.
That's
I wonder what our audience here predicts. Do you think Citrus Nation got some support? Because quite frankly, okay, never mind.
They have some support.
That's about how I feel.
There's some support.
Me and chat in unison once more. This is how I feel.
You are chat, actually.
Is that good?
I am chat.
Mitch is shaking his head.
Mitch is like,
You don't want to be chat.
Actually not.
No, depends on the chatter.
Yeah, okay.
Good chatters.
Hyping up the crowd, hyping up the chatters.
We have some good chatters. We also have some good wafflers, and I got just the right duo for you. It's the ever so lovely Matt and Mitch. What?
And Mitch, they didn't even talk about false playing instead of
I
Dante.
will, because that is relevant. Also, there won't be any Ryan because that was.
There's supposed to be an analyst desk, and Johnny just goes, "Oh yeah, King needs to pop off and don't play Reinhardt."
There won't be Ryan because Derpy was playing yesterday. And
Yeah,
Zebi's in
I
the
know.
lineup. Zebi's in the lineup, so
They're just waffling about nothing.
I don't think that's
Get to the game.
we
Start the
won't be
game.
seeing that. To be fair, also, false. I mean, look, with the hero pool that boasts Sigma. We've also seen the Diva from False as well, which is a little sussy right now.
They brought him in at the end of the series.
They
yesterday.
did because they tried that Mauga composition with Dante. But also, this is Luminosity with a revenge match on their hands. For survival here in the top 8 of the Road to the World Cup, they're going up against the team that knocked them out of contention for Dallas, that defeated them in that stage 2 sort of playoff where it was all on the line for them. So heading now into Samoa, Luminosity would love to smash Citrus Nation, and making a strong statement here, Matt, will be a great way to kick it off.
Yeah, completely different look from Citrus Nation as from yesterday. As maybe they felt like, hey, we don't want to show whoever we're going to play in losers round 1, exactly what we're going to play instead of maybe trying to get some practice running it against Toronto. So Luminosity, they step up, with that Mauga. They take a ton of damage and then have to back out. It looks like they want to chase King.
And they found him, Matt.
Yeah, they end up getting
that neutral able to pick them off. That TC getting involved for Citrus Nation. The Sigma composition working out well against Luminosity. And again, look, something we want to look at, right, is how does the Mauga comp look with False at the helm? Dante might have some lectures to attend. God knows. Guy's keeping himself busy these days. The Citrus Nation have a great start here with Zomba coming in. Someone who Jake picked up as like a great flanker player on Sojourn instead to start things off.
Yeah, well, they brought False in yesterday to play Route 66, if I remember correctly. Played like some Sigma and Diva. We didn't really get a chance to see
Sigma Diva Winston is what I remember False sort of being known for.
We didn't get to see any of the Mauga yesterday, right? I know when we did see Mauga, it was Dante and then also played some Doomfist. So it looks like they want to actually mirror in terms of like this Sigma. The main difference will be you'll have the Cassidy versus the Sojourn here. Then also a Baptiste in the mix here for Citrus Nation, which, I mean, you like the Baptiste way better.
Yeah, but you have this, the blue brick road.
Because you had the rush.
Walk the line, folks. Luminosity Gaming step up here, keeping the Kiriko just for the ultimate, and it pays off. It does allow them to close the gap, rush down a little bit, and it will allow Luminosity Gaming an entryway into this round. And probably trading out supports eventually. Probably keenly aware of the fact that they won't have that immortality field to play off, but Suzu in a pinch is just as good.
Yeah, and I mean, the positive of the Kiriko is a little bit easier to heal Afara.
Absolutely.
Right? I know and Matrix here, from Citrus Nation. But look at this, it's actually a speed boost sound barrier right around the corner from LG. As that rocket barrage goes for nothing.
Yeah, being able to bring Tap down there. A trade, though. It's going to be a Flux that catches out on Division. Zeb, though, got to be hit with a rock instantly. And there's no way False is going to give that free overshield to the kinetic grasp. He waits it out and lets King go to work on the periphery. Another one, that's beautiful. False finishing the job on Zeb, but King having an outsized impact on that fight. We saw a brief flip for Citrus Nation as Zeb aggressively was pushed onto the point by False, but they'll have it back in hand in no time.
Yeah, but LG set up really nicely here, right? I know Gravitic Flux, Deadeye combination. You're probably going to get close to like a rush with just how much like poke damage kind of goes down. Citrus Nation, absolutely nothing here. So you're going to get the lead for Luminosity and then some as Zeb steps up already just basically at half HP.
Zeb being healthy, playing that corner. Vision has a decent angle. Were Citrus Nation to step up.
He just wants to farm the rush here. You see, they just kind of like jump onto the point contest, like back up, they take some damage. It looks like they just want to farm this.
Really fancy the Kiriko. And it's a great way to sort of clamber over this Sigma composition. Maybe try and get work done before Tap can reach critical mass in terms of impact on the fight with those Farah rockets. Citrus Nation about to get put into a bit of a squeeze. 77 and counting here for Luminosity, and a Gravitic Flux to boot. And Matrix here. Zeb covering it with a kinetic grasp for a time. Move on to the point to start to contest it here. Citrus aren't grouping up for Luminosity because they're playing around False's Flux, but they may have no choice here but to play together as they have to back away under the Lucio speed.
And that rush just kind of gets them off the point. They're going to be having to run directly into this Flux as they take out Vision. That's the Deadeye.
You've got a Flux now.
You even need the Flux now, yeah.
We saw Accretion used. False there, able to get through it. No rock, of course, to interrupt him as he waited that cooldown out, but the Flux had no follow-up there. Citrus Nation found a pick at the start of that fight, and they're capitalizing on it now with Zeb on the point to flip it in overtime. King's Barrage could be effective from a flanking route, but there's no, no drone or immortality field to throw for King. He'll have to be pretty judicious about how he wants to deploy that ultimate. Deadeye almost had one there for Vision. Happy little skulls showing up on the screen. Makes enough time, and here comes a rush back in with a sound barrier. A later beat, though, for Luminosity, and a barrage still to work with here. It's looking good for the boys in blue. Zeb backs away, too low, tap hit with an accretion now. Barrage will never have a chance to use at this rate as King makes it awfully hard for Tap to get involved in the fight. Zomba trying to break the deadlock here with an overclock, and everybody for Luminosity falling away from it. Juby, though, has no choice. He stays on the point, able to get away with just a sliver of health left. It's False caught inside the Flux. No chance to keep him up because there is no lamp to work with. The lack of Baptiste really hurting Luminosity there, but Citrus are using everything just to get into the round. They'll flip it back at 67.
Yeah, I mean, the immortality field ended up keeping Zeb alive through the Flux, and then there towards the end, the Amp Matrix, you kind of see why the Baptiste is so good in these comps. As I know, Tap now with this barrage here, can you kind of get set up in an interesting angle? Squid's still going to be running this Kiriko, so they want to play a little bit faster here, LG. So you're going to be able to use this rush over the point.
For it.
Citrus Nation has done a nice job kind of kiting it, but they're going to get aggressive.
So risky from Tap. Matt, he was 20% HP as he crossed the point to try and set that up. It was telegraphed. A written invitation to Luminosity to shoot him in the face, and they obliged happily. 99 each here, but Luminosity had the player advantage and a chance to flip. Now the pressure mounts for Citrus Nation. Zeb backs up, left very low. Eventually Vision finds the last shot required to deal with the Lucio. Zomba also out of the picture, so no Sojourn to work with either, and Citrus Nation are falling to pieces. A very competitive first round, but this stall care of the venture will be cut short, and that will be that. What an opener here as Luminosity start with a round win.
Yeah, good start for LG. The Kiriko, but it's kind of interesting, like the Kiriko versus the Baptiste. Obviously you can keep the Pharah alive a little bit better. No immortality field. You have to play a little bit more aggro, I would say, with the Kiriko in the mix, but Citrus Nation make it competitive there in our first round. No Reinhardt shenanigans from them today, playing a much more normal style of Overwatch as it is today. So Luminosity hovering over this Ashe. So we saw M80 run a lot of Ashe, with Tree yesterday. So curious if that'll be the pick here, and then they'll have Squid actually play the Baptiste.
Yeah, so you play, from Luminosity's perspective, right? You play on the left side away from the bridge usually. Try and use that little kiosk message board for cover. Can be very powerful, especially if you have a Sigma mirror when either team really wants to rush into you. They might honestly force Citrus Nation's hand, but in many ways that Sojourn is an analog for Ashe in terms of her effective range, so we'll see both of those players try and do the same thing. It's not a kiosk, rather, it's a canoe storage. Love that. Here come the rockets, though. Vision has to respect those while pressuring the Zeb shield down.
Yes, it just takes a little bit of just kind of like poke damage, though, right? The disruptor shot, and then a rocket gets Vision basically at like 1 HP is Luminosity trying to take, serve on the point. A few players there on the low ground, they'll get control first.
Zomba force back here. Looks like the shield wall won by False. Tap playing cannily out of line of sight here and getting decent damage, but not putting nearly enough threat on False in order to force him to concede that space. And now that the points flip, False can back away and say, okay, now you can use your shield to try and regain the space you just gave up, Citrus Nation.
It's going to be a decent amount of percentage here gained by Luminosity, right? This is a good position, though, for Tap and Citrus Nation, right? You get the Pharah directly above Zeb, not in line of sight of any of the hit scan on the other side. This might be an opportunity for Citrus Nation to flip. They also use an Amp Matrix here.
Zeb is in such an annoying position. It's so troll because your Bap can heal your Sigma from there pretty easily.
Yeah.
And you have to fully commit to actually answer the threat of the Sigma or to get him off the point. Still, despite that, Citrus Nation aren't able to flip. Vision here trying to force someone back. He's going to burn down to the Dynamite. There's no healing available. That is a massive pick. And now the Ashe starting to run rampant. Luminosity extend their lead now past that 50% mark. Looking comfortable with a Flux up their sleeve.
And what's your thoughts about the Sojourn in the mix here for Citrus Nation? Like typically we see like the Cassidy used. We would see Sojourn in a situation where like the other team's running the Mauga, right? And you want to have that dash to kind of get out of the stomp, but like obviously none of that on the other side. So feels like it may not be as effective as like a you know, Cassidy and Ash just from the eye test, but
the shield pressure's
kind of just
the shield pressure's better, and it fulfills the dual purpose of charging your rail. You know, even with the changes made to like the insta kill potential, some of these hit scans, she's still pretty oppressive if she can get going. But Vision just pops up and gets like great pressure with that dynamite. Yeah, that flux was pretty forgettable. So much so that I have no idea what just transpired in the last 5 seconds, and I'm happy about it. Falso wants to wrap around. Pressure on Zoma now. There's no good line of sight for that Sojourn to take. They've got to drop to the point, and now the bomb will clear the way. False really wants to take Zoma out of the fight. They're so close to an overclock, but Vision gets it done with Bob, finding 2 quick kills. And that'll be that. Luminosity look dominant here on Samoa.
Yes, nobody actually able to make their way over towards the point. Just you know, everybody just got obsessed fighting over the bridge. Nobody actually able to make it down. So interesting. You know, map number 1, Luminosity with a little bit of a change off of yesterday, right? Yesterday played you know, Dante early on, a lot of the Maga. Maybe we see that. I know in the rest of the series, right? Just map number 1. And then for Citrus Nation, a complete departure of what we saw.
Yeah,
from,
I mean, different tank player, right? So this is, I think, more idealized circumstances. Obviously, Zeb is probably the player they want to field, as opposed to fielding a Reinhardt player with a lot to say in all chat, constantly demanding a 1v1 from someone. They have maybe that extra flexibility to be going on with here. So, look, heading into the rest of the series, right, I think Sigma is pretty universally applicable over a lot of these maps, and both these teams, at least with the players they have in right now, seem to have an overwhelming preference to play those Sigma poke styles. The greatest degree of variation likely will originate at DPS here, and maybe if it's like a Kiriko instead of a Baptista, I think there's still a healthy amount of discussion to be had about the merits of those two. And you made the point that it's easy to keep your Pharah more active in the fights, right? As the Ophidah can obviously track towards an airborne target and, you know, you can heal them. Sometimes there's a delay in travel time, like there's legitimate travel time on your healing projector, which is kind of weird to deal with. Obviously, only Baptiste sort of deals with that, but in a different way. Sometimes it can be hard to, you know, anticipate the burst damage coming at a Pharah when you're playing against a hit scan of some nature. We wanted to talk about the Sojourn there. It didn't really work out. Like, Zoma's not able to come in and have this impact that they're probably hoping to in a do-or-die game.
Yeah, for me, I think it's kind of like, yeah, you know, running the Sojourn instead of running, you know, let's say a Cassidy or, you know, now we've seen it in 2 different teams, like the Ashe, for instance. The Sojourn, like you mentioned, great at, you know, farming the shield, putting down some damage, right? And then, you know, getting these rails. But, like, it doesn't have just kind of the consistent damage output as, like, a, you know, Cassidy.
It's
right?
probably because you're feeling outranged, right? In general, like playing Cassidy against Ashe can be fairly challenging. Both of you need to hit sort of consistent headshots. Just Ashe has a better effective range and also, you know, can provide some zoning potential in the form of that dynamite. Also pressure Sigma down, just generally putting heal pressure down in across a clumped up group of enemies. Substitution here, Matt, as Lethal comes in and Zoma is out.
Yeah, we saw Lethal pretty much the entire series the other day. So maybe like Lethal is kind of like their, you know, Cassidy player, for instance, right? Maybe they kind of want to run a little bit of something different. Maybe like, you know, a double flex option, potentially, you know, with Zala in the game. So we'll see what they look like, you know, with Lethal in the mix. It's really tough to gauge off of what we saw from them the other day because they were just kind of like, you know, Reinhardt just charging, you know, directly into Toronto as Toronto was just running them over. So pretty hard to judge, but at least, you know, it doesn't seem like we have a sub for Luminosity, at least just yet. So would lead you to believe they're going to kind of continue with False in the game and also just kind of move away from some of the stuff we saw the other day.
Yeah, absolutely. So a distinct change up, you know, for this team, whether it's availability or a different direction they want to go in strategically. Both their tank options, by the way, have like experience at the very highest level of Overwatch. So, you know, you kind of spoil for choice in terms of the looks you could throw in at that tank position. False has looked really solid so far. The Sigma play is excellent, especially, you know, on some of those Samoa stages where you are fighting in a one-to-one against enemy Sigma. It's really about, you know, how long you can keep that shield up and how you can translate your shield's hit points into actual space taken on the map. It's going to be Eichenwalder up next, a map selected prior to the series by Citrus Nation.
Yeah, so I mean, this is one where on the defensive side, I mean, you can play the Sigma pretty much throughout the entire thing. I think a little bit to like what Jake was saying before with some of the maps, like it can be really difficult to play Sigma on the offensive side of some of these, right? And like this is one where, you know, just kind of like slowly, methodically working through the choke could be quite difficult.
All right, let's get an idea at least of the defensive look here from Luminosity Gaming. So here's a situation in which the Cassidy probably makes a lot more sense, at least for this first point, right? You're really playing within his sphere of influence around that clock tower. Yeah, maybe lack some of the mobility, but if you're expecting, again, to run into a comp that isn't going to shoulder charge stomp you, that Sigma look, then hey, you feel like you have a little bit more room to breathe, and you also want to do what you can to pressure that attacking Pharah. And since this map's inception, the defensive Pharah has been a really popular pick. I think I would say popularized by the Boston Uprising back in 2018. So like that's, you know, that's how far back we're looking, even sort of prior to that, because it's really easy to play around the clock tower, and now Pharah can, you know, stay airborne quite effectively. A lot of the time, it can be hard to draw a bead on King properly.
You know, not as always airborne as it was in the past, right? But still, you know, using the cover of that clock tower, it's just really effective, especially when you only have 2 options in terms of choke to kind of work through, right? Just allows you to put down a lot of damage on some of these players working their way in. As Citrus Nation, yet again, they'll have that Baptiste, and then they actually will have Lethal kind of come in and play that cast.
It's right, Pharah, I guess the fuel changes, right, make it a little bit hard to hover. That's why some teams are even using the light.
Just look at the amount of damage you just take just coming through here. I mean,
throw it at a choke, Matt. Defending here, this King at 79% ult charge to taps 41. Says a lot about the opportunity that you have to influence the fight with those rockets. And already an Immortality field burnt. Zeb a little bit out at sea here. Yeah, Luminosity identify an opportunity to leap upon the Sigma. At the very least, they've forced Zeb right on back. And Neutral's already built an ult just on virtue of how much healing they've had to put out. And still not enough to keep Lethal alive.
I mean, you have 2 small choke options to kind of work through, right? As that'll be a kill, I know, on a Kingston. It's a lot of damage out of the way. It's an Ant Matrix from Citrus Nation by the point. Doesn't really kind of result in much, but having your Pharah alive here could be quite huge.
I mean, King went so aggressive there, Matt. Kind of dove and then just took a fight with tap, which is never guaranteed, instead of throwing sort of splash damage down onto the rest of Citrus Nation. Maybe a bit of a judgment error there, but...
When was the last time you saw a fight kick off down there?
Not often. Yeah, it rarely gets to that point. But that says a lot about how much these Sigmas, Matt, want to drag these fights out, right? We're going coast to coast with these setups. And here's Tap, barrage thrown in. It's going to be a press Q to respawn moment as King throws one in, and this time he's actually able to get away. This will stop the attack. 1 tick gained for Citrus Nation, but Lethal might have something else to say, actually. He's got to get involved all of a sudden. Wrapping around solo. False should be able to shut this down, but an even Immortality field committed to keep Lethal alive. He uses it to get back on the right side of the map, and the pressure for the defenders mounts.
Yeah, it's like a long-range Immortality field that he has to kind of like work his way back towards. Doesn't exactly make it to him, as that's going to be the second checkpoint. Is LG is going to step up. They're going to get a contest.
Brilliant flux, Matt. That's just what the doctor ordered. If the doctor was not interested in prolonging your lifespan at all. And now the rest of Luminosity here, with only about 3 players to try and make that contest with, are forced back, but you got to say Lethal coming alive with 2 amazing kills in that moment. Gives Citrus Nation the window.
Yeah, huge on a little bit of a wrap there, and he was able to take out 2. Then it was really just kind of like, you know, False and Juby, alive, and they had to kind of like back out to make just kind of like a decision to kind of wait, maybe go on contest late. They do get on a contest, but it's not that good. Now it'll be about, can you get these players dislodged from the high ground? It looks like actually False kind of jumps down, wants to kind of play from that low ground, kind of play on that payload, maybe try and just burn even more clock.
Another choke that Citrus Nation have to force through, but that's like involved for you. Tap doing a decent job of making a little bit hard for that high ground vantage point to be exploited by the defenders. Ant Matrix here, oh my goodness, that is awful low. Citrus Nation not able to recover. Still haven't quite stabilized, but they force the defenders to play back towards the bridge as opposed to the top of the castle, which in turn lets Citrus Nation in like this. False wants to take the initiative, but maybe the Baptiste caught in the flux there. Neutral can't avoid the splash damage from those hyperspheres bouncing, but False has had to commit here quite aggressively.
Yeah, Citrus Nation like kind of split, right? You have players kind of rotating through the castle. You know, both players make it across. Damage dealers, and then the supports don't make it. Is Lethal yet again with even just, you know, more kills in the feed, where, you know, that time False did a nice job, right? Kind of like isolated both supports. They end up picking them up.
False?
Some of the DPS, and then Zeb end up behind. As now False is up here on the high ground. I mean, there's just, I mean, this is just kind of developed a little bit in the chaos.
I think False doesn't expect Citrus Nation to challenge the bridge like that, or just got caught off from the rest of Luminosity there and didn't feel like he had the ability to escape. Either way, though, your Sigma staggered quite significantly there. Of course, respawn time and not too bad for the defenders. False able to make his way back in here. An accretion at the doorway. Splash damage only gained there by Zeb. It's going to be a kinetic grasp. As Lethal steps up the Deadeye. Everybody split into either side here, but Tap was able to find 2 with the barrage, and that'll be enough. There's no way Luminosity are going to have a look in here. Sound barrier for Juby.
Wait, what?
Just Juby. In fact, but hey, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's contesting the car, for God's sake. Flux here will get the job done as King tries to get involved with the barrage. It doesn't matter. They got the checkpoint. What the heck was that?
All right,
that was solo queue.
A little bit of everything here towards the end. So I actually really liked the way that Tap ended up using his barrage. I don't know if you caught it, but like Squid and the rest of Luminosity putting a lot of pressure on the Zeb, who at the time I know was playing the Sigma. Kinetic Grasp, they're trying to use the Kitsune Rush to put pressure on him, and Tap right above as everybody's kind of rushing in, behind the Kitsune Rush, into getting a pretty nice barrage there. As now it'll be Citrus Nation unlocking that second checkpoint. Not exactly like the cleanest of runs there.
Man, you are
through
so
the castle
nice.
area.
Why are you ever this nice to me? Holy, are you using it all up now?
I am always this nice. It's just the rest of you guys, all these other talent over the years just run away because you guys are so
butter
mean.
wouldn't melt in your mouth, Morello. Zeb pushing up here. King does at least get the Sigma down to half, but Zeb wants to allow the rest of his team to make use of that Ant Matrix, so he pushes up anyway. Healing's been good. Sigma now embedded deep in enemy territory. Luminosity have to formulate a plan to get out as a unit, and they do. Tap's going to be brought down almost instantly now. Lethal doesn't have a good line of sight. So the Cassidy bundle back with the rest of Citrus Nation. They're going to have to hit the drawing board.
And this is where you should start to see, as Vision picks up one here towards the end, the Cassidys really kind of start to come alive. Like, you wouldn't exactly say the end of this map is an awesome opportunity to play Pharah. Can't exactly be like
lining up for
super thrilled you're gonna have to play it. Yeah, I mean, it's not the ideal spot to be playing it, but Pharah pretty good right now, so you're gonna kind of commit to it. So we'll see as they try and move in through the castle. Right, the Cassidys really gonna be the ones who have like really easy pickings in terms of kills.
All right, here's the Deadeye from Lethal, says, get out of my face. Luminosity acquiesce. They will play back around the corner here. So that's gained a little bit of room now for Citrus Nation.
Zoning all.
Yes, no, I mean, they basically all are here, but it does its job. Oh, okay. This is very low there, but it's going to roll inside a Kitsune Rush and back around the corner. Zeb gets just in time as the barrage rained down upon him. And that'll be enough here for Luminosity to get towards Lethal, who just, along with the rest of Citrus Nation, don't appear to have the mobility to get out of trouble. Either that, Mal, they don't expect to be chased to that extent, but the defenders find a foothold again.
Yeah, that was quite huge there for Luminosity. Actually end up getting that one kill, right? Because if Citrus Nation kind of back up, live through that, you can definitely consider like trading beat for beat and coming back on in, and you have that barrage that Tap's actually been doing a decent job coming up with some kills with it. So potentially a little bit of a saving grace there for Luminosity. As they'll back up as Lethal now on the Ash, so a little bit more range here. I know playing from the even further distance here from this far. That'll be an Ant Matrix Immortality Field. That'll end up keeping Zeb up.
So dangerous.
A bit of Flux around the corner.
Just false in that. Sound barrier used by the attackers here. False not bothered at all by the Flux, and Zeb gets blown to smithereens as he tries to step up. Now the later beat for Luminosity looks oh so good against this haggard Citrus Nation squad. They try to get involved, they try and start a fight, and it blows up in their face.
Yeah, Juby holds on to it, for an extended period of time. Past Citrus Nation, using their sound barrier, trying to get aggressive around the corner, and once Juby drops the sound barrier, and everybody that time gets the benefits of it. There was nothing that Citrus Nation was going to do to kind of break through there. So, pretty decent offense though, all things considered there for Citrus Nation. You don't complete the map, you get pretty close. We'll see, how Luminosity fares now on offense.
That's where the cart gets to for Citrus Nation. Sticking to the Pharah, which you obviously mentioned, Matt, can be difficult to pilot through this part of the map, especially because you're, playing at a range that, there's no effective damage fall off for the Cassidy, so you're getting hit a little bit harder than you otherwise would. Citrus Nation can't quite push in. Zeb, they come forward with a sound barrier, and Zeb's health pool just disintegrates right before our eyes. After, both Sigmas just solo flux each other. Lucio, and of course that extra mobility that the Pharah can knock herself back. The Baptiste can just not be playing that far forward, and of course Cassidy's can roll out of it here. So neither team getting good value out of Sigma ults towards the end of the round, and the later beat always looks better for Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean, I know that if you have to use your sound barrier, you're like really early, kind of knowing the other team has theirs as well. You need to come up with like a kill or two before the other team drops that beat, or else there's just.
It looks amazing if you turn it into one kill. Just one kill.
Just one, right? Just give yourself a player advantage, then you still have a shot, right? I know, especially if you're playing like a Lucio with a Baptiste, you have the immortality field. You're in a spot where you potentially could come out on top. This would be quite interesting. Squid, we were talking about, Trico versus the BAP right now, coming out with the BAP on offense. So taking a lot of damage here through the choke. The immortality field quite good here at the start.
King, due diligence done there.
Right away.
Yeah, I mean, throw it down. I think the poke damage is definitely going to be felt by the attackers here, but they're giving as good as they get, Matt. Kinetic Grasp already committed by Zeb. King has a decent little keyhole to throw some poke damage down. Has been pretty consistent. The tap's done well in terms of that ult charge. You can see that's equating to more damage done by the defending Pharah. Vision has a sixth sense about tap peeking up over that rooftop and is able to force them to dump altitude quickly. But now this is where Luminosity want to be. It's up to Vision to find something. Looks like there might have been an accretion that came in, forces out an immortality field from the attackers, and Lethal finally gets purchased. It's false. Now he can play from around the car, but that exposes him to Squid and some of his other hit scan pressure. So Zeb has to dig a little deeper. Comes up with a Baptiste kill. That'll be enough for the defenders to hold on.
You're going to have a spawn advantage, though, here for LG, right? You're going to get back into the mix rather quickly, and they actually did gain a lot of, just in terms of, like, map progress, right? They were able to kind of, like, get up towards the point rather quickly. Didn't take a ton of damage on the way in. They were able to kind of get into a spot where you'd be pretty happy, taking the fight if you're Luminosity, and they get right back to that spot again.
Air Matrix throwing up here. Squid immediately goes for that regen burst, maybe realizing King had seen better days. Wasn't able to look up, and Chance trying to connect a grenade onto the Pharah, so I hope the AoE healing would be enough. Spoilers, it wasn't. Vision's in trouble, though. Okay, able to survive. Juby, with that beat thrown in, able to get on towards Lethal, and this should be Luminosity now, getting some traction. Zeb is mostly being ignored as his backline being targeted. Immortality field really only delaying the attackers and will not be denied. It'll be checkpoint and cart on the road for LG.
Yeah, 3-player sound barrier there for Luminosity. Juby using it when the Flux comes in to keep himself, Vision, and Squid up alive. Yeah, it's really about keeping Vision up. And once they do that, they're able to take that first checkpoint. Citrus Nation decides, like, let's just kind of like bank ultimates, for the second, hold, right? You're gonna have both support ults here. You're gonna have both damage, dealer ults. So they decided not really kind of throw anything into that first checkpoint. Really kind of throw it all in here.
King able to reposition, something Pharah only recently has been able to do laterally away from the questing rockets of Tap. Also stepped up here behind the card, so we are seeing Luminosity filter in, looking to cross. Deadeye, though, will make them think twice about this. Oh, the lethal drop down, I like it. And the repositioning of the shield for Zeb to try and facilitate for Cassidy to end the fight there. Doesn't pay off. Now in the flux, Lethal, though, being healed up, and a sound barrier comes at the right time. Lep happy to use it, really, just to keep Lethal up. It does get burned through awful fast, and King going to be able to find the flash damage on the Cassidy playing for the low ground. Tap relatively safe from here. We'll be ready with a barrage should the attackers try and filter through. And look, he gets on the other side of the flux. I like that. Still risky, though, against a Cassidy at his optimal range, and Vision does exactly what we expect.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really nice play, though, from, like, Squid, right, to kind of get the immortality field down, get behind the wall, right? You kind of put in a spot where Vision can, come up with some damage there onto Tap, as well as we'll see a swap here from Lethal yet again onto the Ashe. So trying to use that rocket barrage at the doorway. Yeah, they kind of just let the Sigma walk by, put the Sigma in a really rough spot in between, the protecting the rest of his team, turning his back to the rest of the opposing team, and they eventually end up able to, battle on through it. So Citrus Nation now has to try and fight back, just get to control of this top castle, and that's a good way to start it off.
Don't see that often, right? Lethal not bothering to ADS for any of those shots. Switching over towards the Ashe, which can be awful oppressive when you have such powerful high ground control. Cart, though, has moved almost outside of her purview, so this is about as late as Citrus Nation could get a foothold in this second phase of the map. Good news, though, for Juicers out there. They're hanging in there.
Yeah, so this next fight for Citrus Nation, depending on what Luminosity decides to do, right? Probably the most difficult one they're going to kind of face here in this second, checkpoint area, right? 4 ultimates, probably all 5 online here for Luminosity Gaming. I think you try and just dwindle some clock, right? If you can get a pick here as they kind of cross, that would be massive. This will be a flux. That is a nice one from Zeb, but a nice sound barrier there from Juby. But you see the health bars of Luminosity getting quite low. Doesn't matter though, Vision takes out Lethal.
That is massive, yeah. Look, the immortality field from Squid is on point, and Juby, slick moves to get that beat down just in time. They were not ready for that flux side wager, Matthew. Luminosity, their protocols kick into gear. Okay, Zeb got Squid with that accretion, but the card though looks to be slipping in. Lep has to turn and respond, but there'll be no one else to challenge this outside of Tapu. Has to stay airborne. Bob getting something done. False should be able to pepper this one down. And the rest of Luminosity now should be able to push in behind it, but this is stall. Lep now has a sound barrier as well. You can commit to this fight. King and Vision are both missing, and the Juice Benders are holding on, Matt. A minute and 13 left for Luminosity to make it happen, and Bob buys them all the time they need.
Yeah, absolutely. I know it seemed like Lep actually may have knocked Juby off course from getting killed by Bob, but it doesn't really matter in the end. As Bob buys enough time, you get Lep back in the action, a few players coming off a spawn, and now you're in a spot where Citrus Nation, you can get a hold. We talked about how difficult that fight was going to be with some of these ultimates. A few of them gone already for Luminosity, and now you have this sound barrier that's going to be good for this flux that's going to come through. You're in a decent spot as now the Ashe, you see that dynamite damage start to tick down. Immortality field you don't want to kind of like use at this early. So this is just really good position here from Citrus Nation.
Oh, and King's trying to find a way in right now. It's just too dangerous. Vision grouping up with the rest of them. Okay, Lethal just getting caught. Hanging out on the card after that air matrix came up, but you have to capitalize on this, and straight away you see False left side of your screen onto the card, pushing that one straight in with a flux in hand, no less. So should Zeb become a little too sticky, he can be held aloft and held off the card. Notice that False wants to stay low to the ground to keep contesting and pushing the card up in the absence of the enemy Sigma, but Zeb stayed alive. Looks like he got accreted there, and Vision with a Deadeye isn't able to find a kill from that extremely long range, and here's where Citrus Nation have a chance to get back involved. The rocket on Vision, one more would have done the job for Tap, but now he needs to turn his attention to the cards. Lethal found two, but it's not enough to stop Luminosity. They have an extension of time, 90 seconds to get the map done.
Yeah, losing Zeb there is really kind of when everything falls apart, because you had Lethal and Tap in pretty decent position to come up with some kills, right? And Lethal finds two there towards the end, but once you lose Zeb, there's nothing you can really do. And now Luminosity, there's still not a lot of time left, right, to get this payload where it needs to go. You do have sound barrier here to be able to use. Do you want to use it offensively, pushing around this corner? You have to have an idea that there's not a flux on the other side. You also saw a hero swap earlier, and then really nothing going on from Zeb in that previous one.
Could be a problem here for this Luminosity gaming squad. Yeah, sound barrier is helpful. Bob, though, is just going to take so much time to remove. It's a great stall mechanic here for the defenders. Juby's looking for an opportunity here. Wants to use this beat proactively, gainfully, in fact. Here comes Bob. Zeb close to a flux. Keep an eye on that for Citrus Nation. Lethal's Bob has been taken down now as the Sigma for the defender squad steps up. And Zeb, will he have a chance to let this go? He is staying alive, only just. Grass keeps him in it, and now he has a flux opportunity. But Lep and Lethal are already taken down, and a barrage from on high is beautiful. Luminosity Gaming have to fight tooth and nail for it, but they get themselves another map win.
Yeah, extremely close there at the end. It's just that sound barrier from Lep that is just way too good, even though they allowed Zeb on the other side to kind of like build out towards that flux, right? Still not in a position to get anything massive there. They deal with the Bob rather quickly. It got scary there for a second. I thought Citrus Nation, wasn't even going to like step up, kind of like contest the point, right? Because that Amp Matrix was in a really good spot, but they end up doing it. It doesn't really matter anyway, because Lep's sound barrier and Luminosity just push on through, and it's too strong.
You can see how awkward some of these like cart stall situations get when you don't have Tracer. Like your Sigmas have to go and stall it out and just say, okay, instead of that mobility and the recall, the ability just to avoid most of the damage by movement, yes, throw up the shield, use the defensive cooldowns, buy as much time as possible. You see Juby though was sat on that beat, Matt, and he was absolutely waiting for an opportunity to make use of it. Look, I think that the Ashe has a lot of value there. You could see it, definitely had some impact, but rolling the clock back a bit, we saw a decent amount of variety at DPS here, and Squid obviously started on the Kiriko, then switches over towards the map. This moment here, right, sound barrier, look at the health bar of Zeb. Blown to smithereens. That was such a big opportunity to use that beat aggressively, but Juby has one later, and at that point we knew it was kind of curtains for the attack of Citrus Nation, and then we turned it back around, right? Thought the Sigma play again was great. Juby had some really important beeps.
Yeah, we've seen some kind of changes, whether it be Squid being on the BAP or the Kriko, and then we've seen some Ashe play here. I know we saw Sojourn in the last map, but that was all in the game. But Lethal coming in here, Cassidy and Ashe. I think the Ashe in like kind of these like really long range areas can definitely pop off. And then also just kind of the consistent heal pressure with the Dynamite. The Cassie still seems to be just pretty strong all throughout. And here's the kind of end. I mean, King goes up here, has benefits of the sound barrier. No way he's going to fall.
Yeah, Cassie looked really good in general, right? We joke about the zoning dead eyes, but it's a really relevant mechanic here because that's obviously kind of what Sigma wants to do. That's what the comp does. Create space, zone away, and then use your optimum ranges, which often skew a little bit longer to have value. I like the switch to the Ashford Lethal, right? That fight just outside the castle gates there, Lethal actually finds 2 late kills, but because they're so split, the defenders, right? They have Lethal wrapped around onto the bridge high ground and just Zeb the Sigma sort of sat on the point and maybe some Lucio stall. They can't convert those kills into a successful defensive hold. Competitive game, 2-0, doesn't really feel like it. I thought that, we really got to see some of the best of Citrus Nation here. A team who, by the way, used to have LG beat in this matchup, going back a little bit. And again, they knocked him out of those Stage 2 playoffs in the lower brackets. So times have changed. Luminosity have continued to improve here. And let's point it out, False coming in, starting in this series, has looked excellent.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit of a difference in terms of the style of play that they want to play, right? Maybe not playing as fast and aggressive, playing with a Maga-based composition, playing a little bit slower. Playing that Sigma, it seems like kind of what they feel comfortable doing. False really good on the hero, right? So nothing wrong with seeing that from LG. And I think, look, it is 2-0, but this has been pretty close series all throughout so far. I think you'd expect that, right? LG, they're not exactly but I think you kind of expect them to probably be a little bit better than they are, but Citrus Nation kind of lurking around the same vicinity of teams.
They're in the same class, right?
So yeah, I would say so. I think if you wanted to say maybe that LG is in a tier above and then Citrus Nation is the top of the next tier, sure, but I think you're kind of splitting hairs a little bit there. I feel like at that point, with how things are in NA.
Neither of these teams want to mess with Amalga. Fair enough. The Sigma play from both Zeb and False has been pretty compelling. Over to Esperanza here for what may be our last map. Unless Citrus Nation can get themselves in the right headspace to make a reverse sweep attempt happen. From what we've seen so far, Matt, we probably don't expect to see any huge divergence from the playstyles we've seen thus far. Should be Cassidy Farah, it should be the Sigma. We saw the Cassidy Sojourn, I think, in a previous series, right? We speculated, okay, it's good for high ground, very powerful long-range damage. Didn't last long.
They ran it for basically one fight.
Right, the consistent damage of the Farah is really hard to look past, I think. And those barrages in a pinch, especially in Baptiste-based comps, are very powerful. Citrus Nation, though, here, Matt, they're on the Kiriko.
Yeah, so, something that we were talking about Luminosity doing, right? I think it gives you a little bit more of a aggressive type of look, right? It's a little bit easier to heal the Farah. You obviously don't have the immortality field, so you're not going to kind of sit there and poke and you end up using that. It's one that could be a little bit more offensive.
On board with King here, as Johnny pointed out, positioned for success in this metagame. Genji, Farah, really well-known picks for them. We're playing here around TS1, so Luminosity, just based on positioning and their lack of desire to play that high ground, will get a bit of an early lead here. But look at the wrap around here for Lethal. He's going for it. Good damage on Squiddy. I think popped his regen burst there. He did. That might be enough for Citrus Nation. A probe that draws out a long cooldown. That's all they have, but now they look to push up the middle.
Yeah, you don't get the cooldown out though, right? You don't get the immortality field out, so it's not exactly like you can kind of go in and free push theirs. False does get quite low. Still don't force out that big Baptiste ability, but Lethal doing a nice job, whether it be on the flank, or up here on the high ground, putting down some damage.
Just see that here's the damage fall off, right? It is so significant for Cassidy here that you might be able to finish off a kill on a low health target, but Lethal wants Luminosity to push into him. Conversely, Vision would like to see the same. As Luminosity have the lead, they can back up now and try and take this fight. Zeb, oh man, very lucky to be alive there. Can Kinetic grasp used in front of the Ant Matrix, but Vision still poses a legitimate threat, as we're seeing here. Neutral brought down, consecutive headshots make short work of even the bulk of Sigma. Luminosity Gaming get what they wanted. They take that early meterage, force the defenders to leave the high ground and challenge.
Look, you play the Kurika, you want to use that Kitsune Rush, you got to get aggressive behind it. You're running right into that Ant Matrix. I mean, that is just a prime time for Vision to just put down some damage there. As you saw, you were mentioning how Zeb just took a, just a huge amount of damage to his face straight away. And there was no way you were going to keep him alive, as the bot hasn't even moved that far. I mean, we have not made it that far throughout the map this far. It's left. I mean, that is that's
unlucky.
For left, quite frankly.
I mean? Sometimes.
How is that unlucky? He was like,
he was the player. He was the player that King decided to absolutely.
It could have been anybody.
Yeah, could have happened to the best of us, actually. Also, the drone was nicely deployed there, because that could have been like just a pure trade, which is never worth it for King there. Good immortality field. Rock ignored by Lethal. Not a geology fan.
So he got booped back there as well. He was like starting by the window, so it looked like he was trying to drop down. He got knocked all the way into the back of the room.
King getting a lot of this poke damage now. Lethal is in a pretty powerful position now, but a touch away from that flux as well. Zeb going to be cleansed the moment he hits the ground. Suzu, they're used to full effect by neutral as False needs to fall away. Good poke damage on Citrus Nation, but they feel like the aggressors right now, and they might be right. Squid and Juby have to play inside that immortality field for the time being, and Juby basically gets to stick there. Here's an Ant Matrix, so Zeb fluxes, but then has to get the heck out. That's Vision. Finds Lep. That was without the damage boost from the Matrix, and that is a good old Ajax, folks. Lep cannot part with the sound barrier.
And I think they did a great job there, Luminosity, of like kiting the Kitsune Rush without having to use like sound barrier or anything in that regard, right? And then Citrus Nation comes back around the opposite side of the pillar and ends up trying to use their flux. You have both support ults to use there, as everybody in the chat letting know what Ajax happened.
You wonder if Ajax knows that people are still using that terminology to this day. Never asked them. I wonder how Ajax is doing.
I mean, probably has a decent idea. Also, probably like you guys couldn't come up with something new in between then. And
I mean, if I can't come up with new material, I don't expect our players to. Let's be reasonable.
50 years from now, we're still going to hear about how Johnny used to charge in on Reinhardt.
Oh, I love that one though. That's a great one.
It's a classic. I mean, it's just vintage stuff, right?
They got the checkpoint in the meantime, Luminosity. They are looking very good here. Okay, barrage happening somewhere else. Tap, just a trade, not enough. Immortality field there for Squid. And oh my goodness, King can't find anything with that barrage. Luminosity Gaming happy to part with that ultimate despite having a significant lead in general.
Getting the checkpoint is like enormous though, right? I mean, we're like, it doesn't even really feel like it, but we're halfway through this game. There really hasn't been like that many, fights or that many kind of occurrences, right? But like, you're going to get back to like this point, Citrus Nation, you need some players like regroup up. You're going to have high ground control here for LG, at least at the start. Like, you're going to need, two, 3 fights here for Citrus Nation back to back to kind of, get back in this. Neutral does switch over and play the Baptiste, so giving up on the Kurika.
Matrix here for Neutral, expecting a straight-up challenge across the bridge, and yep, gonna pop that Matrix. Squid will have theirs available in just a moment, but Lethal's able to find Vision. Looks like...
Got knocked up in the sky.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, looks like there was a BAP assistance there, so might even have been through the Matrix on one of those players, but that's more than enough. Citrus Nation, this is good. They've strung, Matt, 2 fights together. They probably need a third to get that checkpoint, and that is beautiful from King. That 1 kill will stop Citrus Nation in their tracks because Luminosity still have their Sigma up.
Yeah, and it's very, I mean, it's going to take a while to get False out of here, which they do. And now you actually might get checkpoint out of this, right? You don't actually get everybody back in the mix here for LG, so you might actually get checkpoint out of this for Citrus Nation. And now there's like a path, right, to realistically take the lead, where you're going to have a sound barrier advantage in this next fight. You have the sound barrier to kind of deal with the flux on the other side. So potentially an opportunity for Citrus Nation in the last, half of this map to kind of steal it.
Feeling pretty good about that, Citrus Nation. 2 consecutive fight wins and a checkpoint game. Now they're encroaching upon Luminosity's total. They come back from 0 meters to 68. Now starting to look much more competitive. They've got a bit to contend with in this next fight in terms of Luminosity's ultimates, but having a flux is going to be important. Sound barrier economy, Matt, is going to be at a premium in this next engagement. We'll start with the Matrix though, and False flattens them. Nothing he could do. Couldn't even pick himself up off the ground.
Yeah, I mean, just gets absolutely deleted. I mean, you see how many people are on the kind of kill feed and the assist in terms of, you know, drop the Matrix, everybody just fire on Zeb. There's no way that they can even like react to be able to kind of, you know, keep the tank of Citrus Nation alive. And you know, you lose that fight, but Citrus Nation with, you know, winning those 2-3 fights in a row, they give themselves like a fighting chance here at the end, right? You're only down, you know, about 8 meters from taking the lead. You're going to have a fight here, you know, full strength to get the bot going back in the opposite direction. So not all terrible for Citrus Nation thus far. As Luminosity, I actually kind of like this. So they realize, you know, below 3 minutes, we don't exactly kind of need this, right? You know, Citrus Nation needs to be the team that's like more offensive, you know, proactive. You can fall back and kind of play from the high ground here. I mean, this is a huge advantage on this part of the map.
They probably tracked 5 ultimates from Citrus Nation here, so if they can force Citrus Nation apart with any of those in order to get better position, maybe get control of the bot, they're happy. They get the Deadeye at least. Here's the Flux from False though. He thinks he has an opportunity. It's just Zeb. I like the head turn though in the direction of Leeple. That's going to keep him honest, keep him quiet in this fight. For now, the beat comes out later from Juby. The guy has been on point today. The Lucio play absolutely sick. And Citrus Nation, oh buddy, that is bad. They have used 6 ultimates and they still take the fattest of L's.
Yeah, I mean, you know, all 5 ultimates used there by Citrus Nation 6. Yeah,
they used so many ults, they conjured another out of thin air, brother.
You don't want to get in the middle of that.
We talk about the throwbacks, the vintage stuff, bro. I'm still living in 2019. Good days. Good days.
we all know. You don't have to tell anybody else that you're living.
Hey, watch out. I'll bust out a Harambe joke soon, all right? Then you'll really know about it. Double tap on King here, force him to drop altitude. Oh, that's not good vision. I don't think that was part of the plan. No. Drops down in front of Citrus Nation. Luminosity, though, still got a bit of buffer to work with, Matt.
They wanted to hold this high ground. I mean, you know, they don't really need any more progress. This is a really strong high ground to hold. So the last fight, they ended up using a Deadeye to try and like kind of clear this space, you know, with the bot is losing vision early on. Pretty brutal. Now the bot's going to get into a really awkward spot.
All right. Luminosity Gaming just allowing this to happen here. Now then 1 minute left. It does mean that Citrus Nation don't have the option of sitting up in this high ground and waiting for LG to come to them. Just on virtue of the fact that Citrus Nation are well behind in meterage. So they will push their butt up and then eventually have to give that ground up. No luxury of making use of the height here.
Right, Citrus Nation, like, you know, would love to be in a position where they could just, like, you know,
phone it in,
take the lead, like, here, and then just back out, right? This would be
stunning.
Will they actually knock False to the other side? That's massive.
King, I mean, right, Zeb gets behind him and actually accretes him back towards his team. Citrus Nation might have something to work with here. 30 seconds left, and they are going to reach and exceed Luminosity Gaming's total. Out of nowhere, Citrus Nation have come alive and now an opportunity to stay alive in this series and really light a fire under LG. 17 seconds left. LG now have to win multiple consecutive fights to win the map. That is so much to ask for. And they're going to do it against an air matrix and a barrage and maybe even a flux from Zeb in the coming moments. King wants to stay safe, but eventually caution must be thrown to the winds and maybe he'll look for a flanking barrage. Trying to play a cute angle like this is unlikely to pan out the way he would hope. 109 meters and counting. Citrus Nation just back up. They know they have the lead. There's no reason for them to overextend now. Lethal will be kept alive. Flanking barrage and tap comes in. It's going to be good for one, but the immortality field keeps the rest of Luminosity Gaming alive. Here's a sound barrier. LG forced to dig deep to stay alive in this map to keep this overtime going. Not the worst result for Citrus Nation, but they had to be vigilant. This is about to get extremely chaotic.
Yeah, so I think Citrus Nation, you kind of get what you wanted here, obviously. You take the lead, and you end up getting the sound barrier out from Juby. Left holds onto it pretty much throughout all of it. You're going to get a better spawn. You can probably take some high ground here if you want. I'm curious where they'll decide to take this fight. That's the next biggest thing. So you will have an Ant Matrix here available for Luminosity as well. Obviously not as strong, you know, as that sound barrier in these types of situations. Is they want to play pretty close here.
Like you mentioned, beat available for Citrus Nation. No reason not to try and force a brawl-style engagement. Deadeye here catches on a vision. That's a good one to Cassidy down, and this should be it. Citrus Nation, after being 70 meters to 0 down, have clambered back into the driver's seat and put themselves on a path to a potential reverse sweep. But it's going to take a lot more than that. It was heroics for Citrus Nation, but they're not out of the woods yet.
I mean, what LG was in control for 70% of the round there, on push rate. It was just basically the last 4 minutes where Citrus Nation really kind of turned up, took it to them. Probably, I know you could imagine if we could get Jake in the call, they'd be super hyped right now.
Get him in there.
Get him in. Now we need Jake in the call. I want to hear the momentum here from Citrus Nation. Is right. You kind of steal that one in the last few minutes, right? You start to get going. with lethal in the game.
That would have been.
Sorry. Maybe there's an opportunity to keep it going.
I would. Yeah. I think us 2 years ago trying to do raids, Mythics and Ash, right? Jake comes into the call, gets us amped up. That would have made such a huge difference. Why has it taken so long for us to come up with this? Anyways, head over to the desk to break down the game that we've had thus far. I'm sure Jake has some choice words to describe what we just saw on Esperanza.
I'm available for life coaching if you guys are interested.
Mitch
not that they need it. Sure. No, not that they need it. These guys are good. They're doing good stuff. Matt, always a pleasure. I love that because people are talking smack on Matt. They're giving him a little bit of hate, but I got love.
You know why we do that though? Because we actually love him the most. You don't tease people you don't care about.
This guy sits in the green room. He's the opposite. The devil horns just explode out of his head.
That is true.
I know your game, bro.
That is true. I get a little heated.
Yeah, we do need some green room listenings every once in a while. I think that will go hard. Let's
A player's gonna come into the green room just like, hey guys,
what's up? What's going on?
What are you
feeling? What are you feeling right now?
You guys are about to come on for the halftime show.
Okay, Jake usually feels a lot of anger, but that's because he cares. Okay, let's take a look at the highlights. What did you care about the most in this game?
Honestly, I was really impressed with the Sigma play out of False. It's great to see him in the lineup, looking really good, really consistent on the Sigma. A hero I know that he's really confident on, but it's awesome to see him in the starting lineup, coming in relatively cold. His team has mostly used Dante over their history, but False has looked really good in this meta. Yes, they had a bit of a stumble there, losing map 3, but it was a close, well-fought game by Citrus Nation, and I still think Luminosity are in the driver's seat going forward in the series. DPS performances solid as usual from Vision and King, both clearly in their comfort zone this meta.
Yeah, and I also actually wanted to highlight the support players from Luminosity. I think they played a really good game so far. I think Juby has had some real clutch sound barriers, especially when you play these Sigma compositions, right? And also Squid. I mean, Jaws was soy poking in the green room all over this Batiste. He was just popping off, just like, oh, it's so good against the Pharah. It trades better, so good in the neutral. And, I have to agree with him. I think Squid has had a really good game here on the Batiste, some great amplification matrices, especially here on Esperanza. I had a couple of ones where Citrus Nation were pushing in. They were going on the aggressive. And Squid was able to turn the fight around, the momentum with that amplification matrix, very well timed in that regard, and that's how you get the most damage, that's how you get the most value when the opponents are pushed committed in front of you, right? So I've been impressed with the support play through Luminosity, and it feels like they're kind of putting it all together, right? I think losing this to Esperanza, they gotta be kicking themselves. They lost this push map, they were in control, they should have won this map. But that apart, I do think that Luminosity, it feels like they're kind of putting it together with this roster now.
Yeah, I think they look solid. I think they should be able to close this out. But by the same token, I think Citrus Nation has been really fighting well, playing around Lethal's hit scan, which has always been insanely impressive. It's crazy what this guy can do. Even when his team is not in a great scenario, he still finds kills. And even in these losing fights, sometimes he just is the last guy alive, gets 1 or 2 kills. That's really impactful, right? That gives you just a little bit more tempo coming back to the next fight. Maybe the enemy isn't fully prepared for you. And it seems like a small thing, but at this level of play, those late last moment picks, really, really impactful.
Yeah.
I do love how much of an impact DPS can have right now in this meta, because usually it was like, it's a team game, you can't have like a single person popping off and that will do it for you. Actually, it does now. Like it kind of does. Like it is those individuals who can turn the tide right now. And Seeker has always been one of the players who we know can get it done. So playing around your best piece obviously makes a lot of sense here. What do we want to see in this last map?
Well, it was interesting because we saw that Dante is being subbed in, right?
Yeah, makes sense. We're going to flash
point.
So they're probably going to play Mauga and probably Dave.
I was about to make that point, Jake.
I knew we were on the same mental page. I'm sorry. We complete each other's sentences. We're perfect for each other.
Yeah, we're brothers like that, me and him.
Sorry, Johnny. I knew we were on the we had the same. I knew we had this exact same mental wavelength. The same thoughts were playing in our head. It's two monkeys dancing.
Yeah, why don't we do that for a pre-show game sometime?
Like a matchmaking kind of thing? Honestly, tomorrow, there we go.
I want to see Matt and Mitch. They got great chemistry. Make them complete each other's sentences.
Honestly,
I bet me and Johnny will.
Matt is like vehemently shaking his head.
He's like, veto, get him off.
I honestly
That's fun.
I'm good.
No, you good?
I'm good on that one. Yeah.
Are you
Yeah, I'm
sure?
Mitch is
he's gone.
They got him out immediately.
They got him out.
His mouth said no, but I feel like it was a yes.
He's going
Mitch would be a little bit of a challenging dance partner, I can say.
Yeah. Well,
No, I'm good on that.
Thank you, Matt.
well, it was worth asking. It was worth asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think if we are good, we could, team building. No.
It's that or it tears us apart. One of the two will be happening. Now, I do need some predictions here. Do you think Citrus Nation, was this just like a one-off thingy? Did they just get lucky with the map type? Or is there something to be had on Suravasa? Is there something else they can build on other than just Seeker being explosive?
Well, I think Lethal has looked really good on the hit scan, I think Suravasa is another map we
keep
can
on saying Seeker,
continue to do that. No worries.
Why didn't you correct me? I keep on saying it.
But I think Citrus has been playing them close all series long, so it's not such an aberration to me that they could win a map. This could be a close series. We could be going to Game 5.
And Refresh just stares at me. Yeah, well, let's see what they got in store for us in Suravasa or on Suravasa. That's right. Croc is ready for it. So are we.
Is he frozen?
That's me when someone's holding a cupcake to my face. You know what I'm saying? Get that in me. My goodness.
Hey, I'm not interested in doing the let's finish the line thing, but remember when I said I would pay for students of the games jerseys, and I did. Yeah. I will pay for Jake to life coach you. I think that's a good move for you. He get you out there, eating clean, wearing cool hoodies and stuff. You'd be hip.
I would pay for you to take a holiday, honestly. Ideally, like an indefinite one. You know what I'm saying? You pick it up when I put it down, or what, Jolly Roger? All right, give me some bloody Overwatch.
Is that too? I think Jake would be good influence for you. That's all
okay, yeah, I'll keep that in mind. I mean, unlike you, I actually like hanging around him, so maybe it'll just osmosis, into me. Anyway, here's Dante.
I like hanging out with Jake. He just doesn't like hanging out with anyone else.
But it's too nice to say it, though. I respect that. I'll impose on him until he actually, is honest about it. Till then, we're best buds. Vision.
I like them switching in Dante here because, like, the desk was just kind of talking about, like, the Maga, especially on Flashpoint, like, this is a game mode that, like, forces just kind of, like, movement everywhere. Feels like it's just a huge advantage in terms of just kind of, like, playing a comp that wants to be extremely static, right? I feel like, this is a good substitution here, for Luminosity.
And we're still seeing King on a comfort pick, right? I think he's just really been facilitated in general. Tap facilitates an early exit from the fight for King this time around. Dante has to play around a corner, wait for the cardiac overdrive, but that shield means you cannot heal off of that ability. So it's so frustrating. Dante cannot get himself out of that low health position. He can't pivot off that ability into the fight. So Citrus Nation eventually going to have the point back, but LG at least get themselves, what, 42%? We'll take that.
Well, what? You get close to 50%. Lethal pushes up here. He'll finish off like a few kills. You get close to 50%. You get, Blade in both support ult, and Lep ends up using Sound Barrier. So it doesn't feel terrible for Luminosity, right? The thing is with Flashpoint, though, this ticks up so fast. I mean, you're going to be about at like an even game when the next fight kicks off. But Luminosity does put themselves in a spot where they have like a little bit of an advantage here.
It's a question of A, can they exploit it adequately? B, can they do it quickly enough here? Citrus Nation very quickly ticking up in its capture progress, as you pointed out. Here's the overclock. This is Lethal here, trying to start the fight from a position of power, but they don't have a sound barrier to work with Citrus Nation. So it's really just trying to feign strength. Lethal's still able to find vision. So that's a win in the DPS head-to-head, but Tappy's down. So no fire to work. We still LG need to back up here. Maybe get King out of trouble. That's what Juby is doing, scooping up the Genji, maybe pointing him at a more productive direction in this fight. Cardiac overdrive used by Dante, so he doesn't fall too low in mid-air, and he's barely staying alive. So much so that Zeb can just ignore him. His left gets the job done. Citrus Nation now lose control of the point midway through that fight. Otherwise, they'd probably have had this Flashpoint dead to rights. The stall's been very good for Luminosity Gaming, but they did part with that support ult. Lep has speed around the corner.
Well, because LG, they like layer support ultimates on top of each other, it's just like a free flux for Zeb, right? When Dante just kind of charges in there as a nice shot there from Tap at range, it's going to make it very difficult for LG to even, make an attempt here at the end. They're going to have to give this one up, but we're using double support ult right on top of each other. It allows Zeb, as soon as Dante comes on in, get him up with a flux. Nice accretion there after, not actually able to heal anything off of it, and that'll be Citrus Sneaks taking the first Flashpoint.
Cage fight available here for Dante. Luminosity start their first flashpoint with a 42% lead or thereabouts. Must be frustrating to have that taken away from them. Let's listen to Citrus Nation now as they want to keep this reverse sweep attempt going.
Yeah, out of the cave.
Flip to their main, flip to their main. He has nothing.
I'm taking.
I should fight. He has nothing.
I can't flip, I'm staying on man.
That's bad. He's gonna pin and cage. I think we just have to fight him.
Oh, he's on me.
Again.
I'm very much like this.
Back brush, 2, 1. Nice.
Kiri. Lucio.
The one.
No trades, boys, no trades. Don't trade. Kree up top, don't trade.
Take it. No, that's
my bad. Let me taxi. You're down. You guys can poke, it doesn't matter.
Yes.
Man, I'm feeling a map 5 here. Citrus Nation looking extremely comfortable in this composition, and Dante coming off the bench a little cold, a little frosty there. We saw Tap wade into the cage fight and just barrage and instantly blow 2 people up.
Yeah, and I don't even think you can kind of like pin it on, you know, oh, like, hey, they bring in Dante.
No, it's just the comp doesn't seem as good.
Map, right? Yeah, but that's somebody on Reddit will.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Far be it for me to influence community sentiment, because I'm sure everyone listens to what I say.
So, well, no, we'll actually listen to what you say. They'll just.
So all I need to do is start a podcast. It doesn't matter what I say.
So, but I think it's like the pace of play, right? It's just changed so dramatically, right? Where I think it's like, you know, now we've gone from, you know, playing kind of like more pokey Sigma-based comps to now we're all just kind of like rushing in, you know, all at once, right? Like kind of the speed of the game has changed. Is you know, Lethal will take kind of like vision out from the death there, but this should be a fight that LG just kind of finishes off with this blade. Yeah, so they'll end up obviously getting in control of the point and finishing the fight off. For LG, this is an opportunity to get back into it, right? Playing this Venture, you know, with the Genji now, getting even a little bit more aggressive, right? Just making plays for like neutral in the backline constantly.
So much so. Okay. A little bit of a sussy switch there. Onto the Baptiste for neutral. Vision here, just exchanging pleasantries right now with Lethal. We'll see this Venture switch up really allows Luminosity to pile on in when Dante charges. Here, Citrus Nation as well, they're ready for it. More often than not, they know when Dante's coming at them here. Here's the Cardiac Overdrive, Vision benefiting from that as he emerges amidst most of Citrus Nation. Starting to build towards that ultimate here, which is only going to make it harder for Citrus Nation to get involved in this fight. They've got to go now anyway, as that flashpoint percentage is getting dangerously close to DEFCON 1 status. Dante will contest, really just maintain some presence on the point now and wait for Citrus Nation to make the move. Time to throw caution to the wind. The release getter under Tap's wings. And have Nefara get involved in this fight as Squid has to play a little safe now. Chunk down without a self-heal. Has to respect this consecutive hits from Tap on Nefara, who'll have to back away now as well. Immortality Field there deployed by neutral. That's been taken down, but it's a window that Lep's able to exploit to get the other Lucio off the battlefield. Here's that Kitsune rush. Dante, though, burnt to a cinder as the barrage is thrown on in. Zeb going to be traded out for that one, though. You can see here Lethal healthy enough, and Vision is skittering away. Citrus Nation lock horns with Luminosity and come out the better.
Yeah, they're both kind of teams end up trying to like build up towards support ultimates during that fight. Like they're just kind of playing around the central pillar, just trying to like farm up some damage. For LG, it's building up towards that Kitsune rush, and for Citrus Nation, it's the sound barrier from Lep, and the sound barrier is huge, connects with everybody right after a kill already goes down in favor of Citrus Nation. And with like this Venture swap, you also have Lethal switching over and playing the Sojourn. So we talked a little bit about this, I think in like map 1, right? When we kind of like saw the Sojourn and like why you'd want to play it in certain situations. Like the slide is pretty good to get away from that Mauga, right? Create even some more space. So it's like you're kind of like seeing the burrow, you're seeing the slam come down, right? Using that dash to get out of the way at Sojourn, you get away from some of that damage. And then kind of like create some distance between you and the opponent. But yeah, like you mentioned, I mean, Citrus Nation in a prime spot to force a game 5.
Yeah, in a do-or-die game, Matt. This is an elimination match in our lower bracket here for Esports World Cup Overwatch 2 qualifiers. It's go time for Citrus Nation again. Going from strength to strength, they'd love to start this flashpoint on the front foot too. Speaking of those, look at Seb. Up front and personal here, daring Luminosity to try and challenge their will around this beat, no doubt, and it comes down here. Everybody from Luminosity Gaming benefiting from it, and Lethal has to back away from this action. Neutral able to deploy an Immortality Field here, but Vision takes care of that with the ultimate, and in comes Dante, big bad bustling, ready to do business, as Lethal has to respect this, has to back away.
They don't get anything in terms of kills, right? They end up getting the point just kind of like by brute force there, Luminosity. Now it's this blade here from King. How do you decide to use it, right? Do you
Soon,
want to use
ideally.
it a little bit more? Well, I mean, you don't have sound barrier on the other side, right? They have to have a good idea that it was just using that previous fight. But look at that, they lose Squid really early.
No, it's Suzu available for you. That's pretty devastating stuff. And look at those health bars tick on down. Juby doing his darndest to try and keep them topped up, but it's a lot to ask for. Here's Zeb now, Flux, Dante low, Blade going to be used by King here to ensure things for Luminosity. It's getting a little bit rocky for them right now. As Lep also committed a beat of his own. King cuts through it though. And Lucio's not getting out of here. Quick flick of the wrist, and that's the Shurikens claiming another kill. Luminosity extend this lead. Some sparks of hope, signs of life for them on this map.
Yeah, and with Neutral dying here really late, I wonder if you just kind of give up here on this point. If you're Citrus Nation, just kind of go live the fight another day and go for the next one. As looks like they will give up, they will rotate away. Just does not work out in their favor there. As they did have the sound barrier for the blade. It's just there was so much damage already done, right? Even with a Flux there from Zeb. This is another opportunity though for Luminosity to kind of like chain things together, right? You have a Kitsune Rush if you want to just go in with that, right? The Venture Ultimate coming online. You also have Cage Fight, right? No sound barrier on the other side. You can get in there with that Cage Fight and maybe just take out Zeb.
Here we go. Already Citrus Nation is set up for this one. Still well and truly within a position to force a map 5 here, but Luminosity coming alive at this time is about as good as it gets for them. They could close the series out here. Dante's Cage Fight is available. He'd like to maybe waddle into the back line and throw that down. And it may be unnecessary. They get the flash point, they get good damage, but Lethal might turn this around on them. Dante maybe regretting not committing to the fight. They even beaten for this. Maybe a breakdown in communication. Luminosity don't make use of that defensive ultimate to have a fight win. Getting King picked up there is devastating. Yeah, they'll get some percentage here, Matt, but that is a key misstep at a crucial moment.
Yeah, I mean, you would love to obviously have the sound barrier, for really just kind of like anything, that they could have thrown your way for Citrus Nation. You kind of use it to maybe try and save King there at the final moments when that overclock's coming through, but it does not connect with him in time that allows Citrus Nation to take the lead, also give themselves a little bit of an advantage, right? The Luminosity got off to a great start, right? They go in with a slam, they put down some damage, they're trying to get like Immortality Field out. They don't even get that big ability out. Here will be Dante goes in with a slam. That's going to be a Suzu trying to keep him up. Doesn't even get the Cage Fight off. That's an Ant Matrix that just deletes.
Well, the Suzu comes out after he gets hit by the accretion match, so he still has to pick himself up off the ground, even with that invulnerability frame applied to him. Vision gets brought down now, Citrus Nation, without control of the point presently, but that's about to be remediated awfully quickly at this rate. And again, they'll be within striking distance of that map number 5, and then bringing 2 massive ultimates to the next fight. Probably the 2 best that you could ask for, especially with a lack of support ultimates on Luminosity's side.
Well, no sound barrier on the other side, right? That would be the only thing that would kind of save them through this flux. It'll just be like, how Zeb decides to use it. They've been catching Dante with it, pretty consistently, right? As Dante takes about half of his health bar, trying to walk through that choke. So now you also have a barrage that they're going to be walking into. Is
they got to rush.
Citrus Nation, get a lot of momentum in the last map trying to get this game.
Squid has to ult here, and they've got to go for it. Accretion hitting Dante, but no follow-up damage there. So Key cool down off the table, and here comes the charge. Here comes the rush. Zeb getting torn to shreds. He's just able to get away. What a drone to keep him up. Neutral with the Immortality Field. Zeb still gets picked off, and King heads upstairs. Has a chat with the proprietor and comes away with Neutral's kill credit. Luminosity are back in it here. Looking at that second checkpoint, flashpoint, and now they've got their beat online.
Yeah, and I guess Left decides not to try and beat to keep Zeb up there, because that's like really going all in on that fight, where then if you don't win there, now you have a free blade coming in from King.
This is big. Luminosity, they're going to do this. Lethal gets brought down. Luminosity play off the point here. Clearly not worried about a back cap, but that's happening right now. They're going to have to turn around and make something happen here. They get there in time. The barrage here from Tap. Oh my God, Tap, there might be something here. Hold on. Oh dear. Can Lep get away? Other reinforcements. King's going to be caught inside the flux. Zeb's going to step up now. The point's going to be flipped over. Dante has to play off the point with that cardiac overdrive. Hit with a rock. It's Citrus Nation. They're making it happen, baby. Map 5, more than on the docket. No longer a dream, Matt. Now it's a bloody reality. That's not supposed to happen. It's against the rules. It is a jailable offense in multiple US states. And yet, Citrus Nation have gone to the map 5, baby.
We got to see like the last minute of that again, because it was like, oh, well, they don't use the beat to save Zeb in the fight previously, but then they use it right after that when the blade didn't even come out, right, where Dante I think just stomps on Lethal's head, and then it's just a tremendous play to kind of send it into OT. They get all the way around. It's like a barrage from the Raptors, and then Zeb now is just like flying through the air with the Flux coming in and helping contest. That is look, I mean, it's we talk about sometimes momentum in a series and kind of confidence, and it's hard to really just kind of even talk about or quantify. But losing the last 2 maps in the fashion that LG has is kind of brutal on the mental, right? I mean, you're up in terms of push, you're up for probably 8 out of the 10 minutes, and then Citrus Nation just kind of steals it. Citrus Nation in much more control here, on Suravasa. But the way you just kind of it looks like you're going to tie the game up, give yourself a chance to close out here, and then just to lose in that way is that's
a
tough.
tap going for the 2-player barrage there. Is frankly astonishing. We have to make the play, and at that point, there's no reason not to take the risk.
Was the deflect had to be on cooldown because the deflect I think was up or a little bit previously, so King actually never even gets a use of that blade, right? Yeah, King never actually even used the blade.
I don't think Tap is even tracking that cooldown at that point. He's just like, I need to make the play now to try and salvage the map. Those last moments were ridiculous. There's always a sense about it, right? A moment when Tap steps up, you realize, wait a minute, there is actually a chance here for Citrus Nation to close out the map. And there's nothing worse than a fake comeback for the team that is on the worst end of it.
I'm not sure else it wasn't even Lep, but when Lep and Tap get on the point and Lep is doing Tap is doing the typical far hovering above a doorway, and he has barrage, you're like, all right, he's gonna get maybe 1 here, that'll be funny, and then they'll get rid of Lep and then it'll be over. But when he gets 2, and then you start to see the outlines come around the corner, you're like, there's no way, and then clearly there is a way. Which, I mean, that is a brutal, and now False comes back in here for game 5. I mean, you can't lose like this. I mean, this would be brutal.
Yeah, I mean,
this would be real
fundamentally, no one wants to be reverse swept, Matthew, in this fashion, no less.
That's a good point.
Monastery coming up here, so no surprise to see False come back in. It's not really a Malga map. It's definitely suited to Sigma. Even Ramacha on occasion has been used here. We've seen Doom, but not really sure if that is in the wheelhouse of your boy False. But he is going to be the golden goose brought in to try and salvage this extremely sticky situation for Luminosity. Man, we could have been this game could have been an email. Honestly.
Bro, False has got to get a raise. I mean, they threw him in there in game 5 yesterday. No, he was part of this, in progress reverse sweep, right? He did play in this series, but then it's like, oh man, the house is crumbling down, it's on fire. You go run inside, type of thing. Where we'll see if it kind of pays off here at the end. But this is a very good Sigma map, like you mentioned. There would be no reason to kind of try and force Dante in here.
Here we go, folks. It's do or die for Citrus Nation and Luminosity Gaming in the lower bracket here of our Esports World Cup qualifiers. Map 5, Shambali Monastery, chosen by LG. Is it their silver bullet to get them out of this bind? Or is Citrus Nation the true Houdinis?
Yeah, and it's really just the Sojourn versus Cassidy yet again here in this matchup, where for Luminosity, for Vision, right, you can kind of have a little bit longer sightline here, but you see the spots that they're trying to get Lethal into, right? They're trying to close that gap to make that Cassidy more effective.
False Force back here. Both teams, though, suffering under the weight of this damage and heal pressure being applied. Who's going to buckle first, though? Citrus Nation might actually have to give this ground up. They're trying to play around the corner. Was that a boop on Lethal? Knocking him forward. Unclear. False able to find him, though, with those bouncing hyperspheres. Citrus Nation have to give this one up. They'll be lucky to get out without losing another player here. But Tap's able to find something on the periphery. Pick off on Vision. With spawn advantage favoring the attackers, they can work with this.
That's pretty huge. They should end up gaining some space out of this, right? You see everybody here for Luminosity just trying to hightail it, right? Get sped boost out of there. Play around this corner where you have Vision back in that fight. Is he's kind of like all their, like he's some of their like long range kind of like consistent damage, right? You saw that far in the mix is both bars building up towards that barrage. It's going to be Citrus Nation here using the Amp Matrix early on. They go down a player here too, but now we're gonna things gonna devolve into a 3-on-3.
Immortality Fiddle's massive. It's so big. Prolongs Lethal's lifespan long enough for him to draw a bead on the Pharah. And that is 2 fights in a row. Arguably, the Citrus Nation have been able to win. They walk into the next one, and it's going to be extremely, extremely volatile. But goes back to his cooldowns for neutral. Absolutely instrumental in putting them in this position. Better lucky than good. It's about putting yourself in a position to get lucky. Deadeye from the bleachers here from Lethal catches onto False. That's massive. The Sigma is down. The guy's got cooldowns to answer this kind of mechanic, and still he struggles. That is huge. Luminosity Gaming in shambles now. Squid lucky to get away, and I don't think Juby has any plans of surviving.
Yeah, it's a really long distance. Squid comes around the corner there by the stairs that we're seeing. The cart move drops at Amp Matrix for vision, and I think King is just gonna push some damage out through. But Lethal with that Deadeye looks like they just kind of like maybe boot False forward a little bit, and they're actually able to get that kill. And I mean, once you lose the Sigma, right? The Sigma is the one who's just kind of how you've been talking about all day, standing there, kind of holding that payload down, kind of for both teams. So like to lose that Sigma, and then it forces other people down on the cart. Their end is going to die rather quickly with the amount of damage, and things have now even gotten worse here is they lose Juby early on. This will be a sound barrier for Citrus Nation to deal with this overclock.
Caught in the flux with Squid there. Okay, Immortality Field had to be thrown down, but Vision doesn't get out of this one scot-free. I like the grasp there from Zeb. They can't do too much outside of answering that forest damage, but it is enough. Squid and Juby falls back in the corner here,
These players need to try and live. I mean, this is
how do you get out of this
spot to be in, back in this corner. I mean, there is no way out of this. I mean, that's kind of the problem. Like, you kind of either needed to die real early and get another fight, or get all the way out. They kind of back in that corner. That's what both supports there.
King is doing what he can, but it's not nearly enough. Not remotely within the same postcode of sufficient for Luminosity Gaming. Lethal finding that Deadeye, long range killer freebie there was really what sealed it for Citrus Nation. And they got 4 minutes and 20 on the clock to work with this last phase of the map. Luminosity Gaming are crumbling. They are falling to pieces.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of tell, like, with the way the last 2 maps ended, like, momentum definitely sides with Citrus Nation. Lethal just comes around the corner, doesn't give a damn, just 2 taps King. Like LG needs something to go their way. They need like just a terrible mistake on the side of Citrus Nation or something, right, to just kind of like calm down a little bit. So here it is, right? They use that Amp Matrix around the corner. They kind of maybe push in a little bit too far. They end up getting these kills. This should stabilize LG for a little bit, but man, Citrus Nation off to a great start.
LG need to talk now. They probably need to be yapping at each other. Find a way to, or at least just like stifle this momentum of Citrus Nation. They've done it there in that fight. There's probably more that needs to be discussed here. King getting caught out there by Lethal. Maybe that's a nerves thing. Maybe it's the pressure really starting to mount, and Lethal's got another free pick. Unbelievable.
He has been
for the low price of absolutely freaking nothing. He gets that kill on Vision, and now Lethal's wrapped around the back. He's brimming with confidence, Matt. Might be his undoing here, but it's really about sending a message.
I don't think you're going to be able to push out of this door. I mean, Zeb just takes like his entire health bar of health, has to back on out, especially now that Lethal's gone. So a few minutes off the clock now here for Citrus Nation. LG starting to string together some defensive holds. Amp Matrix available for Citrus Nation. They've done a good job, whether using with a Deadeye or just using it to kind of create some space or catching players off guard. So let's see how they decide to use this here.
Tap doesn't have a great way to gain altitude in this part of the map, right? Needs to get through. That's why the battle line's being drawn where it is by False. Deadeye from Lethal. False! Okay, Immortality Field committed to that. False might still die here. He does.
He's in a really bad spot.
Zeb picks him off. All right, we have a trait though. Vision at least gets involved with that overclock to get the Immortality Field down, and it was Lethal picked off after the fact. King's Barrage is used to good effect. Citrus Nation, though, still have a reason to come forward now. Their confidence still lingering. Gravitic Flux now for the Sigma. He catches 2. It's both supports. You can't ask for much more than that. Vision can only slip and slide away, but his time is done. And now Luminosity Gaming can only peer out from their spawn as everything is taken from them. False with a shield to work around a Flux to maybe prolong the round a little longer, but a sound barrier is there right on time. Squid, he's in trouble, and I think False will be the next to fall. Barrage here to secure the kill for Tap, that's 2, and Citrus Nation finish the map
a minute and 47 as well in the time bank. I mean, this is a hell of a comeback here by Citrus Nation if they're able to pull this off. So, you know, Lethal feels like, you know, since he's come into the lineup, right? Didn't play in map number 1, has been in every map since. Felt like he has made a huge difference on the Cassidy. I know time and time again, just kind of coming around the corner, a lot like what we saw in the previous series with Seeker, right? Where sometimes he's just able to manufacture picks out of nowhere, right? Just able to come around a corner, land 2 headshots, take out a Pharah, take out a support. Lethal's been on point ever since coming in, a huge difference maker this far.
And for LG, the switch to false so far hasn't really done too much, at least outwardly, to boost them, to galvanize them here in such an important map. You really cannot overstate just how much rides on this game. Only so many slots available here, and neither of these teams are within striking distance of them yet, already facing the prospect of elimination.
No.
Let's rather listen in. I'm not going to get Jake involved here. Let's listen to LG and see how they're formulating a comeback plan, or at least a strong offense here.
It's really hard to like fucking play around it because they just speed past my shield.
They're playing back.
Okay.
I can swing right after we push cart.
I lit up through Sig. Alright. Move car and then swing mod.
I can swing whenever. I'm one.
Wait, let me start shield. I need shield first. Gooding. Okay. I'm walking up. You have that?
Yeah. I'm going through the room.
I'm going inside.
Swing.
3, 2, 1. I'm swinging.
Cast one.
For 1. Swing.
We have white space.
Yeah, I'm moving car. I have no shift. Stick already. Break shield. Don't let him heal. Stick one.
Nice. Cast swinging top left. Cast fire top left.
Real one.
Quick speed.
Get car. Shoot car. No trade. Wait. Nice.
I'm taking wide, alright.
They're gonna be close to window like us.
3 cart, so they
on, yeah.
Yeah, I got cart.
Confident first steps taken here by Luminosity. On their attacking side of Shambali Monastery, Matt, the game plan is simple. Move the card up, swing wide, and get Vision involved.
Yeah, no, they execute that perfectly here, where I think now if you're Citrus Nation kind of thinking, from their POV, you can't allow them to kind of get this, first checkpoint and then have like 4+ minutes, almost 5, going into the second one, right? You need to get a fight win here. So it looks like it was actually Lethal just trying to get an off angle there on one of the supports.
Zip.
And the card just goes through.
We're gonna have that one for free, apparently. Luminosity Gaming. Finally, things start to turn in their favor. And honestly, you make your own luck in situations like this. Tap trying to bounce with those rocket jumps here as King is biting off a little more than he can chew until the cavalry arrived. That'll be an additional stagger.
Yeah, it looked like Citrus Nation, with a lot of the Pharah damage, like we saw where Lethal was playing from, trying to get like an off angle. It looks like a few other players were there as well. And the Pharah damage, like from that backside of the door, just really kind of like prevented them from coming out and, getting back towards the cart. And that allows them to just kind of walk it in. But look at how much extra car progress. I mean, you're almost going to get to this final corner. Like, you never want to say a fight is like a almost must win. It feels like you're absolutely in a must win fight scenario here for Citrus Nation.
Start with the dead eye. Oh my goodness, Lethal, what? Okay, you went for it, and never punished, apparently. Looking to back away, but now very much out of position, and this sound barrier team of Luminosity Gaming are armed to the gills. Lepto at least is able to throw a beat down of his own, but Lethal's still under pressure, apparently, as King peeks up through the window. More shots on the Cassidy. More methods of keeping Citrus Nation laid low as this card heads up the slope. Tap trying to back away here. Zeb stunned up inside the grasp, and a nice little off angle for Vision, who's been stellar on this map so far. Lines up 2 with the overclock here. Luminosity Gaming continue to surge forward.
Yeah, and that's where the Sojourn can really start to pop off. The overclock comes around the corner. Good line of sight, good distance from some of the players there on Citrus Nation, as Luminosity has just been on a roll here on offense on Shambali. That'll be the second checkpoint. Over 4 minutes on the clock to get a map completion. I know we were talking about a lot of the momentum siding with Citrus Nation. Luminosity fighting back in a big way. They know how important this series is. I mean, think about this. This is a team that we expected to go to Dallas, didn't make it to Dallas. Then, you know, okay, well, they should, you know, be a team that is in contention to go to EWC. What, lose first round of losers? I mean, that would be a brutal way to go out.
Yeah, they know it too. They can feel just how much is on the line. In they come. Air Matrix thrown out, but Vision going to be taken down first. Zeb hastily throws up the waggle hands like a WoW shaman. Zeb dropped down. Yep, that's going to be the Flux claiming that last half of his health bar. And False will surge ahead now, cycling these cooldowns, but he has no shield. Needs to respect this a little bit. As King has a very obscure off angle here. I don't know if Citrus Nation even realize where these rockets are raining in from. Now they know though. And a mild attempt here at Citrus Nation to stave off the attackers, but Luminosity Gaming are not showing any signs of slowing down. But they don't have a lot to work with. Again, they're trying to signal strength, but they don't really have the arsenal the Citrus Nation boast.
Yeah, you build up 4 ultimates here for Citrus Nation, right? So I think what you try and do here, if you are Citrus Nation, maybe you can win a fight with just overclock, right? You get an overclock here. This is exactly what they decide to do. They go in, see if you can force sound barriers, see if you can get a kill, right? They end up, you know, getting some space and getting the immortality field out. So that'll buy them a little bit of time here off the clock. Didn't get any of those, like, you kind of maybe want a sound barrier out. Didn't actually get it out there. So now you have an opportunity to use your Flux, right? I know that could get sound barrier out here, then potentially you're in a good spot. So here's the Flux.
They don't use beat.
Sound barrier still held on by Juby. This is really good.
False also gets a ton of value out of the grasp here. Luminosity Gaming drawing a key ultimate out of Citrus Nation. The patience here, lethal, cuts through all the plans for Luminosity. It's very, as you would put it, Matt, it's very ungood to see that at this point of the fight.
Yeah, there's very un-Hanzo mode of Luminosity there. You know, things were looking good, right? Overclock, they kited it, you know, very good job. Flux, they get away from it, they don't have to use beat. That time, though, it is a Ant Matrix with a railgun shot, just right through it. Not really much you can do there, but 2 minutes off the clock already.
Oh, man.
Right? A lot of time off the clock here.
Okay, Citrus Nation. That reality, they manifested in map number 3. Starting to coalesce just a little more here. King with a barrage available, so those ultimates have been built up for Luminosity, but like you said, Matt, they paid dearly for it. They paid in time. That is going to be costly. Vision wants to move up, though. Good damage here off this overclock, but no kills just yet. Left holding onto the beat. Man, the guy, Nerds of Steel, absolute Shaolin-level discipline. Not to just throw that ultimate in right now. Guy is cracked. You got to use it at some point, though, and it's now. Oh, no! The Ajax! That's going to echo through the rest of this qualifier. I know it. As Luminosity come forward, and they break through Citrus Nation, get the map done, and we are running it back. It's 8 seconds to separate these two teams, and that might be one of the most brutal Ajaxes I've seen in a hot minute.
We're like, oh man, both these Lucios are doing a tremendous job holding on to these sound barriers for the final moments.
Brother!
Lap. And you could tell he knew. He's like, I'm in trouble. He's like looking at the ground right around the corner. And oh man.
Yeah, he was in Parker City on the way down for that. he knew exactly what I'm... Brother, ooh.
Oh, he knew he goofed a little bit. Yeah.
So, 8 seconds. Such a small duration. Barely enough time for a couple breaths, Matthew. That is what separates these two teams. With it all on the line, the chance to fight for their spot at the Esports World Cup now hangs in the balance.
Today's been, for NA, I mean, today's been a little wacky. Today's been a little understatement.
I'd usually apply some expletives to that statement, but I guess we are where we are.
It took Infected 2 hours to play the control, kick things off, start the day. He manages a hot spot, just kind of rolls through the rest of the day. But I mean, this series has had a lot of back and forth. As now both teams are actually going to play the Sojourn here, so longer sightlines, the insta-kill potential seems like paying off for both teams here. This is just going to be damage boost here, volley. Then we'll see both supports switch. Yep. So LG, even with how we were saying, they're kind of like playing well, moving the payload on through, it still finishes with a worse time than Citrus Nation. Just to put in perspective how good they were.
Absolutely. They had like 4.5 minutes after their first checkpoint, Matt. Great to put that in perspective. I think that lack of ult economy, right, cost them those 2 minutes towards the end. He pointed out. Now Citrus Nation on defense once more. That's the luxury afforded the team with a slightly bigger time bank. King here, very wide angle, but also low. Needs to take his own health pack here, and that could take a moment. In the meantime, the rest of Luminosity getting battered. But it's Fusillade from the high ground. Squid eventually going to be brought down. Tap throws every cooldown. It's a concussive blast that's credited for the kill, but King trades. Juby down, Squid down. No supports to work with Luminosity. Time to run it back.
Yeah, and, you know, Zeb and Lethal come up with some kills. I don't know if you can exactly hold here, though, right?
They're going to do it.
You do have neutral still in the mix.
They don't mind. I mean, they can buy some time with the
they're still going to sit here.
Immortality Field 2? I get it.
Yeah, so you'll be fine. There's no real way to, like, you know, disengage, too, right, without speed. It's not like they can just kind of, like, walk out of there scot-free.
Disrupt the shot there from Vision, trying to open up some space for False to ideally push into. Lethal was low, popped up as well, but Vision 4 HP in a dream, desperately being topped back up there by Squid. He gets him fighting fit once more. Now the Ant Matrix being played from behind as Neutral seeks that extra damage to keep King's head low. It works. He dumps altitude now. Luminosity down to just a couple of moments to make this happen. Squid has to have a huge matrix here, but it's going to be Lethal to strike first. It's the overclock finding one. Tap traded out though, but Squid is the second. Lethal for two. Neutral though down, and only left here for Citrus Nation to keep them up. Only Lucio's for both sides here, and Juby's getting close to that sound barrier. One he'll never get a chance to use in this round at this rate. False trying to play around the shield if he can. King getting aggressive. Lethal AD strafing and doesn't win it out. The Farah survives. Luminosity here. An opportunity now taken away for Squid. He'll have to face a barrage down and accept his fate as Citrus Nation shut the door for Luminosity. 44.87 is all they'll get.
Yes, not a ton of push there for LG. Basically just that first corner. Really like, you know, deathmatchy, brawly play here, you know, on that first point. You know, I don't know why, and I don't even want to put this out there. Something about this series feels like we're gonna get, you know, potentially a wacky ending here. I don't know why. It's just kind of, you know, it just kind of feels like one of those days where we get a chaotic ending here. You know, don't want to say it doesn't end up well for Citrus Nation, but it just feels like, you know, we're due for, you know, a crazy, just kind of crazy set of plays here that happen at the start.
We've already had
right?
the Monka Gigajacks happen earlier on.
Is that a Giga Jack?
Yeah, that's canon. Yeah, let's listen to Citrus Nation here now. They're attacking to take the map and series.
Go top or whatever. Or we're going top, yeah. See that?
Turn Sigma. I'm looking. Me and Nep can just walk around the map. I can look for rail, look for like half HP force resource, and then Zebby should be free.
Okay.
They will do the same hold. Right. They will do it Sojin, I think. Oh my, thank you, Zeb.
But
they have Kree.
That one.
I can mirror it. I can really mirror it.
Yeah. Far low.
Okay, back to Lucio Baptiste here for Citrus Nation. They tried to just burst cooldowns off the rip with Diana and Zen. They don't get anything for it, Matt.
Both teams actually ended up ditching the Sojourn as well. Probably feel like it's going to be a little bit more of like a close quarter fight that nobody wants to kind of give up position.
Look at Zeb confidently juggle these cooldowns with like no shield. Throws up like a 200 HP barrier. Probably going to take a little bit more than that. They're waiting on Tap to find something, and he has. It's King taken down first. The Farah had to drop low to get healing from the Baptiste. Squid, to speak of the Baptiste, not faring much better as Tap finds the shot afterward. It's 3 in a row for Tap. Farah taking over the game. Vision already hits the GGs in chat, and you know Citrus Nation have done it. The reverse sweep to once again knock Luminosity out of a tournament in the lower bracket. The more things change, Matt, the more they stay the same.
They just absolutely seem to have their number no matter what, right? You know, you spot them a little bit early on. They come back in a big way. I mean, look, it's not like they were winning these maps, you know, today in the series Citrus Nation like blowouts, right? I mean, these all go down to the wire, but still just the, you know, kind of confidence, you know, the clutch factor to come up big, right? Luminosity is ahead basically all of push. Citrus Nation comes back in the final like 3 minutes, wins it. You know, they're on Flashpoint. That is extremely close, right down to the wire. Like,
it was like 0 to 70 on push, man.
Yeah.
Like, that is a gigantic deficit. Like, what are the statistics about a team that gives up the checkpoint first on push? It's extremely unfavorable.
Crazy. A wild series, man.
I don't know how you live this one down if you're Luminosity. That was tough. Oh man, you're gonna have to simmer on that for a little bit. But I'm sure Citrus Nation feeling good. I don't know who else is feeling pretty darn good here. We can head over to our desk here to break this one down. What a absolute club banger. What an instant classic. Just add water.
A barn burner is what we just got. And this man over here is not feeling so good. Are you struggling? You want to lay down for a sec?
That was the most Luminosity way to lose that series. Please.
It was.
It's just...
I feel for them, but it is comical.
It's agony, like, rooting for this team to make it happen.
I thought Citrus played a great game.
But the way they lost that series, like the push lead, and then Dante came in on Flashpoint, and I could just hear Hunter cursing in Australian. Like, it was just... I just feel like Luminosity really had that.
I just won't curse in Australian.
Oh, you know the words. I can't say them on air. But that was. I just felt like that was Luminosity's series to close out, and they just. And it just feels like this is kind of like the Luminosity experience in a way this entire year. I just.
Been a bit lackluster. It's fair to say.
Man, no, not even lackluster, but like. It's like, oh, they're putting it together. Like, oh, they're going to win the series. And, like, they just can't close out the series. It's like some overtime push. They can't be clutch in that regard. So, I don't know. I feel for the players because the players are knocked out. I just feel for the guys. You know, that's heartbreaking to be reverse swept like that.
But I don't want to take anything away here from Citrus Nation. You can talk all you want about Luminosity Gaming not being able to close it out, but quite frankly, Citrus Nation, they played a good game. And it was not just Lethal outperforming. I mean, Tap at the very end here, Tap popped off today. Tap had a good game. On that Pharah, it looked really, really clean. The positioning was on point. I am very impressed.
I think, we talk about clutch factor. I think Citrus Nation was incredibly clutch, right? Yeah. Lethal, in a lot of these final fight scenarios, we go to his cam because he's consistently delivering. And on a hero like sometimes Sojourn, where it's very easy for things to go awry, very easy to get punished. And it doesn't ever look like it's happening to him because he's just locked in, and they were so calm, even there in the final moments with it all on the line. They have some of that veteran confidence in them, despite being a bit more of an unknown team. I think they've been putting it together incredibly well. I think this was a great series. A lot of people, Zeb, I think, was really like an Orisa player for a long time.
Oh, the Ajax.
That's a tough one. I mean, and this is great boot, by the way, from King, booping him out into the open for the Ajax, so around the cover. So it's a tough combo to take as a Lucio. But I mean, in the end, they pick themselves right back up, dust themselves off, and they get the win in the end. So for me, the clutch factor was really there for Citrus Nation. I don't think this was really so much like a thrown series from Luminosity. I thought Citrus just played a great series. Like, it wasn't. There's a couple of Ajaxes
but
here
you're
and there,
kicking yourself. If you're on Luminosity, you're kicking yourself for sure.
You sound like the sixth man on the team right now, man. Like,
No, honestly.
Because
I feel like
to lose a push comeback, it's like not supposed to happen, right? So as a coach, you're like, we should never lose when we have a big lead on push. It's fair to say.
And if it happens once, so be it. But I feel like Luminosity, a couple times this year, that's been the kind of situation they've been in. So it's tough.
Yeah, you win some, you lose some. I mean, I don't know what else to say about that. But again, I want to bring you back, taking a look at the winning side here. It was individual heroics that actually got them there, and Lethal was the person we've been mentioning time and time again when looking at this roster, and that's, of course, also because of plays like
all right,
Lethal getting the player of the match, well-deserved.
Yeah, so I've been talking all about Luminosity then. So I'll say this about Lethal. I mean, this guy's been putting out some Russell Crowe-esque performances, just an absolute gladiator this entire year.
Did he go Hanzo mode? Like, I don't know what you're saying.
Did Russell Crowe go Hanzo mode in gladiator?
You would understand, he went Hanzo mode here.
Oh, got it, thanks.
Maximus? Yeah, he popped off in the arena. That's crazy.
You totally went Maximus there.
Yeah. No, but honestly, like the communication, the shot calling, the playmaking, like Lethal has just been phenomenal this entire year for Citrus Nation. And it's part of why Citrus Nation are in these conversations, right? And why they're in these matches. The entire team is a team game, of course, but Lethal specifically, I think, has been phenomenal this entire year. So, play the match once more in a reverse sweep.
I think the team has really risen to that occasion around him, and I think it showed in those comms. It's not like Lethal, in the past, we've heard some of the comms, it was like Lethal's like really leading the team, and they're kind of following behind him. And he's still doing a little bit of that, but in those comms, we saw a lot of confidence from a lot of different players, right? Like all the players were kind of feeling themselves, even in the overtime. They know that match is in hand in a way. Like strategically, you're almost guaranteed to win in the position they're in on that attack. But it would have been so easy to be overhyped. It would have been so easy to lose focus in that moment and potentially throw it away, but they didn't do that.
Tap got the opening pick.
Yeah.
True. Now, you know, to make it awkward, after we gassed him up and he was listening into that, let's bring him in as well.
It's not awkward,
Lethal
Zoe.
is joining us.
It's not awkward.
Napo. Would you say to his face?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you have an opportunity. Actually, you don't, because it's voice only. Lethal, can you hear us?
Oh, yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Now we can hear you, yep.
We can, and we're happy about that as well.
What's up, guys?
What is up, Lethal? Let's talk. Let's chat. There's a lot to unpack. I mean, you guys took this series all the way to the very last map. You reverse swept them like that. But when you were on the back foot, what was going on in the comms? How did you rally the troops?
I mean, okay, to be honest, I didn't understand the disrespect against us. Our roster hasn't changed, and we're the, like, underdogs. Hello?
Hello?
We beat these teams like 10 million times already, you know?
Yeah.
I saw everyone's prediction against us.
Okay, now it's awkward. Now it's awkward.
It's going to be awkward.
Everyone.
At this point, I think it's fair to say that's what I mean. I think Citrus did play a great series.
They did? Yeah, yet you did not know.
Yeah, Jake did actually give you credit. Jake did actually give you credit.
I didn't
We all gave you
but
credit.
I gave you credit.
Lethal, we ain't haters.
Right.
Luminosity was considered the fairy going into it.
We all predicted
Now,
Luminosity, though.
We did, indeed. We did. But moving forward, though, do you think this game was enough to make you mark? Do you think you're like not flying under the radar anymore after this performance?
Yeah, probably. I mean, we can still beat like other teams to prove it if you guys really want, but
I really want it.
All right, so how far can you take it? How far can you take it? You know? Are you eyeing out someone in particular? Is there a team that has a target on their back in the bracket?
Probably NRG. We kind of got them to land with our performance last over CS. So I think we got to prove to them that we deserve that land. So we're gonna beat them when we can.
Okay.
But apart from that, we're just gonna start rolling. Just like play whoever we get and just like play our best. You know. We still have Zeb, Neutral, Tap. We have new addition Lep. We're kind of integrating him, so we should be kind of decent.
Also, Lethal, I've been hyping up Citrus Nation all year, and now in this series I picked against you because you played Reinhardt yesterday.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
But like,
you did a little trolling.
You did a little trolling. So like, come on, can you blame us really?
Okay. Now it's fair. Listen, I didn't even know what happened.
He says, listen.
Like random,
Sit.
This is like my ranked teammates. Listen, Ryan's good here.
No. Oh, we didn't even play with Derpy and scrims. We just picked random maps and random comp. We just had Derpy and we never even played Sim in our lives. We were like, what are we doing, guys? Are we just playing for fun?
Yeah.
Like
You threw me off because I was like doing prep work. I was like, these guys, they're gonna come out. They're gonna play Mauga. They're gonna play Farah Cassidy. Like they practice, they look good out of the tournament. And then you come out with that. You just threw me off. So I'm sorry I was thrown off for your gameplay. I've loved your team the entire year, and I've said so publicly. So I apologize. So officially apologize.
This is a half apology at best.
But you threw me off with that.
So I'm not taking blame for that, Lethal. Back into Lethal's good graces, which is honestly a bit pathetic because
I just called you Russell Crowe. Like, come on, man.
You did. You didn't. Well, Lethal, moving forward.
Thank you, boss.
We won't underestimate you again. Promise, right here and now. We can promise you that. That was an insane performance by you and the team. We can't wait to see more of that in the very near future, in fact. So best of luck in the next game. And once again, thank you so much for joining us.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Best of luck.
We cut him off.
Someone cut him off. I'm sorry, Lethal.
Our friendship with Lethal is just, it's
on the rocks.
It's difficult, you know,
Yeah.
but he makes us work for it, and I like it. Or we make him work for it. I don't know what is actually happening. Actually, I do know what's happening. Brackets. Let's take a look at how they got the dub. We like that fella. Lethal. There's something there for sure. Here's our NA upper bracket, but
a lot of heavy hitters.
A lot of heavy hitters. This is going to be so hotly contested. Now in the lower bracket, though, we have one more match to go, and that also means one more elimination on the horizon.
Yeah. So Citrus Nation would actually play NRG Shock or M80, depending on who loses in the upper bracket. So now I'm not picking favorites, but if we got Citrus Nation and NRG on our hands, I would be excited.
Would you now pick Citrus Nation over every other team?
That can
Lethal
be negotiated.
is listening.
That can be negotiated.
Be careful what you say.
So we'll see come
that can be arranged. My PayPal email is on your screen now.
Well, and we give him time to sort that out as we're heading into a very quick break. And then afterwards, we're back with our last match of the day, the last elimination match of the day as well. Who will come out on top? We'll find out after this, so stick around. What's good? Welcome back to the EWC Qualifiers from beautiful, sunny Burbank. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny. Why?
It's sunny.
We are enjoying ourselves.
Your hatred for Burbank is...
Wait, who's hating on Burbank?
I'm not hating on Burbank.
Every time I'm trying to say
on Burbank.
No, my commute is non-existent compared to Irvine, so I'm living.
It's beautiful for me. I'm loving it.
Well, it can't relate to
like the
that, actually. But
the viewers love when we talk about commuting. That's our favorite topic.
Yeah, I mean, we're living in and around LA. That's all people talk about. And then they randomly drop like names of like highways and stuff like that. I'm not a driver.
Just wait until I bring up the valley's temperature. That's going to be great.
That's for tomorrow's show, though. For now, though, we want to talk about the match we have on our hands. It's our last match of the day. Timeless, who we did see earlier, will be facing off against Shikigami. They should be considered the favorite heading into his, but Timeless just played an insane series. So is that just a very good warm-up? Is that just it? Or could they be exhausted, perhaps? Is
no,
this a chance, an opportunity for Shikigami? I'm trying to hype something up.
Yeah, I get that.
Work with me,
and I was so on board with that narrative for the longest time. But
then
we saw Crazy Raccoon play 3 series back-to-back in Dallas, and I'm kind of like, all right, these gamers these days are built different. Like, back in my day, we just couldn't do that. But these kids, the conditioning, like, they're just gaming.
They're locked in. I don't think it's really 2 series in a day. It's just not that bad, frankly. I mean, like, if you played 3 in a row, that's a little wild, right? Like on land, there's more accumulating factors there. But for me, I'm not worried about Timeless in terms of their longevity in the series. I think they're an incredibly strong team.
I mean, something to be said about this is, though, if you are comparing it to what we've seen from Crazy Raccoon, those are very seasoned players who played at the highest level. We have a lot of newer faces and a lot of younger players in these teams, so they might not be accustomed to the high stakes. And quite frankly, there's a lot at stake here for EWC, right? And so they might not be quite as adjusted and used to these situations. Either way, though, Timeless, they played Energy Shock really, really close. It was a 5-map banger.
Seeker and Zera both looked amazing on the DPS line. Ariel on the tank was looking good. I mean, when they played the Malga comp, they looked amazing. They were winning pretty decisively on the Malgamere against Energy Shock. Man, it was pretty close, but they were winning, right? And looking pretty good doing it.
I think adaptation is the key here, right?
Yeah, and I wonder whether Shikigami is going to match them with the Sigma if they have to deal with the matchup that was so hard for them against Energy. I don't think so.
Yeah.
If you're looking at Shikigami and their roster, though, what stood out? They had their match yesterday against M80. They did manage to actually, we're looking over here, they did manage to take a map off of M80. What did we learn from that? What worked out for them? Or was that M80 dropping the ball?
I think a little of column A, a little of column B. I mean, watching M80 was also playing this Sigma style. They were one of the first teams we saw doing it, but clearly it's been like getting more popular in the scrims with so many teams running it. They were running an Ash Pharah variant, which is a pretty interesting look. And so I don't know if we saw too much to be worried about Shikigami. I mean, I think this new M80 roster is a bit of an unknown, but I think they're a very, very strong player. So Shikigami taking a map there is actually, for me, a pretty impressive result. Shows that they are a serious team that can actually fight and make this competitive, even against a squad like Timeless. So I think we're potentially in for a pretty competitive game here.
Yeah, I think adaptation has become more and more important, especially in this meta where you see so many damage swaps and like middle of the series as well. Like you're seeing adaptations in the moment. I mean, there's some moments like earlier today in EU, I'm not going to say names, where like some players, they cook a bit too hard and they try to swap up a little bit too much. But in general, I think a team, for example, like Timeless, earlier today, we saw them play a lot of Echo Genji, for example, trying to go aggressive into those Sigma compositions. I'd say maybe, don't try that. You had success on the Cassidy, on the Pharah. Build on that success instead, and build on that momentum you had, and maybe change up some of the fight planning going into this series instead, right? So.
Do you feel like a lot of those looks, when you do see those kind of counter swaps, is that inexperience coming into play or desperation? Like, how do you feel about counter swapping in general?
I mean, this is a very new meta. Like some metas, right, when it goes to like Winston, Sombra, Tracer, I mean, a lot of high-level professional players know those metas so inside and out. There's like a couple swaps you can really consider, and outside of that, everything's been tested and tried. But this is a new iteration of Malga. The inclusion of Venture and being an important hero in the DPS role is creating new swap dynamics. So I think all the teams are learning together. It's kind of about who can figure it out first, who has the best read and has the skill to execute on their vision of the game. And so honestly, I think it's kind of anybody's game. Lots up in the air right now.
Yeah, and it's also a bit player dependent. Some players prefer to swap more than others, and the coach, has some factor there as well. If you're free to swap, then the coach will let you know that before the game, and you might be a pretty swap-heavy team. Whereas some coaches, they're like, please don't,
Please don't
mess around too much. Please don't cook too hard.
you know, but that's okay. They cook, we're eating, sometimes it's good, sometimes not so good, but you gotta explore your culinary journey. I don't know, I'm saying just words. Lots of words. Those guys have lots of those as well. Matt, Mitch, bringing them back for all the action. Matt, I love your hoodie today, by the way.
I didn't even wear a hoodie today. I'm hoodless.
Wait,
I am just in a
sweater. Is it just a sweater?
Shirt. It's got.
I got it all wrong.
I wore it for Mitch. It's got an astronaut on it because I know Mitch loves outer space. He's always talking about outer space.
Well, Matt, you know, if you got a face like a smacked ass, Matt will have a nice hoodie, brother.
Hugo also.
Yeah, looking good, man. I'll give you that. Yeah, I do like a bit of space, mate, especially when you give me plenty. You know what I'm saying? Jumping into this game.
You are looking elderly as of late.
Really? You think so?
I mean. Yeah, you see those wrinkles on the forehead starting to come through real bad. Don't look at the camera straight on. It's better when you look at it from the side.
I don't have a good side.
There
no,
we go. Show the map set instead.
I have to basically headbutt it. All right, this is a pretty good-looking map set, though, to be fair. I mean, not only by contrast, but also in general, because we're going to see Hollywood. I think that's played it really interestingly for teams that don't prefer to play the Sigma comps, right? Timeless are really feel like a hard-in-the-paint Mauga team, and Shikigami, in my opinion, Doomed has showed us the best venture play of almost any other team so far in this top 8, Matt. Wasn't enough to get them over the line in their previous game, but, like, you know, in a vacuum, it looked incredible at times. I just think that, you know, that obviously the roster they go up against, that M80 team, Tree looks so good. It is very, very hard to sort of win out in the individual matchups, and at times, Doomed was able to.
Yeah, and I kind of agree. I know when the Des was talking about, like, maybe for Timeless, like, you know, we didn't really love, like, the Echo Genji, right?
Yeah.
They look really good. You know,
as soon as Seeker switched to Cassidy, he just started blowing people up.
You know, like they want to keep like Lip, you know, on hit scan, right? You know, not comparing Lip to Seeker, and they're just completely switching right here. But like, you'd want to have Seeker on hit scan. That's his best thing, right? If you can play comps that have him doing that, you like that. It looks like though they're going to kind of go back to this Echo. So they were hovering over the Cassidy. You know, far, and we like that. Now we're going back to Echo Genji again. So
the only person...
See how this goes in the next round.
Right.
The next attempt.
Well, Seeker's job is to deal with Dooms, right? Because Zera can't really manage that. I like his early pressure, perfect focusing beam. We talk about how good Echo is at dealing with tanks, but honestly, Sticky Bomb's focusing beam onto a DPS, they just disintegrate. Again, Seeker, great purchase with those bombs, and Solo is out of here. My goodness, Shikigami just got bent over.
So there it looks awesome, right? When you can put pressure onto the Pharah, get the Pharah out of the way, that's a lot of the damage that Shikigami is going to have in a lot of these fights, right? Then you can kind of, you know, get into the back line with the Echo and really make, you know, plays happen. Just was not going on in the last series. I mean, a few times they were able to pick the Pharah off, but not enough.
It just feels like an impressive matchup to play from the Pharah's perspective. The Echo is normally airborne and actually has good lateral mobility while under that flag cooldown, right? It's pretty, you can actually strafe in midair, which is something Pharah cannot boast to be able to do outside of that little impulse burst that she now has available to her. Ah, yes. More Mauga for everybody. Seeker dives in there. Cardiac overdrive goes haywire. There is a lot of rippling muscles on the battlefield. Not jealous at all. No, not me. Seeker, though, going to return back to the point here, getting a lot of value in, and even a cage fight on Solo, which is pretty impactful considering the Mauga wanted to be elsewhere. Right, Mason, though, on the scene with his Cassidy. 1, 2, 3 shots on Seeker. Can't quite finish the job, which is often the paradox that Cassidy players suffer. Pressure is good, and you can convert on this now. Shikigami move up to assume the points.
Yeah, but Ariel back in the mix, zeros well, and has a blade.
Okay, deflect though, ends too early. Ramezi able to find Seeker. I think Seeker's banking on that deflect from Zera, holding out a little bit longer. So the Cassidy finds the kill, but this is about 10 to 15% the Timeless that they wouldn't otherwise have had they not contested. And they've kept their big ultimates in play. I think they're happy enough, and Seeker says, all right, okay, every Cassidy player does this. If you get gapped by a Cassidy, you're switching to one.
Yes, I think this will be a much better look. You know, potentially you would want Zero on the Pharah, but you have the blade, right? So you're not just gonna give that up. But this is where Seeker's looked at, I know, his best. Although we did see some good moments from the Echo there. This is a little bit easier to play around.
Amazing here, just strafing. A little bit of poke damage early, Timeless. A good buffer to work with. About 70% now in a very early cage fight. Presumably Dune was supposed to make use of this now, but a sound barrier comes in from Timeless. They're happy to be in this kind of fight. Solo going to be falling first. Cardiac overdrive and all the King's horses couldn't keep it standing. Deflect to the rockets. Doomed immediately turns that barrage elsewhere. Zera really posing a threat with that cooldown. Doomed in a great spot though. Rains those rockets down and Admiral cops it. Remember, Shikigami still control the point. Timeless trying to shift them off, but Doomed is a bit of an issue. However, can't touch down on that Pharah. Graveyard doesn't have the Swift Step cooldown, just now gets it available.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe he's not gonna be able to make it out with his life, but ends up doing so. And you have the Kitsune Rush here. Both Kitsune Rushes layered over the point. Ryan Phasing will end up having a Deadeye though. So see as Shikigami takes high ground, it'll be maybe that Deadeye from that location. They take out Doom straight away.
Here. He's gonna make it even worse. Great interrupt though. The stomp makes that Deadeye superfluous. Okay, bit of a hindrance there on Solo. Fan the hammer, man, this is like the old days. Graveyard, Noctis really trying to get out of there as quickly as they can. Shikigami have to regroup, play off that Mega. Solos have a benefit from it, now they come trundling back on in, and they've got Doomed in tow. Noctis playing safe now, speed forward, switch over to those heals, and a sound barrier comes down for Timers, but they don't have ZSS, so they have to make use of this window, and they've done so. Seeker, fan the hammer again. 3 kills for the Cassidy, that's got to be enough. It's only amazing, a token resistance now being offered by Shikigami in this first round. And Timeless, long day for them, but they're still ready to throw down.
Yeah, and I know once they kind of bring the Cassidy into the mix, things start to look good for Timeless. Although at the start, the Echo looked pretty good. They were able to, take out Doomed on the far right, make some plays. I'm curious if Shikigami will kind of go towards that Venture comp that we saw them run the other day. That's when I think we really start to, get excited about what they were bringing into the mix. So. Right now, they'll probably switch off of this Tracer. Not going to play the Tracer. They'll play the Cassidy with it. But Timeless, they kind of steal this first round. This would be quite interesting. Cassidy Echo. So not playing the Pharah. So playing with the Echo in play. So looks like both teams going to get a TP, and then we'll see where both comps end up.
Yeah, expect a couple switch ups not only at the start here, but also midway through the round. Sarah on Echo duty here. So again, still an answer to Doom to some degree. We kind of talked about how that matchup feels. Yeah. But how it plays out can vary, especially on an individual level. We like Doomed a lot on the Venture. The Pharah here has found them a little less success against Timeless, and it will be Shikigami to assume the high ground first.
And look, at the Cassidy at range can put down enough damage onto the Maga. Like, there is opportunity for, focusing Beam to, really get the Maga low, right? I know that's obviously an ability of Echo that, just kind of burns targets down fast.
Amazing. Awkward angle to play from with the hitboxes so small when you're basically vertical, but drops down and deals with Seeker. Nobody looking at the Cassidy with Shikigami there. But the Solo, they've lost Solo. No more Malga in play for our team in orange. This is dangerous. Admiral's able to shrug off the hindrance of the mag grenade and still be a factor in this fight. I think without your tank, you have to concede to some degree, but Zera kind of jumps the gun a little bit with those cooldowns. Can't get Doomed out of the fight. Shikigami have bought plenty of time, but they can't maintain point control. They give it up here, wait for their Malga to return. Then Zera finally gets that focusing beam on target. Still risky for Doomed here, and Seeker finds the shots.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to get even more percentage here as some sticky bombs there on the exit. 4-0 look really nice as making good use of the Echo. So now it'll be an Echo swap here for Shikigami. So really interesting, a hero that I know at least through NA, I'm kind of racking my brain. Through EU, didn't really think I saw too much of it with these two teams. I didn't see him prominently here early on.
Okay.
Deadeye walk on him.
Deadeye very much for zoning purposes. Gets a bit of room here. Timeless more than happy to reassume the space. They voluntarily conceded in the face of that highly threatening ultimate. Solo riddled with bullets. Look like Swiss cheese there is now the cage fight for free deployed by Zera. This one is starting to run away from Shikigami.
Seeker just absolutely cleans up during that as well, right? Noctis ends up holding on to sound barrier. Timeless has the ability with a cage fight and sound barrier combination. Kitsune rush there as well. Just kind of mows through Shikigami. So yeah, like you mentioned, this is starting to kind of get out of hand.
Solo, we talked about the Cassidy right away, chunking that Malga down at range. That's exactly what we're talking about. There's just not a good angle. Here's the problem for Malga. His hitbox is wide. That small kiosk, that cylindrical tower, isn't much enough to obscure him from all of those angles.
Yeah, I mean, he's just kind of standing behind it.
He needs to turn sideways to get through standard doorways. That's his quandary.
I mean, you see, they can't even get Solo, close. It feels like now he can, but, I mean, look at this, right? Amazing, he's basically dead. It's just
The desperation dupe.
This has been brutal.
Here they come.
Yeah.
Amazing, awfully low here. No shield to play from, so has to be pretty quick on those strafes. Duplicate now ended for the Echo. It's a dead eye for Seeker. Sound barrier in response for Shikigami, trying to inoculate himself against the damage, but Seeker still brings Doom down, perhaps underestimating what Seeker can do with a bit of time to channel that ultimate. But that's right, amazing for 2. Nicely done inside the cage, no less. But Zera pops out of that duplicate form now. The focusing beam encounter for the Cassidy almost instantly. Blink and you'll miss it. Shikigami felled in this first map. It's a shutout in the second round.
Yes, both teams go to the Echo there. You actually saw some really nice stuff from Zero, whether it be the duplicate of the Maga or just kind of like consistent damage at range on the Maga as kind of approaches. Yeah, really difficult for Shikigami to even get solo like near the objective there, I know, in our second round. So Timeless, I think looking at this series, Timeless should take care of business, right? Like I think obviously the stronger of the two rosters,
so far, yes.
Right? So far, yes. I think, you know, even just judging like past performance, these are all players that we, you know pretty well. I know on Timeless who have had some really good runs.
Seeker, by the way, previous Los Angeles Valiant alumni, always repping like a Vegas Eternal skin for like God knows what reason. But I mean, this guy's been around for a long time. But the fact that they can just like put Seeker on the Cassidy and have Zera play the Echo and have almost arguably a better showing means that there's so much depth here that you can account for all those variations in DPS that are required in these Malga mirrors to get an edge.
Yeah, and there's no way you see that, you know, first clip. There's no way even like if, you know, the Kriga was healing, you know, the far. There's no way.
This is world star material.
Far back up.
I mean, I mean, what a way to set the tone over this map. Then heading into the second round, right? It's a similar story. You know, Zera this time on those Echo duties, but still having a really good impact. And
this was quite brutal as well because they ended up losing the first fight and they're just kind of like hanging out,
so
you know, near the teleporter. Yeah, he is. You know, I obviously, you know, I have eyes. I can see how wide Malga is. I didn't realize he was that wide though. I mean, that is
perspective is everything. But this is what I was saying. There are
seeing him around that pole, I was like, man,
that's why like we talk about it.
That's a
like
you
big have
boy.
to use some tricks as Malga to like make your hitbox a little different. Again, like the shoulder charge drops his head, for example. Like you can play from behind like barriers and stuff. Yeah, you have to do these things. You are huge. You don't have a shield.
Drop his head. He's got to drop one of his hearts. You know, get himself a little bit. He's got two hearts.
Yeah, 2 hearts. Yeah, I mean.
The lore,
of course. Yeah, again, it's not going to do much about his girth, but sure.
Yeah, I mean, he needed. I mean, think about it. If you tried to put another heart inside of you, you would need more space.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, for you, they just use the one between your ears and they'd be sorted, mate. You've got that real estate available, but sure, yeah. If I ever need a second heart, my first one gets broken so hard by another reverse sweep, I'll start to consider it. Remember, this is an elimination game, so for Shikigami, there are very few more opportunities here to show what you're capable of, let alone try and carve out a spot for yourself at the Esports World Cup. And again, going through this lower bracket, you're dealing with the loser of TSM and Toronto, two teams that, again, are justifiably advancing in their upper bracket for the time being. Hollywood, our second map. Now, a prediction from you, sir. Do we still get this Malga mirrors forced? Or do we look into maybe the Sigma comps that maybe operate a little bit better, controlling the space on the high ground?
I think there's probably a pretty good chance you just get the Malga mirror. Like, it seems like the teams that are like, you're either all in or like you're kind of like open to playing a little bit of everything. It seems like, you know, these teams are kind of like, you know, all in on the Malga, right? So I think that's kind of what you're gonna get here. You know, it looks like at least so far from Shikigami on defense, like that's gonna be pretty accurate. You're just gonna get the Malga compositions here across the board.
All right, no surprises here. And again, especially if you're expecting your opponent to run the mirror into you, no reason to try and tech specifically for the landscape that is Hollywood, which is, again, been unique over all the years of Overwatch, often a playground for like even Winston-based defensive dives. Let's go over to Timeless here and hear what's going on in the comms as they look for a way to break back into this series, or rather get ahead of Shikigami.
Copy.
Base 5, focus on target. Good.
Fair one. Bro, why is he peeking that?
If you force Fair out, you can call it 0, and then that's like my window to go, okay?
Yeah.
I feel like Pacific Mega or something. I'm gonna start walking in 3, 2, 1.
Get some point. Team Fair back.
Okay,
I want to swing to bait for the shot when I DP. You ready? 3, 2, 1.
3, 2,
Swinging. I need to chill. I can't.
Did they shout or no?
No.
I'm gonna sneak him right.
If he's playing too tall, we can play the map. I'm gonna go soon. I'm gonna swing soon. 3, 2, 1. Swing strong. The Maga is not here.
Right side.
Maga one.
Yeah, I'm helping him.
There's Scissor. One better Scissor. Maga one.
Cast low.
Can we chase from here?
Yeah, let's go.
I wanna go. I'm in. He can lift the Scissor soon. I'm looking up.
I had a Scissor Seeker.
Cast one.
Play for me. I love that shot. One for me. 3, 2, 1. Magadas, Seeker. Magadas.
Fucking knock this on me, bro. Get off me. Kidding?
Oh my gosh.
Down 3, I'm taking.
Okay. Well, Timer's managed to get it done. You see the consistent new countdowns for each of those probes of the Malga, and I don't blame Seeker for being in order. The Lucio stuck to him. Also, I've never felt more connected to our pro players than when they take one shot at someone and call them one. It's nice to know that we're the same in that regard.
I mean, if you're looking to become a professional player, that would be the first place to start. You know, shout let's go, and if you put any amount of damage down on a player, say they're one. As this will be Kitsune Rush here from both teams, doomed using that barrage there up on the high ground. Is that just a trade? So this payload will keep moving here 4 times.
Shikigami spent on that. Both teams made use of the Kitsune Rushes here. We're being able to make it just a trade for the Pharah ultimate, always worthwhile. Graveyards had to blow a mobility cooldown there, so they'll have to play a little safe, maybe take that mega for themselves. They have. Amazing here, wants to try and stall. Tracer will do this much more safely, but the Genji obviously is an option. A much better one against the Malga compositions. Amazing will head back upstairs, but the card has made significant progress, and Amazing is actually stuck on top of that roof there. Everyone decides to jump in now with a sound barrier from Shikigami, but it's a later one again from Timeless. Malga one. Yep, Zera's one. He's one right now. One. Ariel also one.
I mean, I actually really like guys. We'll see another cage fight come in. Ryan Amazing trying to live, but not able to keep him up. I actually like, so I actually am starting to kind of like this Echo a little bit. Can't lie. I think that like the duplicate is so good when you can get another Maga, like another cardiac overdrive, another cage fight, right? The ability to kind of, put a lot of pressure on the Pharah in the sky, with some help to the Cassidy. I think it's starting to work out pretty well here for Thames.
Ariel and Zeril step up here. Duplicate of, you got it, the Malga. Under pressure now is Ariel, but cardiac overdrive tops him back up, and the blade just bouncing off the luminous layers of natural protectiveness that Malga boasts. Amazing brought down. That blade ends up being to his demise.
A nice
Kitsune Rush here from both sides now. Solo really hoping to benefit now from the cardiac overdrive, but there's just so much damage coming his way. Things get a little bit out of hand when that haste buff of Kitsune Rush gets involved. Timeless here, still in a position of power, especially if Seeker starts to string a couple of these shots together, and that's beautiful. He barely sees the ankle of Doomed. It's a headshot transitioning into a finish up. And this is it for Shikigami. They are washed off this second point.
I mean, if Cassidy is good, why would you want him on anything else? I mean, you see the accuracy there from Seeker. It'll just turn and flick and just land these headshots constantly. As they were doing a really nice job, from the support to Timeless, keeping him alive. The Suzu, then kind of, getting him within the rush and letting him put down some damage. Interesting here for Shikigami. They're going to actually play a Baptiste here. So this is going to give even, a little bit more lethality to them, to kind of put some damage down, onto Zero. And Crew in the sky, probably trying to keep the Maga alive a little bit more. There's really no healing though there for Duke, right? I know, really kind of playing on an island.
Just asking the Echo to be a little more self-sufficient, I suppose, which is often, what's expected of Tracer, for example, but it's a little bit tougher here. Maybe a bit more of a ground Echo play. Oh, they've caught Ariel here. Okay, Solo inside the cage. Sound barrier from both sides, and the Deadeye from Secret point blank. Man, homie looked like a, I don't know, like a roadwork supervisor, just presiding over those proceedings and finding 3 in the end.
I'm a bit disappointed. We had a situation there out on the field potentially for quad Maga. Like we could have had a double dupe with we could have had 4 cage fights out at the same time. But we hold on to the duplicates probably here for the end of the game here as Timeless getting very close to Kitsune Rush is going to be quite
Ariel
good.
was low there and instantly topped back up. The combined power of Cardiac Overdrive and the Kitsune Rush healing from the Kiriko goes a heck of a long way. Doom's knocked out of Dupe. Zera, though, still healthy enough inside of it. The blade from Raimazing. Where do you take this? So many bulky bodies to contend with, and Isuzu dropped on top of Seeker to keep him hale, hardy, and fighting fit. Again, Timeless just seemed to be a little bit better where it counts, Matt. And that is a whopping 2 minutes, 26-second time bank at the end of the map.
And seeing the Echo with the Cassidy, I do really, I mean, the thing about like the value you get out of the Mauga copy, right? Like if you copy the other team's Mauga first, you can Cardiac Overdrive, and the other what does the other team do? Like if they Cardiac Overdrive, then you still have your Mauga's Cardiac Overdrive, right? So you just kind of like chain those together. In what? Then you have like the obviously support healing still going on. I mean, you become very difficult to kill as a team. It also puts the other team in a very difficult situation of like, okay, like, you know, how do we fight this, right? You know, Cardiac Overdrive is like one of the cooldowns that we do listen-ins, like everybody's kind of calling for and seeing, you know, whether it's up or not. The other team having 2 uses of it, like right away, that's quite difficult to deal with.
There aren't a lot of tanks that have those like aura utility abilities like Cardiac Overdrive, so it's not something we talk about very often, because I guess Lucio's a good example of someone who has that, but he's so rarely duped, right? It never comes up. And we're not trying to stack those overdrives necessarily, but to stagger them out one after another is like how many? It's like 10 seconds of that effect, if not more.
I mean, it'd be like beta, early beta Junker Queen shout, right? If you just
I do think
get
that
2 of those
far out. That is, very, very powerful
at the same time.
So that's why Mauga offer the option. Also being extremely durable and being able to build up sometimes a free cage. Even if you tether someone for a couple seconds and then the dupe ends, it's often high value enough to hold someone in place with how volatile these comps are with so much front-loaded damage. Here we go again. It's going to be doomed on the Tracer, man. An anti-echo strap?
It is obviously very anti-echo. It's also going to be very difficult though to like, you know, they're going to lose a large source of damage, right? You know, now, you know, if you're Timeless and you see the Tracer, you kind of want to just go and put pressure on the front line, right? Like just leave this Tracer alone. Like, you know, Seeker can deal with it. Just put like turn, you know, put a shot at the Doom. You see he's already dead. And then you just kind of like rush the front line, just put so much pressure on, you know, because they don't have the immortality field or anything on their side, right? So it's not like the Mauga can stand there and fight. So I kind of like this. That's a Seeker with a long range mag grenade. So Shikigami going back to the far. So they don't want to kind of play that echo to mirror. They're going to go back to the far.
I'm going to point out that I think M80, right, they did not really play much Mauga at all. So like Shikigami were able to look really good against these Ash, Sigma, low mobility comps when they played the Venture. I don't think you can play Venture against Cassidy Echo. That seems bad.
Is this also even worse for the Pharah, right? You know, we talked about how the Echo is putting a lot of pressure on the Pharah. So you have Echo, Cassidy, and Baptiste.
I mean, we've seen it already a few times. It's looked pretty rough. That immortality field. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, that's a very good one. Doom can't even use the rocket, by the way, to rocket jump. That would kill them, so they're pretty careful. Admiral hit it. In a good spot. Zera being kept alive and have a cage fight in Dupe. Yep, got to make use of that. That is pretty darn nice. Getting that for free. Chef's kiss. Timers want to push up, and even in the absence of Seeker, they have tracked Shikigami in this corner, and that focusing beam can deal with Raimazing.
Yeah, we'll see though if Timeless can kind of pull the fight out. A few players still lurking here. You still have the Mauga in play for Shikigami as they do end up having to back out. So Timeless putting together a pretty good defense. You saw how low they got doomed early on. This is going to be Soul getting right into that.
Doom the one to go down there. This is a great engage from Shikigami, and yep, the barrage is perfect. That immortality field got blown aside, and oh dear, I did not see
Ajax.
That Ajax, the captain of the.
No, though, I think respect on Admiral for calling it out first. Didn't want to let anybody else acknowledge that the Ajax he took account for
Let's
right away.
Let's see exactly how this goes down. We'll get that in just a moment. Here's Admiral. Okay. Oh, well, yeah.
I mean, he has zero time to. I mean, as soon as he's going for the beat, he's just getting with a barrage.
He tries to beat upstairs, so the time in the air is shorter than if he was just standing still. I respect that. Trying to mitigate the risk of throwing a beat there, but you have to be inside the cafe though, otherwise the beat won't. Line of sight gets broken by the walls and such. So I don't really see what you're supposed to do there, honestly. But we digress. Timers here, looking to regain their foothold. They managed to impose quite a deal of pressure here on the attackers on that point A after, or rather before, letting it all slip away. The Deadeye for Seeker up on the platform. Yeah, it goes down. And up again.
Oh, he's going to go back up.
Cute. Not really highly impactful. A dupe of the Vara here for Zera. Maybe didn't have a great suite of options. It's unclear either way.
I think he was in very deep and needed a dupe to live.
You've got to give him the Dilmar dunk. You've got to do that.
Yeah, it's required.
I'd say it's contractually obligated by this Timeless Org.
That's why I heard the desk change sides. Johnny was upset that his right side is better than his left side. So
is that why that happened?
Yeah, so I heard. It's the rumor. It's the rumor.
Just a better jawline definition. Honestly, I respect it. It's all about the min-maxing. Oh my goodness, Doomed flattens Aerial there. It is wild just how quickly people pop in this metagame. Zera gets one. That's about it, though. In both fights, Shikigami have won, Matt. They do it from absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just like they really kind of get like solo really fast, whether it be the charge into the cage fight, and then they kind of have a big follow-up barrage. That time they don't even have the cage fight; they get the big barrage off of it. So,
damn. Solo here, able to move up and take that more offensive high ground spot. Timers now have to fight for a bit of an awkward spot. They can push out a little bit, and Solo opts to give up that high ground. The cart's not quite up far enough for them, but still a great vantage for Raimazin to operate from. He must, though, respect Seeker's Deadeye, which has just been used. So now, back to business. Start throwing these railguns in, left, right, and center. Here's the stomp. Solo here with the cage now. This is dangerous. No one's in there with him. And it was a sound barrier for Timeless. They're able to break free of their bonds, and they're looking very healthy. Another multi-kill fight for ZSS as well, getting involved.
Yeah, that's a good beat there for Admiral, right? Solo just goes right and uses that cage fight, but like you mentioned, maybe didn't have as much help there. Doomed, it looked like he was kind of coming from the opposite side of high ground. I know just kind of like lurking, but maybe just a tad bit light. And then also, I don't know if it would have made really much of a difference. I think they still would have probably lived through that even with that sound barrier in play. So now Zero with an opportunity with a dupe, right? You can dupe the Maga, get another cage fight. You can. I mean, the possibilities really just kind of like anyone really a pretty decent out.
33 seconds left though, Matt. I think that's the real story at the moment with Raimazin already falling. ZSS with another freebie.
They don't make it across.
Yeah, too much damage on the way through there. Admiral basking under the rays of that immortality field, able to deal with this Shikigami probe. Now it has to be a Kitsune rush for the attackers, but they've got nothing to turn it on, nobody to point it at. As everybody from Timeless is chilling up on the high ground with a suite of ultimates now to rain down upon these interlopers. Another story of someone not quite being able to ford the gap. It's Noctis getting caught out in midair now, as it's just the dregs of Shikigami left to work with. Graveyard quickly cut down by the Deadeye, and Doom soon to follow. That'll be that here, and Timeless will extend their lead further in this series, a successful Hollywood campaign.
And it feels like every fight, Seeker has a Deadeye, as see using the Winden souvenir at the end, the sign of victory. As they do that again, that was good. Yeah, there you go. They look really good. Timeless. The other day they kind of didn't have maybe the best showing, right, with this like kind of like Echo setup, but it was more like Echo Genji. But like with the Cassidy and the Echo, seems like they're starting to find their footing. Some real success.
Like, again, like these teams are now getting that sort of mirror that they were looking for, and Timeless. Again, like we always talked about it, when Seeker actually gets to play the Cassidy, and like they move away from that sort of anti-Sigma look, right? That more dive-oriented setup. They look very, very good. Again, I think like the fights they do lose there on defense can be attributed heavily to just the sheer volatility of some of the fights in this metagame where you have a lot of ultimates to sort of lean on, or where a fight is precipitated off a couple of Pharah direct hits or a Cassidy headshot, and all of a sudden someone just disintegrates. They cease to exist just because of the raw focus fire that comes out. That beat there from Admiral, perfect. He was reassigned from the SS Ajax to a much fancier vessel here, as he definitely shepherds the rest of Timeless to victory on Hollywood.
Yeah, I also think it would have been really difficult to kind of, maybe even keep Solo alive and come up with anything there, as really kind of like a little bit maybe far ahead of the team. Yeah, he was pretty deep. He was pretty deep.
Like Mariana's trench deep. The guy was reaching.
Yeah, I mean, he was very far in front of his teammates, but that can happen on Mauga. You know, you play ranked, your Mauga just runs in and doesn't understand why everybody else doesn't have charge at times, where right there you saw just maybe gone a little bit too deep. But man, it feels like, with Seeker on the Cassidy, feel like every fight he's got like a dead eye, and he's just really putting in tons of work.
This is in ranked though, Matt, to sort of speak of that again. This is some real stakes gameplay now, as Shikigami are on the verge, teetering on the edge of elimination here from our World Cup qualifiers. Yes, it's looking ugly. Unfortunately, they can't hang in the mirror, and this is a conundrum many a losing team has had to ponder over the years of Overwatch. If we can't beat them matching it, can we afford to try and counter their comp? But is there a natural enemy to the Mauga comp? Or is it a can't beat them, join them situation?
I mean, I think the Mauga, unless you feel like you can play Sigma to such a high degree, it's kind of you have to join the group, right? And start just getting down with the Mauga. I mean, do you play like a Sigma? I mean, Sigma would be interesting, and also I kind of want to see a little bit of it, because I'd want to see like how the Echo Cassidy kind of like interacts with the Sigma, right? Typically Echo's been pretty decent at times against Sigma, because the focusing beam, you can just ignore the kinetic grasp and just kind of like burn the Sigma down, right? So you think potentially even, pretty good against that type of variation.
It's pretty weak though against like any shielding, right? Sigma being one of the foremost tanks in the metagame that does like have a static shield here. That's obviously one thing that...
But who cares? You're playing it with a Mauga. Just charge past the shield, get the Echo past the shield, and then just
that's
go,
exactly why we were impressed to see Sigma comp succeed against the Mauga looks, because it's very easy to just circumvent that. The Sigma by charging straight through him. The Sigma has pressure on him to reset the shield in some way, try and rock the Mauga. As often in the case, he maybe looks at someone squishier to try and throw that out to mitigate some of the follow-up damage that would come from behind the charge. It's tough. I think you're definitely not favored there in many cases, but we've seen plenty of teams make it work. The reality is, though, is neither of these teams, Matt, have shown themselves to be Sigma aficionados. They do prefer that Mauga comp, and Shikigami at this point, Matt, might be priced into sticking to their guns, to sticking to the Mauga comp and go down swinging.
Yeah, I mean, there's no great answer for Mauga, right? I mean, there's not a great answer to play, the against the Mauga composition, right? Everybody, I think, has probably been searching for it, and it just kind of comes out of like, okay, well, you know what, like, we're just gonna continue to play Mauga. So I fully expect these two teams to kind of continue down that path. I'd be interested to see, for Shikigami, like, hey, what does it look like to not play it? This could be quite interesting. We talked about how Doomed was really good on the Venture the other day, bringing it in this series now.
Seems like the kind of map that you can definitely afford to make that play. Plenty of flanking routes available. That's why Tracer was just so favored on this map through so many different metagames. Many of the same qualities Venture, I'd say, demonstrates. Also, the ability to dive on in and get around that Mauga, team up with that engagement, and add another layer of CC damage to that initial stop charge combo. Here we go out of the gates here. It will be Kiriko for Timeless, Baptiste for Shikigami, and like we mentioned, Venture Genji against this Cassidy Echo.
So, see if they can put the pressure on with the Venture, right? Gonna have to put pressure on to Seeker. So he kind of posts up here. They actually kind of get the Echo out. So they see Zero all the way in the back, and they actually just make a play for the Echo. So that's a good first pick here for Shikigami.
Amazing doubles back and adds the defensive cooldown into the offering for Shikigami. Solo does fall, but get around Seeker here is big. Both DPS now are felled. No real reason for Shikigami to overcommit here. The bot moves up a little bit, but this is just feigning from Timeless. Buy some time for the reinforcements to arrive, and so they have. Cardiac Overdrive popped here, and Shikigami don't give Aerial a chance to make use of it.
So although they get that first pick, they get absolutely nothing for it, right? Not able to kind of like go in and capitalize on taking out Zero, where see now, right, Amazing and Co, they get control of the bot, but don't really get much of anything. This will be an Ant Matrix here, just trying to catch anybody out. But you see how fast Timeless hightails it.
Nice sticky bombs there for Zera. Okay, a little bit of a dent put in Amazing there, but nothing to write home about. Now Kitsune Rush is surely going to make use of this if he can. Zera having their cooldowns sped up. Very powerful with that Echo here, and Aerial is leading the charge. Noctis already the first to fall in this fight, and Shikigami forced to fold back around that pillar. Zera needs to respect that burn. Damage, oof, okay, overhead goes Doom. That's some sharp stuff here from Seeker. Beautiful 3K.
And I mean, if you're not going to be able to take out Seeker, right? With this type of composition for Shikigami, this is going to be over pretty fast, right? Because everybody else is like not a target you exactly want to focus down, right? They're not playing like a more static support like a Baptiste, right? They have the Krika, Lucia backline, Zero's up in the sky, right? Maybe a little bit further out from the team. It's really just putting pressure on the Cassidy. If you can't get rid of the Cassidy, it's going to be over pretty quick.
Okay, up to the bridge goes Shikigami. I think they're still poking a little from the low ground. Okay, Aerial interrupted there. Cage fight, methinks. Seeker getting taken down. The Deadeye deflected straight back at him. Nice moves there from Amazing. Ultimate from Doom thrown out to really cover the bridge, and Timeless are on the back foot here. That immortality field could be a problem. Solo, oh, he's caught in the gap, or rather the overlap between those cage fights, and can't get that healing. Now to the low ground, drops Aerial. Cardiac Overdrive still active here, but meanwhile, his support's cut out from underneath him. It's Amazing and Doom to go to work on the priority targets, and Shikigami swing back.
Well, I mean, they get a fight win, and it's actually quite massive. They also get that fight win there without using the Blade. So the Blade, still held onto by Shikigami. And look at this, we're gonna have an Echo Pharah comp here. Echo Pharah Maga. I mean,
you are disrespecting.
Spin the wheel of DPS and just play Maga. I mean, yeah, this is.
You're disrespecting maybe like the expectation that Amazing would switch off the Genji. Whether they've tracked the Blade or not here, Amazing could play that Cassidy very well. Timers say, okay, you know his camp pressure? Let us take to the skies, friends.
Just a very odd.
It's weird. Yep. Here's that Blade, though. Everybody trying to stay away from it. The Stomp came in, though, making it harder for Timers to avoid the cresting edge of this Dragon Blade. But in the meantime, what a kunai there from CSS. Amazing's Blade looks more like a butter knife. Oh, buddy. And guess what? He's lactose intolerant.
Everybody goes to the sky, right? A nice Suzu there to keep Admiral alive, and then, like you mentioned, the Stomp comes on through from Aerial. So, with two, like a little bit of an unorthodox damage dealer combo, right?
They're countering so hard. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying. I mean, they gotta. I mean, what do you do, right? I mean, you gotta play. This is gonna, though. I feel like if you are Timeless, right, you just probably have Seeker just go back to Cassidy, right, and then we're kind of in this. You're okay with them running the Tracer, like you feel like that's still totally fine, even though Tracer historically has been pretty strong against
Sarah Cassidy. Anybody? That's what's on offer here.
Okay.
Seeker on the far end, hoping the barrage will be the answer. Okay, still 5 minutes to work with now. Shikigami able to get back towards parity, but Timers have that decent lead and a checkpoint so early on in the map. Not what you want to see when you're fighting for your very survival here in our Esports World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah, and I think they're trying to get this sound barrier, right? Noctis very close, Graveyard close to a Kitsune Rush as well. Trying to get some of these ultimates before you try and challenge that high ground, right? Just kind of like barreling in there without them could be quite difficult.
Shikigami can afford to spend the time here. Still a buffer, still a lot to work with. But instead, Timer's going to be one to take the initiative, and Seeker is blasting off again. Now it's going to be the Kitsune Rush. Look at the aggression from Shikigami. Doomed, getting busy amongst that haste buff. And don't forget, those pulse pistols do a little more than just tickle under the effect of the rush.
Yes, when the Kitsune Rush comes through, right, the Tracer can start to just put out tons of damage and fast, and now the change comes through from Timeless back to something that feels a little bit more natural, right? Seeker on the Cassidy, Zero on the Echo. This is kind of what's given them a lead pretty much throughout this series, as Shikigami going to get very close to tying this one up, right? Within striking distance, just another fight here. And they're in a decent position, right? Cage fight plus beat.
Plenty to work with. Got the robot. Seeker here, okay. Timeless really able just to ward Shikigami off this checkpoint by their presence. But a Deadeye now, Shikigami wanted to play from the high ground. You could look in over the top of that cage if you want to. Amazing says, I have a healthy health bar. You do not anymore, at least not after my ultimate connects. A 1-for-1 though. So aggressive from Amazing. And this one is another case of egg on the face for Shikigami. Okay.
Oh man, is everything kind of thrown in there for Shikigami is that's probably their best chance for another minute or two, right? Because the bot's gonna go all the way towards that other side of the map. You're gonna have to build up towards some of these ultimates, and Timeless though in a position where they can actually add to this lead, right? Deadeye to just kind of buy some space. You're gonna probably have another cage fight via duplicate here, so now the cardiac overdrive's a really good spot here for Timeless to get even more progress. You see Doom to just trying to keep it contested from getting under this bridge.
Oh, wow, okay. Decent Seeker Bomb damage there from Zera. Another duplicate on board. Yep, so we are eventually getting Seeker back on the Cassidy. Timeless able to reshuffle in the last couple of fights to get their players when it needed most. Deadeye Seeker just ignores the Tracer. Doomed really trying to garner any attention, but getting overlooked entirely. Kitsune Rush, though, won't be so easily ignored by Timeless. They need to respect it, and so they do fold backwards and out towards the sides. They still have bridge control, though, so Shikigami not guaranteed to actually be able to get value out of that ultimate. Pulse Bomb, though, pretty good. Solo goes pretty low, but Aerial shrugged off the pulse for the most part now. Kitsune Rush from Timeless. This could be deadly. ZSS comes forward, but Seeker got picked off. There was no healing, with a Cassidy at about 70 HP. An easy target for the Tracer. That being said, no Solo to work with for Amazing. Trying to look very threatening with a Deadeye. Fortunately goes out with a whimper.
Yeah, just trying to maybe kind of deter players from just kind of charging on in. Although Doom didn't knock this, get one each. You still have to deal with, Aerial here for Timeless, as even throughout all of that, the Maga with some help of the Kriko stays at just basically 100% HP as they back up. They get a little bit of progress there. I think maybe 2 meters more progress. And they'll take this fight again here, playing from this high ground.
No need to push up. A slim lead, but a lead all the same, and with the checkpoint. Timeless no incentive to take any risks by exposing themselves here, dropping to the low ground, etc., etc. Solo, oh yeah. It's rare that we see this, right? But the Echo focusing beam combo, it is absolutely the antithesis to this high health pools. And in fact, Zera didn't even have to use that ability. There was so much focus fire on Solo, they didn't know what hit them.
No, and this is a really bad spot for Shikigami as well, because you're going to be forced to use some of this stuff to even get a fight to get the bot back in your favor, and then now you're going to give up. You're probably going to be behind by 20 so meters, right? So really difficult spot to be in, and it looks like Timeless going for the kill.
I think Jake might have some choice words about this Tracer selection here, Matt. We'll hear from him after the match. Shikigami here, hoping that's not so soon, but at this rate, looks like it'll be the case. Pulse Bomb there, more of an adornment for the Masonry than actually a lethal weapon in the arsenal of Shikigami. Further, making the Tracer seem like a bit of a bad option. Sound barrier, good timing on that one, but Solo still fell. Timeless have the later beat now, can make some use of it. It's Zera getting their hands dirty in this fight, and with a dupe up, there is no way Shikigami are getting through Timeless again. Their relentless march will continue.
Yeah, it's now 15 seconds on the clock here, for Timeless. You're just going to get a little bit more progress. It looks like they're going to have at least a player potentially get back here to kind of contest this. It'll be Solo and Doomed in a spot to do so here, as now both teams back at full strength, but Kitsune Rush with the duplicate here available for Timeless. It's a great combo to close this out.
It's decent, but a dupe Malga inside of it means that Solo is in a little bit of danger. Amazing with the Deadeye trying to come back through it, and a headshot after the fact claims CSS. That's 2 supports down to the Cassidy, but that's another cage. It's a free one for Zera after duping the Malga, and the Echo continues to reign supreme on this map against hit scan pressure of Cassidy, against the harrying of Tracer. Timeless put it together until Doomed finds a couple, and Noctis is already sneaking off with the bot. Timeless will have a chance to respawn, but won't have a front spawn for some of their players. Now they're going to be awkwardly staggered across the map.
Well, and they've pushed the bot so far. You're going to have a spot here for Timeless where you can actually kind of like, just get back and play pretty much at full strength, where Shikigami, from this POV, don't exactly know where the entire team is. So you're going to have just about everybody back in the mix here. So I just need one more fight. You're going to have a Deadeye here for Timeless. You could use this kind of like as they kind of come around the corner, just trying to push them back a little bit, gain some space.
Houston, we have butt scratch.
So maybe a pulse bomb from the checkpoint. Do something.
They can do this. One more fight, 1.5 fights, and Shikigami going to get there. Even the checkpoint is big, but it doesn't really help them in this overtime situation. And Solo already going to be hinted to start the fight. Here's the Deadeye from Seeker, and it's good. Graveyard putting their namesake now as Seeker has to jockey back with the roll. Admiral also trying to attend to the back lane. The Doomed is putting pressure on. Aerial down, both Malgas are missing now. The Deadeye for Timeless should keep them nice and cozy here. As Shikigami, the ones that are headed for a long winter, they are out of our Esports World Cup qualifier. And that's a wrap, folks. Timeless advance in the lower bracket.
Yeah, Timeless, they take care of business in this series. I know Seeker just kind of continuing the really strong play on the Cassidy. But I don't know, man. I think that the Echo comp started to really grow on me, as we kind of watched it throughout this series. I think the Echo with the Cassidy looked good. I don't think it was really awesome, in combination with the Genji. But when they were running that Echo Cassidy, I mean, having the second cardiac overdrive, having the second, cage fight, quite impactful, it seemed, a lot of the time. Even just like a second stomp, right? Going in, putting down some damage, seeing another stomp. Like after you use all your cooldowns to get away from the first one, you can't really kind of get away from the second one. Just a really interesting look there from Time.
In a game as fast-paced as Overwatch, a tether within a range could be as good as an immobilize effect, and having an extra one of those to rely on in those fights with the Duke Malga is huge. Doom sticks to the Tracer. Feels like that's the only sort of advantage that they can sort of garner, that they can sort of work with. I'd love to hear a breakdown of this on the desk, but as it stands, Timeless advance. Shikigami are out of the run for the Esports World Cup, gang.
They are indeed. 3-0 victory. Matt, Mitch, thank you so much for calling the action today. Exciting games in the NA region. Nectar and Jack, low-key get robbed every single day.
They do. They do.
NA games have been on point. Just so much competition in the region, honestly. Everyone here in the tournament, it could be a serious competitor.
They have something to prove after Dallas.
Yeah, they do. Let's be honest. They do. We do.
Yeah.
And that's okay, because here you are, making a case for yourself.
Is going to be living rent-free in my head for a while.
Let's talk about this match, though. Obviously, an extremely dominant showing from Timeless. They came warmed up. They were locked in. They knew exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, I actually did like the Echo. I thought it was really interesting, even in Dallas, that more of the teams didn't prefer the Echo. Just copying Malga is just so effective when, cycling cardiac overdrive and playing inside your own Malga's cage fight. From what I heard from some of the top coaches, they found it a little bit inconsistent with the ult. Sometimes you could just get bursted with your much lower health pool than the real Malga, so you can actually just get kind of bursted through. And you see the Echo, I mean, they are getting down to like 100 HP, so it can go wrong, but I think when it goes right, this Echo looks amazing. Tracer, on the other hand, I've been a Tracer hater. At least in the Malga mirror, I don't think that's a Tracer spot. Maybe against certain other comps, the Tracer can be good, but in a full Malga mirror, just not enough damage.
I mean, they were like flexing all over the place in this series too. Both teams just like changing it up on the fly. We saw Seeker on the Pharah for a little bit, just like what is happening, like Echo Pharah compositions, and then some Tracer swaps, and I was all over the place. But it's really pleasant to watch this meta unfold in that regard. I think Zero on the Echo deserves a lot of credit in that regard.
Nasty Echo.
Yeah, nasty Echo, and another player here in NA that we're kind of getting to know throughout the year in 2024. Obviously, Tracer has been a standout, and I watched some of his scrims going into this year, and I said like, hey, Zero player to look out for. But now bringing out the Echo as well. A lot of these players, they get to show their versatility a little bit after we've been watching Sojourn and Tracer for 2 years. So it's a nice pace of change in that regard. But it's been really good to follow some of these players in North America swap over to different heroes and showcasing that we're more than just Sojourn and Tracer for most of the time.
Do we have a name for double air? Like Echo?
Is there? We discussed it in the green room. Like we haven't really seen that meta,
right? Just randomly said something, but no one has ever seen it before, so it's not been a meta.
Yeah, I mean, double flyer comps are like an old. It's basically a meme comp. It's not
double Pharah.
Double flyer.
Double flyer.
One of the flyers has been Seeker today, and he's also our player of the match.
Impressive. I mean, he looked good flexing, like, for a lot of hitscan players, right? A lot of hitscan players in this meta are just like, just keep me on Cassidy and Sojourn, and I'll swap between those two. Maybe I'll play Tracer.
We've seen it before, right?
No.
On Boston Uprising, did we not see it a little bit?
Oh, God.
Boston,
I mean, surely somebody has played it, but it's never been like a real meta that was popular. Never.
Oh.
It was maybe viable on like a point of a map in a niche
I think it's like a
situation
tech
for
counter. It's like the enemy's playing
team.
Tor Bastion or something.
Yeah.
I don't even know. You got to get so many levels deep into trolling.
Phoning Chengdu. Hey, guys, did you? No.
Maybe they did. No, I think they played like Pharah, Widow.
I feel like I've seen a lot, but never that. So.
Well, you know what? Let's ask Seeker, because he's going to be with us in an interview. Have we seen him before? We're not entirely sure. Seeker, congratulations on the W. We're very excited to see the back-to-back matches. Very, very exciting ones. Let's talk about that, however Jake was calling it, was that double flyer comp.
Mm-hmm.
Where is that from? When did you guys start picking it up? Has that been seen before, or is this a bit of a newer look?
Well, I died and they were on Venture, and I picked. That's how it was made.
That's not the most enticing origin story, but you know what? We're rolling with it. We're rolling with it.
Hey, we just love the flexing.
That's actually
swapping around. How does it feel to play in a meta where you're flexing around this much?
I think I'm really flexible for a hitscan player. I think like that's one of like my strong points is that I'm able to play like a lot of flex DPS characters. So like I actually enjoy flexing a lot. I was having a lot of fun playing Echo. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of sad with most of those maps, but against the energy. But yeah, I have fun flexing. I don't know. Sometimes playing only hitscan is really boring. Sometimes I'd rather just play Echo and fly around and shoot.
Agreed. Just be a flex DPS player. Why not? But I am curious, Seeker. You know, you guys playing in this tournament, playing for the Timeless org, potentially looking to qualify for Esports World Cup and show your stuff on the international stage again. What does that mean to you guys as a team to be behind the Timeless org and to be competing for this opportunity once more?
Well, last time I was with Timeless, I won. So I'm like, all right, maybe I got good luck with Timeless. So, you know, just decided we join Timeless again, and hopefully we can bring out the Timeless buff.
I wanted to ask one more question before we say goodbye as well. You obviously played 2 series today, you know, back to back. That NRG series went 5 maps. You know, did you pick up anything from that match? Can you just retell that from your perspective a little bit? How was that match for you guys, and anything you took away from that series?
It was really scuffed, I'm not gonna lie. First map, I think that was just the Mickey Mouse. I don't know what happened there. But I mean, we lost the clutch fight at the end, so that's all that really matters. But I think that series was really close. I think we should have won at least Samoa and then close out the series 3-1. But you know, closest game we've had against NRG, I think that we're a really strong team right now, and I think they're also a good team. They're kind of the only team we're like really trying to prep for, because you know, we beat them and then we'd only have 1 more game to play until qualifying for World Cup. But yeah, losing that game hurt, but I think we learned a lot from it, and like we're ready to keep moving forward afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, the mental clearly was still intact. You dominated in your last match of the day, and that's all that mattered. You got the job. You're keeping your tournament life alive, and we wouldn't be, we couldn't be happier, actually, because we get to see you play again. So best of luck in your next game, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Seeker.
That was Seeker. They got the dub, as we just said. And yeah, I mean, obviously hard. Like, if you're this close to making it in through the upper bracket, and then you unfortunately just fall short literally in the last team fight.
Like
that's hard.
Too.
That is a heartbreaker. That is a real heartbreaker.
Also, sorry, before we move on to this very important bracket as well, Seeker's background, good. I like the background.
Yeah, that was solid.
Saw a few album covers I recognize.
Yeah,
couple I like.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, some enjoyers out there. I like it. I also enjoy good Overwatch, and I think that's what we're going to get tomorrow for sure. I mean, look at this stacked NA upper bracket. Actually crazy.
Yeah.
It's going to be so hard to predict.
I feel like TSM is has such a revenge match. They really want to beat Toronto Defiant, but at the same time, I feel that Toronto Defiant has just pulled away from the pack. NA. They look fearsome. You were hoping for them to get silly and to show some weakness. They gave us nothing of that. They look like they're just going to be first with a bullet in NA.
Yeah, they did not play with their foot. And I mean, frankly, that's to be expected. After the performance in Dallas, which I think they have to be pretty disappointed
no doubt.
with, right? So they came here not playing around, which is good. That's the Toronto Defiant we love and we want to see more of. But that's all matches for today. We do, however, still have some highlights. We have some $1 million plays that we still want to get through because NA region was popping off. We had so many close matches, so many great matchups, so many highlight-worthy moments. It was actually really hard to pick some.
Yeah, I mean, this has been just this region is just filled with everything. Heat Seeker. I mean, I guess it's
beautiful.
Kind of true.
It's hot. And the heat-seeking missile is the Lucio.
Oh, that boop is actually crazy. That's actually a crazy
combo.
boop. Yeah, to set them up like that.
Yeah,
I just my support players would set me up like that.
And Admiral almost dies for this. He's willing to risk it for the biscuit. That's what you need. You need a Lucio take
going for it all.
Take some gambles.
Yeah.
I like a Lucio Ajaxes once in a while because I know they're hungry.
Yeah. And if Admiral dies there, it's just like you're a fool.
Hit Juby like that. Oh my God, that beat. Look, he lives on like 50 HP 2 seconds after the beat. That is unreal damage blocked from beat.
Yeah. Juby was actually had like insane beats in today's series.
Look at this, the beat goes off and he's 1 HP again.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that is...
There were a couple of those in that series as well that like really turned the tide and let them win.
There was also an horrendous Ajax in this particular.
Well, yeah, we got both. We got both sides. We got both sides.
Both sides of the coin. You love to see it. Tapped out.
Such a big
opening pick in overtime.
Bursting the Pharah and then Bap low. Big spam. I love seeing Pharah in the meta, man. This hero is so much fun to play after the rework. I feel like teams have kind of finally figured her out and find her place, her style. And it's fun to watch. It's really effective. And it's great to just see a shake-up in the meta where Tracer isn't just running the table. It's the only relevant hero on Flex DPS. And as soon as Tracer stops bullying the lovable, friendly projectile heroes, we get to see all of them and they share the spotlight together. Isn't that nice?
Isn't that nice?
And also, for Tracer.
Tracer is my most played hero this season, but I just like seeing all of the Flex DPS shine.
And also, isn't it amazing we get to see Pharah without a Mercy requiring to pocket the hero?
As soon as I saw the Pharah rework, I was like, you don't need Mercy anymore this hero. It's like you can play a fast tempo style, you can play aggressive, you can dive in. That's the fun part of Pharah. And so, yeah, it's been a blast seeing the hero play at the high.
Dunking on everything I love about Overwatch.
What, Mercy and Tracer?
Mercy and Tracer.
I'm really popular right now. The fans are like, yeah, dunking on Tracer and Mercy, it's gonna go over super well. I got no problems with Mercy, actually. I got respect for
it's not personal.
I got respect for the Mercy mains who do those like crazy ass movement tricks and fly away, and I'm like, I can't. What do I do? How do I even hit that?
Yeah, my Mercy is atrocious because I actually don't know how to do it.
No, low key, I'm good at Mercy actually. Low key, I got.
Of course, you say you're good at everything.
Well,
I mean, I have never heard you say you're bad at a hero.
In professional matches.
What hero are you bad at? Like, is there?
Reinhardt, Widowmaker, those are real bad.
Okay.
Everything else I got in the bag. Everything else is unlocked.
I didn't expect that from you. I'm glad.
Yes.
We can't all be as
I played Mercy in pro matches, Johnny, so I've actually played Mercy. I'm a boring Mercy though. It's no fun, you know. I just sit there and heal.
Okay.
What, Zoe? What?
No, I think this was really important for the end of the show. I think we really need to get this out of the way, and now we can take a look at our schedule so we know what good play we have coming our way tomorrow. This is our schedule. We once again, of course, kick things off with the EMEA region.
Banger.
And there's just bangers everywhere.
Wall to wall.
They're all gonna be amazing. And you might be like, well, you know.
Every time we hype it up like that, it's gonna be an absolute stump fest. So
no.
Let's not.
That's actually not. Is that even true?
I think that's.
Oh, you don't keep track.
I actually personally am.
No, you're not.
Low key,
I want to see the documents.
I'm a little. Even if some of these are stomps, though, I feel like they will still be bangers in a way. Like I think like TSM versus Trying to Find even
banger stomps.
Well, I'm just excited because there's like drama riding on the matches for me. Like there's the outcomes people really care. They really want to win, even if they're underdogs. and so for me, if they really want to win, even as an underdog,
I heard it.
They have hope they can win. Like TSM, I don't have so much hope they can win. I think Toronto's going to just destroy everybody, but they believe they can win, and that's what's going to make it fun to watch.
We're making history here.
Because every map matters.
Every map matters.
Have you hit every line
Losing
yet?
is learning. What am I missing here?
We're not retiring those lines. They will live on forever and ever and ever. This broadcast will not, because we're going to end it right now. But we will be back with all the action tomorrow, so make sure to tune in for all of that and some more really insightful things from my lovely analysts, Jake and Johnny. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Goodbye, heroes.
Quick Esports aren't going to let you get away with that. That's not how one-sided this matchup is going.
Oh, China. Oh, Kevster. You don't see that one every day. Reflected barrage.
Cleanse.
Turnaround for Sovereigns here. Killing UB is a big one. Stops Kellen from going super aggressive, and the stick from Shax. Oh, he's going to net 2. He stunned Kellen, but killed Crispy and Quartz.
Yeah.
When Malga's meta. So true.
Did you see what he said before that? He's like, play a tank hero that you like to play, not just like the meta. Something along those lines.
What when I hog? Tell me now.
Tell me now.
A couple of headshots there from Cassidy, most likely. Took him low. Oh, that's massive. I love the boot. Defense ultimates are about to come awfully relevant now as the immortality field from Timeless is gone. Good flux. Forced to rally here from Admiral, but they're low. Rack attack now be able to play around this air matrix. And the rest of NRG Shock look to capitalize on it. That should be enough.
We just played some of the SIG and Mauga, and we just kind of countered them, just like the way that they played. Like even on like Holly, like you saw, like they have to like mirror our comp. So
what a lame answer. We just sat around each other, we hugged each other, and we won. Like that's what Terry does.
Probably going to take a little bit more than that. They're waiting on Tap to find something, and he has. It's King taken down first. The Farah had to drop low to get healing from the Baptiste. Squid, to speak of the Baptiste, not faring much better as Tap finds the shot. Afterward, it's 3 in a row for Tap. Farah taking over the game. Vision already hits the GGs in chat, and you know Citrus Nation have done it. The reverse sweep to once again knock Luminosity out of a tournament in the lower bracket.